A.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. Now, the full lineup is only at the one place pros rely on. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers, exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Listening to Billy for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Tired of the same old night out? Head to Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood spot for an incredible time. They take pride in their huge selection of in-house craft beer, innovative craft cocktails made with fresh ingredients, and full menu of delicious scratch-made food. From their smash burgers to their unique appetizers. Don't miss their special entertainment nights featuring Wednesday night trivia. On Friday and Saturday night, Ghost Hour is 50% off all drinks, 9 p.m. to close, and featuring a live DJ on Fridays. Find your vibe at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City, and at Ghostwood.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Bruce from Concord. Tony Lazzarini installed our new garage door system. He was professional, knowledgeable, and answered all my questions. The doors run perfectly and are nice and quiet. I definitely recommend Tony and R&S of Concord.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Partly cloudy skies in San Jose going up to 69.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, let's go. Fired up, baby. Fired up. Got Thursday Night Football tonight. We got the regular season less than a week away in the NBA. It's on and cracking, baby. Giants manager got MLB playoffs going. See what the Blue Jays did last night? Oh, my God. People were staying after that Julio Rodriguez home run, Joe. It's over. Night-night. Mariners going to roll through all the way to their first World Series appearance. No. As I go Matumbo on you. Vlad Jr. with the Bombski. And there is life in the ALCS. Is there life in the NLCS? Well, we'll see as that series shifts to Dodger Stadium tonight, where the Brew Crew will try to salvage that series against the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers. I say good morning to Joe Shasky, Carter, Sam, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for maybe a long weekend, if you will. I think the rain stopped for now, which is good, but it is colder out there in Chile, so bundle up, people, because that fall weather is approaching. And basketball is in the air. Can you feel it, Joe? Can you feel like the Warriors season officially, like, we're here?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Like, it's basketball season when LeBron's got 7 different media members caping up for why he's out for a couple of weeks.
Who are they? You going to name them?
Dave McMenamin, at the top of the list.
Covers him for ESPN, covers the Lakers.
No,
LeBron.
You said it right the first time. No, just covers him.
Well, he does. He's made it that company, God. ESPN, how much? Millions of dollars since he's joined the league. Right?
Oh, who cares?
Hey, as an old guy, you should sympathize with him. The sciatica is no joke.
This is where I want to start, though. I want to start with the Steph Curry Bryson videos. Okay. Bryson DeChambeau.
Please explain.
Bryson DeChambeau does these YouTube videos.
Who's Bryson DeChambeau?
He's a golfer.
Okay.
And he does these YouTube videos where He tries to, like, you and me, let's say you're a celebrity, Joe, and you'd come on my YouTube channel, and we're going to go hit a local course, and we're going to try to break 50, meaning the two of us are going to play kind of best ball. You hit a ball, I hit a ball. Wherever the better ball lands, we play the next shot from there, and we're going to do everything we can to score a 50. And it's really difficult. You know, if par on a normal golf course is 71 or 72, you know, he's going to move the tee boxes up and do everything that he can to try to, you know, put together a fun video. And they're usually tongue-in-cheek. He's done them with country singers. He's done them with other athletes from other particular sports. He's done them with President Trump. He's done now one with Steph Curry, and they were at Lake Merced. My mom used to work at Lake Merced golf course here in Daly City. And so it was a fascinating video, and everyone's losing their minds about Steph Curry hit a drive farther than Bryson. Hence, therefore, he outdrives Bryson consistently. He should be on the PGA Tour. And it's just wild. The people that don't understand, it'd be like me having sweeping conclusions about, you know, downhill skiing off of one downhill skiing video when I know nothing about the sport. It's wild. And I think the bigger thing is Steph Curry is just an absolute megastar. Yes. Just megastar. Yes. And Bryson DeChambeau's YouTube channel is more popular than the golf channel.
Oh, probably.
No, it's not even close.
Well, because more people watch YouTube than they do watch the golf channel.
I think his President Trump video has like 6 or 7 million views. It could be more than that.
Oh, not surprising.
Example.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point being is Steph Curry, anything he does touches gold, and it's just lighting the internet on fire. And Bryson DeChambeau goes back over to Steph Curry's house in the backyard, and they're playing like a little pickup. And it's just absolutely hilarious to see Bryson DeChambeau guarding Steph Curry, and Steph's just goofing around, and they're having fun. And just the whole thing is social media gone crazy. Did you watch any of it?
I did. I watched Bryson go one-on-one with Steph. Bryson's a big dude. Like, I know, like, he bulked up and his whole thing was grip it and rip it. Like the new John Daly, I'm going to drive every single, you know, green I can try to get my hands on. I'm going to cut corners. I'm going to try to drive it over the forest. And it was entertaining to watch, but it was also kind of painful to watch him at times, Joe, with that swing, all the torque. I was like, God, this guy's back's going to give out. But it was funny to see Bryson try to go one-on-one with Stephen Curry, and God bless him. No shot, no chance. Steph just three balls, like three straight in his face, and he hits him with the night at the end. But good for Bryson to be a good sport about it, because there are athletes that will never like put themselves in that position to be like made fun of.
Well, this is
like,
what I like Bryson, and he's evolved a lot as a player.
Well, because he used to be the villain. Remember,
exactly.
He used to be the villain of the tour. Him and Brooks Koepka.
Well, and he's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man because he was drinking like 7,000 shakes a day.
Hey, he's bulking up. It was bulk season, brother. Come on.
What's funny to me though is that
Carter?
In less than 20 hours, if you had to guess, how many views on YouTube does the Bryson DeChambeau Steph Curry video have? In less than 24 hours. They posted it yesterday morning. How many views do you think they have?
500,000. 500,000.
Try 1.7.
Wow. That's 3 times what I thought.
1.7 million views in less than a day.
It's pretty incredible. It just shows you that Stephen Curry is that dude.
I mean, he really is. And look, everyone needs to pump the brakes. No, Steph could not be on the PGA Tour if he stopped today.
We've done this already with Tony Romo, guys, all right? And I know Tony Romo's not Stephen Curry, but
no one's saying
Tony Romo. No, but for golf, he was really freaking good. He was.
So you've got, like, for an example, for those that don't know, like on Bryson's channel, he's got things like, hey, me and 18 holes with Kevin Hart, and Kevin Hart's kind of like his caddy. Can I break a public course record in one try? Can I break 50 with Jason Kidd? Adam Sandler. I mean, he's got other YouTubers like Grant Horvat, who has millions of followers on his YouTube channel. So he does it with Matt Stafford. This Steph Curry one is going to break so many records.
Of course,
outside of the maybe Trump one, I don't think anything's going to come close.
Because Stephen Curry is presidential around these parts, and quite frankly, globally. The guy's just a global star, more so than those other ones. Like, he just is.
If I were to
Matt Stafford's not hitting in Guangdong, China. He's not.
So Phil Mickelson and him have 5 million views on their video, okay? How many for Trump's video? It's been out for about a year.
Wait, so he's got 5 million for Phil?
5 million views for Phil.
As I call him, Mickelson.
Steph will probably get to 10 million when it's all said and done.
Trump's probably got what, around 10 million?
16 million views.
It's all right. I mean, he's president. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Was it in this first iteration or was it the last iteration?
It was the one from a year ago.
Okay, all right.
And the one with Adam Sandler, $8.5 million. I think Steph's going to be at 10.
And Bryson was in Happy Gilmore too, obviously.
Yes.
So he's got a connection.
It was actually
there.
funny.
He was. He poked fun at himself. Who was the Zalatoris was definitely the best character when he was plays the caddy from the first Happy Gilmore. That was some good stuff.
But there's one little beef that I've got.
Oh,
and this is something that's only going to be like, and I'm a weirdo on this, and I'm sure you guys were all rolling your eyes in the chat yesterday because my cousin did the same thing to me. YouTube golf. I watch a lot of YouTube golf, meaning like it's curated, it's edited, and, you know, you've got guys like, hey, this is a club review. Hey, this is a golf course review. Hey, this is, you know, here are some tips on how to play golf. But there's so many different YouTube channels that are like golf related.
Sure.
Like you go down any of these rabbit holes, there's golf sneaker YouTube channels.
Yeah.
There's, purse YouTube channels. There's obviously Elmo YouTube channel, which is very popular with my son currently. Miss Rachel. But I have a bugaboo with some of these golf channels.
Oh, boy.
And it's about the fake yardage on all of these swings.
Oh, no.
All right? A football field is 100 yards, right? So when guys are doing, these YouTube videos when it comes to throwing a football and whatnot, you want to see where they are on the hashes, right? Where they are on the football field when they throw a football. You'll see Michael Vick threw a football 88 yards.
Jamarcus Russell from his knees threw it the length of a football field. But we do this all the time. Why do you think Zach Wilson was the number 2 overall pick? He did a little pirouette, threw it on a rope for 50 yards. Can't even do a layup in an actual game.
Well, so I just got a bone to pick, and it's not necessarily all on Steph or all on Bryson. It's YouTube golf in general. I've played that course many a times because my mom worked there for a long, long time. And so on Mondays when the course is shut down to the general public, my mom would get at me and my dad and my brother and some of us out on that course. That course can get really windy.
Joe, I know where you're going. You better be careful here. That's all I'm saying. You're treading on some shaky ground right now.
In the words of the great George Costanza, I think there's some shrinkage going on. I think we're exaggerating about the size of some of these drives when it comes to YouTube golf. And in particular, the video on the first hole, which is absolutely curated and not realistic. There are hedges, there are bushes, and there's a back tee that's about 380, 385, okay? Dude, they were hitting these drives from the middle of the fairway. Carter, you're a golfer. Joe, you're a golfer.
I am.
You know what a tee box looks like,
yes.
and I know what the tee boxes look like, even at the newly redesigned Lake Merced.
Was it like the Reds, though? Was it like the...
They were hitting from the juniors in the middle of... Where they just... most of the times of the juniors, there's not a box. They just kind of throw the junior tees kind of in the middle of the fairway. You tee it up in the middle of a wide fairway, and you just hit the ball.
Do we still say ladies tees, or is that not acceptable anymore?
It's the forward tees, the middle tees, the back tees.
Okay, sorry.
Or you just go by the color.
I don't want to get canceled. That's what they used to call them when I was a kid.
I'm calling cap on Steph Curry, and I love him. I'm calling cap on Bryson. All right? And for the young people out there, they know what cap is. For the old people, that means you're saying that they're lying. They're exaggerating. What are you laughing about? Why are you laughing?
It's just the producers, the show between the shows.
What'd you guys say?
He said it's not the ladies' tees anymore. They them. That's what we're doing. So that was Sam. That was good. That was good. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First
Not sure
Star
they need to go out on air, but all right.
For a low rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First Star Car Financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And
I'm not done.
Oh, well, we're not.
Golf's a gentleman's game. It's a gentleman's game. You score your own scorecard. I trust that you find your ball in the rough and you didn't just drop one out of your pocket like OJ famously would do all the time.
Like Judge Smales?
Exactly. All right? We call it
OJ? You don't go
You never saw the OJ doc?
Well, did you see Trump do it too last year?
Trump's a notorious cheater. Trump is one of the biggest YouTube golf liars. Hands down. Hands down.
You go OJ with me. I'm sorry.
OJ, because OJ famously would cheat all the time, and he'd hit a wayward drive, right? And then OJ would come run up to his ball in front of the group, and he'd go, "Did you see that? My ball just happened to land in the rough on a tee."
Oh my God.
And everyone would be like, "There's not a chance in hell this drive you hit found a tee plugged into the ground, and the ball landed on it.
Oh, what about OJ, which suggested he would lie? Come on.
Yeah, come on. He has a book that says if I would have done it, but he didn't, obviously, guys. Come on.
He was absolutely positively not guilty on that.
Look, again, Steph
Rest in peace,
and Bryson saying that he was hitting a 320-yard drive perfectly onto the green with the driver. I've played that course a gazillion times. Now, he is in shorts, which tells me the weather was probably
nicer,
more humid than it would normally. Because, look, Lake Merced in the afternoon, super windy. And if you play that, it used to be the back nine, which is the old 10th hole, which is now the current first hole. There's just not a chance in hell you're hitting driver 320 into the wind on that hole. It's just been curated. I don't believe it. That's all. That's the only thing I have a beef with. The whole video is amazing, but the OCD in me, the accuracy guy in me is like, guys, why are we lying about how far we're hitting a golf ball?
Because that's what we like to do. Size matters, Joe.
I know.
Guys lying about the range and the length?
As I
Never.
see Pajemski, who says he's 6'5", and we know that he's not 6'5".
Well, we just had a 5-minute conversation that I said that Wemby could be like 7'6" or something, and you're like, no! It's not,
sure.
It's not true. Don't miss the kickoff show, by the way, with Lo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing Sunday at 3 p.m. A guy that does never lies, Lo Neal, when it comes to like his 40 times. Remember when Guru thought he could beat him in a 40-yard dash? Is that still on, by the way?
Wait a minute. Guru thought he could beat who?
Lo Neal. You remember that? That was like a couple months ago. He thought he could beat Lo Neal in a 40-yard dash.
I don't know about that.
If you're going to the game, by the way, Sunday night, are you going to go to the game, Joe? Sunday Night Football?
Yeah, Carter's going to go with me.
Really?
Yeah.
Is little guy?
What?
Little guy going?
To a night game?
Yeah.
Not a chance.
Not a chance? All right. You can sign up for the free shuttle to and from the stadium, though, right now. First come, first serve. Go to the Eventbrite page on the website, 957thegame.com. Sign up now. That's 957thegame.com.
Here's the bigger takeaway from this Bryson, Steph Curry thing that America should care about, and specifically the Bay Area.
America.
Anything Steph Curry touches goes to gold.
Yeah, he's got the Midas touch.
He really does. I mean, the universal love across just, ages and, financial backgrounds. And
Joe, I don't know if you know this.
ethnicities.
I don't know if you know this. It was called the State Warriors. Then Steph got there, and then it turned into the Golden State Warriors just because of his touch.
Do me a favor. Don't do that joke ever again.
It was pretty good. Come on. As you're a dad now, that was pretty good.
Awful.
I'll give myself a 2.
I get sensitive regarding the Golden State Warrior name because of everyone. Where is Golden State? We don't even know where it is.
Well, the Golden State.
I got that question a lot.
Yeah.
It's California, baby. It's just, there we go. We are the real state's team. Not Sacramento,
Do you know
not
how
Los
they got
Angeles. We're California's team.
Does anyone know how they got the name?
Sure. Let's go down sit on your lap. What is it?
No, I mean, like, learn the history of the team, guys.
Sure.
Do you know?
Tell us.
Okay,
educate the
Sam,
audience.
Go. Carter? Okay, Frank Muley, who was the owner of the team. They were originally in San Francisco. They were the San Francisco Warriors, and they were at the Cow Palace, and they were looking for, to be able to drum up interest on the team. They started barnstorming around the state. They even played home games in San Diego, if you can believe it. And they would be all around the entire greater Bay Area until they eventually landed on Oakland as their destination. And they figured it would be easier to market the team if they came up with the name Golden State, as opposed to picking one specific city, because they literally didn't know where they were going to play.
Almost all home games were played in Oakland last season. 6 were played in San Diego, but none in Daly City. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Look at that. Wikipedia. That helps.
Now, back when Oracle, at the time, was called the Oakland Arena, I believe, they were renovating it. The Warriors played certain preseason games, maybe home games, I don't remember regular season, in San Jose. And
I do remember people telling me that.
So
yes.
I saw a game with my dad where Sean Kemp and Gary Payton in the preseason, when actual guys played, the Rain Man laid down one of the dopest dunks I've ever seen in my life.
The Rain Man.
Yeah, Sean Kemp.
Rain. I know.
And the glove. And his other nickname is Spawn because he's got like 700 kids. It's the greatest nickname
that
ever.
Should be Philip Rivers, right? Or who's my guy, Cromartie?
Antonio Cromartie.
Antonio Cromartie. There you go. By the way,
I'm sensitive regarding the Golden State name because it's a great name. I think it's unique for them. I think it fits for because it's the only team that at the time represented the greater Bay Area as opposed to one of the cities.
Well, that's why it makes the Tim Roy call, and obviously our guy Tim Roy, 95.7 The Game. Listen to him every single Warriors game on this station. The Bays team is the best team. That's why it's so cool because it is the Bays team. Same with the Golden State Valkyries. Why do you think they were so successful in their first season? Because they got the entire Bay Area behind them. There is, and eventually it's going to be that way for the Giants. Eventually it's going to be that way. If it already is, I mean, East Bay is basically the Giants territory anyways, quite frankly. There's still some A's fans. But for the San Francisco 49ers, everyone's just going to be Niner fans. And for a point, when the Raiders moved down to Los Angeles, it was like that for a lot of people. And 10, 20 years from now, there's going to be, hell, young Benjamin, I think, wants to be a 49ers fan. I know. Young Benny.
What are the kids in Oakland? Are they like if you're in grammar school, what do they do? Do they stick to the allegiance of maybe their parents? Or do they?
Joe, I could tell you on the other side what the kids are rocking these days in the Oakland Municipal School District. Municipal. They just made up a word there, Carter. Who knows? Shout out education. This segment's brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Well, you did something yesterday helping the young minds of America, did you not?
Yeah, I went to San Francisco State's, is it BECA? BECA?
Yeah, that's right, the Broadcasting Electronic Communications program. I got a degree from there.
Yeah, and so I was being interviewed, and then I did like a whole kind of conversation with a couple of the kids. And
nice.
A couple of the students, excuse me.
Awesome.
Not kids, they're adults.
They are.
To a degree.
Yeah, too long. Yeah.
I don't consider you adult until you're about 25.
There you go. Well, yeah, that's when you can actually rent a car, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Cousin Nick Friedel, covers the Warriors for The Athletic and is our Odyssey NBA insider, joining us at 7:20. Get the lay of the land before the preseason game tomorrow at Chase Center between the Clippers and the Warriors. The health of Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody, all of that, plus Jennifer Lee Chan, JLC, 8 o'clock. What's going on with Brock Purdy? Limited in practice again yesterday. We'll get sound from what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday. Plus, wait till you hear what Joe Lacob, the owner of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, had to say with Tim Kawakami via the TK Show, the Odyssey podcast. Very, very juicy details there. It's all coming up next on the Morning Roast with Spinoni and Chasky.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This is it, your last call clearance event at Lazy Boy. Save up to 50% off store-wide on sofas, sectionals, recliners, and more. Don't miss unbeatable savings on an American icon. The last call clearance event happening now at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
It's your boy Dibs. It's football season, which means we talk to stink Mark Schlereth on the regular. Now, back to a show that actually doesn't stink. The Morning Roast.
I love that read. I think that's Shasky's favorite rejoin here that we have amongst all the hosts. Shout out Steiny Guru, by the way, because I don't know if you saw this, Joe. If we walked in here, it actually feels passive aggressive. There's a receipt here, just chilling. A delivery for Kara's Cupcakes. It was delivered to this station. It says right here where this station is located. 10th floor. 88 Kearney. Wow. This is public knowledge, by the way. I'm not revealing a secret location.
That was courtesy of one of our YouTube chatters, Chicago Jason, who sent some Kara's Cupcakes to the station yesterday, as you can see. And
yeah, I got a problem, though, Sammy, because it says specifically one show and one show only. It says Steiny and Guru on there in the notes.
Well, they were sharing.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh.
I got one. Carter got one. Evan got one. I think Lucas got two.
Wow, must be nice.
Grandy got one.
Didn't want to save any for Joe and I. We're very hungry.
Well,
when
you guys
get in
left
here.
before they arrived.
I'm okay with this. It's okay. Thank you, Chicago Jason, for sending it to the station. That was nice.
Chicago Jason, if you're listening right now, I would have liked some. That's all I'm saying. Just it's okay. I'm a little jealous. I'm not going to lie. Just like Goo was jealous yesterday that Chris Broussard called Matt Steinmetz the media's Larry Bird. I'm a little jealous that they got the cupcakes. I'm not going to lie. Did you see that, by the way?
I did see that.
Did you see it? It was pretty good. And Steiny was loving every single
What did he mean by that? As a player, or as a meaning he's the equivalent of Larry Bird as a
player, he could pick up hoop and ball out, because I guess the Boston media went up against the staff and coaches and assistant coaches of the Boston Celtics.
Gotcha.
And they got destroyed, meaning the media got destroyed. And that today, or back in the day, they had some great hoopers in the media, a la Matt Steinmetz. So
That doesn't surprise me.
Really?
I can tell Matt's an athlete.
Okay. Oh, really?
Well, because he thinks like an athlete on a lot of things. No, I'm serious. Like, I have a tremendous respect for Steiny's brain when it comes to thinking like an athlete.
You know what?
Me and him pick each other's brain all the time.
You should tell him that tomorrow. He'd really appreciate that when we have.
I don't need to tell him. He knows it.
Crossover at 9:45 every single Friday at that time. By the way, Dub Nation, as we're talking about the Warriors, because we do have some juicy Joe Lacob cuts I want to get to as he sat down with Tim Kawakami. And Joe, you posed a question to us before the show that we're going to pose to the audience. Very, very juicy, just like this giveaway we're doing all week long. Don't miss your chance to see the Warriors take on the LA Clippers at Chase Center this Friday, October 17th. That's tomorrow. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will get a Best Buddies bobblehead. Buy your tickets at Warriors.com. And for your chance to score one of those bobbleheads, listen all this week between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. for this sounder.
Why they pick him?
When you hear it, be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you'll win, courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. And speaking of the Golden State Warriors, Joe, they open up next Tuesday against the Los Angeles Lakers. And there's a lot going into this season, expectations-wise. Hell, we just talked about it yesterday. You think they can get to the NBA Finals.
I said there's a path.
There's a path. You think they can. Not saying that you think they're going to. You said they can.
Well, we want to make sure we get it right.
Yes.
Because, you could be on a trajectory to get to the finals.
Sure. Thank you. There's always there's a path.
I had to get there.
What is it during the election season? There's a path to win Rhode Island if you win these counties.
The reality is that I listened to the entire Joe Lacob, Tim Kawakami podcast and sit down. And Joe loves to do a lot of, the owner, loves to do a lot of gibberish where he likes to protect himself on all sides. But you got to read between the lines on things that he says. And that's why I went through a lot of the audio. Me, Carter, we sat down. And I'm like, when you say the same things over and over and over again, well, those are the things I'm going to highlight.
Okay. And he said a lot of things, but particularly he was talking about the window. And I think we've all been talking about the window, not, the window that's right there or outside or whatever. That's slightly ajar, although it's getting a little chilly. The championship window. That's what we're talking about here. The championship window. To hell with the two timelines. I never really bought that thing anyways. People are locked into this 2-year window, whether it's Steph, whether it's Steve Kerr, whether it's Mike Dunleavy, and specifically the owner. Here he is talking about the future, which is on the top of every Warriors fan's mind when it comes to Steph, Draymond, Kerr, and this window.
So, there's two ways to look at it. We're committed. This is a 2-year. I think Mike said it. Steve said it. Steph has said it. This is kind of a 2-year program for now. And hopefully we're still continuing to develop some players so that we're not high and dry at the end of 2 years, or maybe it's 1 year, maybe it's 3 years. I don't know. But we're, for the most part, we're kind of all in on these next 2 years. And I think that's the way we're thinking about it. And we'll have to see a year or two out what develops in terms of where we're really sitting for that point going forward. There's no replacing a Steph Curry, for instance, overnight. We all know that. That just doesn't happen. So, at some point, there's probably going to be some rebuild of sorts.
We are all in for the next 2 years. All in. That's what I keep coming back to. That's what you kept coming back to. Is it not, Joe?
Yeah.
2 years.
Well, when you marry yourself to Horford, Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph, I think you have no other course of action but to be all in for the next 2 years. Really all in for this year, all in. Unless this year, the bottom falls out and we end up looking like Peyton Manning in his last year.
Yeah. Who did win a Super Bowl.
And this part about developing players and whatever, I think that he gets a lot of grief for this. I see online yesterday, everybody is mad at Joe Lacob regarding him saying, yeah, I'm a little surprised that Draymond Green and Steph Curry are as good as they are, as old as they are.
Wait, they got mad at that?
Yeah, because he drafted Kuminga and he drafted Wiseman. And again, it's as if none of you have ever played sports at any level, anytime. Just because you have a bunch of great, like, let's go high school. You have a bunch of great juniors and seniors. You're not trying to develop freshmen and sophomores? Just because you're a great business like Apple and you've got a bunch of senior leadership, you're not trying to develop the next wave? No one's saying that you're not invested on the current board that you have now, but that doesn't mean you're not trying to develop talent down the line. Every business, every team in America, no matter what the age is, okay, they are trying to develop inexpensive talent to contribute. So, I don't know. I think it's the most ridiculous misnomer about and you bring it up, like the 2-time lens. No, they had draft picks. There were alternates out there that were veterans that once you take the pick, okay, there's money attached to it. You have to align the money. But before you draft that guy and you have a pick, you cannot just trade the pick for a player making $15 million. You had to line up the salaries. So I think there's a misnomer in how business in the NBA operates.
I think that's ridiculous that people are upset about that. I have the actual quote. I have the quote. I want to play it now because now I'm getting upset, Joe. This is Joe Lacob on not knowing Curry and Draymond could continue to do what they've been doing.
You have to at least think about these things. You have to have some plans. This is what's hard about this, right? No one knows the answer. No one knew that Steph could be this good at this point in time, or that Draymond, particularly, people thought he would break down, right? If you're being honest, at some level, because he plays so physically and he's so undersized going against all these monsters in there. Who would have thought he could do this? He's been remarkable. And other than his back injury, a little bit there for a while, when I had mine, I think it was roughly similar. I mean, who would have thought that he could stay this healthy? He's doing a great job. These guys are doing a great job of keeping themselves fit and prepared. And our training staff has been amazing.
Yeah, it's not a hot take to say, people are acting like you should have known that Draymond and Steph would play at this level forever. No. And by the way, Draymond has taken a slight dip, right? We've seen it.
So did Steph prior to Jimmy coming.
Exactly. But he's still really good. And that speaks to the Hall of Fame talent that both of them are. But it's not crazy for him to think, when they're 35 and 37, maybe they won't be that good. I think that's logic. That's what happens in sports.
80 years of National Basketball Association history tells you there are maybe 4 or 5 guys who have defied history. And so for you to think that you had multiple guys like that on your roster, that would probably be more lunacy than it would be you're disrespecting them. It's no, you could think that Steph would age gracefully, but we can all admit, we are a little surprised that he's as good as he is. It's okay to admit it.
You can say it's a pleasant surprise. That's okay. That's where we're at.
Here's the other thing that I just want to and I want to get into the championship
stuff.
This mythical Miles Turner, Pascal Siakam was going to save us trade for Jonathan Kuminga or Wiseman at any point.
Ooh.
You're really dying on the Miles Turner hill, all you people, all you hipster bros drinking craft beers that think you're basketball experts and you haven't dribbled a basketball your entire life. You didn't even make your freaking 7th grade team, and you're over here talking about we needed Miles Turner. He was the difference between being a first-round exit and us being a champion.
I mean, a little bird.
Just shut up.
A little birdie told.
I like Miles Turner, but shut up.
Yeah, he's not. Please, Miles Turner.
This is who we're arguing about.
Pascal Siakam, Miles Turner.
This mythical Giannis for Kuminga trade never was real.
Well, remember Lauri Markkanen? I mean, that was the whole summer. You got to have Lauri Markkanen.
The Pascal Siakam one's another one. Pascal, and I like Pascal Siakam, but
he was never re-signing here, by the way.
The two of them were together last year and they didn't win the championship.
Yeah.
How ironic is that?
They did. They lost their best player, but I hear you on that. But Pascal Siakam was never re-signing here. A little birdie told both of us that behind the scenes. That's very tapped in.
And the Raptors didn't want what we were giving.
Correct. What's coming up the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of what Joe Lacob had to say in to sit down with Tim Kawakami. In the championship window, Warriors fans, you all in? Whatever it takes these next 2 years. Who cares about after that, right? Right? On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, y'all, it's Willard and Dibs. Today at 5, it is back.
Yep.
Not quite yet Warrior basketball, but Steve Kerr.
Which is awesome. It's the precursor to actual basketball and a great interview, the best in the Bay.
No one's better at talking it out. Maybe he'll be cooking. Maybe he'll be out about town. Maybe his dog will appear. Dogs are barking.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it up.
In San Diego, kids are standing up against big tobacco.
We are here to discuss the urgent issue of vapes being sold near schools and other places where people gather.
I was enticed, like so many others my age, and this is exactly how the tobacco market was trying to get me to react, and I was completely unaware.
Today, over 100 California communities restrict tobacco sales near youth spaces, like schools and parks. Learn how these teens and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Upgrade your laundry routine with a durable and reliable Maytag laundry pair at Lowe's. Like the new Maytag washer and dryer with performance-enhanced stain-fighting power. Designed to cut through serious dirt and grime. And what's great is this laundry pair is in stock and ready for delivery when you need it the most. Don't miss out. Shop Maytag in-store or online today at Lowe's.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you can see us live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Just search 95.7 The Game and make sure to subscribe. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Day Day? Fired up for Draymond Green.
Shocked you're doing an intro for me.
That's pretty good. Over-under on technical fouls in Game 1, set at a half.
It's always a fun game.
Taking the over? Lakers? Yo, I mean, there's no LeBron, so like that's why I'm taking the over. LeBron's not going to be playing in it. We know that LeBron.
No LeBron, no
boys.
Draymond.
Yeah, thank you. No. There is going to be Draymond, and he needs to be more aggressive. Hell, I was at the preseason game when the Lakers came down to the Chase Center, and him and Jared Vanderbilt were getting into it already. Vandy. And it was Jonathan Kuminga playing peacekeeper. Would you look at that? I'm very curious to see how this season shakes out very early on, too. We got Nick Friedel joining us about 30 minutes, Joe. Covers the Warriors for The Athletic and obviously our Odyssey NBA insider. We love Nick. Apparently he's getting a surgery today or something. He's getting a root canal. Oh, maybe we'll have to ask him about that. Ever had a root canal before?
No.
I know you were going through major dental stuff, but never the root canal?
No, I did major planing on my gums.
Got it, yeah. I'll pretend like I know what that means.
I didn't know what it meant either until Dr. Barry and the crew got me settled.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. But I know you have a big fear factor of that right now. And I know Warriors fans are fearing the end of Stephen Curry and Draymond and the dynasty that was.
No, I don't actually think it's that. No, I
there's
disagree.
No fear? No?
Sons of Anarchy. So this is how I'm approaching.
Sons of Anarchy.
I'm going to set this up. So, Sons of Anarchy actually ended in a very ridiculous way. But I actually think it's apropos to how I want the Warriors to finish this out.
You better be careful. What's Sons of Anarchy, by the way, for those that don't know?
It's a television show about a bunch of motorcycle gangs, and it's great. You know what? Forget that.
Is it loosely based on like the Hells Angels kind of a thing? And
it's not loosely based on anything. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say Hells Angels, but like...
I mean, it's fiction. That's why I still have to say it's like loosely
ridiculous.
Based.
Yeah, okay.
So are we talking like Dubs of Anarchy now?
I'll use a better one for everyone to understand where we're at. Sam, I mean, you're just... I don't even...
Sorry, I'll wait till 9 o'clock.
I'll wait till 9 o'clock.
You know what? I'll just...
We're trying to win championships here.
Take the headphones off and let you do the show.
We're trying to win championships here.
All right. This is how I view the next 2 years for the Golden State Warriors. Joe Lacob is the equivalent of Tony Montana at the desk after the hit gone wrong, snorting a bunch of blow. And in this particular analogy, we're just wasting away all the draft picks. We're wasting away all of the youth because we are trying to go to war for the next year or two to cash in a championship. And if we happen to get the M16 out of the particular closet after Gina dies, we're going to go shooting in a blaze of glory, saying, I'm Tony Montana, as our back gets blown out at the end of the movie. That's how I want the Warriors to go out. I want them to go out thinking they're on top, doing everything they can with that M16 of draft picks and all of the different assets that they might have to just win one championship so that when it's all said and done, the corpse of this particular era can fall down into the water, faceplant, and say, we gave it our all. The world was ours for about 5 freaking championships, and I can rest easy. I can rest easy. What I don't want them to do is try to die. Like, we're going to be very careful with our assets moving forward because we want to make sure that whoever inherits this organization after we're gone, it's in good hands. Guys, newsflash, we'll figure out next year and down the line. I'm not worried about it right now. This is not my 401k. This is not my, life investment. All right. This is the basketball team that has a once in a generation owner and a once in a lifetime type of a player in Steph Curry. Like, you do everything you can to win one championship.
I mean, is there an argument against that? I guess are people making the argument that you don't do that? The over. Arching sentiment I get from Warriors fans, most of them anyways, and if you disagree, 888-957-9570, the floor is yours. Shout out, the world is yours, as Scarface, Tony Montana once said. Everyone's saying that, right? To go all in. I don't hear an argument for the other side, and I would love for someone to make the argument against not going for it these next 2 years. And going for it meaning if you have to make a huge trade at the deadline, and I think that's kind of what we're all leading, to add onto this roster, and you give up, let's just, for the sake of argument, Kuminga, Pods, Moody. All 3 of those guys. And maybe it doesn't take all 3, but I'm just saying for the sake of argument. All your young assets that you're looking forward to. I know TJD. I know you got Quentin Post, Will Richard. Maybe Will Richard's a part of it. I don't know. But all your guys that you're looking forward to playing after Steph and Draymond have retired, you get rid of. Are you okay with doing that if it means getting you one step closer to competing for a championship?
Knowing what I know now, had the 1995 49ers, the year after the Super Bowl, now they won it in January of 95, but it was the 94 season. Yeah. Knowing what I know now and how long we've been knocking on the door, what I wouldn't have given to win back-to-back.
Right.
What I would not have given, I would have given all the years of misery in between Steve Young winning the Super Bowl, and let's just say I'll even go as deep as like the Niners in the NFC Championship game against the New York Giants in 2011. I'll give up all those years to win one more, knowing what I know now. You know what I would give for one Niner Super Bowl? Okay? Like, oh my God, I'd give it the next 20 years of Niner football. So I wouldn't give 5 years of draft picks and whatever however horrific the future might be for an opportunity. Now, it'd be one thing if Steph Curry had proven to me over 15 years, they couldn't win a championship. Like, if this were Chris Paul, I'd be like, if this were James Harden, I don't know, man. T-Mac, I don't know. This is like Kobe or Duncan or, Michael Jordan of your franchise. You do whatever it takes because he's proven that if you can get close, he'll get you across the finish line. See, to me, this is a very unique situation, and I'm all in. All out. I want to hear from just one person in the Bay Area who thinks, nah, I want to keep some of these assets for the future. Like, I would love to hear that argument, and I will let you explain it to me. Win me over. I dare you. I'm triple dog dare you to come on here and make the argument for why they should salvage any picks.
Joe Lacob on the TK show via Odyssey on this being a 2-year window for the Warriors.
I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it. We're committed. This is a 2-year. I think Mike said it. Steve said it. Steph has said it. This is kind of a 2-year program for now. And hopefully we're still continuing to develop some players so that we're not high and dry at the end of 2 years, or maybe it's 1 year, maybe it's 3 years. I don't know. But we're, for the most part, we're kind of all in on these next 2 years.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
And I find it ridiculous, actually, when people try to compare what the San Francisco Giants did to what the Warriors are trying to do right now. Everyone and Sam said it to me in the green room. Sam, exactly what did you say about the Giants at the end of their run? Do you remember?
Well, I mean, we were talking about I don't even think they really went all in a way that we're kind of wanting the Warriors to go all in on.
That's kind of my point.
Yeah.
Well, remember, it wasn't all in. It was not trading Bumgarner. That was the thing, right? There was like, no, we're going to keep him, and then he ended up choosing the Diamondbacks.
You can't trade Bum in Pochi's last season.
Yeah, exactly. It was like,
Guys.
we weren't going anywhere, so it didn't matter.
Guys, there's an argument. As great as the Giants' run was, the best hitter you got to pair up with Buster Posey was Hunter Pence. And I'm not knocking Hunter Pence. How many zoom out of the Giants franchise?
We got Chris Bryant for his summer. I know. I'm telling you.
How many organizations would laugh at you by saying, like, Hunter Pence is the best player we're going to pair up with the franchise's greatest catcher and greatest winner of all time? Like, they would laugh at you.
As we're seeing the Dodgers with Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, and Shohei Ohtani, all MVPs.
And that $350 million guy and Yamamoto.
And we see,
and Blake Snell.
Yeah, exactly. And we see
go right down the list.
We see guys like Julio Rodriguez, Vlad Guerrero right now on the other side. Like
it's
come on.
ridiculous.
Jackson Chourio.
It's absolutely ridiculous. So anyone that wants to make these comparisons about the Giants, my argument to them would be they kind of went half in. And what they did was worse than not going all in. Because they're like, ooh, we like Greinke, but we'd rather have Samardzija and Cueto, which was a horrible decision.
I liked Cueto. He couldn't stay healthy. And Samardzija just
was garbage.
Horrible.
Garbage.
Awful. He was a thrower. He was never a pitcher. Ever.
I mean, it's just like, hey, Denard Span is not going all in. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Kevin Pillar? I know. We're kidding here. But like
Jimmy Butler in his sport is like, it's the equivalent of when you have Giancarlo Stanton and you develop Aaron Judge, and you put them together, right? Two great players that would be great on. They would be the 3 or 4 hitter on any team.
I think this is where I'm at, and where you're at, and where most Warriors fans are at. And 888-957-9570 Warriors fans, are you going all in like Joe Lacob is talking about these next 2 years? It's a 2-year window. You're doing whatever it takes to compete for a championship. 2 years doesn't matter after that. Are you all in on that notion? 888-957-9570. I just think it's a pretty easy decision considering how we feel about the young pieces right now. Let's be honest here. Let's have an honest conversation, Joe.
Okay.
Do we see or envision Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski, or Jonathan Kuminga being 10-year starters in the NBA? Any of those players?
Oh, no, they could be 10-year starters on crummy teams.
That was the caveat, right? Crummy teams.
Yeah.
But like on a championship playoff.
I have a hard time envisioning any one of the three.
So that makes it an easy decision for me. Like because those are the other assets you're talking about moving off of.
10-year starter is so difficult.
It's so difficult.
NBA.
Yes, it's
It's like wildly.
And maybe that's unfair. Maybe if I just said, could they be fringe starters in the NBA? Okay. But we could all agree. Playoff starters, I don't see it right now with any of those guys.
No.
Not to say they can't get to that level, but if they're going to, it's going to be 3 or 4 years down the road, right?
You want me to terrify you a little?
Terrify me.
Warrior fans?
Not terraform,
As
terrify.
everyone wants to look down the barrel of what could be down the line, okay? Do you know who comes up for a club option after this year?
A club, like the team option.
Mm-hmm.
Who? You tell me.
Brandon Pajemski.
Oh.
You know who's eligible for an extension after this year? Brandon Pajemski.
Uh-oh.
Did you see what Keegan Murray got?
What do you get?
5 years, 140, 150 million.
And just got hurt. I'm saying he just it sucks. Like as we're talking about the Niners just getting paid, like he just got hurt.
If you don't think Pods is going to ask for $30 million a year, so that's my point, right? And so
but we laughed at Jonathan Kuminga when he said it, and that's what he's going to try to do, right? That's what Pods
I'm not
people
blaming him.
Yeah.
I'm preparing Warrior fans for the conversations. So let me ask you, Warrior fans.
And Keegan Murray much bigger, by the way.
What conversation would you rather have? What conversation would you rather have? Hey, who's that one piece we could get to get us over the top? Or 31, 32, or 35 million for Pajemski a year for the next 5 years?
Well, the owner loves him. He said he could be an all-star.
I like him. I
$1
like
million
him.
per charge.
But that's what life post Steph Curry is going to sound like. We're going to be arguing about how many tens of millions of dollars that we're giving And I like Brandon Pajemski, but he's a backup point guard.
Like, it's one thing if they had.
I'm not knocking him, by the way. I'm explaining, like, when people want to go into the future, that's what the future entails.
Right.
Having discussions about, got to extend them for 4 or 5 years at $30 million a pop.
And people are saying, like, hey, you can't go all in on this team because you need a future after Stephen Curry. We're just having the conversation of, even if you keep those guys, the future is not all of a sudden going to be great because you keep Pajemski and Kuminga. Hell, we're having arguments about them on this team currently right now if they could contribute.
To a lesser degree, let me just lay something out. Part of why Jason Richardson was traded away from the Warriors, he was the current.
Yeah.
They wanted to pay the future, which was Monte Ellis and Andres Biedrins, who we all agreed were the future.
Yeah.
How'd that work out?
Not good.
How much winning did we do?
Not a lot.
No, I love Monte. He was one of my favorites.
I did like Biedrins.
Biedrins was really good.
Yeah.
Like, he was really good until he wasn't, and then the free throw thing got in his head and everything. So the point is that I know we all want to look into the future. With Steph, we have to stay in the now. We do. We have to stay in the now.
We got someone going on the opposite side of our argument.
I want to hear it,
today.
and I will let him lay it out. I want to hear the alternative opinion.
I'm going to hit the legal before that.
do.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got Nick Friedel, covers the team for The Athletic, and our Odyssey NBA Insider coming up in about 15 minutes. And we'll ask not Nick Van Exel, but Nick Friedel this same question that we're asking. Are you going all in, Warriors fans, these next 2 years, no matter what? All in on this 2-year window. And if you say no, like Kevin in Oakland is, we'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570.
I think Kevin in Oakland is going to come
right now.
It takes a lot of courage. I want to hear it.
Kevin,
I do. I want to hear it.
K-Bone.
What's up, man?
What's up, man? You're on the morning
Thanks
roast.
for calling.
What's up, fellas? Now, I think there's two sides of this coin. If we're thinking as a fan, we go all in. But what Joe Lacob said is he wanted to create dynasties of championships, right? So as an owner, if you put your owner's mindset hat on, you think about what Oklahoma City has done, right? And so, look, they're going to be competitive this year. They got a shot. The other part of this equation is they're making a ton of money. So what does the owner want to do? Make a ton of money and put a entertaining product out on the court. He's doing that, so he checks that box. But if you want to build a dynasty and not have a dumpster fire for the next 5 years after Steph Curry, you think about the future. And so that's what I'm thinking. As an owner, you don't go all in for 2 years.
That's Kevin in Oakland. And I'll say this, Kevin, and that's a good point. Like, if you think about two perspectives here, and we're talking about from the fan angle for sure, but there is another side to this, the business side of it, sure. But as a fan, you don't really think about the business side. Like, I don't care as a fan about the business, quite frankly. I care about championships. I care about winning at a high level. Yeah, it's nice to be relevant, Joe. It is. And I can hear him on that. The worst thing you want as an owner is for, like, me and you to completely, like, not talk about the Warriors because they're a laughing stock. Yeah, we're talking about the Niners. Yeah. Apathy. I just don't even care. There is an element of that Joe Lacob clearly cares about and doesn't want to be. But that's where I come back to Joe Lacob. I trust him as an owner. I trust that he's going to put people in positions to succeed. And yeah, it's going to be difficult, but this is why he gets paid the big bucks. This is why we're talking about him and comparing him to the likes of Eddie DeBartolo. We'll have a conversation about that later on in the show because you had a very interesting comparison there as we're coming up on 15 years of ownership for Joe Lacob as Golden State Warriors' primary owner. That's why we trust this guy. Now, like, my trust with him post-Steph, I don't know because I haven't seen it, right? We make fun of Jerry Jones. Why? For the Cowboys. Like, he had all that success in the 90s, and then what happened? He hasn't got back to an NFC championship game in what, like 30 years almost, it feels like? It's hard.
Joe.
Once you lose Aikman, once you lose Emmitt Smith, once you lose, Dion, all these guys, Michael Irvin, it's tough.
Joe.
Businessman Bonte.
It's so funny.
He's not doing it. Businessman Bonte's not doing that.
It's so funny. Like, no one's saying that they, like, that they're going to be dynastic forever. I think we all realize these things are cyclical.
And also, how do we know that they're going to be a dumpster fire?
Well,
how do we know
was my next question.
Yeah, sorry.
So you brought up Jerry Jones. Have they been a dumpster fire, or have they just been like up and down and they're not winning the big one?
They've been mediocre to good.
Okay.
Never, maybe one great year, maybe.
You know who's been a dumpster fire? For about 25 years, it was the Washington Commanders.
There you go.
You know who's been a dumpster fire since Tom Coughlin left? The New York Giants. You know who's been a dumpster fire for a long time? The Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Right? And in that league, there's financial equity, meaning everyone has the same amount of picks and the same amount of money. In the NBA, you know who's been a dumpster fire for 2 decades? Until recently, the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
The Washington Wizards.
The Charlotte Hornets. / Bobcats.
The New Orleans Pelicans have been drafting in the top 5 what feels like forever.
Hey, I'm not sleeping on the Pelicans this year.
No,
They're going to shock some people.
Joe, but I mean, eventually you got to be good, right?
Well, that's why I brought up Jerry Jones, only because, and they're not the same guy, but I do view them similarly. I can't not. We always go back to this Cowboy doc, and it was really good. The Gambler on Netflix and America's Team. You know, I do think there is some Joe Lacob and Jerry Jones where he's like, I'm going to prove these people wrong. Like, you think I can't do it without Stephen Curry? Yeah, I'll show you. And I have belief that he can do it because people were questioning whether he could build a stadium over here.
How about right now, though?
And he did.
For right now, what he needs to focus on is how can we as an organization win the 5th?
Yes.
And then you'll shift your focus after Steph to whatever that entails.
Yes.
Like right now, Kansas City. Now, they execute draft picks every year. They're all in every year.
Yeah.
When they have Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
We should have the same mindset.
It's funny. How were people viewing them heading into this season? Oh, this is going to be a down year for Kansas City. Oh, it's going to be a down year.
Yeah, well, look where they're at.
And look where they're at. And again, people say, oh, they're only 500.
Speaking of dumpster fires, and they look in their division and they're like, yeah, and the Raiders are still the Raiders.
Exactly, right? And they're going to play them this Sunday, and they're probably going to beat them at Kansas City. And, you know, and they're going to be 4-3. And before you know it, they're going to be in the first in the NFC or the AFC West. They're probably going to be in the Super Bowl.
Look, Joe,
because it's an organizational thing.
If this team was still similar to the 2022 team, and we were talking about Wiggins, and I'd be like, we'll see what happens. And when they made the Jimmy trade, like Jimmy is a big upgrade on a variety of levels for this team, and I think it brings a level of credibility. And then when you saw what they did in the sample size that they did it, like again, do I think that you could extrapolate the 25 games over the whole season? You probably have to bake in way more like missed games and, deliberate sits and stuff. I feel like this is a mid-50s win team, somewhere between 50 and 54. I really do.
So you're taking the over on this season.
Absolutely.
I wonder what Warriors fans are on the over. Is what, 48.5? It's depending on the book, 47, 48.5, 49.5. Over, let's just say. You think the Warriors can get to 50 wins, Warriors fans? 888-957-9570. Let's get to Nick Friedel on the other side. We'll ask Nick all about this. Covers the Warriors for The Athletic. Cousin Nick.
And I got a question just for Warrior fans out there. Lacob's telling you what he wants to do. He wants to win the 5th one, in the next 2 years. He's coming up on 15 years of ownership. November 3rd, I believe, or November 4th. Who had a better run? Eddie D or Joe Lacob?
888-957-9570. By the way, Dub Nation Warriors basketball is back. Don't miss your chance to see the Warriors take on the Clippers tomorrow. Yes, this Friday, October 17th at Chase Center. The first 10,000 fans in attendance get a Best Buddies bobblehead. Buy your tickets at Warriors.com, and for your chance to score one of those bobbleheads, listen all this week between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. for the Sounda.
Why they pick him?
When you hear that, be caller number 5 to the contest line, 415-523-4652, and you'll win courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. And this segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Hey, y'all, it's Willard and Dibs. Today at 5, it is back.
Yep.
Not quite yet Warrior basketball, but Steve Kerr.
Which is awesome. It's the precursor to actual basketball and a great interview, the best in the Bay.
No one's better at talking it out. Maybe he'll be cooking. Maybe he'll be out about town. Maybe his dog will appear. Dogs are barking.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel and mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex Decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Don't miss comedian Matt Rife at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View on October 19th. The show is almost sold out. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
La, 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 la.
Dab Nation, it's Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shiesky on 95.7 The Game.
I love how he says my name. What's up, JK? La, 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 la. And around the world is la, 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 la. Great song. It's a throwback to your era, right, Joey? Was this popular like when you were in like 7th grade or something?
Who is this?
Oh, no.
It's like a European song.
No, I know, but I think it's an artist. I would recognize.
Song.
I don't know.
Techno.
La, 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 la.
Around the World. A Touch of Class from 2000.
I would never have gotten it.
Yeah. There you go.
I was in high school.
Okay. There you go. They also have another song. There's Y2K does a la 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 la. There you go. Oh, we got him? Is he on video? We got him? Let's go. On the line, Joe. Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. We call him Cousin Nick Friedel here. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Let me know, Carter, when we got his intro song. We got it. Hit it.
So good. Oh my God. Hey, I got to start. Can I get to start this?
Jump in there. Courtesy of River Islands, Nick Friedel joining us now. Oh, my God.
And Nick, I was telling the guys in the green room today, before the show, that's like the little area that we hang out in. And I was like, there was a time when we were taking calls about why we should build around Kelly Oubre over Andrew Wiggins. And these guys looked at me like they had seen a ghost. And I was like, no, I swear to God, Oubre was playing better basketball at one point, small period, better than Andrew Wiggins. And it was like unanimous. We did polls and everything. Remember that?
I remember just a couple week stretch where Kelly Oubre was playing well. And Joe, I still can't believe that era exists in the past. But there are so many diehard loyal Warriors fans all over the place that they remember. They know you're right. But all credit to my man Andrew Wiggins, because he absolutely became, on that bonus title run, the second best player on a championship team.
Stop with the bonus.
Nothing will ever stop him.
Stop. Doug, I love you. Stop it with the bonus title. We got one more bonus title, so it's the bonus title.
Double bonus.
The double bonus.
Yeah, it's coming. The double bonus. Yes, exactly. It's coming. You interviewed Al Horford, and you had like a long sit down, and it went viral, and it was him basically saying, hey, Boston with the injury to Jason Tatum, Boston shedding payroll, I didn't think they were going to compete for a championship, and I wanted to come to a place where I can compete for a championship. I had the owner, Joe Lacob, on yesterday with Tim Kawakami doing a sit-down saying, hey, we're all in for the next 2 years. This team feels very universally aligned about it's all about this year and hopefully next year to win a championship. Is there any part of you that thinks they're completely foolish for having that mindset?
No, I legitimately believe they have a chance, Joe. And that's all you can ask if you're the Warriors at this stage, especially having all the success that they've had. But Horford fits. I mean, he has been the guy that they've looked at for years and been like, man, he would really fit if he ever got the chance to play here. And I think Al knows it too. Now, only time will tell as the games start piling up, and he's 39 years old. So, yeah, there's a question mark on durability and can he stay healthy, but he fits what they want to do. Draymond is still one of the best defenders that there is in the game. Steph is Steph. If Jimmy is healthy, Jimmy is still awesome. The problem is that when you have that many guys that are 35 and over, nobody knows if they're going to be able to stay healthy. But to the question, do I think they have a legitimate chance? Yeah, I do. And if they can stay on the floor heading into April, then everything's going to be all right. But that really is what we've all got to balance here over the next few months, because if they start losing games and you go, I don't know, it all depends on health. If they stay relatively healthy, I think they have a legit chance.
On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. All right, Nick, if I'm taking health off the board, just take that, just remove it. I know it's hard because that's like for literally every NBA team, it's health. You see what happened with Jason Tatum, Tyrese Halliburton. It's hard to separate that, but just separating that for a second. What's the biggest concern you would have of this team aside from health heading into this season?
Do they have the size they're going to need, Spadone? Because when you look at the way the roster is constructed, Horford fits. Draymond is Draymond. Okay, but where is that extra help going to come from if those guys aren't healthy, if for whatever reason on a night they don't have it going? That's what concerns me as we sit here right now. But this is, of course, one of the biggest questions as we get into the season, guys, because whatever the flaw may be over the next few months, and time will show us whatever that is, they have this such a strange fitting piece, it would seem, in Kuminga moving forward, because either Kuminga is going to develop and get better. And guys, it is very clear that Steve Kerr likes what he's seen in training camp, especially the other night we were in Portland, and he's saying, hey, Jonathan's playing really well. He backed him after he got tossed. But if Kuminga's playing really well, he's going to help the Warriors. If Kuminga's playing really well and he can get another piece or two at the trade deadline, that will also help the Warriors. The only thing that will not help Kuminga or the Warriors is if the development's not there and he doesn't become the player that he and the organization hope he can be. So whatever the issue may be, that's what I'm looking at and going, okay, I still believe that this team can fix whatever ails them, Spadone, if we do take health off the table. And part of the reason I believe that is because they have this piece that potentially could be worth a couple other pieces down the line. But they are a really fascinating group this year. It's one of the reasons I felt comfortable coming back out to the Bay and being around them on a daily basis. They are interesting. And so often in the NBA now, a lot of these teams just aren't that interesting. They don't have the personalities. The Warriors are very unique in that regard. And all the fans that are wondering how this is going to be, I'm certainly not sitting here telling you they're going to go win another title. But absolutely, as I've watched the last couple of weeks, I think they have the chance to compete for one. And that's saying something given where everybody is in their career.
I totally agree. And I almost cut you off there, and I ruined the cut that we're going to play all year, which is you actually believe they have a chance to win a double bonus championship. So that being said, I want to rat-a-tat-tat some things to you because I have a bunch of questions. You've been around the team. Are they locked in with the four old guys starting every game?
No. Kerr has said as much. It's going to really depend on how Horford is feeling. Okay. Kerr flatly said this the other day, Joe. If Horford was 29, 30 years old, you're not even thinking about it. Boom, Al's in the starting lineup. But if Horford needs some time where he's playing 15, 20 minutes, if he's not feeling great after a few games in a row, they'll kind of take it slow, but that is not a guarantee by any stretch.
Okay, so then my next question to you would be, Horford's the one then that would come off the bench, not Draymond?
Horford would probably be that guy. I think Kerr is still tinkering with the lineups. Is there a chance Draymond could be that guy? Maybe, but I doubt it. I think Horford would be that guy, assuming that all four aren't in there at once.
Okay, so I like to do things on a board when you're coaching and you're playing out all the known things, and then you have a bunch of the unknown things on the other side. I know there are 240 minutes in a game. 48 minutes for the 5 starters if they played the whole game. 30's going to Steph, 30 to Jimmy. Feels like 30 will go to Pods. And then I said 25 each to Dre and Horford. Maybe it's 28 and 22, whatever, doesn't matter. So you're looking at about 100 to 120 minutes a game for GP2, Moody, Melton, Seth, Buddy, Post, Kuminga, TJD, and Gee. With the Moody injury, is Kuminga the guy that gets the first crack at getting a chunk of these minutes?
I think he could be that guy who will get that first chance, Joe. I think Steve has been really high on Pods. He likes the way he's developing. There's a name that you didn't mention there that I'd be remiss if we didn't mention, at least in the context of the other night in Portland, and that's Will Richard. I mean, he came in and he went, whoa, okay, he knows how to play. And Kerr flatly said, and I thought this was important, we believe in him. He's earned my trust. And certainly as a rookie, it's only been a few games, but he is a guy who's been in college a long time. He knows where to be on the floor. He's active defensively. He has already kind of gotten that group to believe that whenever they call upon him, as he develops in his own way in his rookie year, he'll be there. So I think the point to hammer home here is this team is deep as hell on paper. They look like a team that can hit you in a variety of different directions. That is important too, because you have the mix of old, who we've hit on, and who knows how it's going to line up, but they've got all these young guys who can all take another step. And when you look at the possibilities, you go, oh, okay, like I see where this can go. Will this all come to fruition? We're going to see, but especially after Richard's game the other night, Mr. Shasky, I'm telling you that Kerr likes his options here. And when you have that type of confidence early in the season, I think that filters down throughout the rest of the roster. And for him to come out the other night and say, hey, I believe in Kuminga. I had no problem with him getting tossed. He's playing well. I thought that was very clear in the messaging he was trying to get across, and will only help bring everybody together even more as the regular season starts.
Talking to Nick Friedel here on the River Islands guest line, covers the Warriors for The Athletic and also our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. So, Nick, obviously you've covered Jimmy Butler in the past. He called you Nicholas, your full government name, just the other week. So you guys are clearly tight.
Did he send you a bag of coffee?
Yeah, did he do that? What is Big Face Coffee, Nick? You a fan? There you go.
Did he send me coffee? I mean, I've known Jimmy a long time, but if I want some coffee, you know I'm going to have to pay for it.
There you go. Businessman Butler over here. But I say that because this is a guy who got thrust into a situation last year. We know it took place in Miami, but basically played himself off that team, didn't want to be there anymore. A rift with Pat Riley, the GM over there. We all know that. What I want to talk about is the availability of Jimmy this season. Obviously was there for a couple months, didn't play a lot early in the part last season. This is going to be a full season of Jimmy Butler. And for a guy that's only played, I think one time he's played in every single game back in 2012, 2013, games played 82. Other than that, there's a lot of 60s. There's some 50 games played, 52, I'm seeing 60, the availability of Jimmy Butler. Are we not talking about that enough as he's currently dealing with an ankle sprain to start off this season already?
Spadone, I think if the Warriors got Jimmy to 65 games this year, they'd feel great. They have built in, and that's why this goes back to Mr. Shasky's point about the depth and all the different layers of the roster. When you have that much depth on paper, there's a reason why Steve Kerr keeps saying these guys are going to be out. The Horfords and the Draymonds and the Stephs and the Jimmys, they know it. They know they're not going to be able to stay healthy. They know they're going to take some nights off. That's why they built the roster the way they have. And certainly Horford, he's not going to be playing back-to-back, so they're going to need other people in there. As far as Jimmy, though, this is the stage of the career that he's at. He can still put up really big numbers when he needs to. He can take over games when he needs to. I have always believed that he's in the perfect role to finally try and win a title now, though, because as fantastic of a player as Jimmy became, certainly in Miami and leading them to 2 finals, I've always felt Jimmy was best suited as that 1A player. The Robin that he keeps saying behind Steph's Batman. So as far as can he stay healthy, can he be on the floor, we're going to see. But this is, again, where I would caution any fan who sees some kind of drought in the first few months and, these guys can't stay together. It's all about April. It's all about April. That is what matters. That is all that everybody should be focused on. Can you get this team on the floor together in some kind of rhythm in April? If that's the case, then at least to me, it doesn't matter nearly as much as it would for a regular team what happens during the regular season.
I think fans are a little, jaded of how it ended in the playoffs with Jimmy. When Steph went down, there was an expectation maybe that, hey, playoff Jimmy, this guy's willed teams to the NBA Finals not once but twice. And him not able to lead them to at least one win, I think they're a little down on him right now. Maybe I'm mishearing it or not, but I hear a lot from callers saying, yeah, I don't know, man. The trio of Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond in the West, where would you put that trio right now amongst the best in the Western Conference, Nick?
Well, they're not better than the Thunder, and I'd probably put Denver just to cut above, guys, because I still believe Jokic is the guy. He is just incredible, and he doesn't get nearly enough attention, even as great of a player as he is. So I'd probably put them 3 or 4 somewhere. But Spadone, anybody who's mad at Jimmy or frustrated that he's not there on the floor, Jimmy got hurt. I mean, he could barely move after that fall in Houston. So anybody who's looking at the small sample size of those last few games, I think the fact that Jimmy was out there, it all showed that he wanted to contribute. He knew he had just signed that big extension. He wanted to help. But I would say judge Jimmy if he can stay healthy and on the floor in the playoffs this year. And if the results are the same, okay then. But once he took that fall, he just wasn't the same guy and the guy that we're used to seeing.
I don't know if you paid attention to it, but Steph Curry did something a while back, and it made the internet go crazy yesterday. He did a video called Can I Break 50 with Bryson DeChambeau, who's a PGA. Now he's a live golfer, but was a PGA golf member who's won majors and whatnot, and it's exploded. I mean, you're around all these guys. You were around Derrick Rose forever. You've been around Jimmy Butler.
Kyrie Irving.
I was trying to explain to the audience early on how big this video is going to eventually be. It's already got close to 2 million views. It hasn't even been out 24 hours. Do people grasp in the Bay Area how big Steph Curry is nationally and worldwide? Because I don't think we do sometimes.
I don't think people do, Joe, but I don't think it's their fault. I just don't think they fully understand the magnitude of Steph. What I would tell you, being back around his teammates and his coaches day to day, and I can't speak to the video because I haven't watched it yet, but on a broader note, on a broader note about Steph, his teammates and coaches completely understand. They know what he represents. They know how important he is to every single thing they do. They are so appreciative not only of the player he is, but the way he carries himself. And I can just tell you, as a journalist, being around him for all these years, I mean, I first interviewed him at Davidson 20 years ago almost. He's the same. And that's what I respect the hell out of. I like, this guy is the same guy he was in college that he is now in how he treats people. And that part is so rare when you get into the superstar stratosphere that he's in. This is a guy who still goes out of his way to just treat people well. And sometimes when you get to that level and the egos get so big, you look around and you go, what the hell's going on? What happened to the guy I used to know? That's not the case, at least in my experience with Steph. And I think that's why so many people not only feel indebted to him, but it's the reason why he's beloved as he is out in the Bay. When you see the way he interacts with fans before games, when you see the way he treats, the support staff of the Warriors, just the regular people, that's what sets him apart. And that's what's fun for me to cover him on a daily basis. But it speaks to the point that you're making, not just in the impact that he has in this video with DeChambeau. It's the impact of the character he's shown day after day, year after year.
So he does the Olympics last summer after, hurting his ankle toward the end of the year prior to that. These are the injuries he had last year, okay, coming off that Paris trip. Hip, ankle, knee, cervical issue, knee, thumb. Remember, he had the thumb injury, everyone. The knee. Then he hurt the tailbone on March 20th. And then he had, obviously, the hamstring thing. Are they worried, even in the slight, about his load management heading into this year?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You got to be worried about Steph in those minutes because, Joe, if Steph's not out there, none of it works. We all know it. Anybody who has been around this team, if you're a fan of this team, you could talk about any other player that you want, and everybody is important in their own right. Steph is Steph, and Steph makes it all go. So absolutely they're concerned. Absolutely they're going to watch his minutes, and they have to. But at this point, Steph's like 100 basketball years old. And so I believe that he still has at least one more year at the level that we've seen. But so often, guys, we've seen the decline quickly when somebody can't stay at that level. I think he's done everything he can to maintain his body to a level that he can keep running all over the floor, driving teams crazy. I don't foresee any kind of major injury or concern in that regard, but you can't predict any of that stuff. So, yeah, Joe, if you look at all those injuries, you go, oh, well, yeah, this doesn't look great on paper. All you can ask for is, has he prepared himself every single day for the workload that is still coming his way? And I'll just tell you anecdotally on this last trip in LA and Portland, after every single practice, he went through the exact same routine. He's out there way past anybody else on the floor. He's got the weight bands with Bruce Frazier. He's doing his own weightlifting each day in these gyms. To see the USC basketball team looking at Steph work out on the floor, and then he goes downstairs in their facility and he's doing all his weight training, you're like, this is why this guy is who he is. This is why he's reached the level that he's gotten to. It's work. You want to know why he shoots it so well? Because he takes a zillion shots every single day. So he's done all he can do. Whether he can stay on the floor, we'll see. But if you're a fan of the team, the thing that would make me feel good is he's poured everything in that he can. And that's all you can ask anybody.
Nick Friedel here on the River Islands guest line, covers the Warriors for The Athletic and is our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. All right, Nick, you running the point for the Warriors media team when they go up against the coaching staff, a la the Boston Celtics?
But there's not a chance in hell. They called me Nick the Pick for a reason. That is my name, and since I was 13 years old. So I'm not running any point. My gut would preclude me from being out there for more than 10 or 12 minutes at this point. But I give the group a few minutes if they need me.
I don't know if you heard this, but your boy Matt Steinmetz was dubbed the media Larry Bird from Chris Broussard yesterday. You shocked by that?
I did. I actually did see that. And Spadone, the tweet that got me wasn't even Chris's tweet. It was our old friend Kyle Madsen's, because this is what I respect the hell out of Steiny for. Steiny, unlike so many other media people, doesn't sit there and go, yeah, I can shoot the lights out. I can play. He doesn't say anything. So he lets the other people do the talking for him. So I know that he lit some people up in games back in time, and they remember. And he doesn't need to say anything, because if you're that good, you let your play or your work do the talking.
Just like Nick Friedel did this morning on With the Roast. Nick, good stuff, buddy.
Bud. Guys, it's always great to be with you, and I can't wait for the season.
Let's go. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Doing that all season long. Cousin Nick, our Odyssey NBA insider Joe, he's the best.
Can I just wrap a bow on this Bryson DeChambeau, Steph Curry?
You love this thing.
One of the greatest comments I've ever seen. This is about the break 50, where you go around in a golf course with Bryson. You play as a team. You
Best ball.
You try to break 50, which is the record, that he's always trying to do. And the greatest comment of the whole thing, because they did it. They broke 50. They shot a 49.
Wait, Steph and Bryson did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
From Sambo 400. Katie's going to show up on the 16th hole and say, yup, we did it, guys.
Oh, my God.
Is that the greatest comment ever?
It's disrespectful is what that is.
Come on, that's funny.
The two-time finals MVP.
There's 18 holes in golf, so he would show up at the 16th hole and say that. That's funny.
Well,
come on.
I don't want to be mean-spirited, so I'm just going to keep that comment I just had to myself. I'll tell you off air what it was.
Well,
thanks. If that's the comp, he would have walked off and had a season-ending injury, unfortunately. I know. I had to go there.
So now Will Richards is going to be a part of this jam-packed,
Yeah, we'll see with that. I know Nick's high on Will Richard. We'll see. Just going off what we've seen from rookies in the past.
Yeah, but Steve, when he praises someone, that's how they got Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, and there's been a lot of guys that were randomly they come up. Guy Santos.
Well, I was going to say, is he just going to take the Guy Santos minutes?
Maybe.
But
let's play this out. It sounded to me like he kind of Pods is in there, but maybe Pods this year isn't as big of a role as he's had in the past. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea what to. And he had the great piece, Nick Friedel, on Brandon Pajemski in The Athletic. That's where we got all those sexy quotes from, saying, I want to be the guy that they hand the, passing the baton to.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but if you watch Will Richards at Florida,
national champions, Todd Golden.
He defended at a high level.
Yeah.
And if you want to play opposite Steph in this system, being a combo guard, now he's small too. He's only 6'2" or 6'3".
He's listed at 6'4". Again, we're going back.
What is he listed at?
He's listed at 6'4".
I don't think he's that big.
Okay.
But my point being is that he defends really well. And that is an element that they are dying for, which is perimeter defense. So if he is to crack the rotation and his defense is the thing he hangs his hat on, I could see it. I'm not saying start. I'm just talking about crack the rotation. Dude, it's crowded. Look, let me just read these off.
It's very
GP2,
crowded.
Moody, Melton, Seth, Buddy, Will Richards, and now Kuminga.
I know.
It's a lot of guys for that wing, perimeter spot.
Do you buy that they're as deep as they've ever been? That's kind of what Nick was saying. They feel really good about their depth. I wonder where Warriors fans feel about their depth right now.
Let me ask you, we got to the end of last year. How do we feel about our depth?
That's why I'm bringing it up. Not good. You had to rely on Buddy Hield to be the starter.
Can we acknowledge
something?
They
didn't want him to be the starter for most of the season.
GP2 is a situational player.
Yes.
Okay. Moses Moody's a very streaky player.
Yes.
Melton, just a question mark.
I don't know.
I'm just going to put
Didn't
question
see
mark.
enough of him in a Warriors uniform last year.
Seth, I don't know how they're going to use him, so I'm going to put a question mark on him.
Can shoot the hell out of the ball.
Buddy, streaky as hell.
Yep.
Quentin Post.
Yeah, question mark. Showed flashes.
Yes. Will Richard, question mark. Kuminga, I would put in the streaky category. Yep. So they've got a lot of question marks and streaky players. So I think on any given night, you're going to be clamoring for someone who's either ice cold and you want to see get some run, or a guy who just might be a question mark.
And I think that's where we're getting into this. Do you like go for it, double down on this 2-year window for the trade deadline, which comes up? And again, we're doing a season preview, if you will, but just how it could play out. And that's why a lot of Warriors fans are thinking about, if I'm going all in, then I'm going to trade a lot of these streaky players for established guys that I know are going to be consistent. Because that's what you need in the playoffs, Joe. Consistency, whether it's offensively or defensively.
They've played the Blazers twice. So I've gotten a great look at this guy. Kamara is a baller.
Yeah.
Now, they would never trade him to you.
No.
But that type of a guy, 3-and-D, who's an elite defender on the perimeter, I would trade assets and, guys on this team to get that guy who can do two things really well and fit in your system. But those guys just aren't available.
Right. And another thing I asked Nick, and if you missed any of that interview we just had with Nick Friedel, find it on the YouTube or the Odyssey app. He's our Odyssey NBA insider. We're going to be doing it all year long. Great stuff with Nick Friedel. I asked him, I was like, all right, health aside, you're like the biggest question or concerns, the size. And I feel like we're always talking about that, Joe, no matter what, is the size of this team. And it's a problem till it isn't, if you will. Clearly the size bothered them in that first round series, though. They were up 3-1, so I don't want to lose that. They were up 3-1 in the Houston Rockets.
Athleticism, size.
But that was what they had. They just couldn't shoot the ball, the Rockets.
And, then they did.
Then they did, and they won.
And I thought our perimeter defense really got exposed in the final 3 games of the series. So, I think there's a lot of just unknown right now with the Warriors. Again, I like the team. I really like the team, but there's a lot of unknown with them. And they have a lot of one-way players or streaky players. And that's, to me, that's creating an environment with a lot of frustration. And what I mean is, on any given night, I think the fans are going to be frustrated with some of the rotations.
Oh, by the way, I just knocked over this bobblehead. I'm holding it up right now on the YouTube audience. It's the Best Buddies bobblehead.
That's pretty good.
You like that? You like that?
Jimmy's braids always look so good.
This is like one of they're making really good bobbleheads.
Those are really good.
Remember the detail used to just be like a creative player on the 2K circa 2001, where it's fuzzy in the details. Steiny's looking at it right now with disgust and disdain, because anytime we talk positively about the Warriors, that's just how his face looks. But this is a Jimmy Butler, Buddy Hield, Best Buddies bobblehead. Got to be listening between now and 8:30. We're going to play the sounder, not right now. Don't play it. We've already played it a couple times in preview. And when we play that, you got to call the contest line. But it's a cool bobblehead.
I like that a lot. It's really cool. You can go on YouTube and look at it right now. So someone like Steiny's really old, right? No, I love Steiny. He knows that. And I love his perspective.
Hold on. You got to cut that, Carter, and play that for him on a rejoin.
All right? Just hear me out on this. If I pose to Steiny, you're only allowed to tell the youth about one dynasty.
Oh, God, I know.
The Patriot dynasty or the Celtic dynasty?
He'll say the Celtics. It's not even close. His love
Bill Belichick or Red Auerbach?
Ooh.
Right? Right? I think it's I think it's tougher than you want to give.
I don't know.
He's a little older. He's
I don't
got
know
perspective.
what Red Auerbach's dating history was when he was in his 70s, so I got to look into that in comparison. I don't know. Was he pulling Jordan Hudson's back then in the 60s? I don't know. We'll see.
So I ask Bay Area sports fans, especially the ones that lived a little. You can only tell your grandchildren years from now about one dynasty, the Warrior dynasty or the 80s Niners dynasty, meaning Joe Lacob's era and his run, because he's coming up on 15 years, or Eddie D's, give or take 15 years. You can only tell them about one. Which one are you telling them? It's so tough. You can't pick both. I'm making you pick one. We're coming up on 15 years of Lacob owning the team.
Oh, my God. It's like you're asking the two favorite kids, right? It's like, pick one.
6 championships and won 4 of them.
6.
It's crazy.
4. It has.
Eddie went to 5 and won all 5. We're so lucky.
888-957-9570. Just what's the better run? Just put it right there. What's been the better run?
You have to pick one.
A 15-year run. We're officially coming up on 15 years of Joe Lacob owning the Golden State Warriors. You can only pick one. Now, there is one more title with Eddie D's run, the 5 to the 4, but I do think the Warriors have the player in their favor in all of this. I do.
You're taking Steph over Jerry?
I know.
Joe?
Because I do think Jerry is over Joe in this argument, because I do think Jerry is the greatest football player of all time.
But Joe did it before Jerry, too.
I know. But Jerry also played for another team in the Bay. And I know it's different. And Steph is the guy to unite the entire Bay. Oh, that's a great question.
Let's just have fun with
this. That's a great question.
I think so, too.
There's no wrong answers. How about that? There's no wrong answers.
And you can make an argument. The two defenders, look, Lawrence Taylor's always going to be that guy from the 80s. Ronnie Lott ain't far behind.
Right.
Draymond Green is the defender of his era, right?
Yeah.
And he kind of has
never cut off his pinky, though.
He's got a lot of the Ronnie stuff to him. Clay and Dwight Clark, they're very similar.
Is Dion KD? Is that the comparison?
Love it. I love it. I don't think people hold Kerr in the same regard as Bill Walsh, and I think it's more NFL related than it is other things. But I don't know, man. I think this is a fun little conversation. I don't think there's a wrong answer.
We'll ask Jennifer Lee Chan on the other side because I do want to get the lay of the land of the red and gold now that you brought him up. Is Brock Purdy going to go this Sunday? I don't think it sounds like it. As Joe, you mentioned yesterday, if he's limited, I'm not playing him. Hell, if he's limited, why is he practicing still? That's kind of where you're at. But he was limited participant yesterday, but he was more limited than the other quarterback that's limited, Mac Jones, if you can catch my drift here. So Brock didn't do as much as Mac was able to do yesterday when it comes to going through the motions, going through the routines, which tells me and indicates to me that Mac Jones probably going to start Sunday night against the Falcons. We'll ask Jennifer Lee Chan on the other side about that. But first, injury report time. And I appreciate the dramatic pause from Carter there for the injury report because you know what? You got to hold your breath when it comes to these injuries. Both quarterbacks are limited for the 49ers this week, according to Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy was back at practice yesterday, but his turf toe still has him more limited than Mac Jones, who is dealing with the left knee sprain. The good news is third-string quarterback Adrian Martinez is fully healthy. I do think there's going to be a moment this season where Adrian Martinez is going to have to take some snaps in a regular season game. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, coming up, right out of the break, guys, right out of the break, your chance to win a Best Buddies bobblehead. If you're watching on YouTube right now or Twitch, you could see me holding this bad boy up. Very cool. Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler, sitting at the podium. Coming up right out of the break. Don't go anywhere. Jennifer Lee Chan, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Joe Spadoni here, talking about the Oakland Roots, who have their final game at home Saturday, October 25th against Lexington SC at the Oakland Coliseum. Come on out, show your Oakland pride, and enjoy the energy of an Oakland Roots game. I love it. I've been to multiple games this season. Great environment, great fun. Fun for the whole family, really. I bring my kids. They have a great time. And you're going to have a great time, too. Following the game on October 25th, there will be a performance. Yeah, check this out, Carter. Ruby Red. And then after Ruby Red performs, you get fireworks. Who doesn't love fireworks? Go to oaklandrootssc.com to get your tickets today. You can also watch the game on KTVU Plus or ESPN Plus.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
Are you ready to finally make that dream a reality? Maybe it's updating your kitchen, paying down high-interest credit cards, or covering tuition. Your home is more than where you live. It's also your most powerful asset. At Unlock, we make it simple to turn equity into options. With a home equity agreement, you can access cash today without taking on monthly payments. Imagine the freedom to invest in your home, reduce financial stress, or finally start that big project you've been putting off. It's your home. It's your future. Unlock it today. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Halfway home here on a Thursday. And it is a thirsty Thursday. I am thirsty. I got some coffee brewed. Feeling good. Feeling great. We had Nick Friedel join us last hour talking some Warriors. Preseason almost over. Another game mañana at Chase Center. Warriors, Clippers. And there's a cool giveaway they're doing for the first 10,000 fans there. We've been mentioning it all morning long. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube right now, because you could click on YouTube, watch us on there, watch us on Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer, baby. And as always, Joe, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're going to have Jennifer Lee Chan join us shortly.
Why they pick him?
But before we get to JLC, Dub Nation, Warriors basketball's back. Don't miss your chance to see the Warriors take on the Clippers tomorrow, Chase Center. Be there, be square. First 10,000 fans in attendance will get a Best Buddies bobblehead. Buy your tickets at Warriors.com. But for your chance to score one of those bobbleheads, as I'm holding it up right here for our YouTube and Twitch audience to see, be caller number 5 to the contest line. 415-523-4652. Again, caller number 5 to the contest line. 415-523-4652. And you'll win courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. This thing's sweet.
It is cool. It's really cool. I do want one.
I don't know if we have extras. I'm going to keep this one, though.
Diehard Warrior fan over there.
I'm a big, Benny's a diehard Stephen Curry fan, as we were talking about.
Yeah, but that's
Steph.
Jimmy and Buddy.
Yeah, but like they're teammates of Steph, so their aura has rubbed off on them, and now Steph's aura is a part of Jimmy and Buddy. So there you go. Not your buddy, guy. Dude, this is, I'm telling you, we've gotten amazing with the bobblehead, like the features and everything. This looks just like them. Dude, Joe, like seriously, do you remember the bobbleheads like 2000, 2001? Yeah. Their faces look nothing like what they actually look like. Like a Barry Bonds bobblehead? Please. Looked like it was molded out of Play-Doh.
I don't even know if there is a Barry Bonds bobblehead out there.
No?
I mean, there might be. I don't remember one.
Well, there's a lot of wrong answers only in the chat with a Barry Bonds bobblehead, I'm sure, what it would look like. I know you're scoffing there. It is nice to be talking about Warriors basketball, though, as we were like knee deep in all the 49ers and the quarterback talk and Mac Jones. We'll get into it with Jennifer Lee Chan here momentarily, covers the team for NBC Sports Bay Area. But it's so refreshing to talk about the Warriors, Joe. I know it ended horribly, and it was Steph, and it was the hamstring, and I don't know, man. It's fun to have optimism about the team heading into this season.
What's more frustrating, though, talking about Kuminga's contract for 8 months or the 49ers wide receiver stuff over the last 2 years?
Oh, God. I mean, the Kuminga one only because people are so angry about it.
What are they angry?
No, they're just angry. You say Jonathan Kuminga, people get upset.
Angry about it.
They're either angry in favor of him or angry because they can't stand him. It's just anger. Brandon Ayuk, like there was some like people getting like disgruntled and like upset. And then it was more just like, damn, his knee got shredded. And then it was like, this whole season sucked, right? Like there was more of that. And he was kind of the poster child for it. And then that was where fans were at with that. And it sucks that we might not be able to see him like at his strongest ever again. Like we don't know. Like we're talking about Fred Warner, he dealing with a season-ending injury, dislocating his ankle. I don't know if he's ever going to look the same again. How could you know with some of these things? Like we're all just saying, hey, Nick Bosa, hey, third ACL tear, he's going to be fine. How do you know that? I don't know. So to put any expectations on these guys coming back, like they're just automatically going to be perfect again, I think is a little insane, personally. As we're monitoring Brock Purdy's toe, Joe, and what's going on there. I know I took it in your question to me and ran with it a little bit.
Okay.
But like, just how we talk about injuries, I think is kind of insane as fan base. I know we want to be positive all the time, and I get that, but it puts
be realistic.
It puts an unfair expectation on these guys when they do come back. Like, I'm judging. How are we going to judge Brock Purdy going forward? I really don't know. I don't. When he does come back, I don't know.
I don't know. I was looking at the video. I think it looks, of him throwing yesterday, it looks like it's the left foot. No one has asked what foot it is.
Oh, we haven't? I guess that's true. We haven't really.
Or maybe they haven't disclosed what foot it is.
Have they said like the planting foot?
Nothing.
Okay.
So we don't know if it's left or right, but I thought it was left. I wrote down a bunch of numbers. What was that?
We got her. JLC, you wrote down a bunch of numbers. You want to mention those before we get to Jennifer Lee Chan?
I wrote down a bunch of numbers, and we can get to Jennifer Lee Chan here in a second. But, like, Kendrick Bourne in 2 games has more yards than Juwan Jennings had in 2 of his 4 seasons in the NFL.
That's pretty insane.
Before this year.
And, of course, Juwan Jennings then, he was behind the likes of Ayuk, Debo.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to hate on him. I'm just saying, like, in 2 games, like, that's how prolific Kendrick Bourne has been. It's crazy.
And why has Kendrick Bourne been the number 1 target for some of those? Well, Juwan Jennings either not being there or too busy yelling at the head coach on the sideline.
Well, that and Mac Jones, the synergy.
There you go. By the way, you mentioned it. Jennifer Lee Chan joins us now on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. And let's pick it up right there. Jennifer, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. What did you make of the Juwan Jennings, Kyle Shanahan back and forth, them yelling at each other, them kind of, Kyle poo-pooing it, Juwan saying, hey, you got to ask Kyle about it. And do you think that's going to have lingering effects going forward?
I think generally with Kyle, it's kind of one and done. So he's over it, and I think Juwan should be as well. But there was definitely some serious conflict that lasted longer than 1 or 2 plays. They were definitely kind of jawing at each other for several minutes during the game. And it didn't seem to calm down much, but Juwan Jennings didn't go back out in the game. So it's not like he was like, okay, you're done for the day. He went back out there and had 1 catch, but not what we've seen from Juwan in the past. I don't know whether that has been an issue for him. I have no idea, but Juwan has been out of practice, and all he wants is to play. He's got bonus incentives in his contract now, so getting out there on the field is really important to him financially.
So you said he wants to get out there? I didn't get clarity. Did he practice yesterday, Juwan?
He did practice. He did practice yesterday in a limited fashion, so he was out there.
Okay, and Ricky Pearsall did not?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, so right now, if you had to make a guess, who are their wideouts on Sunday night?
I think that's what you've been seeing in the past. I think it is Juwan Jennings, Kendrick Bourne. Sky Moore was working on the side field, so I think he'll be out there to return. Potentially Jordan Watkins will do that. He was also out there. He hasn't been out there in a while with a calf injury, so he was out there also limited fashion, but it's going to be Marquez Valdez-Scantling. It's going to be DeMarcus Robinson, Juwan, and Kendrick. So that's what you're probably going to see on Sunday night.
Okay, now get into the quarterback. I saw some videos of Brock Purdy kind of throwing or whatever. Did he do rollouts? Did he, did he sprint? Did he cut? Like, I don't know. When people say limited participant, most of us fans don't have a feel for like what that looks like.
He did the usual stuff. Again, Mac Jones has taken the first rep, so usually that kind of indicates who could start. So when we asked Kyle Shanahan, who is more limited, Brock is more limited with the toe than Mac Jones is with the knee and the obliques. So both of them are kind of banged up, but I think Mac Jones is going to get another start on Sunday.
What foot is it for Brock Purdy?
I think it's his right, but no one's ever specified. But I do think it's his right toe, which, his push-off toe. So that makes a huge difference in his throws and his mechanics. And so remember Trey Lance and the finger. No one wants to have a small injury like that change a body mechanic of a quarterback because that can be detrimental in the long run. So, they don't want to put Brock out there before it's time. So I think it's going to be Mac Jones again on Sunday night.
Talking to Jennifer Lee Chan here on the River Islands guest line, Morning Roast, Spadoni and Shasky. Jennifer covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area, does a hell of a job. She's been at all the practices. She is very tapped in on the lay of the land down there. And Jennifer, the big talking points obviously been the quarterbacks and what to expect from them. And, Kyle, seems to love what Mac Jones is doing. How could you not, given where he was prior to this season as a backup? Like, I don't know. Would you guess that Brock is back? Like, if you had to guess, educated, you don't know here. Yeah, next week, Texans, the week after against the Giants. I only say that because the trade deadline is fastly approaching, and I wonder where this team feels like they're at. Are they closer to being buyers, sellers? I know I'm throwing a lot at you right now, Jennifer, but where would you guess, Brock Purdy would return?
I mean, I think if he does more this week, the fact that he's limited and not out this week makes it look like he's on his way back. So potentially next week or the week after. I know they want to be careful with him, but the fact that he's limited this week and he is throwing, I think that does help. I would say next week at the earliest. So trade deadline-wise, now it just depends on if they win this week and they win the next week, then yes, I think, okay, then they got a chance. But they're not in a situation where one player puts them over the top. In 2019, one player put them over the top. It was Emmanuel Sanders, and it did change the dynamics of the whole team, right? So getting Emmanuel Sanders did push them towards the playoffs and into the Super Bowl. And Chase Young was 2023. He was the guy that they thought was going to push them over the edge. He had a great Super Bowl, not a great, playoff run. But I think, when you're looking at the roster, is there one player that's going to push them over the top? I don't know. I think they need two or three. So that might be too expensive for them to do that. Reading between the lines of what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday, or either yesterday or Monday, it was like, yeah, we're always looking, but, we're not in the same position as we were in 2019 or 2023. So I don't know if they do it, but if they win the next 2 or 3 games, then maybe they do. Then it's, okay, you've got a chance, a bigger chance. So then maybe one player or two player does push you over the edge. But at this point, I think they're just kind of going to see how it goes.
What's going on with George Kittle at practice? What's he able to do?
He did everything that he normally does in that early portion of practice that's open. I mean, we only get to watch the first 15 minutes where they're doing kind of, their calisthenics with the training staff. They do positional drills. He looked like himself when he was running and catching passes from Mac Jones and Brock Purdy, so that's a good sign. He didn't look, he is listed as limited, but he didn't look like he was not doing things that he normally does in pre-practice. He was doing everything that we've seen him in the past.
Okay. What's going on with Brandon Ayuk? Is his window ever going to open up here? Is it just kind of, we don't know? Will we see him potentially before the deadline?
Kyle Shanahan said on Monday that potentially, the target date is week 10. So we're still a few weeks off. This is a year anniversary. Week-wise, it was week 7 last year when he tore his ACL, MCL, and suffered that cartilage damage. And it's a devastating, horrific injury. It's crazy to me that Malik Mustafa is back on the field already with the ACL injury. He healed so fast. I know it was a graft that tore. But, everybody wants Brandon Ayuk to be back on the field. It's been a long road. He's, John Lynch said he's out on the practice field rehabbing, but it's just, that one's a tough one to come back from because there was so much complication in the knee injury. So they want him to come back, of course, and they hope so, but it's not until, they don't have a timeline yet. So the target date is hopefully around week 10.
Jennifer, what do you think the ceiling is on this season right now? I think that's where a lot of Niner fans are looking okay, how many more big blows can we take? Bosa out for the year. Fred Warner out for the year. We've missed Kittle for basically the entire season outside of a half. We've missed our starting quarterback. We played $200+ million for most of the games this season. And somehow, some way, they are 4-2. But what do you think is, I know, it's crazy. What do you think the ceiling is on this team and this squad right now?
It's a lot to be seen right now. Fred Warner's a huge loss. Tatum Bethune, I thought, did a nice job. But there were a lot of mistakes on the defense during the game, missed assignments. And so whether they can clean that up with Tatum Bethune and D. Winters behind the defensive line, they're going to have to play all 11. So, they need to have everybody contribute. They need to, and Bijan Robinson this Sunday is going to be a tough one. So the defensive line needs to really stop the run and help out Tatum Bethune and D. Winters because, Fred Warner obviously does it all, and he's one of the best players in the league. And for him to be, out for the season is a huge blow. But they have a lot of space. Christian McCaffrey told me yesterday, he's like, these guys run hard, they play fast, they hit. He's like, I'm excited to see what they have to do. So, I think this next game where we see what Tatum Bethune and D. Winters can do out there without Fred, that's the true test. So then you can kind of gauge a little bit more how they'll look the rest of the season. The thing about Fred Warner is that he's such a leader that everything he does and says still lingers even when he's not in the locker room. The fact that he spoke to the team after the injury and was positive, I think that means a lot to the team. That they are still riding on that, okay, Fred Warner says that we have to keep fighting, that we have to keep playing hard. And, you know, for him to be positive in the light of the injury that he had, I think that impacts the team so much. And so, you know, as much as his leadership can kind of linger in his absence, I think that will help. But Sunday is going to be a true test, and we'll kind of see where they are at that point on Sunday night. Then we'll kind of know what the barometer will be for the rest of the season.
Talking to Jennifer Lee Chen here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Jennifer covers the 49ers, NBC Sports Bay Area. Jennifer, what are they saying in Kyle Shanahan and the coaching staff about Michael Williams this season? First-round pick, number 11 overall out of Georgia. A lot of expectations for this guy. It's kind of their highest draft pick in a long time. And what have they made, like Kyle Shanahan, some of the defensive staff, Chris Kasarik, what have you, about his development this season?
They really like what he's done. He had a little bit of a setback with the hyperextension of the knee, so you know that kind of set him back a little bit. The more reps he gets, the better he keeps getting. You know, he got his first sack on Sunday, which is great. I think a lot of it for young guys, and especially in this position, you know, especially as a first-round draft pick, it takes a little while to get their confidence. You know, there's a lot of pressure on a first-round pick, and even more pressure with Nick Bosa being gone. Now there's so much responsibility on the rest of the defensive line to stop the run, to get pressure. And he's not necessarily, you know, a guy who gets a ton of sacks. He's a guy who stops the run. He stops the middle. And so for him to be able to, they don't want to put too much on him, but for him to stay in the middle and stop the run, which would be a test on Sunday, you know, I think his confidence is going to go up as long as he keeps making plays. And they've liked his development so far. Just, you know, the medical issues coming out, like after that hyperextension, it always sets the player back, especially a rookie. You know, it's a big transition from college to the NFL, and he's going to get there. It's just going to take him a little bit of time, but he's, you know, you see progress every week.
So one, like, under-the-radar roster thing that's been driving me insane for about a month now, like Luke Gifford. I don't get why they keep suiting him up. They keep telling me he's great on special teams, yet their special team sucks, and they refuse to play the 75th overall pick in Nick Martin. Like, is this kid going to play? The third round is where you plug and play players. I want to see him on the field. Is there any indication that Nick Martin might get suited up this week?
I actually asked Kyle Shanahan that yesterday when he spoke, and he said now Nick Martin's got an opportunity. He's been a healthy scratch, and yes, they want him to get out there and do more, but he's going to have a chance now. So I would think that you see a little bit more from Nick Martin. Maybe he's active for game day because Fred Warner is out. I know they also want him to progress in the right way, right? They want to get him out there and have his confidence be high and not, you know, go out there and not be ready. And then sometimes those types of bumps along the road can impact a rookie. So not saying that that's the case, but I know they want him to be confident enough to go out there and really be able to show what he's capable of. So I would think that his opportunity is coming up now that Fred Warner is out for the season, but we'll see on Sunday.
Hey, Jennifer, great stuff this morning. We really appreciate it, and hopefully we can do it again soon.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you guys soon.
There she goes. Jennifer Lee Chan covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area and joined us on the River Islands Guest Line.
She's great.
She is.
I really like Jennifer. She's succinct, gives you great information, insights. She's on it. She really pays attention in practice. Like, I have tremendous respect for her. Like, the Nick Martin thing is driving me insane. This is a defense that was god-awful last year.
Yeah.
No, god-awful.
Well, they were starting Devondre Campbell.
Which is criminal. No, it's criminal. And this thing like, well, D. Winters wasn't ready, and Devondre Campbell is terrible. I don't care if he's not ready.
Give me whatever mistakes D. Winters is throwing out there over whatever the hell Devondre Campbell was. He wasn't giving me anything.
Marquise Siegel is making a lot of mistakes right now, right? I would much rather watch Marquise Siegel than watch Jair Brown.
Yeah.
I would.
Which is kind of crazy because, God, the stock was so high on Jair coming out, too. Tig Brown, man.
Well, you got to play these guys to, like, get a feel for what they are. Luke Gifford, this argument that, like, well, we had to sign Luke Gifford. We got to make our special teams good. Right now, let me ask you, what's the more dire unit for this team? What is really winning and losing games to them right now? And I know special teams is important, but what's more important? Their base defense.
Yes.
Getting pressure on the quarterback.
I haven't really even worried. Like, I know special teams is a worry, but ever since Piñeiro's been here, like that part of it, it's like, okay, I don't have to worry about field goal kicks anymore. That's nice. Now, the return game, that's another question mark. But But Joe, they got Bijan Robinson coming on Sunday. You better believe it's that defensive front in that middle of that defense.
They better get creative and just get some speed and some hitters out on the field. Luke Gifford scares no one.
No.
Right? And so, I want to see Nick Martin play. I don't care if he over pursues. He might take somebody's head off. You know what this team needs in the worst way right now? A guy who could separate someone from the ball and create a turnover. And what I know won't happen, Luke Gifford making a play.
Well, especially now.
I'm not picking on him. It's just, watch the games.
Especially now Fred Warner. Fred Warner was that guy, and he's gone. You're not going to replace Fred Warner, but can you give me someone that's at least closer as an athlete to him? Because Gifford's, he's a stiff. Let's just be honest. He doesn't have the lateral quickness. He's out there whiffing. I always see missed tackles from him. He's not giving me anything. Give me Nick Barton. Give me the upside. You know what, Michael Williams? Yeah, it's been up and down, but you know what? He's going to have a major test this Sunday, and I feel better about him in the middle of that defense right now than I do Yetur Gross-Matos, right?
If I hear about that name one more time, my head's going to explode. He stinks too.
Great contract there.
I'm tired of hearing about journeyman players who aren't good, who are constantly injured, how they're going to make this, they're going to make a leap.
I think this is going to be a big test for Michael Williams. I'm actually excited for him to see because he is a Georgia native, went to the University of Georgia, Atlanta coming into town. Best player in football for my money right now is Bijan Robinson, what he's been able to do, running, pass catcher. If he wants to be a quarterback, as Baldy said, he probably could do that if he wanted to. He is unbelievable. It's going to be their biggest test as far as a run game is concerned is this Sunday. And if Michael Williams, if he is looked at as that guy to stop the run, no bigger test than Bijan Robinson. I'm looking for him to have a good performance this Sunday.
Look, they took Upton Stout 100, okay, and they took Nick Martin 75th overall. And I'm going to pound the table on this. I wanted a running back. And, I get why you took a linebacker. Believe me, I understand it. But you need to suit him up if you took him. The New York Giants took Cam Scatterbo after both of those picks. And I loved him. We all loved him coming out.
We were talking
it was the most layup pick of all time for Shanahan.
We were talking about Arizona State football on our airwaves. I'm sure Nahigian didn't like that day. But we do because it's Scatterbo. It was incredible.
There are other guys that have made contributions that have been drafted later. The wide receiver Royals, who's making plays for Kansas City. He was drafted after both of those players. And look, Kansas City is a unique situation, but there's, the safety for the Jets who's playing more, who's a Bama guy. There are a lot of impact players that are taken in the third and fourth rounds. And right now, Upton Stout is playing, which is good, but he's not contributing a lot. And they have Chase Lucas, who I wonder who's better currently right now. They also took Jordan Watkins in the fourth round. Right? And that's a wide receiver who has yet to see the field. So you're looking at CJ West, rotational, D-tackle currently. Upton Stout, kind of getting cooked. But at least he's playing. And I'm okay with that. But Nick Martin hasn't even suited up. That's preposterous. What are we doing? It's preposterous.
This is what Kyle Shanahan had to say yesterday, speaking to the media before we hit this break, on all the injury updates.
All right, injuries for today. We got Yetur knee, hamstring will be out. Ricky knee will be out. Sky Moore ankle will be out. Trent Williams vet day. Christian vet day. Jordan Watkins calf limited. Brock Purdy toe limited. Mac Jones knee oblique limited. Pooney knee limited. Kevin Givens pec limited. Juwan Jennings ankle rib shoulder limited. Renardo Green neck limited. CJ West thumb limited. George Kittle hamstring limited. Clea Davis hand limited.
A lot of limited there.
Can you just go to the beginning? I'm going to start counting. Go. Right, let's go.
One,
go to the beginning. Go.
2, 3, go.
All right, injuries for today. We got Yetur knee, hamstring will be out. Ricky knee will be out. Sky Moore ankle will be out. Trent Williams vet day. Christian vet day. Jordan Watkins calf limited. Brock Purdy toe limited. Mac Jones knee oblique limited. Pooney knee limited. Kevin Givens pec limited. Juwan Jennings ankle rib shoulder limited. Renardo Green neck limited. 12. CJ West thumb limited. George Kittle hamstring 14. Limited. Clea Davis hand 15. Limited.
Ankle, rib, shoulder. What is this? Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
Okay, that doesn't even include Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and those. There are 15 guys he named.
We're not laughing at these players being hurt. We're laughing at the absurdity of the situation.
You have a 53-man roster. 15 of their 53 are in some capacity, really injured. How many others are this is ridiculous?
So, guys, really quick, as we were, prepping for the show yesterday, I did a deep dive through our sound sheet. That was the second longest injury update that we have cut from Kyle Shanahan this year. The longest was a couple weeks ago, but that's just how absurd these things are getting. There are so many long-winded injury reports.
You know who's not on that list? Isaac Guerrero and Brian Robinson. Those guys can't sniff a carry right now.
None. Yeah, but we can give the guy with bilateral Achilles tendonitis like 500 touches.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Like Isaac Guerrero on special teams, like is just.
Well, they pulled him out to kick returns, Joe. Did you hear Shanahan? He said this yesterday.
We just wanted to give B-Rob an opportunity. Nothing overly bad for Isaac to lose it or anything, but nothing overly good to keep it. So we want to give someone else a shot, see how it went, and something we'll keep evaluating.
You know, that's how he feels about special teams in general. Not overly bad, not overly good, just meh. That's like Kyle Shanahan to a T when it comes to special teams. All right, let's break.
You know what, though? I do want to get into something regarding their wide receivers. Ricky's got to get back on the field.
They miss him.
No, like he really does, to salvage their draft from last year.
Because it's not looking good at all. This year's draft, by the way.
Well, we can get into that because we're facing a guy in Atlanta who isn't playing as much as Michael, but has had more impact.
And that's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Is Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, y'all, it's Willard and Dibs. Today at 5, it is back.
Yep.
Not quite yet Warrior basketball, but Steve Kerr.
Which is awesome. It's the precursor to actual basketball and a great interview, the best in the Bay.
No one's better at talking it out. Maybe he'll be cooking. Maybe he'll be out about town. Maybe his dog will appear. Dogs are barking.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any offer or combo meal.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Still spending on search ads, hoping to capture new customers? The truth is, search reaches people who already know your brand and is rapidly being replaced by AI. If you want real growth, you need to get in front of new customers on streaming TV, where attention is high on their favorite programming. Viant has proven technology to reach the right customers on the best programming, delivering real outcomes. Want better results? Visit ViantCTV.com today.
Dubs fans, it's time to score big at Cordelia RV Center. Every new 2025 RV must go before year's end with deals you won't see again. Don't wait. Hit the road in style and save thousands. Located at 680 and I-80 in Fairfield or online at CordeliaRV.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. Here's your starting lineup for the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. At A chair, 5'11", from San Francisco State University, Joe Spadoni. And in the B chair, 5'10", from Reardon High School, Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky.
Who the hell is that?
He literally just said his name.
I didn't have my headphones on.
He literally just said it. Sam, you want to educate this man?
That there, Joseph, was our own Steve Scott, our friend over at KCBS. He anchors the morning news from 5:30 to 10, and he is the PA voice at Chase Center. So yesterday I went up to Steve and said, hey, Steve, you have a great voice. I'd love you to record some rejoins. And since he's done PA work for so long, guys, this is the same guy who introduced Michael Jordan and the rest of the Chicago Bulls during their entire run.
Mm-hmm.
So the same guy who introduced that great Bulls team is now introducing the starting lineup for the morning roast. And so, yeah, I thought that would be really cool.
Very cool. And he also did some work at Madison Square Garden. So the guy's been all over the place when it comes to Showtime. And I mean the biggest of the big. It doesn't get any bigger than Michael Jordan. I don't care who's playing for the Knicks because they don't really have anyone. But Madison Square Garden and Stephen Curry.
I love
and
that.
then he's got Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
So, you know, like...
It's like the Mount Rushmore.
Every time I would go out into, like, public and I'd be with Bonte, people were like, huh, guy's like 5'2". Because, like, Bonte's a giant.
Yeah, he's really tall.
And it makes me look like
Tiny.
I'm minuscule.
No.
Not that I'm large. I'm not by any means.
We're not.
But I'm average height.
Actually, you're above average height. I think the average male height globally is like 5'8".
Is it really?
I think so, something like that. There's a lot of, as they call them now, Joe, there's a lot of short kings these days.
Regardless, like... It's just funny when I see these things. Well, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, you're taller." I'm like, "I'm not tall, but I'm definitely tiny compared to Bonte, who is the largest human being you've ever met besides Carter."
It's funny you bring that up. I was watching, I think it was the Kittle podcast. I don't know what it's called. Him and his wife, and they had Christian McCaffrey on. And Christian McCaffrey, a lot of people walk up to him and say, "Wow, you're actually a lot taller than I thought."
No, he is tall,
and he says it. He's like, it's a blessing and a curse when you work with Cam Newton, because Cam is literally the biggest person you've ever seen. So it's just Cam being massive, not me being short, but I look short in comparison. What? Cam even makes, and George Kittle brought this up to me, he's like, dude, Cam made me feel small as a tight end.
Is he 6.5, 6 feet, not 6'1", 6 foot?
Christian McCaffrey, it's listed at 5'11".
No, he's a full bigger. 6 feet.
He's like probably 6 feet.
Yeah, he's a full 6 feet for sure.
And Cam is like 6'5", 6'6", chiseled out of granite, like the biggest person you've ever seen. Even today, I don't know if you've seen him up close. It's huge.
So when you see some of the OG quarterbacks, I've said this probably 50 times.
With his hat, he's 7 feet tall. It's true.
Yeah, that's pretty good. No, Carson Palmer, me and my boy Crow saw him at the USC Gonzaga basketball game. He comes walking by, and he's like, "Carson." They had, chemistry or whatever together.
Is that when Bronny was on the team?
He had the heart condition, so he didn't play. He just did warm-ups.
Yeah.
Anyway, long story short, is Carson Palmer comes by, and I'm like, dear God, whatever his listed height is, he is humongous. He's one of the largest people I've ever seen in my life. And it's the head and the hands and the shoulders, everything. And he's not heavy by any means. He's just thick.
6'5", he's listed 240. This is Carson Palmer, big guy.
He was huge, and he was in shape. He was not this is retired, out of shape. Carson Palmer looked incredible. And I was like, that is one of the largest human beings I've ever seen in my life.
Same. They're listed at the same build. Same with Cam. Cam's 6'5", 245, and they're just...
Think of how big that, it's humongous.
And you come off in a weird way as taller when you are more chiseled or like beefcake.
For sure.
Not when you're skinny, right? Because you've seen, Brock Osweiler is a guy that's really tall, right? But not really big. You just saw he's 6'6", whatever he is. Brock Osweiler, obviously former quarterback of the Broncos and Texans. I think he does work now for ESPN. Maybe we'll reach out to Brock next week as they play the Houston Texans.
You know who's low-key really big? Is Brock Purdy's lower body is insanely big.
It is, but he's not tall at all.
He's got girth?
Not at all.
At all.
But girthy-wise, oh my God.
Yeah.
He's got a rugby player build, which is what I would describe. So my cousin played rugby, and we were at the golf course at the driving range, and boom, Brock Purdy's there. And we go up. My cousin John's probably 6'3". He's a little shorter than Bonte, but he's big. He's a big boy. And he was towering over Purdy. I couldn't believe it. I was like, damn.
Well, it's pretty incredible as I watch other guys, and we're talking about just size in the NFL and why, Brock Purdy, just because Brock Purdy's getting hurt right now doesn't mean, it's height exclusive. We were talking about Cam Newton. Guy got hurt a lot, got put himself in harm's way. These things happen, whether he's 6'5", 5'10", 6 foot, all the ends of the spectrum. But I look at a player like Jaden Daniels, who's going through some injuries right now. He's listed at 6'4", but when I see him on TV, he's so skinny that he looks he looks frail. He
needs to fill out.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I don't know. It's an interesting conversation.
I said that about Lamar years ago. He's going to probably have to fill out, and he's gotten way stronger.
Strong, yes,
but he's still wiry.
Right.
That would be but when he's shredded. Don't get me wrong. He's completely shredded. But he's not as thick lower body as you would think he would for a guy who's a runner.
And even a guy and I always tell people this, Tom Brady, it's God, well, you look at the combine, you look at how he looks, he's this gangly thing. No, Tom Brady is a big person.
He's huge.
If you look at Tom Brady, just up close,
he's huge.
What is he listed as right here? He's 6, what is he?
I bet he's 6'4.5".
6'4".
Yeah.
6'4", 230. He's a big guy, and that's what he always underrated his arm strength. He's got a hell of an arm. Well, that's how he was able to play till he was 45.
I look at someone like Aaron Rodgers, who's only 6'2", and when Peyton Manning and Tom Brady did that golf thing, when they remember the match,
yeah.
I mean, they were towering over him.
Yep,
towering over him.
Yep,
it's crazy.
And Mac Jones, as we're talking about height mattering sometimes, Mac Jones being a little bit taller. It matters somewhat in the passing game. What are you laughing at over there? What are you chuckling about as you're coughing?
The YouTube chat is I mean...
Come on.
I'm not reading them.
Oh, you're not? So is it X-rated?
There's a lot of growers and not showers.
A lot of girthy.
That's not air-appropriate comments there.
As he just said, growers, not showers. I wonder what he's talking about.
Stop it.
This Sunday night, this is what I'm talking about, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale starting at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games on, and the Beer Garden, the Beer Garden, going to be rocking with a DJ and bartenders serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. And if you're going to the game, are you okay over there? Jesus, get some coffee.
I think
or
a
something.
poppy seed went down the wrong windpipe.
Oh, I hate when that happens. You can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first serve. Go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, and sign up now. That's 957thegame.com. All right, before we hit the break, Joe, you mentioned something you wanted to get into in regards to the wide receivers. Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, what you got?
Well, I just, if 2 years ago I said to you, wow, we have the ideal wide receiver situation. It's like we got Debo and we got Ayuk, right? That was 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't know whether, the team was going to pay Ayuk. I think a lot of people wanted them to. Question was how much. You felt really good. You had Juwan as your number 3. You had Ray McLeod as your number 4.
Ray, special teamer.
You just felt really good about where you were as a team when it comes to wide receiver. And then, you flash forward a couple of years, and it's like, dude, they're in salary cap asset hell because of all of the stuff that they've invested into wide receivers. Okay, we know about the dead cap hit for Debo, right?
Yep.
You basically traded him away for a bag of chips. Now you got Marquise Siegel. We'll see if he ends up being good, but you're eating a lot of that money. And then Brandon Ayuk, you paid a ton of money. They were on the doorstep of trading him to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We could argue, and I would listen to both sides of should they have or should they have not traded him away. If they were going to trade him, they should have done it at the draft. They didn't. So at that point, it was like, well, you better pay him, right? Because if you trade, you're only getting draft picks that can't help you till next year.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up keeping him. He got off to a slow start, and the unfortunate result of him getting injured, it is no one's fault. It sucks. It just sucks. Well, now you have a ton of money dumped into Brandon Ayuk, all right? Last year, at the draft, when you didn't trade Brandon Ayuk, and you kind of knew, looking down the barrel, one of the 2 receivers would have to go, you took a wide receiver first overall, 20 whatever, and that is our guy, Ricky Pearsall.
Slick Rick.
Who I think we can all agree, if he's healthy, he can be good.
No, he's been one of the bright spots this season. They really miss him out there. They missed him last week, quite frankly.
I mean, Joe, he's on pace right now for playing in 11, 10 games.
I know.
That's not good enough.
No, it's not. And what was the conversation you had about his former college coach at Arizona State? Because remember, he transferred to Florida from Arizona State. Herm Edwards, former coach there, former NFL coach of the Jets, he said you got to protect Ricky from Ricky because he likes to overwork and he can hurt himself doing that. And he had some hamstring problems back in college.
So I'm going to grant him a little bit of leeway because I want to see if he can get back onto the field. But they need him bad, so bad.
Which is a good thing because there was quite major question marks heading into the season.
Yeah, is he even good?
Yeah.
Right? And I think we all know, oh, no, when he's out there, he's good. But he's got to get out there. You also drafted Jacob Cowing. Can't even make the field.
I honestly have even forgotten the name. It's Jacob Cowing, it's crazy.
Yeah, so he can't even make the field. Then you had Juwan Jennings and the contract saga. You didn't really, budge on that. You gave him this incentive-laden deal, apparently, and the incentives, he's probably not – he's got 130 yards right now. 130 yards. He's not hitting nothing.
$130.
I know, I'm struggling over here.
You're getting through there.
With these
does someone need to get you a pop? Do you have water over there? Just go. Hey, you know what? You want to hear from a wide receiver, Joe? One being TJ Hushmanzada, who joined Willard Dibs yesterday.
Sure.
He had some good thoughts on just the wide receivers in general, where we like to talk about them, because Mark Schlereth actually said something that ruffled some feathers for fans that are wide receivers. And we'll get into that as well. Mark Schlereth, former offensive lineman, TJ Hushmanzada, former NFL wide receiver. But this is Hoosh talking about wide receivers and impacting games.
We get the ball as receivers 6 to 10 times a game if you're lucky. There's 60 plays a game. And so the opportunities that you have to make an impact in a game are not very high, the percentages. When you feel like you can impact the game, it bothers you when you're not given an opportunity. And I don't understand why other people on your team don't understand that. If I suck or I'm not helping the team. You don't see the guys that can help the team crying for the ball. They know they're not good enough. It's the good players because they know they can help the team more than they're helping the team.
And obviously they brought him on to talk about the Juwan Jennings deal, and Juwan Jennings yelling because he feels like he can help the team right now, getting into a sideline yelling match with his head coach, Kyle Shanahan. So, you know, as we're talking about wide receivers, Joe, they just, you can't expect this team to go out with Kendrick Bourne, Demarcus Robinson, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Jake Tonjes, and just expect that it's just going to keep being okay.
Well,
it's not.
Look, you got away with like drafting those skill position players, and they were really prolific.
Yeah.
I just think we've reached a point with the D-line and the wide receivers. Like, we need these guys to produce, like really bad, these draft picks to produce, because you can't just keep pouring assets into it. Like right now, you are on the hit for, if we're just looking at cash that you give to a player, okay? Cash that you give to a player in any given year. I mean, Ricky Pearsall is making, you know, not that lot of money, but you invested a first-round pick in him.
Yep.
You don't even want to know what Brandon Ayuk's making on the disabled list right now, or whatever they call it, the injured reserve. It's not good. You also are paying Trent Taylor to not play and Jacob Cowing to not play. Like, that's not good. Juwan Jennings, he gave him an extension a couple years ago. You keep pouring assets. And then we have the guy this year in Jordan Watkins who also can't get on the field. You also signed a multi-year deal to Demarcus Robinson. And you still had to bring in Valdez-Scantling and now Kendrick Bourne.
Well, and the guy that we all knew that needed to get paid came off a second-team All-Pro season as a pass catcher, not a wide receiver, different conversation. But George Kittle, you've only had like a quarter of football, basically.
I'll throw him to the side.
I know,
he's a tight end.
But
I'm just going wide receiver.
But I'm
Joe,
just saying.
First-round pick, okay? Ayuk, tons of money. Debo, you gave tons of money, and now he's gone and off the team. Jennings, you gave him the highest-paid third wide receiver contract in the league, and it's been a debacle. Like, some of this is out of their control. It's just been kind of a nightmare wide receiver is where I'm going at with all this. Like a complete, utter nightmare.
The fact that Mac Jones has looked this good, given that,
I hadn't even thought of that.
Pretty incredible, Joe. Don't take my word for it. That's what Greg Cosell had to say about Mac Jones's performance last week, even with the offensive line struggles and the revolving door at wide receiver.
I think the O-line has been struggling. I don't think that's a profound, I mean, in some ways it's a Captain Obvious statement. I don't think I'm telling you guys anything that fans watching don't know. I think the interior three are struggling in particular. Pooney did not have a good game this week. I don't think Brendel's played as well as he's had in the past. So I think ultimately it's a concern. But going a step further, I came away from watching the offensive tape. I felt Mac Jones played a great game. Given the situation, given that he was under pressure quite a bit, I thought he played at a really, really high level in this game.
That was Greg Cosell on yesterday with Willard Dibs. Great. Not a good game. He thought Mac Jones played great. Now, great is hard to say when you have those 2 interceptions that he had. So that's why I think we were saying, hey, he was pretty good. But great, you lost the turnover battle. And those were killers. They just were, flat out. So, Greg Cosell talking about that. There's more from TJ Houshmandzadeh I want to get into, because I thought this was a funny back and forth. But before we get to what TJ said, we have to go back to what Mark Schlereth said on Willard Dibs crushing with the guests this week. I got to give him credit, man. Willard Dibs, just Schlereth, Cosell, Houshmandzadeh, great stuff there. Mark Schlereth, Super Bowl champion, offensive lineman, Odyssey insider, does game for Fox Sports, on Willard and Dibs this week, talking about wide receivers and the drama that is Juwan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan.
Receivers are like children. A lot of them, not all of them, but most of them are like the diva ones are like children. One, you're completely dependent. 10 other guys have to do their job exceptionally well for you to sniff a ball. And 2, you guys whine and piss and moan if you're not fed. You're just like toddlers. And it's incredible. And like I've said this many times, if you're going to whine and piss and moan, what I would like to do is take you down to one-on-one offensive line versus defensive line and let some defensive tackles put you in a guard and let defensive tackles beat the living piss out of you so that you understand what everybody else has to do for you to sniff a football. It is the ultimate team sport. And that position, to me, is the ultimate dependent. in that team sport. We're all dependent on one another doing our jobs, but there's no position that's more dependent on everybody else doing their job than wide receiver. And the fact that you guys don't understand that blows me away. It just absolutely befuddles me.
Yeah, but listen, I hear what Mark Schlereth has to say. I want to get your retort on this too, Joe. But at the same time, I understand why wide receivers get frustrated because their whole contracts and how they do get paid going forward, their livelihood is dependent on receiving that ball. Now, there's blocking aspects to it. There's being a good teammate. There's doing punt returns. There's doing other things. I get that. But I understand when guys are like, hey, I have an incentive-laden contract. This is my livelihood. I need to produce out there. I need to get on the field, and I need to show that I can do things. Like, there's a part of me that understands the frustration that Juwan has towards Kyle. Now, is it a great look? Should he have done that? Probably not. I don't think that, like, just given where this team is at, given the look that you just lost Fred Warner, given that everyone has injuries they're dealing with. Trent Warner, Dominic Pooney, Mac Jones, bro, everyone's dealing with stuff right now, not just you, Juwan. So I thought that was a bad look, but I understand his frustration. I do. This is their livelihood. That is how they get paid. They need to get the ball.
Okay, yeah, but it's a team sport.
It is.
You can't say that when you have the greatest blocking tight end in the history of the organization, who also feels like, we all know, like, Kittle could get targeted 130, 140, 150 times a year, and no one would have a problem with it. He's never complained about targets, ever. So I think I have a hard time hearing a blocking wide receiver like Juwan Jennings complaining about, touches, if that's truly what's going on here. Like,
but he also gets paid.
He
also gets paid, you just said it, as a blocking tight end in a run-first offense. He is more valuable than a wide receiver on this offense. You told me how invaluable wide receivers are for a Kyle Shanahan offense. That's why they get so frustrated, because they're trying to not just compete and show their tape for you, but for the rest of the league. You're constantly auditioning in the NFL.
So I'm not going to cape up for Jennings in this one.
You don't have to cape up. I'm caping up for wide receivers in general. That's what I'm doing.
Well,
wide receivers, yes, they matter. And I know Mark Schlereth is going to be jaded to this because offensive linemen don't have any stats. You don't have a stat. If I don't hear your name, that means you probably had a good day.
Look, wide receivers are extremely important, but I think we have disproportionately, increased their value because of fantasy football. I'm not saying that they aren't important.
They're very important. Niner fans are learning that this season in particular as we're talking about it. Very important.
Yeah, they are, but so is dominating in the trenches.
Yeah.
Show me a Super Bowl team that, won it all, as I'm dying over here.
It's okay. You're powering through.
With a god-awful offensive line. I've seen some god-awful wide receiver cores win it all.
You don't get, god-awful? No, you don't get to the Super Bowl with a god-awful offensive line.
So, we were having these conversations about, how much have they invested in the offensive line? All right? Look, there are 5 linemen that play on every play.
Mm-hmm.
5. The only 2 wide receivers, for the most part, play in Shanahan's system on a given down, especially when you play the fullback and the tight end as much as he does. So maybe you go 3 wide receiver sets 40% of the time, maybe, in this offense. Ayuk, you drafted it with a first-round pick and gave him premium money. Premium money. Debo, you took in the second round and gave him premium money. Now, I'm a little less critical of that because you drafted those guys a little while ago, right? And those guys earned the money that they got, but premium money on those guys. You gave Jennings premium 3rd wide receiver money and took him with a 7th round pick. Cowings, 5th round pick. That's not a lot of capital, but Pearsall in the 1st round, that's a lot of capital. A 1st round pick is extremely valuable, all right? You signed Kendrick Bourne. You gave Demarcus Robinson a multi-year deal. You gave Ray McCloud a multi-year deal. And then you also drafted Jordan Watkins in the 4th round. They've invested a lot into the wide receiver position. And I sit here today and I'm like, dude, why is my best wide receiver right now Kendrick Bourne, who was picked up 4 weeks ago? That sucks. It's cool that Bourne's having the impact that he's having, but they have poured a lot of resources into wide receiver, and they don't have a lot to show for it on this year's team.
So we played Mark Schlereth and how he feels about the toddlers, a.k.a. the wide receivers in the NFL. Now a former wide receiver in the NFL, played at a high level, TJ Houshmandzadeh, on yesterday with Willard and Dibs, reacting to that soundbite.
I'll say this. He's right, but Schlereth was a guard. He depended on a center to help him. But please believe it. Everybody on the football field needs the guy next to him playing well in order for him to do his job the best way that he possibly can. If the offensive line doesn't block, the quarterback can't do anything. The running back can't do anything. The receiver can't do anything. If the offensive line blocks and the running back misses his protection, it doesn't matter that you did a great job blocking. If the protection is great, the quarterback throws a great ball and the receiver drops it, doesn't matter. And so football is the ultimate team game. I've played with some offensive linemen that were toddlers, but nobody talks about that. And the guys that I played with, they know who I'm talking about. I played with old linemen that were toddlers. They're crybabies, but nobody talks about it.
Yeah, I disagree. I watched the Niners fan base run Quam Harris right out of town. John Martin right out of town.
Jonathan Martin, Richie Incognito.
Mike McGlinchey. Did Mike McGlinchey get picked on by Niner fans? Whether it was warranted or not, did we not criticize him?
We had a caller call in earlier saying Mike McFlinchy. So, yes. Yeah.
Which was fair.
I disagree.
Wow.
I really feel like Niner fans will put the heat on anyone.
But you've been telling me off air, even on air, wide receivers really get under your skin, though, too. The diva wide receiver.
Because the greatest wide receiver who ever played, like, on some level, was pretty humble, given how God-gifted he was.
He was.
So everyone is going to look, in comparison to Jerry Rice, kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I'd say that.
And look.
Doesn't make T.O. or Randy Moss not generational either, though, even though they were divas.
Sure, but T.O. fractured this fan base. There were a lot of people my age that loved him. There were a lot of older people that hated his guts. I love T.O.
I
did too.
I love the quote too. I love me some me is an all-timer. It honestly does perfectly encapsulate the wide receiver position. But that being said, you could be a Calvin Johnson. I don't think he was a diva. Calvin Johnson, would you say? I don't even know what he said. Like, did he say anything in the NFL? Andre Johnson, another guy who was dealt a horrible hand at the quarterback position. He had Matt Schaub and David Carr? Like, come on, man. So we do like to paint it with a broad brush all the time, and I get it. I do think because we've seen, like, the Randy Moss, Terrell Owens era, we are a little jaded when it comes to that position because two of the greatest of all time, Jerry being the greatest, were divas. So that I do think they
didn't win a championship.
And didn't win a championship. Sure,
neither did Larry Fitzgerald.
But even though Terrell Owens with a broken leg had one of the greatest performances I've ever seen in my life.
But there is something to be said for, like, didn't win a championship.
No. Didn't.
Now my counter to that would be, well, the generation just prior, Michael Irvin and Jerry Rice, like, you don't get to the championship without those two guys.
And was Michael Irvin, like, what was he?
Oh, he was one of the ultimate divas, but he's also one of the great, like, butt kickers.
Absolutely.
Butt kickers.
By the way, Sports Talk on 95.7 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started.
So let's use this analogy. Let's play it out. Like Jawan Jennings, right? You're talking about Michael Irvin and Jerry Rice, and
I'm talking about wide receivers.
No, but I think there's a difference. Like, Jawan Jennings, if he thinks that he can act like a Michael Irvin, I would say to him, look, I like you, Jawan. You're a really nice player. You better start acting more like Mike Sherrard. Okay, that's a name you guys don't remember, but he was a really productive third wide receiver for, like, the early 90s Niners. Like, that's who you are. You're not Michael Irvin.
No,
can you take a deep breath, buddy?
Hell, can you even be like a wide receiver too? Can you even be T. Higgins? No.
Joe, before his breakout last year of 75 yards, what was his career high in yards?
We did that. Yeah, we've done it. Not a lot.
He broke 400 yards once.
Yeah.
In 2 games, Kendrick Bourne has more yards in 2 games than Jawan had for 2 full seasons.
But he was loved. We love Jawan. Third and Jawan, Joe. Right?
No, like, again, as a third receiver. And I just think that
he was the Super Bowl MVP for a moment. I know. I'm just telling you, people love the guy.
This is like it's even worse than whatever people thought, like, Jordan Poole was guilty of. Like, this is like, hey, you're the 8th or 9th guy off the bench thinking you're the second option on the team. It's like, you're not, dude. You're just not. Like, you're a really good player. We like you, but we're not a throwing team. We're a run team. You're never going to hit those incentives. You're not that kind of a guy. You had a great year last year. As we're learning in the Shanahan offense, we throw to the open guy. And so last year was your year. This year it's Kendrick Bourne's.
What have we undervalued the most on this 49ers roster? 888-957-9570. You can join the conversation there. Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. You're listening to 957 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
The thing that we were getting to, and I do want to just put a ribbon on it.
Yeah.
Last year's draft, Pearsall, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney. I'm still very optimistic about those three to start off, right? Pearsall, when he plays, is really good. Renardo Green is showing flashes in every game. I feel like he's been a good player, like through his first 2 years. A good player. We'll see how good he becomes. Pooney, I think he's hurt. He's better than what he showed this year, but at least he's playing every snap for you. There's good value in that. Like, didn't see that coming. He's been a good pick. A really, almost great pick.
It was a tough matchup for him last week. Vita Vea is a beast.
Yeah. Mustafa, 4th round. This is last year's draft. Let's see it, right? I was encouraged at the end of last year. You know, he's coming off the injury. Let's see it. Isaac Arendo in the 4th round, just that's a wasted pick. Jacob Cowan in the 5th, the 4th round as well. That's a wasted pick. Your 6th round pick, Kingston. Is he still on the team? Now, then you have the 7th rounder in Tatum Bethune. I actually really like Tatum Bethune, and I think he can have a really big weekend this weekend and change everyone's opinion. They're good at drafting and developing these linebackers. They actually are.
They've been very good in the Shanahan-Lynch era. Hell, even prior to that, just look at Navarro Bowman and Patrick Willis. Here's Kyle talking about how he felt Bethune played in place of Fred Warner.
I thought Tatum did a real good job. I mean, he had a couple mistakes, which were understandable, kind of what I think I was saying on Monday. But there was a lot of clips that, I was telling everyone, when I get on the plane, I start watching the tape. It starts off a little depressing for me, just how the game went and thinking about it without Fred. And then I stopped and rewatched it a different way from a different light. And it was very inspiring watching how Tatum played. A bunch of our young guys, some good things on that tape. Got to clean up some mistakes that we made, but I liked how the film looked and how the guys played.
We have Dean continue to wear the green dot in communication, or would Tatum take that?
Tatum.
So Tatum wearing the green dot, communicating the defense. You like that?
Yeah, I do. Now, I know Ricky's going to be out this week.
Slick Rick.
You can make the argument they've got Pooney, Green, Bethune, Mustafa, all right? And if Ricky's out there, that's 5. 5 guys from one draft class starting.
It's pretty good.
And then this year, you'll have Michael, Alfred Collins rotational.
Yeah.
Upton Stout's been starting. Siegel's starting.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
No, well, this is great development right now. And that's why we were talking about this.
9 guys.
We talked about this season, Joe. If it could be a success if you develop some of this young talent. Well, I don't think you wanted it on the heels of losing Nick Bosa and Fred Warner.
This is the silver lining.
But it's an opportunity, right? Like, this is a huge opportunity for all this. And Schlereth actually talked about that, too, with Fred Warner's injury. That opens opportunity.
Somebody's going to get an opportunity, and can you take advantage of those opportunities? Can you play to a standard, to a level, that Fred Warner actually has set for that whole team? So, that's the cool thing about, the cool side of tragic injuries like that is somebody else is going to get an opportunity, and it may just launch that particular individual's career.
So you never know. You never know.
So you got the, Pooney, Pearsall. Well, he won't play, so put him up. Pooney, Green, Bethune, you got 5 guys from one draft class, and you got 6 from this year's draft class that will all be suited up.
Yeah.
So you've got 11 out of the last 2 drafts. Now, we need them to hit. We need them to hit the ground running and be really good, but they are getting some production from it.
They are.
Now I want to ask you about Michael Williams.
Ask me.
Heading out of the draft this year, who did you want the Niners to take? Or were you position specific, player specific? What were you thinking?
Well, we talked about it all, right? I didn't think there was a wrong answer, really. I know I got heat when we talked about the offensive player, and I said, and this is before they did the contract, Joe, but I was like, man, if Tyler Warren's there, the tight end, who everyone was at Penn State, he was highly projected, one of the best players in all of college football.
He's been a baller.
Been a baller for the Daniel Jones, the Indiana Jones resurgence on the Colts. I said, man, I know you can't trade George after a second team All-Pro year, but he's getting older. And I made the argument, and people were losing their minds and getting mad at me. I don't think it seems that crazy now. This was before the injury happened. So I was open to anything. I really was. Hell, you kind of even talked me to Ashton Genty if he fell to them somehow, some way. You ended up getting a top 10 pick to the Raiders, running back out of Boise State. But I was open to anything. If that, I know it's kind of a cop-out answer, but I was open to anything.
It's just like, I think they had so many holes.
Right.
It was like, all right, what do you plug first? Right?
I felt like there wasn't a wrong answer and I could be talked into any position.
Okay.
I felt like that.
No,
yeah.
I think a lot of Niner fans felt that way.
But I'll say this. A lot of fans felt coming out of that last season, defense. And it felt like, hey, we're going to get Ayuk back at some point. You still got Kittle.
Yeah.
We'll see you with McCaffrey, right? Obviously moved off Debo, but you got Ricky Pearsall coming back. They felt like that was a luxury pick. I think a lot of Niner fans felt offensive skill position would have been luxury, where I could have been talked into it.
So I think you speak for a lot of people in that way. Tyler Warren makes a lot of sense. They're going to place a guy this weekend, Jalen Walker, who I really liked, and I thought he was kind of the versatile DN linebacker type that they might consider, because I think you could play him on a variety of spots on the field right away. Now, he's not playing a whole lot for Atlanta, but he is been productive and has been. His overall PFF grade, which, again, take it however you want, has been higher. He's got half as many snaps as Mykel Williams. So you're looking at 133 snaps. He's got 8 pressures. All right? Mykel Williams, drafted 5 spots ahead of him, has 261 snaps, 13 pressures. So you can make the argument Mykel is being asked to do different stuff, going up against double teams, more interior stuff. You know, like, it's early, but I am interested to see Jalen Walker, the linebacker for Atlanta, because he's a guy, like, I had circled him. I made the argument, like, that might be the guy that I take. The other guy that we'll get a look at as well this weekend, if you're just watching football, you know, Tyler Booker's starting right now for the Cowboys, offensive lineman. He's looked really good. You know, he was the very next pick after the Niners. So it's always the woulda, coulda, shoulda on all these things. But you saw the receiver for Tampa Bay, who was drafted, I believe, 17th or 18th in the same draft. We're going to do this for the remainder of the year. And we still haven't seen Walter Nolan, who a lot of Niner fans wanted, who's the Arizona Cardinal guy. I don't even think he's played one down yet, from Mississippi. So there's just, I'm not saying that I have buyer's remorse on Mykel Williams. I'm not even close to that yet. But this is one of the many matchups over the next couple of years where you're going to say, you and you were 2 guys that could have been drafted by either team. Did we make the right pick?
It's funny you bring that up, because I was reading an article, and whether you like the guy or not, I know, because Stephen Ruiz, the Ringer, you know, the Brock Purdy thing, all of that. If Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl, I'm going to quit. But it was an interesting article you read about the 2024 quarterback class, if you redrafted it right now.
Okay.
Again, just redrafted it.
Yeah.
So obviously you got Caleb going number 1 overall to the Chicago Bears.
Still.
No. But this was last year. I'll give you the redraft. But this is just the order of how it happened. You had Caleb, right? You had Jaden Daniels in there. You had Drake May. And you had J.J. McCarthy. You had Michael Penix. You had Bo Nix, right? You had and then Spencer Rattler was way late. But they're doing a redraft.
A fun exercise early on. We'll see what it looks like in 5 years.
We'll see.
But I like that. Let's hear it.
Okay. I
would have Jaden Daniels 1.
He has Drake May.
Number 1?
Number 1 overall.
That seems a little premature.
May.
Okay. But I
know you like Drake May, though.
No, I do. He's my quarterback.
He's looking good.
I drafted him in a lot of leagues.
He's looking good right now.
I just believe in Vrabel.
Well, thank you. I do too. I always loved Mike Vrabel. All right. And so the second pick, they still have Jaden Daniels going to the Washington Commanders.
Okay.
So you see Caleb falling a little bit here.
Bo Nix.
Third pick. Yeah, Bo Nix is a part of this draft class. Remember, they're redrafting the 2024
who goes higher?
Draft class.
Caleb or Bo Nix?
For me, I'm still thinking I'm taking the upside of Caleb with Bo.
I'm not ready to give up on Caleb.
No, I'm not giving up on him yet. He's shown some flashes here with Ben Johnson, and I still believe in Ben Johnson, even though he's taking shots at the media right now, a little bit too early for me. But in this redraft hypothetical, they have the New England Patriots taking Caleb Williams. Then you get to the 10th pick, and this is fascinating to me. The 10th overall pick to the Minnesota Vikings, Spencer Rattler.
Wow. It's my guy.
Over Bo Nix?
It's my guy.
Over J.J. McCarthy?
Dude, he looks good, dude.
Spencer Rattler? One win in his career?
Yeah, but he looks good.
Or 2 wins now, right? 2? Have they won 1 or 2? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Well, look, you don't make these, like, the same thing as I'm, like, talking about Mykel Williams. One 6-game stretch does not make or break a draft pick.
No.
Eric Armstead was kind of stinky for like 3 years, and then all of a sudden, wow, he's one of the better players in the NFL.
Right.
Jimmy Ward was awful for 2 years, and then, wow, this guy's a great safety, and he's a good slot corner. So, like, you don't want to, like, make sweeping indications today,
yeah,
right?
One win for Spencer Rattler in his career. It was against the Giants the other week, right? So, and then they have all the way, they still have the Broncos taking Bo Nix with the 12th selection, and then J.J. McCarthy goes all the way down. Oh, they have Michael Penix on the Raiders. Oh, that would have been nice. The 35th pick to the Atlanta Falcons would have been J.J. McCarthy in this hypothetical. So there you go.
But the way I do it, like, this is what sports fans do. It's like I'm watching Cam Scatterbo, and I'm like, why didn't we take him? What are we doing? He would have been perfect in the Shanahan offense.
You know,
what are we doing? We're taking another receiver?
You know, I wonder how Warriors fans felt when they drafted Stephen Curry at the time with that top 10 lottery pick. You thought maybe the Knicks, I don't know. But Stephen Wardell Curry going to the Golden State Warriors and how that shifted everything into the dynasty that was the Dubs. It's going to be 15 years since Joe Lacob purchased this team. What's the better 15-year stretch? Was it with the Niners winning 5 Super Bowls back into the 80s and mid-90s? Or was it the Golden State Warriors run with Stephen Curry, Draymond, or Clay? 888-957-9570. As it's all going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Don't miss comedian Matt Rife at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View on October 19th. The show is almost sold out. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com. Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 1H 2025.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million years of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We're trying to win championships here.
Yes, you are, Joe. Yes, you are. It was a fun little segment. I like that. Little redraft, little where are we at with the wide receivers. Hey, I'm calling on all Bay Area sports fans right now. We got one more segment before handing it off to Steiny and Goo. 888-957-9570. We're coming up on the 15-year anniversary of Joe Lacob becoming the majority owner of the Golden State Warriors. Better run. Was it Joe Lacob's Warriors or Eddie DeBartolo's Niners? 5 Super Bowls, 4 NBA championships. Got some MVPs in there. You've got some unbelievable record-breaking seasons, 73 wins. You could call, you could text, but I want to hear the calls. I want to hear the arguments, right? Because there is one more Super Bowl trophy. There's one more trophy. And there is. 5 Super Bowls. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Joe. Right there. It's hard to deny that greatness. But you got the chef on the other side. Stephen Curry.
What was more impressive? Beating LeBron James, beating the Dallas Cowboys. It wasn't Roger Staubach, but I'm just, they were who they were.
LeBron James might go down as the greatest player in the history of the sport. So I got to go Stephen Curry and what they were able to do to beat that Cavs team and Kevin Durant and all of it. I do. I'm going Warriors here, Joe. I might bite you in the minority. I know football is sexy. 888-957-9570. 15-year run. Which one are you taking?
I have to ask you. You think LeBron's the best player of all time, don't you?
No, I think Michael Jordan's the greatest player ever. I don't think LeBron is. I think he's in the conversation. But I do
of course he's in the conversation.
Oh, some people won't even do that.
Well, that's
some people get
ridiculous.
upset.
Some
people get upset you even bring it up.
Those people are ridiculous.
I think Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time.
All right.
Yes, I do.
Good.
I know people think I'm this big LeBron stan for some reason. I'm not. I don't know why.
No, it's just the younger generation disrespects Jordan, and they just didn't, they didn't see him.
Joe, how you felt about like when you started to see like your generation of players like finally fade out? That's kind of how I feel about LeBron. Like, I've been watching the guy since I've been in 4th grade. So like there is a nostalgia factor of like when he does hang it up, there's a part of my childhood that like dies. Like seriously, it's gone. And you can laugh at it, you can scoff. Like Tom Brady's the same things. Like, dude, I've been watching that guy since I was like 6 years old. It's crazy, man. Joe, I got 2 kids and a bunch of problems right now.
I hear you.
That's how long I've been watching LeBron.
I hear you.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, he's got sciatic, for Christ's sake. I mean,
he's an old man.
It's like, come on.
He's an old man.
But he'll go to Germany or the Caribbean or whatever and take his 5 weeks off, not get drug tested.
You got to get the CMC and Kobe.
Be good to go.
You got to get the CMC and Kobe treatment. That's okay. To go over to overseas. Nothing wrong with that. Got to go with the stem cells or something. Go to like Nicaragua. I don't know. There you go.
Whatever legendary broadcaster or journalist has the gumption to write the performance-enhancing biography of LeBron James's career is going to make gazillions.
The Game of Kings instead of the Game of Shadows. You like that? The Game of Kings? Well, he's all that, and his hairline still won't grow back. This Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale starting at 3 o'clock. I say that as a guy whose hairline is fading on him currently. They'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden will be rocking with a DJ and bartender serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. And if you're going to the game, Joe, come on. Free shuttle to and from? Doesn't get better than that. If you want to sign up, it's first come, first serve. Go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com.
I think me and Carter are going to make an appearance.
Cool.
We're going to try to get down there.
Go say what's up to them.
Yeah, I think
you can't miss Carter.
Yeah.
Can't miss him.
You've got arguably the greatest defensive player in franchise history in Ronnie Lott on one side.
Yep.
And I know Wilt, but most of us didn't see Wilt. So I think for most people, arguably the greatest defensive player in Warrior franchise history on the other side.
Steve Kerr called him the greatest in history of the NBA. That's Steve Kerr.
That's a little strong for me.
But that's a player and a guy that played with Michael Jordan.
I'm taking Pippen.
Okay.
You know, I'm probably taking at his position. I might take Rodman. Like, there are other guys that I think are in the mix. Like, you also
Who was the better defensive player between Pippen and Jordan to you?
Oh, I thought Pippen was. Okay. But Jordan was amazing defensively.
You got the DPOY is why I'm asking.
I just think Pippen was so underrated. Because of his wife has skewed everything.
Larsa?
Or his ex-wife or whatever is
estranged, whatever it is.
Yeah, but it's not just that. History has forgotten. Pippen was so awesome. So awesome. Seeing the floor, setting people up. Dude, Pippen was ridiculous, dude. He was so long.
It still might be the greatest duo ever. Just because, and we still sleep on it.
It is the greatest duo ever.
Is it? Not Steph and KD?
As much as I love those two, if we were going 2-on-2, I actually think somehow, some way, Pippen and Jordan would lock them up.
Kobe, Shaq?
Great duo.
Yeah.
Great duo. I mean, these are all-time great duos. Right. James Worthy and Magic. Kareem and Magic.
Joe and Jerry, as we're talking about.
Joe and Jerry, Steve and Jerry. I mean, there's so many. But I'm getting back to the Niners and Warriors. Unbelievable role players who ended up having the banner portion of their career in a Warrior uniform. Think Fred Dean, right? His best years, at least nationally, even though he had more prolific sack numbers in San Diego, his best years were with the Niners, winning championships. Yeah. Iguodala, though more proficient in other areas and probably a better all-around player, he became a winner guy here. The
LeBron stopper. Yeah, I know, you scoffed at that.
He held LeBron to 30, 12, and 12. Give him the MVP because I'm Jeff Pearlman and I don't know basketball.
Let's go to the people that are fired up about this. We got a lot of callers on this.
I don't think there's a wrong answer.
888-957-9570. 15-year run. All right. Are you going? We're coming up on Joe Lacob's 15-year anniversary of becoming majority owner of the team. Are you taking Joe Lacob's 15-year run with the Warriors or Eddie DeBartolo's 15-year run starting, 1980 we're going? 1981, whatever it is? 5 Super Bowls to 4 championships. You got Stephen Curry, you got Joe Montana. Who you taking? Don, Concord. Who you taking?
Oh, I love the Jerry and Joe show. You know, I used to go to work and just watch the little TV on Sundays because I always had to work Sunday nights on Broadway. And it was always the Jerry and Joe show. We had such confidence. Ronnie Lott, and this guy named Roger Craig. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Don, you okay?
Did we
oh, my
lose
God.
Don?
He just disconnected.
Well, here's the names no one's brought up. What about the Splash Bros? Like Clay and Steph.
Yes. But if we're going like the duo, though, the finals MVPs, it's KD and Steph, right?
Okay, no. I'm just talking like when we're discussing the franchises.
Oh, yeah,
and their runs, Like, to me, Klay Thompson,
yes,
I think right now we're kind of not thinking about him. We have to remember.
Absolutely.
One of again, like Pippen, criminally underrated.
Yes.
Criminally underrated for how good he was.
Because as we were talking about yesterday, the out of sight, out of mind, I do think there was the out of sight, out of mind of Klay Thompson because he missed that chunk, which sucks. It's unfair we forgot, dude. Guy was unbelievable. Like, seriously. I always make the argument, Joe, if both of these players are like en fuego and they're hot, I think the better shooter at their peak when they are on fire is Klay over Steph. And that might sound sacrilege. No. I watched the guy score 30 points in a quarter.
I think he's one of the guys that should have been first team all defense 2 or 3 years in a row and got no love.
Yeah.
No love.
It was going to who? Kawhi instead?
He would lock up Dame. He would lock up Russ. He was so good.
And he was able to switch on the likes of a LeBron, too. Anyone.
He was so good.
And Carter always says this. Carter, you're 6'7". You're listed 6'7". I think Clay's listed
6'8", but
6'8". Oh, excuse me. I don't want to skimp you on the inch. I mean, that extra inch means everything, as we all know. But you said Klay. Klay looks bigger in person, is what you told me.
Oh, he's way bigger in person.
You look up to him.
6'7" seems small to me when I was standing a foot from him in an elevator, like within the last 2 years.
And you said what? He could be 6'9", and you believe it?
I felt like I was looking at his nose, not his eyes.
Wow, look at that.
If Meg Stallion was in that elevator, you wouldn't have been looking at his nose.
I sure wouldn't have been looking at Clay's
nose. Orlando is in San Bruno, wants to join the conversation. Orlando, which run are you taking? Are you taking the Warriors' 15-year run with 4 titles or the Niners with 5 Super Bowls?
Well, the Niners did it within 13 years. The Warriors still have a chance if they win this basketball season. That will still be impressive. I think the last thing, the Niners actually had a tougher way of getting to the Super Bowls because the NFC East was very badass, and the Cowboys in the 90s, they lost twice to them. But the Warriors, of course, you got to give it to Joe Lacob, what he's done, and the beautiful, beautiful arena. Thank you, guys.
So you're making a great
Thanks,
point.
Orlando.
I want to stop for just a second. He's making a great point about the Niners. I want you guys to think about this. I know we have forgotten it. The Washington football team with Joe Gibbs won 3 Super Bowls during the same period with 3 different quarterbacks.
Yep, Joe Gibbs. He is not talked about enough as talking about the GOAT argument, Joe. He won it with 3 different quarterbacks.
All right. The Dallas Cowboys won 3 championships. We know it's very, prolific. The New York Giants won 3 Super Bowl championships. 1 with Jeff Hostetler.
They won 3? I thought they won 2.
86, 92. Maybe I'm actually 2.
Yeah.
86, 92.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bears were the greatest defense of all time. Literally. Yep. The Niners went in there in 1988 and kicked the crap out of them.
Yep.
The LA Rams didn't win anything because of the Niners. They had won the division one year, and they hosted one of the playoff games.
The Eagles were respectable in that division, too, were they not?
They had Jerome Brown and Reggie White and Eric Allen. Their defense was ridiculous. Buddy Ryan.
Yep.
So, the NFC was way more stacked than what the Western Conference was during the Warriors era.
Hell, even
the Rockets, pale in comparison.
I watched the doc, and the Lions even had a team then. That goes to show. They had Barry Sanders for a year. That was good. 888-957-9570. I was going to say, the Rockets, they were a formidable foe, though. That team had they advanced, I think they were absolutely winning the finals. I do.
bring up the Rams. Do you even think about the Rams? Like ever in the 80s and 90s?
Eric Dickerson.
Yeah, but does anyone ever bring them
Chris
up?
Everett.
That's the way the Rockets will be remembered. We won't.
I'm remembering that Rockets team as they missed all those shots in a row. And I thought they were pretty freaking good with the MVP James Harden there. But I know.
Do you talk about the Utah Jazz who actually went to the finals?
We talk about the Jazz a lot as the team that couldn't get over the hump. We do that a lot, don't we?
I feel like Stockton and Malone gets really slept on.
Oh, Steiny and Guru were like talking about Stockton and Malone for like 10 minutes on the show
that's
yesterday.
our era, so we do. I'm talking about the younger people.
Oh, no, we talk about it. We talk about it. Yeah, I do. I don't sleep on them. The fact that they played that many games, Stockton and Malone, is pretty insane together.
And
as we're talking about duos, Joe. Forgotten duo right there. I mean, absolutely.
They were great. But there were some great teams in the night. Like the Supersonics were a great team. A great team.
15-year run as we're coming up on Joe Lacob's ownership of the Golden State Warriors, majority ownership, 15 years coming up, the anniversary there. Are you taking Eddie DeBartolo's run or Joe Lacob's currently? Fred, Foster City. What's up, Freddie? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm old enough to remember the Niners. Well, I don't remember them too much in the 70s when apparently they were no good. But I'm going to have to give it to Joe Lacob's run because he seems to have the Midas touch. Like the Warriors were horrific. When I mean horrific, like there were all these, every year before the Warriors were bought by Joe Lacob, we had these false hopes. We would have high draft picks. We would have instances like Chris Webber. We had Chris Webber, and that didn't work. We had Sprewell, and that blew up in our face. And we had people like Beegers and Monte Ellis and so on and so on and so forth. And we never, ever had the type of success like when Joe Lacob inherited that team, bought the team, overpaid for the team, got booed that night, that famous clip, I think that has Rick Barry is introducing him.
Small in retirement night.
Yeah, and then he comes along and he puts the thing in place, puts Rick Welts in there and the coaching staff, and then the Warriors start winning, and then they get a new arena, right? Then they get a new arena, and then what else happens? We get this WNBA team. So I say all of that to say this. Not only did the Warriors win under Joe Lacob, he changed the culture. The team is the second most valuable sports franchise in pro sports. So for me, and again, I salute the things that Eddie D did because he did him and Carmen Policy. We can't forget Carmen Policy. They did some wonderful, amazing things. But I gotta salute Joe and said he's had the better 15-year run.
That's interesting because he went to the business side of it there, Joe. I wasn't even thinking about that. That's interesting. That is.
Well, I don't. If we're talking 15-year run for the Warriors, I don't know if the Valkyries can factor in.
No, that's different.
But it's an interesting point. Here's the thing that Joe did that Eddie couldn't do: build the stadium.
Yeah.
They were trying to build the stadium. They couldn't build the stadium. It's just that there's no other way around it. That the renditions of the San Francisco stadium that Eddie did want to build looked a lot like Arrowhead. And had they been able to pull it off in Hunters Point, which is a whole nother question, it would still be there to this day.
Big what if for you that we don't talk about?
Well, it was supposed to be a mall. He was ahead of this whole, build this whole industry around, all this shopping and everything. And everyone was like, no one's going to shop in Hunters Point. It's like, well, now Hunters Point has nothing. So maybe we would have, maybe we wouldn't have. I don't know.
It's funny you bring that up because I saw a rendition, of course. How many renditions have you seen from the A's ballpark in Vegas? But they are building it. And then they're proposing, I think, to the city council or something, doing just like what we're talking about, like a whole gambling, casino shopping district right there as you walk into the stadium. It's smart. Because it's just going to all funnel right there.
I'll be there in December, and I will give you a on-the-ground look at what's going on at the Tropic.
You're going to be our Vegas insider for a day?
Absolutely. I'll be Vinny in Vegas.
You'll be Vinny in Vegas?
Or Marco in Vegas. I'll win you some money.
You and Townie going to be hanging out?
Yeah.
There you go.
The thing that I think we're forgetting is there was a 30-year wait list on season tickets for the 49ers.
30 years.
You think I'm joking?
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. And so, times were different, right? The team was worth more than any team at the time in sports. The money's out of control now on what these teams are worth. And so, you have to remember whatever they were when he got rid of the team in 1998,
right?
Like was what they were. They were the biggest brand in the NFL outside of the Cowboys at that time.
Absolutely. We're talking about who's had the better 15-year run between DeBartolo and Lacob, Niners or Warriors, as we're coming up on the 15-year anniversary of Joe Lacob becoming the majority owner of the Golden State Warriors. Will and Marin.
Well, one more before we go to Will. One more thing that I do want to make. He was talking about Steph Curry. Joe did inherit Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Eddie inherited O.J. Simpson, for Christ's sake.
Hall of
and I don't
Famer.
think people remember this. Hall of Fame. Joe,
I know. He was.
They traded 2 first-round picks for him. He was completely washed. My dad had his jersey, because people thought he was a hero coming out of the Fillmore. And for him to come back, he was done. He had nothing left. Nothing left in his career.
One of the worst trades ever.
And, Eddie didn't inherit Joe Montana. He hired Bill, who drafted Joe Montana. So there's a distinction. To me, there's a little difference.
There is, and this is going to be the big test for Lacob post Steph, if he can do what, as the guy we mentioned after or prior, I should say, Jerry Jones, what he has not been able to do is have the ultimate success post Jimmy, Barry Switzer, Aikman, all those guys. Will and Marin, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, Joe, I totally understand that, the 49ers were the biggest brand, but, I know that, Steph Curry was inherited, but, his ankles really weren't living up to the expectations. So the fact that Joe Lacob, still believed in him and still wrote on him, and then he turned out to be what he was, because, come on, let's be honest, when Steph Curry was drafted, no one thought he was going to turn into what he was now. And, yes, the Niners were the biggest brand, but Steph Curry is the biggest brand in all of basketball globally, everywhere. Everywhere he goes, that guy walks on waters like he's Jesus in Bethlehem. So, I just think what Joe Lacob has done, and just his moves, like getting David Lee and him being a key factor in the 2015 championship. Andre Bogut, how good he was as a passing center and how great he was rebounding. And all the little assets that they had to give up for that. I just think that all the small little pieces to go along with the large pieces of what Joe Lacob did, and the other callers, mentioned. Joe Lacob was being clowned on when he's I see banners being hung up in here. No one believed that. The entire fan base of the Warriors were clowning on him.
Will, how old are you? I'm just curious.
No, I'm 37. So
okay.
I was.
Well, because at one time, the only reason I'm saying this is at one time when Eddie got the team, they were like, "Who is this snot-nosed brat whose father bought him the team?" That's what people wrote in the Ira Miller, Glenn Dickey. These were the writers of the time. They laughed at him, and those people. There wasn't sports talk radio like there is today. Everyone thought, who is this kid whose father bought him a team? I know it's hard to think of today, but that's what the articles were of then.
No, I totally hear you on that, and I think it's not hard to believe at all. I just think it's hard for me to believe too, because I have to keep it real. I was very young during that time.
Sure.
I was 2 years old in 1990. You know what I mean? So I would be front if I was oh yeah, I was front and center seeing it. I didn't get to witness the greatness like you.
How about this? They did it with 2 quarterbacks and 2 head coaches. Does that matter to anyone?
Yeah, I think that's a big take, because Steve Young was always on the. I heard one of the biggest kind of issues and headaches with that team, with that Niners team, was just what I hear from my brothers who witnessed it, was that, Steve Young was always trying to find a way out, and they were always trying to keep him because he never thought he was going to live up to Joe's expectations. So you're right. There's a lot of pros and cons in both of them, but just for me, because I witnessed it, I think it's the Warriors thing.
No, I like that.
Thanks, Will.
I love the dialogue. I don't think there's a wrong answer.
Well, I think the fact that they have been able to retain and have, they've had drama. Obviously, they've had drama. But the fact that they've had so much cohesion at the top with Lacob, Kerr, Myers, now Dunleavy, Steph, Draymond, that's a feather in Lacob's cap that he's been able to hang on all. And they've had different iterations, Joe. Now, I know it's not a different quarterback. It's not for the same, but there's 2 titles with KD and 2 titles without KD, right? You had Andre Iguodala for one.
Sure.
I know as a main focal point. I know he was technically there for the last one too. But you had Andrew Wiggins as your second best player in another one, which in hindsight, it's pretty incredible.
No, it's remarkable. It's remarkable. But and I know we see Steph Curry as Steph Curry, and now Joe's this old man. I don't think people can grasp how big Joe Montana. He was so big. Look this up. Scarface, Tony Montana. The guy's name was Tony it was Antonio in the original 1937 or 32 Scarface movie. The guy who did the whole thing for the movie, whose name is evading me.
Brian De Palma?
No, the other guy.
You're not talking about the director of the movie.
They came up with Montana because Joe Montana was popular.
Okay. Got
That's where the name came from.
Okay.
I mean, this guy was literally going on tour with Huey Lewis, who was the biggest act. It would be the Bad Bunny of now, all right, for you young whippersnappers. I'm not saying Steph isn't large. He's humongous. But there was a point in time, Montana was the biggest sports star, hands down. It was Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Joe Montana.
Oliver Stone. That's the guy who wrote it. Brian De Palma directed it. We were both right. Look at us.
It was completely insane.
Look at our, yeah, right. But you're right. I see right here. In contrast to the original people who were named Guarino and Camonte, who were Italian immigrants, Montana is a Cuban immigrant, and according to Oliver Stone, Tony's last name was inspired by then NFL quarterback Joe Montana, Stone's favorite player.
See?
So the more you know.
You guys, I got all these little nuggy nugs that you guys try to fact check me on, and boom!
Well, that's good. I wasn't questioning you. I just looked at it because I've never heard of that before.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go. And
his wife, Jennifer, the second wife, like she was an actress, whatever, but I didn't know who she was, but I'm sure she was popular in her given time too. The Niners were they were rock stars, dude. Like rock stars. I know the Warriors are too. I'm not saying that they're not. I think for a lot of the younger people, I don't think you can like the 80s, baseball was huge. There's no doubt about it. But it was Magic and Larry on everyone's posters, and it was Joe Montana. Like it was a short list of people. Dave Winfield was a super mega star.
So like, and how we view the 90s, right? It was, it was Steve, it was Aikman, it was the Cowboys, it was the Niners, and it was
Michael Irvin, and
Michael Irvin,
even more so than Aikman.
And Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
100%.
Obviously, he was the king that dominated. Kind of like, I guess we could compare it to today, where Steph and LeBron and Tom, like that was kind of, that's what it was.
Also Gretzky. In the 80s, Gretzky was humongous. I always forget about him, but like Gretzky going to the Kings, like, whoa, it was like the biggest thing of all time.
Right.
And Gretzky was huge.
And then you got, who am I not thinking of? Who else? Well, a Cup of Coffee, not as huge, but he's more of like a phenom. Bo Jackson.
Jackson, mid to late 80s, was like a phenomenon. But I also think the other part of this, Joe, is when Joe Montana came from Notre Dame, there was name recognition coming out of Notre Dame.
Absolutely. Oh, by the way, look at this. Chris Broussard. At 10:05, Chris Broussard, the guy that dubbed Matt Steinmetz the media's Larry Bird, and obviously you can see him on First Things First on Fox Sports, and that's going to be again 10:05. So we got to get out of here a little earlier today, so they have enough time for Chris.
I got no problem with that.
I know you don't. Mariano, Tri-County. Mariano, you taking the Warriors' 15-year run or the Niners' 15-year run into the 80s and 90s? What's up, man?
So I'm gonna take the Golden State run because like I feel like they built a little dynasty that was like they got championships. You know what I'm saying? They went back and forth even with KD and without KD. Yeah, the Splash Brothers they put up. I feel like they did big things in the league.
And Mariano, where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Georgia, but I've been out here in South Carolina for like almost 3 years now.
Yeah,
got you. No, I just wondering like where your fandom for like Bay Area sports came from. Like you a big Warriors Niners guy? Like who are your teams?
Okay, my team is the 49ers. Like I've been liking the 49ers since Colin Kaepernick.
It's Colin Kaepernick. Okay. All right, fair enough. That's Mariano and Tri-County.
Good call, man.
Yeah, his phone was cutting out there.
Yeah, don't be a stranger. I like that.
There you go.
You know, it's hard to think of it now because KD was so big. I mean, just mega big. Dion being in the division.
The rap song.
And then coming to the Niners, winning Defensive Player of the Year. They win the Super Bowl, and then he goes to the Cowboys. It's just like... it was so big. Like Dion was like, I don't think we understand. Like KD is huge. All right, I'm not denying that. Dion was a two-sport athlete. We thought he was bigger than Bo Jackson. Right. I know you brought up Bo Jackson. Like he was playing in the World Series for the Braves, and then turning around and playing all-pro level DB for the Atlanta Falcons in the same day.
Another guy that battled turf toe, unfortunately. We had a super chat, Carter. We going to get to that?
So sick.
Did have a super chat, Spadoni. I hope I'm not butchering this. Juwan Millen, $5. Thank you so much for the donation. Didn't Lacob want to get rid of Clay for love? ? Only reason it didn't happen was Jerry West. Eddie over Lacob.
But who kept on to Jerry West?
Look, you know how
Wasn't
many
that Joe
deals-
Lacob? Doesn't he get credit for having Jerry West there?
Like you know how many deals we don't know about both teams have like tried to execute? I mean, they tried to trade Joe Montana for John Elway. They tried to trade Joe Montana away after the 86 debacle.
Right.
Like, there's so many, dude.
What?
The Bill Walsh thing, like, Joe was always his guy. Like, guys, he had as many doubts as anyone else does.
Yeah, this was Jerry West, May 19th, 2011. That's when he joined as an executive board member. And I've always credited Joe Lacob here. He puts in his insight. He puts people in position to succeed. He will give his thoughts, but ultimately lets those people do their jobs. And he's been on these airways. He sat with you, Joe. He sat with Bonte. A good owner is always involved.
Sure.
Always involved. But he also listens to the people that he appointed in those positions.
Yeah.
And he ultimately lets them make those decisions. And that was one of the great ones that Jerry West made. I am sticking with Clay.
Whose shenanigans are wilder? Charles Haley or Draymond's?
Oh, Charles Haley. I mean, Jesus.
And Bill Romanowski.
Oh my God.
We're not even mentioning, like, the Niners had characters, dude. Characters.
Draymond Green is a saint compared to what Charles Haley was
and
doing.
Romanowski.
And Bill Romanowski. It's not even close.
Don't forget, they also had Stubblefield and, like, they had so many guys. That team was, Pierce Holt was crazy.
Well, that's another.
Kevin Fagan was crazy.
Joe,
they had some crazy dudes.
As much as we want to say we've forgotten because, hey, we didn't have social media back then. If they had social media back then,
would have been so bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is a social media era, guys.
I want you guys to look up Tim McKyer. You guys don't even know who I'm talking about, do you?
Should I know him?
Number 22, played for the Niners, played for the Dolphins. He was an insane cornerback who thought he was Dion. He was the original do-rag guy who he would wear, like, the bandanas and stuff. Tim McKyer.
I see McKyer right here.
McKyer.
The first thing that pops up when I Google him is a mugshot.
He was a Niner. He was sick, though. He was a 6-second corner. Look at his career.
In February 2024, he was arrested in Florida on 5 charges of fleeing the scene of a crash.
God.
He is a 3-time Super Bowl champion, though.
Dude, the Niners had so many guys that you would like. He was a Niner? Like, they had Ricky Jackson and Charles Mann.
He should have been a Raider.
Should have been at this point.
Hey,
Why
look
not?
at his OG cards though. The Pro Set card. He's got like the bandana before anyone did.
You know what his nickname was?
Huh?
Frequent Flyer McKyer.
Such a sick name. Such a sick name.
That is pretty sick.
I mean,
you should call him Frequent Fast Fiver McKyer.
Wow,
dude. Look at. So Bonte and I were going down the rabbit hole a couple years ago, and Jeff Fuller's name got brought up. And my grandfather believed Jeff Fuller was going to be better than Ronnie Lott. And I was like, Grandpa, you're crazy. And then I went back and I watched him because he went paralyzed. He got paralyzed at Stanford Stadium.
Yeah.
And he wore number 49. No, he was sick. Don Griffin was sick. Like, they had so many good players. Carlton Williamson was sick. We have forgotten all these players. I'm telling you, I know the Warriors at the top. I'm not saying there's a wrong or right answer. I'm trying to give the full-bodied picture of what the Niner dynasty was. They had elite players everywhere. Russ Francis, we didn't even bring him up.
So ultimately, I think we should all give our answers for Fast Five here. We taking this Lacob run or we taking DeBartolo's run, Joe? Which one? Putting you on the spot. I'm taking the Warriors.
Oh, God.
I'm taking the Lacob run. Steph Curry is going to go down as the greatest athlete in the history of Bay Area sports. He is. And that's the ultimate decider for me.
I'm going to go with Joe and Steve and the Niner dynasty. That was Camelot. It was the glory years. It was,
okay, that's fine.
I have to. If you guys are all going to take the Warriors.
No, well, I don't know if they are. I'm not speaking for them, but Joe, there's no wrong answers here. So
that's what I'm saying.
There's no wrong answers.
But only deciding factor for me and why I'm taking the Warriors is what that caller said, the business side. It's unbelievable how they crawled from literally the pits of franchises to now one of the super franchises of the world. That's nuts.
Yeah, no, it is. Like the business side of the business sports. Business Yasky, business Bonte, business
The 49ers had good years prior in the 70s, as you know. So
No, they from 73 through 79, they were the worst team in the league.
Okay, prior to that, though.
In the 60s. They literally only made the playoffs 4 times.
When did the Warriors make the playoffs under Cohen?
Well, no, I mean, there was only like 8 teams in the league for the NFL at the time on the NFC
That is
side.
what it is then.
I know, but like, I don't know.
Let's just say they both sucked, and then they both became the greatest dynasties in their sport at a given time. How about that? Look at that. The Bay's popping. You got to find the bright side. Always look on the bright side of life. Shout out Monty Python Spamalot. Am I right, Sammy?
That was a great song. My final thought is, man, I believe in Joe Lacob, and that is why I picked the Warriors as the better dynasty over the Niners, partly because I was alive for the Warrior one, but also I just feel like the way the Warriors became a dynasty, it just truly changed like the sports culture and the fabric in the Bay Area. Like when I was in middle school, the concept of Warriors being the top team in this region was not something that anyone thought about. It was a completely laughable concept. And I'll never forget being in Miami, people asking me where the Warriors were, to a few years later, the Warriors were just the coolest thing that anyone could talk about in NBA circles. Like Joe Lacob literally flipped the Warriors from a doormat into royalty. And I'm always going to be appreciative of what Uncle Joe did to make that happen.
They're both great.
And it's why I'm not going to really fret about the post-Steph years because, we say if you have Steph, you have a chance. Well, you know what? If you got Joey Light years, you still got a chance.
Dude, it's fast 5, not long 9. Hey,
well, actually, we have a couple minutes to go here.
Tim McKyer and Don Griffin.
Show on those poppy seeds.
He got you there.
Tim McKyer and Don Griffin. You know what their nickname was? With Jeff Fuller? The Blanket and the Cover Brothers.
That's pretty good, actually.
Such a great name.
They don't have the nicknames like they used to anymore.
Shout out Rob McDonough out there sending me all of these, dude. And did I say Fillmore? It's Potrero Hill for OJ. I don't know why I said that.
Frequent flyer McKyer is still an all-timer. That's pretty good.
Dude, Tim McKyer, I'm telling you right now, dude, with the Dolphins, he was sweet. And with the Niners, he was so ahead of his time. Like, so ahead of his time.
Played like on 10 teams. Well, he played on the Falcons, too. Maybe we should reach out to him.
No, he was when I was collecting cards, he was the first guy that I knew that had the bandana.
Sam is right. When you search him, it's immediately a mugshot
from
last year.
First thing?
Yeah.
Dude, he was sick, though.
Multiple hit and run charges.
He was like the first guy, like the ball would like get knocked down or whatever, and he'd do the, where you're going, no, not in my house.
And now we have that when it's just like a straight incomplete and like they skipped it. It's like, no, dude, it's me.
He wore like the double thin, like elbow, what are they called? Elbow sweatbands.
Yeah.
Like just the whole drip. Dude, he was so fitted out. And 22 is such a sick number. And when you're a corner.
I'm looking at him right now. He did. Yeah, he looked pretty good. And there's a picture of him right here. Carolina Panthers, all that.
Yeah, he was with Seifert in the Panthers.
Yeah, look at that. Man.
Dude, I'm telling you, he was a player, dude. He was crazy.
You probably have this card. I'm looking at it right now. Tim McKyer. Pro Bowl card, the pro set from the Dolphins, 1990, Joey.
So sick.
We got to go?
So sick.
Gone already?
Was he 22 with the Dolphins too?
He was.
Yeah,
that was
sick.
Fast 5.
Those all whites?
Yeah, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. I guarantee you, Chris Broussard going to come up next. Steiny Guru, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Steve Kerr on with Willard Dibs later this afternoon.
Hey, y'all, it's Willard and Dibs. Today at 5, it is back.
Yep.
Not quite yet Warrior basketball, but Steve Kerr.
Which is awesome. It's the precursor to actual basketball and a great interview, the best in the Bay.
No one's better at talking it out. Maybe he'll be cooking. Maybe he'll be out about town. Maybe his dog will appear. Dogs are barking.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money.
legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep The Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how The Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I got a question for you all out there right now. I was thinking about this the other day. How come there seems to be, you can disavow this if you want. How come there doesn't seem to be a clamor for Brock Purdy returning? Like a true number one quarterback is wanted to do. You got a number one quarterback, you just paid him. How come people aren't saying, we got to have Brock back? We got to have Brock back.
You know what? Before I answer, Mr. Rude, how about good morning?
I said good morning to you at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, but it hit different. It sets the tone for the show. Good morning, partner. How you doing?
I'm fine.
All right. Now, back to your question. We got that out the way. I'm going to tell you from my vantage point, because that's all I can do. Steiny, I think it's because they brought Brock back too early. Forget the blame. It didn't go well. He played bad. So now I told you I would give him 5 weeks off IR maybe. So maybe that's why we haven't taken many calls. But when you brought this up, I thought to myself, we have not fielded many calls about we need Brock or else. I don't have an answer. I'm just telling you, I think it's because everybody's in the same boat about give that turf toe time to heal.
Yeah, I think it's got to be
right.
Well, I think it's. Oh, we got action.
What happened?
Well, I think it's mainly because here's what I think.
Give it to me.
Well, I think there's a lot of different. Oh, we got to get River Island's guest line.
Early.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Let's go to River Islands in Lathrop. But first, let's go and see who's on the River Islands guest line.
A surprise.
Hello.
What's up? It's Chris Broussard.
Chris B. What's up, Chris?
In the house.
Oh, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Hanging in, Chris. You kind of ruined our life out here in the Bay. Real quick, that tweet calling Mr. Steinmetz the media Larry Bird. His head is as big as Jack in the Box now, Chris.
I hate to say it, but it's true. He can ball. There's no doubt about it. Now, I'm the media Michael Jordan.
Okay. There we go. I'm talking
to
Mike.
He is the media Larry Bird.
Listen, Chris and I used to do some damage back in the day. No doubt about it, man. No, and if you don't know, let me just set it up. The Boston media yesterday, usually some teams will have the media play against the media. Joe Mazzulla, the coach of the Celtics, kind of tricked the media into thinking they're playing a pickup game against the media. They ended up playing against this coaching staff. They got beat 57-4 and embarrassed any media player that's ever played basketball. And Chris Broussard tweeted out that back in the day, we used to have some pretty good basketball media players. Remember those days?
Yeah, man. Look, I don't know that. I mean, we wouldn't have beat them. Missoula's a legit D1 player, played in West Virginia. I don't know if did Cassell play.
Yes,
Sam Cassell,
he did.
So but I will say this, Matt. I think we would have scored more than 4 points.
No doubt.
Y'all better have.
No doubt.
That's all I'm saying.
We would have been able to get the ball up court. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, golly, but that's so Missoula. Like, I know he did that on purpose, and he didn't let up, and, he kissed blood on the floor and all that stuff he talked about. That's strictly Missoula. now they're kind of in a tough spot when they interview him and they want to rip a player or a decision. He's like, hold up. You shot 7 air balls against us. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
I know there was a method to the madness.
Yeah, I thought the funniest part was Jaylen Brown shouting down, hey, you guys going to do media after this? After getting beat 57-4. Hey, Chris, as long as I got you on the line, I know you and Nick go back and forth a lot about Brock Purdy. We just started our show before you came on, and it's kind of interesting out here. Mac apparently is playing well enough that there just doesn't seem to be a huge clamor to get Brock Purdy back on the field, like maybe another franchise type quarterback. I don't know. We're just batting it around. What do you think?
It's interesting. Look, I think Brock is better. He clearly, you can see with Mac that one of his limitations is just kind of lack of athleticism, ability to move. That's obviously something Purdy does well, extends plays. I mean, the win over Seattle, some of these late game-winning plays he's made, that was all his athleticism that extended the plays. So Purdy's got him beat in that. But, Jones with his size, and he's smart and he processes quickly. And those are the things that, Kyle Shanahan liked about him even coming out of the draft. But here's the thing. Look, like I said, I do think Purdy's better. And when he's fully healthy, get him back in there. I wouldn't rush it just because, with the team's health situation right now, there's no need to rush him back because it's probably a lost season just because of the injuries. But it's not going to be a controversy. And here, even if Mac plays like great the next few games, because of the contract, right? Like there's no way. Like Purdy is set now. He's got that contract. If Mac Jones were to outplay him, then you're going to have trouble trading that contract, right? And so I just don't think for that reason alone, I don't see how it would ever become a real controversy because you're paying the guy $52 million. He has been great for you. Obviously, got you to the Super Bowl. And with that money, you're going to play him. It's as simple as that. And maybe Mac plays well enough where some other team will want him and bring him in as a potential starter, and you can make a good trade for him. But long term, there's no way I see this being a controversy.
You're listening to Chris Broussard, Fox Sports, and co-host of First Things First. We're talking Brock Purdy and Mac Jones.
Yeah, hey, Chris, I got to give you your flowers. You, Nick, and Wiles, man. A lot's happening on TV, but you guys are a mainstay. I watch every day, so keep up the good work. And, my partner, I got 3 kids like Steiny, and, people, who's your favorite? I don't have a favorite, and I take that to baseball. We got the playoffs. The NBA is about to start. But, Chris, with social media in the NFL, is the beauty of it that nothing changes more than 1 week in the NFL? It's crazy, man.
Yeah, it really is. There's no question about it. And obviously, they only play 17 games, so that's a big part of it. But even with that, you do have to have a bit of composure because it's the NFL. And I've said it before, like I'm talking about a Buffalo or some other elite team. They're going to lose a game or two or maybe more to teams that are worse than them, right? That's just how it is. You're going to lose. The elite teams aren't going 17-0, 16-1. They're going to lose a couple games to teams that are just worse than them, and you can't act like the sky is falling. But now with the media as it is, including shows like mine, including, sports talk shows like you guys, because we're talking about it every day and then you got social media, everybody does overreact, but you got to try to keep composure because one game, every team's going to have a bad outing or two during the regular season.
Hey, Chris, I'll get you out of here on this one. What were your expectations for the Niners before the season, and what do you see as kind of going down the rest of the year with 11 games left and they're 4-2, but banged up?
I thought I picked them to win the division, and that division is tougher than I expected. Obviously, I knew the Rams would be pretty good. Seattle's better than I thought. Darnold, I got to give him his credit. I thought maybe he got lucky with Kevin O'Connell out there in Minnesota. He's really not that good. But he has shown that he's a legit franchise quarterback now. And Arizona is the worst team in the division, but they're not, you can't just pencil in a win over them. So, I look, and this, guys, you know this, and I kind of have a question for you. With the Niners under Shanahan, it's always about the injuries. When they're healthy, they're in the playoffs and making a run at the Super Bowl. When they're not, it's generally a lost season. And look, they've done well to start 4-2 with all the injuries. You got a few guys coming back too, but I just think the losses on defense with Bosa and Warner are going to be tough to overcome, and not to mention how much longer Purdy might be out. But let me ask you guys, is there any talk out there? I mean, they are the most injured team in the league, and I'm just like, what is going on with the training staff out there? Because, I mean, every other year or one out every 3 years, they get 5, 6, 7 key players injured.
Yeah, we've been talking about that more and more over the years, and nobody's got the right answer. There's some theories about
price of a dynasty.
Yeah,
well, almost dynasty.
Maybe
Chris.
This is a result of playing a lot of long seasons. Some people have suggested that the way they practice in preseason, like they go harder than other teams.
Yeah.
Some of the guys are getting up there, Kittle and McCaffrey a little bit, but that's a caper out here too, man. No doubt about it.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I'd love to see him make the playoffs. I think it'll be tough with all the injuries at this point, though.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, appreciate your
thanks,
time.
man.
I know you got a real job.
You created a monster.
Keep doing your thing, buddy. Wish you well.
His head. I know he could barely fit into the studio this morning.
Fred Flintstone right now, Chris. Yeah.
Exactly. Nothing like a has-been reliving the glory years. All right, buddy.
Guys, later.
Take care, man. Chris Broussard. First things first.
Yeah.
They talk a ton about the Niners on that show.
But that question,
he likes Purdy.
Yeah, I think he does. I think it's unfair, right? Nobody can pinpoint why it keeps happening, these injuries to the Niners.
No.
It just, it is what it is. And I told you, I think the chickens of the dynasty and the almost dynasty, but what they've built since 2019 and how long they've played and where they've got to. What if I just tell you, Steiny, that's the price of doing business, man? And unfortunately, it's not over, quote unquote, but they don't have a ring to show for all the blood, sweat, and tears, man.
Yeah. If they ever solve that riddle, I think, we'll all be
and I'm gonna leave you with
better
one thing.
off because we talk about it a lot.
So they're going to take the field what looks like without Brock Purdy. No Bosa, no Warner, no Brock Purdy. Would you have a problem if I said basketball related? That's like no Steph, Dre, or Jimmy. They still got a chance to win, but from a visual standpoint, no Steph, Dre, and Jimmy with Fred, Nick, and Brock, right?
Well, here's the thing. If you're saying Purdy is Curry, then who is Mac Jones filling in for Curry? Because, again, if he's Curry, it looks like the Warriors' backup is, I don't know,
Kevin Durant.
Dennis Schroeder,
right.
or like somebody pretty better than Schroeder. But
do you think Mac's the reason we're not taking calls for people clamoring or even just lighting candles and opening up the Bible hoping that he can get back? Normally when your dude is that guy, it's just a thought, Steiny, like, or is everybody on the same accord? Nah, just give him time. Nothing to see here.
I just think
if this were Dallas and Dak or anywhere, I'm sorry. It's like, get him back.
Yeah, I just think that it's a little bit interesting that the 49ers signed Purdy to this monster contract. He's the franchise quarterback. He's got turf toe, and now he's missed 2 games, played. This is going to be what? His third game missed. So he's going to miss the first 5 of the first 7 games. And I just don't sense we got to get him back out there. And there's certainly not people saying, well, we have no chance without Brock Purdy. It's just gotten me to think, Goo, that, if we were in another city, would people be saying, things like, well, let Mac roll until he loses, or, make triply sure that Brock Purdy is ready before you bring him back.
Is this the kind of luxury you want?
Is Lamar Jackson going to wait an extra week to make sure?
That could be
Joe Burrow going to wait another week? No. When the starting quarterback's ready, he goes out and plays. Why is it different here?
Because maybe they struck gold with a quarterback that could hold it down. Well, other cities, I don't think they have that at their disposal, It's got to be something to that, or is there something bigger when you think about it?
Well, I think some of it has to do with Purdy also. I think what we're hearing is, and this might be like, well, no kidding, Steiny, but he's not viewed as a Burrow. He's not viewed as a Lamar Jackson.
But he is your Lamar Jackson.
Okay, then why isn't he? Why isn't there a clamor to get him back?
I believe because everybody saw him come back too soon, no blame, and now they know they don't want that to happen again. Now, I could be naivete, Steiny, but to me, I told you I would rest him 6 weeks. I said that, so how can I say anything else?
Yeah, you're not wrong for saying that. I just think it's fascinating. And the other thing is, it's like, and you could use this as a counter.
All right.
For goodness sakes, this is your guy. This is your franchise quarterback. Like, he was good for 2 or 3 years. He was so good that you paid him franchise quarterback money. But here we are, 6 games into the season. He's week to week right now.
Right.
I don't know. I think if we were in another city, maybe we'd be asking, when's Purdy coming back? When's Purdy coming back?
Oh, man.
Do you think he can play this week? If he's 80%, would he go? What about next week? And there just seems to be an understanding or an acknowledgement here that Mac Jones is good enough, and when Purdy's ready, he's ready.
Or, shout out to Uncle Looney in the chat, Steiny, this to you. Is because Purdy, and I think this is unfair, really doesn't elevate the team.
Okay.
Do you think that could be? No.
If that's what he thinks, that's what he thinks.
No, I'm asking you, all right, real quick, so let's put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. We talking quarterbacks. From what you've seen of Mac Jones, the inception of his Niner career tenure, how big of the gap is it between Brock Purdy on a good day and Mac Jones? I'm not even trying to get to. I just want your opinion on that. I don't think there's a big gap.
Okay, fair enough. My question is whether the gap is a foot or whether the gap is a mile. If Brock Purdy's better, why aren't people saying there are no questions here when he's healthy come back? No extra week. No this or that.
I really believe it's the toe. I really do. The fact that Jacksonville, he looked bad. The guy, Superman, came back and looked bad. I think that was a mistake. And that's why I believe it's quiet on the set as far as people not clamoring for him because they know this. Now, you could look at me like, Guru, you sound stupid. But don't you think it's got to be that?
That he came back too soon?
Yeah. Or if this were Steve Young in his prime or Montana, you would take 70% Steve or Joe, regardless of the backup at 100%. Normally, that's the mindset, right?
Well, I would
just get him back there. Steiny, we need you out there, man.
Well, I would never just say it's one thing why somebody's doing or why fans are doing. Like my perception might be wrong. My perception is there's not a clamor for Brock Purdy to get back. Okay, why? Well, maybe one reason is they did bring Purdy back and he didn't react well, and so they're just giving him 3 or 4 more weeks. Yeah. Fine. But then we've also heard I think Mac should quarterback this team till they lose, and then when they lose, we can get Brock back in. It's like I guess this is what I'm saying in a way when we talk about the backup quarterback.
He's the fans' best friend.
What do we say? Not only that, we say, if you have a backup quarterback for 3-4 weeks, can he win you a couple games and keep you in it? But we also seem to say, but if he quarterbacks 8-10 games, you're in trouble. Well, why is it? It just seems weird that Mac Jones has come in, done his job. He's done what a backup should do, win a couple games. Now Brock's healthy, hit the pike. Nice job, hit the pike. Yeah. But it feels like there's something more going on here, and that's what I'm trying to kind of get at, Goo.
Yeah, and again, I'm gonna just tell you how I feel, Steiny. I know it could be. They're 4-2 right now.
Yep.
But if somehow you get to the playoffs and Brock Purdy is in and out with this turf toe and you don't get it right, I'm looking you dead in the face, Steiny, on a good hair day. I honestly believe there could be a scenario to where we see Mac Jones be the starter for the Niners in a playoff game if they make it because of how trickle and fickle this turf toe injury is.
Well, that's fine.
Like, I feel like that's the track we're on, and people will be like, well, that's a miracle. We made it without such and such, but the Niners aren't done. And I watched that game again with Tampa, Steiny. When Fred went down, they still were in 20. We know it, 20-19, 3rd and 15. So if you keep that up and somehow you make it, but Brock is not 100%, is there anything to be said about what you said a couple weeks ago? How long do you ride the hot hand? But then when you lose, it ain't the hot hand. Because Brock's really one pass away from Mac 1 and 2. What if he had lost that Arizona game on that interception? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But Steiny, what if they were 1 and 2 with Mac? You think everybody would still feel secure with them back there?
Probably not. But I also know that just because he's 3-1, does it mean Purdy's job's in jeopardy?
No, Purdy's about health. His opposition right now is not the team; it's the toe. And if you come back, whenever that day does come, and you give us another Jacksonville game, then, Steiny, you got to say we owe it to the team to play the healthier dude because your poor play is a byproduct of your toe.
I'm just saying, if people loved who Purdy was.
And you know they do.
Well, apparently they don't. Because if you think,
man.
Right. But the point is if you say, let's make doubly sure about Purdy's health.
Gotcha.
Like what you're, or the fact that some sentiment out there is he should quarterback until he loses. Yeah. Like that's not normal for a quarterback 1 and quarterback 2. The backup came in, he won a couple games. If Purdy were ready right now, like
Kyle would put his ass right in the game.
My point is this. Yesterday, Brock was more limited than Mac Jones. What if today, I don't know, Purdy feels good and Mac Jones is more limited?
I don't run that
way. Then he's got to go to Purdy.
No, but Steiny,
what do you mean no?
Because to me, if you were losing that battle to the backup in regard to health on Tuesday, 24 hours ain't going to...
Of course it can. Of course it can.
Okay, then what about Thursday? What about tomorrow if it swings back?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
So that tells me it's so fickle and minute that I need to give Brock another week off.
And that tells me that you're in a situation where your quarterback, you don't feel like your quarterback is...
No, we're in good hands with Mac.
Okay.
But you're saying I'm saying something else with that.
Okay, let's put it this way. Yeah. If Mac Jones were quarterbacking the Baltimore Ravens, and you think they wouldn't want Lamar Jackson to come back?
Oh, my God. It's 65-70%.
So then acknowledge it's because Purdy's not as good as Lamar Jackson. Or it's because Purdy's not the kind of guy like...
Well, with turf toe, I mean this, partner, that I got a little irritated that we blame the turf toe, but now that I'm thinking about it, Steiny, that was a bad performance. I'll give you guys the win. It was because of the turf toe. We can ill afford to have that happen again, or maybe you can't control that. At some juncture, Brock, how do you feel? Coach, I can go, and he's afforded that. This is his gig. But what if he goes back there and can't overcome turf toe to be the best version of himself? What do you as a coach and what do you do? Do you say, hey, Brock, we know you think you can go, but we got to ride, man?
This is not...
Like, I think all that's on the bingo card. I'm not trying to be messy, man.
To me, this has nothing to do with Kyle Shanahan and when he's going to decide to play Brock Purdy.
But you asked me a question.
It's about the fans. It's about the fans and the way they feel. And what I'm sensing is there is no urgency among the fans, or clearly not as much urgency among 49er fans, to get our star quarterback back on the field because, damn it, we're a better team with him, and that's what I'm wondering about. It's like I don't know if Kyle Shanahan is if and when he's going to replace Mac Jones. He's probably going to do it when he feels Brock Purdy's completely healthy. I'm just saying I don't hear clamoring for, and you hear it also kind of in the media, and they're the same way. It's like, when's Brock? It's not just one. In other cities, they pound these coaches about, well, what's it going to come down to? How will you know if Brock's ready? What's Mac like? Just I don't know. It just feels like everybody's just okay with Mac Jones, and that's fine. But it may be an indictment on Brock Purdy. Is all I'm saying.
I hear you preaching, and Steiny, I got to read this just real quick from Apollo Cruz in the chat. The players love Mac Jones, and from what I see, all right, I'll say it. But, Steiny, does that mean anything at the end of the day?
Well, I think they love Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't.
888-957-9570 is the number. How come nobody wants Brock Purdy back?
Hey!
At 1 o'clock today, we're going to jump into the 49ers-Falcons game. We got Brian Finneran joining us. He's a former wide receiver, played 10 years in the NFL, 9 with the Falcons. He's now a host on 680 The Fan. That's our sister station in the ATL. So we have Brian Finneran at 1, but we got to talk about the urgency of Brock Purdy coming back and whether or not there is any. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And don't forget, this Sunday, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale starting at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games, and the beer garden's going to be open. DJ there, bartender serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. So go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, and sign up now.
Don't miss comedian Matt Rife at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View on October 19th. The show is almost sold out. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm. We're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
He can ball. There's no doubt about it. Now, I'm the media Michael Jordan.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks to Chris Broussard.
Could he
FS1. Yeah, he was good. He played Division III.
Take you off the dribble. He said media Michael MJ. Damn.
Yeah, it's one of those things where
I love you, Chris.
I'll say I was better than him.
Seriously?
I think so.
Somebody, a little bird told me, the key to Steiny, this was after yesterday's show. I said, what? Let him talk about himself.
Of course.
In a good mood. I was like, I done figured it out.
By the way, what were you guys talking about with this foxhole earlier? And then you said, Steiny, would you be in my... No.
Spadoni and I were having a conversation as he left the morning roast. And we were talking about, guys we'd like to have in our foxhole. I brought up Evan. He brought up Barry Switzer. We brought up some guys that, you can count on. And then I say, Steiny, can I count on you in my foxhole? And Evan, he goes, no, you can't.
You can't.
That's sad.
I am a pacifist.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd want me in your foxhole, to be honest.
I don't know why that bothered. What's going on here? Where's my
Guru, if you and I were out and it all came down, I think I'd have to run away.
Wow.
Now, I probably wouldn't get very far.
Because you, Evan, and y'all don't, I didn't take an ass whooping or two, but I'm Draymond with us three.
I would like
you guys are in good
I would
hands.
like to end my lifetime career with a record of 0-0 in fights.
All right.
Physical fights.
Our bones don't heal as fast at this age.
All right. So one of the things we're talking about today is, I just thinking about Purdy and Mac Jones and Purdy, talking to the boss, and he's like, we're talking about how, boy, it just doesn't seem like anybody's clamoring for Brock Purdy to come back. And I agree. I don't think there's clamoring for Purdy to come back. Yes. Now, we're starting to ask why. Uncle Looney, this is how I'm going to start the segment. Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat. Steiny, the difference between being a backup and a starter is not a large gap compared to other quarterback situations. So what Uncle Looney's saying, one of the reasons there's no clamoring for Brock Purdy is because Mac Jones is almost as good as him. Fair. And I said to him, I have no doubt that's one of the reasons, but I think there's many other factors. Would it be fair to say that a large segment of 49er fans are not all the way bought into Brock? Is that a possibility?
Okay. And real quick, how do you measure that? And are you saying, you know what, the lack of calls, the lack of clamoring, or are you where I'm at? I honestly believe that setback that he had, that pain that he felt after his bad performance against Jacksonville, is a byproduct of why we're not hearing clamoring. And I told the boss that. I told you and Evan, Steiny, I do believe it. But, you guys get mad at me when both of these guys are coming out of college. If you want to play that game, at that juncture, revisionist history, who was the better quarterback? It was Mac Jones.
Well, he was evaluated far more highly.
But he played more highly in college football, and now he's in quarterback heaven with the guru. So now is he tapping back into what he was supposed to be when he initially got drafted? I don't know, but I do have those thoughts.
Let's start us out with Kevin in Fremont wants to talk about this dynamic. And that's what I think it is. It's some kind of dynamic between Purdy and Mac Jones, and between Purdy and the fans and Jones and the fans, et cetera. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Here's the thing about Matt Jones and Purdy. It's simple in the sense that there's physiological differences. Matt Jones, the reason why he can play right now, the offensive line is putrid, by the way, for anybody.
Yeah.
They're all going to get killed eventually. But the reason why Matt Jones can play behind that, and Purdy, you don't want Purdy in there right now, and I'm not a Niner fan. I'm just speaking facts here. You don't want Purdy behind that line because without movement, he can't see over the line, and he's going to get his passes knocked down regardless. I know Matt Jones gets his passes knocked down, but he's bigger, and he can throw harder, and he's stronger, and so he can get his passes over people much easier. And because he can't move, it's okay, even though he can't move, he can still strong-arm it over them, and he's taller. That's number one. So physiologically, you want Matt Jones in there because he can take it a little better.
All right.
But here's the other thing. You were talking earlier about how jobs can't get lost because of injury, and I'm not going to say that Purdy's going to lose his job because, like I said, no one's going to survive behind that offensive line right now. But here's the thing. Yes, you can lose your job due to injury, and the biggest example of that was when Pastorini went down and Plunkett took over and went to 2 Super Bowls and won them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Houston Oilers.
Kevin, good solid points, no doubt about it. Well, Guru, like you have the Cowboys history on lock.
Yeah.
And you and Evan and the boss were talking about, didn't this happen with Dak Prescott?
It did.
Please explain.
Zeke Elliott's rookie year, Tony Romo never got a chance to hand the ball off to Zeke, and you think about what could have been because in the preseason game, Romo hurt his back, and a rookie out of Mississippi State, Dak Prescott, made his debut at Los Angeles Stadium against the Rams back then, looked great, and Steiny, Romo wasn't back at the start. Dak quarterback won 2-3 games. They went 13-3, went to the playoffs, and during that season, week 7, week 8, it was Armageddon in Dallas because they didn't give the keys back to Tony Romo.
Did he start the season healthy?
No. He got hurt in preseason against Seattle.
All right.
So Dak takes over, looks good in the preseason.
6-2.
Yeah, 5-1.
Okay.
4-2, and they just didn't give the keys back. They go to the playoffs, lose to the Rams, and Romo, that was it. Never played another down in the NFL. And now you look 10 years later, you didn't get a Super Bowl. But my point is, that's the definition of riding a hot hand. I liken that to what Harbaugh did with Alex Smith and Kaepernick. So I'm not saying we're here.
Let me ask you some questions about Romo.
Go ahead.
Like, was he in the later stages of his career?
Had he had the chance to play with Zeke, Steiny, they would have went to the Super Bowl.
So looking back, do you think it was a mistake?
Oh, it's one of my biggest sports regrets and one of Jerry Jones's biggest sports regrets.
All right, fair.
But they made it and stood on it. They made that decision and stood on business.
Right.
But you got nothing for it? But 3 contracts and nothing, and not even an NFC Championship visit.
Okay, so then now compare that. I want you to compare it now to the situation, or not now, but compare that to Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott.
Well, Cooper Rush went 5-1, but Steiny, his style was, you could tell the offense was pedestrian. There was he couldn't move, but he won. But you knew it wasn't. You couldn't taste like success down the road.
So Mac Jones's 3-1 looked different than Cooper Rush's 5-1, kind of.
Physically, there was nothing Cooper did to make you forget about Dak. I'm watching Mac Jones. I'm just having these questions, Steiny. I'm on your couch in your office, your medical office. Listen, I don't know if Brock can make the throws that Mac's making to Kendrick Bourne over the middle linebacker, right in, and he has, don't get me wrong, but just consistently, Mac is slinging that thing. I'm not saying there's a controversy here because Norman Johnson told me, Steiny, son, always follow the money. So nothing's happening here. Shout out Buffalo Springfield, right?
Well, unless Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy. But if Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy, I'm just saying.
So do you get mad at me or scoff at the notion that when I say, hey, revisionist history, coming out of college, Mac Jones was better than Brock Purdy?
No. I mean, he was more acclaimed. I mean, I don't want to.
Okay,
I'm going to give that to you.
Brock's got the diamond ring on his finger, right, with the contract. So there's nothing to see here. Or are you telling me?
There is something to see here if Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Brock Purdy and Brock Purdy is the starter. Then there is something to see. Is anybody willing to go that far? I don't know, but it doesn't seem like people are saying, we got to have Brock back. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Alameda County.
At Alameda County Probation Department, we're more than a team. We're a community working with purpose. As a juvenile institutional officer associate, you'll change lives, build hope, and create opportunities. Join ACPD today, a mission that matters working with purpose.
Hey, y'all, it's Willard Dibs. Today at 5, it is back.
Yep.
Not quite yet Warrior basketball, but Steve Kerr.
Which is awesome. It's the precursor to actual basketball and a great interview, the best in the Bay.
No one's better at talking it out. Maybe he'll be cooking. Maybe he'll be out about town. Maybe his dog will appear. Dogs are barking.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
Blue and Gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Dibs. Brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shaneco today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Upgrade your laundry routine with a durable and reliable Maytag laundry pair at Lowe's. Like the new Maytag washer and dryer with performance-enhanced stain-fighting power, designed to cut through serious dirt and grime. And what's great is this laundry pair is in stock and ready for delivery when you need it the most. Don't miss out. Shop Maytag in-store or online today at Lowe's.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
I am mad at you now.
I don't care.
No, you will.
So to hell with Harry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
I heard from Harry today.
You gotta read it.
I won't read it, but I'll give you the sentiment at some point.
Warrior-related, Niners?
It is Warrior-related.
Okay.
Warrior-related. Well, you look like you got something on your mind. What's up?
I don't know if you know, Tupac Shakur means so much to me. What my favorite artist, along with Marvin Gaye, and what he did acting. And also, I do wonder what he would be now if he were still with us in this crazy world. But I just asked you and Evan, because Jeff Pearlman is a sports writer and author. He has a book coming out, Only God Can Judge Me, The Many Lies of Tupac Shakur. And I go, wow, is he? And you and Evan just gave Jeff, incredible reviews and raves about his work. So I'm about to pick that book up.
Yeah, he was also the dude. He's Winning Time dude.
I don't feel like he got any credit for that.
He didn't.
He also, I think...
He's done a bunch of stuff.
He wrote a book on the Cowboys that I think this most recent documentary used a lot of information from. The Boys Will Be Boys is the name of the book.
Evan, why would a guy like that or a gal not get the love like to Winning Time? Why would people leave his contributions to that project off, Steiny?
Well, first of all, it was Showtime. He wrote something on Showtime.
Yeah, the show's called Winning Time.
Right.
Which we love.
Correct. Off his book, Showtime. Correct. But he also wrote Three Ring Circus, something about Kobe. He's written a ton of books. There's been a lot of books that when he writes them, they get a lot of acclaim.
Man.
Yes, Boys Will Be Boys. He wrote a book on Bo Jackson, wrote a book on Walter Payton, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow, sweetness.
He's like, here
I'm
it is.
getting this book, man.
Here's what he is.
Yeah.
He's a real journalist. He doesn't care if you like him or not. He's going to get answers. He's one of those guys.
Peter Vesey.
Different.
Okay.
He's more like sounds like Pablo Torre right now. Torres.
Okay.
This is the first book that isn't sports related, I believe.
I guess that's what wowed me.
It's interesting.
Tupac.
I'll read it.
Yeah. We got a simple question we're asking 49er fans right now. Why is there no clamor for this team to get Brock Purdy back? It feels like there's just among the fan base, even though Purdy's our guy, he's our starter, he's our franchise quarterback, he just got paid, that we're not viewing him as an absolute positive necessity that the 49ers need to reach their heights in a way.
Do you feel that way?
I do feel like something is coming out of this that I'm just wondering how much of the fan base really, really believes in Brock Purdy, I guess is what I'm saying. That's all. Because it feels like there's a lot of people that really are pointing out, well, how much difference is there between these two guys, really? And the difference in pay is so dramatic that it's too wide. That's too wide of a gap.
No, I'm with you, but it seemed like before the break, Steiny, you kind of leave me in the car by myself when I say because Brock got that bag that doesn't even start or kick in the next year, there's nothing to see here if Mac Jones went Joe Montana for the next 3 games. Or do you think, the sports, anything can happen?
When you say there's nothing to see here, like, I agree. If Brock Purdy's the 1 and Mac Jones is the 2 and it's clear cut, then there's nothing to see here. But apparently the issue is, what if, I think people think Mac Jones might be better than Brock Purdy. And if that's the case, listen, fans they're not the front office, but by the same token, fans do create pressure, especially in football and on an organization.
I believe that as well.
And so, I don't know.
All right, this one
Lamar Jackson is not a great comparison, obviously, because he's Lamar Jackson. And Burrow's not a great comparison because he's Burrow. And maybe, I don't know if this is Mac Jones or this is Purdy, but Burrow goes down, they're done. They're done in Cincinnati.
Well, they got a game tonight. They got Flacco. They went and tried to do something.
You're right. But I think if you're a Cincinnati Bengal fan, Burrow goes down, you're like, we're done.
Okay, Stafford goes down and Jimmy wins 3 games, throws 11 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. Even that alone wouldn't stave off a healthy Matt Stafford. It's like, hey,
Right,
Jimmy,
but
great job. I'll buy you vodka and cran after the game. But there's nothing there.
But
And
Jimmy's got so much more of a,
bad
he's
track
so
record.
into his, he's so into his career. Like Mac Jones is young enough for people to say he was in a bad spot in New England.
So Baker Mayfield.
The other thing, Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones, all these guys, Geno Smith a year or two ago. I'm just asking. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Scott in Marin. Hey Scott, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the lack of respect for him is it's just crazy, absolutely nuts. The reason that I am apprehensive about him coming back is we saw what happened the first time he did when he came back too soon.
Yeah.
And this type of an injury is a dangerous type of injury that can be So this is the reason why you get a backup that can play, is that you buy yourself a little more time with your franchise quarterback. And I'll tell you one thing, if you're going to ask me who I'm going to pick between Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy, I'm taking Brock Purdy 7 days a week.
Why?
Because I'll tell you, because he took him to 2 NFC championship games and a Super Bowl and a missed block away from winning the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. Lamar Jackson has swallowed the olive in every single playoff run that he's had. So there's a difference between somebody who may be more talented physically, has a better regular season. There's the nuances with Brock Purdy are far and away better than Mac Jones.
Intangibles, you mean?
I really intangibles.
No, I hear you, man.
But he's got to be that supposes he's healthy. That's it.
Yeah, no,
fair
enough, Scott. Appreciate the call. Like
he's got to be healthy.
Yeah, he's saying the reason that he's not clamoring for Brock Purdy is because he does think he's very good. He does think he's the franchise quarterback, and he ain't rushing him back. That makes a lot of sense. I think some people do feel like that, but I do think there's other people that feel like Mac's better with this group.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And we're all brothers here, all 6 of us, and the producers and everybody. But it's funny the chat saying, "Oh, wait till Willard comes in," because I feel like I know how Willard thinks. But I would just say, again, we're asking, why is it kind of feel like there's quiet on the set of not running them out there? And I told you I planted my flag on. I do believe it was the bad performance and what we deem the Niners or even Brock rushing himself back. And that's why I do believe, Steiny, when he's able to go, verbally is all it's going to take for him to tell the coaches, I'm ready to get back out there. But we're talking about the fans and the lack of, if you want to deem it that, and the word of the day is clamoring.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. We're just batting this back and forth. Let's go to Cal, who's on the Bay Bridge, although probably not anymore unless there's a lot of traffic. What's up, Cal?
Not too much, Steiny. How you doing?
Doing well.
What's up, Guru?
What's up, baby?
Hey, there's a few things going on. You're talking about there's no clamor from the Niner fans for Brock to get back. When you look at Brock and you look at the quarterback that's in there now, Mac Jones, the things that Brock has in favor over Mac Jones is his athleticism and his ability to read defenses and things like that. You take away his ability to move, that negates his athleticism. Mac has a strong arm. Mac comes with the pedigree from Alabama and won a national championship and all of that. So there's no deficiency in the quarterback play on the 49ers right now. That's not where we're losing. Now, if Brock could rush the passer, if Brock could go sideline to sideline at the second level at the linebacker position, if Brock could be back there in the secondary and be a sure tackler, there would be some clamor for Brock to get back on the field. There's no reason to rush Brock back now. Let him get healthy. Let him get back to his best self, and he'll be fine. Quarterback play is not where the 49ers are losing the game right now. Okay? It's the defense. And when Fred went down last week, everybody in Niner Nation know we're done.
Yeah,
wow, man.
And that's why there's no clamor, and that's why.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Thanks, Cal. Appreciate
I haven't quite heard it like
the call,
Steiny.
Well, here's what this would be my statement.
Yeah, that'll want to stay with me.
So I'm going to name 5 injured 49ers, and I'll tell you right now, you could just first hypothetical. You can only get one back.
But you said 5. Okay, right.
Okay, you ready? Purdy, Bosa, Warner, Kittle, Ayuk. If I said to you, you can only get one guy back, I'll bet 95% of the Niner fans say Fred Warner.
And I think it's 99, and that's what my answer was. But, Steiny, is that really shade at any of the other 4?
Well, what if yes, because if the 49ers had, Justin Herbert, the question may be answered differently. Or, Lamar Jackson. Maybe not for him now. I don't know.
So we're going to see Penix come in, Michael Penix Jr., with Bijan Robinson, London, and, a group of guys up front for the Falcons defense that gets after the quarterback. But the way he said the Niners are losing because of their defense, I could make a case they lost to Jacksonville because of their offense. They almost lost to Arizona because I could make a case, Donnie. I felt what he's saying, but it sounded like he thinks that's going to come. But after Fred went out, Baker had a lot of time, but that game was still 20-19. And to his point, he would put on the tape of 3rd, 14, or 15, right? But I don't think they lost just because of their defense.
See, I
lost the ball twice.
I look at it, and the way I was looking at that game Sunday, and I said as much. I wasn't looking at that game Sunday thinking to myself, Brock wins this game. So that's another thing. I mean, now, when I say I don't think Brock wins that game, I know he doesn't win that game with turf toe. But I'm not I don't know that they win that game if he's healthy, though.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at. Here's the other thing.
Because they missed a kick to go up 11, and the offense got the ball again, Steiny, to kind of,
Yeah. Hey, Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. How about this? If we're objective, and it's been a small sample size with Mac Jones, 4 games, he takes care of the ball better than Brock Purdy. Is that a fair statement?
Well,
he doesn't. He hasn't been turning it over as much as Brock Purdy.
But I think he turned it over twice just this last Sunday.
And Brock's got 4 picks this year in 2 games.
I got you. But I would just say we need to see more.
Last year he was 20 and 12 touchdowns to interceptions.
But then if I went, and again, this doesn't matter, but it is real, Stein. If I went to the resume or went to the give me the career numbers, Mac would lose that battle because Brock has been, I hear a lot of people, the only difference between Brock and Mac is Brock is elusive. But I want my star quarterback to have more than just that. But that's all I'm hearing when I say, what's the difference? Because
who's more accurate? I don't know.
I'm saying Mac Jones. And I could be prisoner
But I've seen Purdy be really accurate.
I have too, but I'm saying Mac Jones.
All right. And Purdy's more mobile, and Mac Jones has a better arm.
Now, who reads defenses better? Or are you going to say
I don't know. I can't say with certainty who reads defenses better.
Do you feel like if you paid your quarterback what you did Brock Purdy, you would want that answer to be a definite yes, Brock Purdy, right now?
Yeah, you would.
And maybe that's why
fair.
We're here.
Well, then maybe it's more a function of Mac Jones being as good as he's been. I think there's more to it. Here's what I think. I think there's not an underground, but there are a lot of fans that it's not they don't like Brock Purdy. They like Brock Purdy. They just don't like him, $250 million worth. And they're concerned they're just concerned, which is fair. That's all fair. But to me, that would also make me want to get him back out there to see if, when he's healthy, if he can quarterback this team differently than Mac Jones and it'd be better.
Yeah, and I'm no doctor, but I'm just telling you, Steiny, and the camera can tell you, my gut's telling me that this thing is going to follow or just linger with Brock all season long. And what does that mean? Has Brock shown you at 80% maybe, and I'm throwing numbers out, 79, 91% of himself? Is that good enough? Or now are we going to, whenever he plays, if it's not good, it was because of the turf toe. Like, where's the fine line?
I mean, like, I never get into, like, because I don't know. What if it lingers all year? Then they're in trouble. Then Mac Jones is going to quarterback the next 10 games. But I've got to operate under the assumption that Brock Purdy is I don't know why. I'm operating under the assumption he's quarterbacking against Texas.
Oh, you good?
Houston, rather.
Okay.
I don't know why. I feel like if he doesn't come back against Houston, then
Rappaport was right, by the way, with that initial report. You know what I mean?
Then that means this thing's definitely more serious than we thought. And to me, it would also mean that it was a legitimate setback on the Sunday against Jacksonville.
Could this team possibly get to the playoffs if they're with Mac Jones if there was no Purdy in your mind?
It's possible. And I guess that's the thing. That's where
Any
I
other
guess
city, it's over.
Yeah, that's what I guess is very interesting to me. Like, Brock Purdy, he can be as great, best quarterback in the league. He went down. You know what? Steiny, do you think they can still make the playoffs? Yeah, I do. Okay, Lamar Jackson went down. Well, they're done. Burrow went down. They're done.
Dak Prescott.
Done.
Baker.
Done.
Jalen Hurts. Done. Well,
who's their backup?
Now, Evan guessed.
They got a guy. Tanner Mordecai in Philly?
But that was McKee.
Yeah, I have no.
Tanner McKee.
He's never going to play.
Boston, no either.
I love you guys. But I get your drift, man. Like, damn. So the Niners are working with they got a luxury at quarterback right now. Would you say that a lot of cities don't have? They got the Geico with Mac Jones until Brock comes back. And if something were to happen or re-aggravate with Brock, you still got Mac. If you believe in what you've seen thus far. And I'm just telling you, Kyle Shanahan made Jimmy Garoppolo look the best version of himself to the point to where they should have won the Super Bowl just by getting to the Super Bowl with Garoppolo. He did it with Brock Purdy. So you put Brock Purdy and a mixture of Garoppolo together in your mind, you stir the pot. Mac Jones is not that far off for the combo of those two. So why would that be far-fetched? Why? Like I'm asking you, are you surprised at what you've seen from Mac under Kyle?
Yes and no. Like, yes and no.
I'm blown away.
Yeah, I'm not blown away because we saw it with Garoppolo. And we saw it with Purdy.
But what was it that Kyle does
Kyle
to
can
get
do
these
this.
guys? And that,
like, I don't know how, but he can do it.
Wow.
Garoppolo got to a Super Bowl and Purdy got to a Super Bowl.
And an NFC Championship game, too.
So, like, that's the thing. He can do that. He's proven, right? He's proven he can find a quarterback that can get the job done. So then I do think it's a fair question that if Kyle really was assured that if he's so arrogant that he thinks you give me a guy like Mac Jones and it'll be seamless, well, then why isn't that part of their strategy as an organization? We don't pay our quarterbacks $45 million
What's the credit to
because
Brock?
We've had great success.
But it's a credit to Brock.
It's a credit to Purdy. It's a credit to Mac Jones. It's a credit to Garoppolo. But it's mostly, to me, a credit to Kyle Shanahan. Like, who's to say?
No, I totally get that.
Right. Like, here's the other thing.
This is the biggest flex for Kyle. And I know he's like, Guru, what does that even mean? What you're doing with Mac after what we've seen Mac in Carolina and in New England at the end, this is very impressive.
Let me throw this to you. If the 49ers had either of the following guys quarterbacking them 2 years ago or 3 years ago, Kirk Cousins or Mac Jones, would they have gotten as far?
I believe so. I'm being just on. I believe so. And I believe Kirk would have thrown for 4,000 yards. And the way I'm looking at Mac right now, who's to say that was unattainable? What did Evan say? Yeah,
he's just gritting his teeth a little.
No, jump in, E.
Those guys are statues. I think that's the difference.
Gotcha.
Like there's some. I know he didn't have to do everything, but there were some times during that playoff run, they're both, I'd say, where like Purdy just took off. There's a big run against the Lions. There was a big run against the Packers.
Super fair, but wasn't Jimmy a statue? And when the O-line did their job, it was enough.
Yeah, but they ran the ball 58,000 times.
Wasn't Matt Ryan kind of a statue? And Cousin, I got you, man.
I'm just saying that I think that while there might not be a chasm, I think there's a difference.
Yeah, I
Austin,
do think
San Jose is saying what everybody. You tell me if you think a lot of people are, or is this so unfair? They made a mistake paying Brock the big contract.
I think it's too early for that.
But in the world of sports we live in, Steiny, why do I feel like
go ahead.
That's a glacier that's way down the Antarctic, but we could come up on it if things were to go bad.
See, here's the other thing that I believe is going on, and it's we haven't seen Brock Purdy play well in a while now. Now, I get it. He had some moments last year, but now it's been a year plus. He has not played great. We've forgotten what he did the 2 years before that, and so that's a reason too why there's not a lot of clamoring as far as I'm concerned.
Now that remember I was like, Steiny, you're cooking the books, but you weren't the only one. That happened pre-Mac, before Mac even stepped on the field. Hey, Guru, you worried about Brock's record or da-da-da? You know, da-da-da. So
I do think on a practical level, we're one loss away from let's go. Brock Purdy, get back. Get your ass in there.
Could have lost the Arizona game. He was bad in that game to me.
Who?
Mac Jones. He threw that pick. Normally that's ball game, and it wasn't all just his fault. But I do wonder if they're 1-2 instead. What is he now? 3-1. What's his? So I'm just saying, man.
He's been good. Come on, Mac Jones has been good.
He's resurrected his career. Like, seriously.
Or has Shanahan resurrected his career?
It don't matter. He's going to be just like who did it for Baker. Who did Baker give credit for? He went to where?
But here's the thing.
Come on, dude. Baker credited the coach. He went to
McVay.
McVay. He credited McVay of like what did Blake Snell say about Webb? He taught him how to pitch in the seventh inning, but. Yeah, Baker said, McVay showed me some stuff about myself in my profession.
I was thinking more of, like, is Mac Jones, like, if Mac Jones is Garoppolo, did Garoppolo's career take off after he left San Francisco?
Garoppolo was never what Mac Jones was supposed to be coming out of college, so I believe that is the biggest flex Kyle will ever have. So when you say Jimmy left Kyle, it was over. He had to return to glass slippers.
Yeah, I think Brock may be just as big of a flex for Shanahan as Garoppolo. 888-957-9570. I see calls on the other side. I'm going to get to you all. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Don't forget, Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. It'll be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale starting at 3 p.m. They'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden is going to be rocking. It's going to have a DJ. Bartender's going to be serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. Go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, to sign up now.
Viant, data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork, just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Vinay from San Jose. One of the best professional services I have seen. Victor identified the problem and replaced the nylon gear in the opener within minutes. He also fixed the squeaking noise of our garage door. Highly recommend for any garage repair.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
October baseball is here, which means the MLB stage is bigger, the lights brighter, and your style, it's gotta rise with it. From fresh jerseys and iconic caps to hoodies, jackets, and must-have accessories, every postseason fit tells a story because October baseball isn't just play, it's what you live, it's what you wear, it's showing off and showing out. So this October, go big, go bold. Rep your squad's postseason moment at MLBshop.com. MLB trademarks used with permission.
This is it, your last call clearance event at Lazy Boy. Save up to 50% off store-wide on sofas, sectionals, recliners, and more. Don't miss unbeatable savings on an American icon. The last call clearance event happening now at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check the backseat.
check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Warriors basketball is back. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your Doves at Chase Center as they make another run for the postseason. And be sure to listen to the Morning Roast all this week for your chance to score a Best Buddies bobblehead. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Now, I tried to up you one during the break. We got Cleveland Thursday Night Football, NFL, Amazon Prime.
Okay.
Pittsburgh at Cleveland.
Okay.
I thought I was doing something, tapping into my Eddie Murphy. It goes, it's the Unk Bowl because of Flacco and Aaron Rodgers, and they call us Unk when you're old. And then you up me one with what?
They call it it's the Icy Hot Bowl. Remember the Ice Bowl in Chicago?
Well, Icy Hot being that they're old and
yeah,
I got you.
Pretty
you
good.
got one, Evan? You heard anything out?
Give it some time.
Yeah, it's just whatever. They sprinkled in an old timers game right in the middle of the regular season.
Damn good.
Hall of Fame game.
Not bad.
Yeah.
By the way, I got
Flacco's not going to be there. But
boy, this would be my time to say you just need to man up and say what you want to say. And are you willing to say it?
That's on our show.
Are you willing to say Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy?
No, I'm willing to say what I said.
I forget. That's why I asked.
Coming out of college, who was the better quarterback?
Okay, now here I got to fight you with semantics.
Maybe I did say it.
I got to fight you with semantics.
Willard Dibs that, Steiny. Now he's in heaven. He has the luxury that Brock and Jimmy had, and we're seeing a new Mac. So I need to see more of him before I go, I'm 100%. But, man, I'm watching these throws he's making, man, and Brock can't make them like that with the precision. So I'm not going to lie to myself.
Man, then that, with all due respect, then we got a problem.
You don't until...
If you're right and Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy, or could be, and I'm not saying you're stating that,
right.
But there are people out there who clearly think it, then we've got a problem.
But we might not, because the experiment is going to come to an end when this toe heals. He's got a contract.
No, but I'm saying that's why there'll be a problem. If Mac Jones wins Sunday, goes away, Brock Purdy quarterbacks for a couple games, the results are mixed, and people think Jones had better success with the offense, well, that's a problem. It just is. And then even when Mac Jones goes away in a year, there's going to be the residual that, damn, Kyle's gotten 3 guys to have success in our organization now. You know what I mean?
No, boy, Steiny, I really mean this. We're having this discussion, and it came out of left field, but they're going to utilize Mac because I believe somebody's coming for Mac. That's already done. Some teams coming for Mac, and the Niners can use that, and who knows what they get for him. But at that time, you could use that for where you lack or the upcoming draft. But I'm just telling you, all it takes right now for this noise to die down, if you deem it noise, is Brock tells the coaching staff, I'm able to go. Then this goes away, right?
Unless they say we don't think you're ready. Because the way you were limited Wednesday, and they've got to see that he can go through some practices doing the most game simulation you can, even though that's unrealistic.
Yeah, but what's scary is, and unrealistic about that, Steiny, practice ain't the games. So,
but if he can't do stuff in practice, you can't put him on the field.
But my point is, maybe you get through the practice, the simulation, and then you get out there where it's live stuff, and it's like, holy hell.
No doubt. This from the 707 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I think it's too early to say who's better because they both have different strengths and weaknesses. I agree with that. I don't know who's better.
And is it real? Is it a what's the bad foul?
Flagrant?
Yeah, flagrant foul of me to go back to college and say, if we went back there, revisionist history, Mac Jones, Brock couldn't hold, nobody knew who Brock was in Iowa State. Like, I know you guys are telling me that means nothing now, but does it? And why I bring that up is, are we surprised that a guy from Alabama that played big-time football all of a sudden now is taking advantage of a great coach and a great system?
I don't think Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy. If you were like, Steiny, who's better? I'd have to say Purdy.
Yeah, and you would be right.
Because
he's
up until this point, he's been a better quarterback over his career than Mac Jones. I would not say Mac Jones is better after. I didn't see him in New England play a lot, but after 4 games, I'm definitely not ready to say Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy. That's just where I want to start. But the bigger question is, has there been a clamor that we got to have Brock Purdy to win? Most teams, we got to have our starting quarterback to win. And here, for whatever reason, and it should be considered a positive, this guy can win with numerous quarterbacks, apparently.
Steiny, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how much do you think the lack of clamor is because Brock came back, people saw Brock bad, he wasn't healthy? How much do you think that is why the phones aren't ringing off the hook in regard to, we need this guy, we need this guy? How much of that do you think? Because I believe it's 90% of why it sounds like it's been quiet.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination of that, where some probably feel like they brought him back too soon, so now let's just be extra cautious. Right. But they wouldn't be saying that if Mac Jones were not playing as well as he does. That's why, and you brought this up with Chris Broussard, who joined us earlier from FS1. League's going to change next week. After the games, everything's going to change. And if Mac Jones doesn't play well on Sunday and they lose, he's done.
All right, okay.
He's done in a way.
Yeah, that would be. I got you.
Let's go to Austin in San Mateo. Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
Pretty good. I want to say this. Brock Purdy, he got lucky. He fell into to the 49ers, already made Super Bowl team ready. On the offensive end, on the offense with the receivers, the offensive line, the defense, they was already Super Bowl ready. He just got lucky and fell into that. Now you look at it now, he's struggling. He's struggling without these star players. He's struggling without this great offensive line, with all these defenses that are injured. Bosa and just injured. The whole defense is a whole new defense is injured. A whole new with Robert Saleh coming back. It's just all over the place right now. And then with Mac Jones, man, it can't look too much better than what it's looking right now. I'm stumbling on my words because of Mac Jones is looking good without these star players.
Well, you know what?
Just imagine if he gets. Look. Just imagine if he have these star players. Man.
Yeah, that's
the limit for him.
No, I appreciate that, Austin.
Wow, Austin.
That is another part of this equation where Mac is 3-1 with an undermanned team.
Man.
So, but the other thing, I haven't heard anything like this, and I get it. You never know about injuries. But here's what I'm not hearing either. It's week 7.
Yeah.
Why haven't I heard any 49er fans call in and say, look, all we got to do is hang in there for another week or 2 or 3, and by week 10, we're going to have Purdy. We're going to have Kittle. We might have Pearsall back. Who knows? Ayuk's window might be open.
Right.
And when that happens, we are going to roll offensively and make a run in the second half. And hopefully our defense can keep us in games. I haven't heard that.
Because your backup quarterback, I'm going Major League Baseball playoffs today, Stein, he's going 2 for 4. He's going 3 for 5. He's getting hits. You don't miss something until it's gone. And I'm just looking at Bourne, and I'm looking at this offense, and I'm looking at some throws, because I can't be disrespectful, and I'm not trying to, and I'm not scared to. The bottom line, Steiny, is the arm talent challenge. That's, and that's just one facet of it. I mean, Mac is showing you he's taller back there, and he's letting them go. So I'm sitting there thinking to myself, even against Tampa, he's hitting Bourne and Stride, and I'm like, damn, not that Purdy can't do that.
Well, he won't. He can't. The minute Purdy comes back, Kendrick Bourne is not going to have a 100-yard game. Then the throws are going to go more to Jennings if he's healthy.
And I got to tell you,
there's
just
no
from
doubt.
that, I want him to start Sunday so I can see that.
It's funny. Yeah,
but
Apollo
Pearsall was
Crews
putting up big numbers too before he get you. So I got to hit. Purdy's connection was with Pearsall, but man,
I mean, of course, Mac Jones has played with Bourne before, and Purdy's played with Jennings before. Purdy hasn't played with Bourne. So Mac Jones hasn't played with a lot with Jennings.
Yeah. So you really want to you put stock in this. This is our guy Apollo Crews in the chat. Mac is cooking with backups. Is he? And I just is that how you really, is that why it looks different or is hitting different because he's doing it without Kittle?
Well, I think he's been good. I don't necessarily think he's been cooking.
No, and the Arizona game.
The yards, the passing yards per game
those are stats though.
Right. But keep in mind that the reason that's happened is because they're not running the ball well. And when Purdy gets back, maybe they still can't run the ball, and then Purdy's going to start throwing as much as Mac and kind of start throwing it around the yard.
I got a question for you. How much of the Ram victory in front of the world or country on Thursday Night Football against a healthy Ram team do you think went a long way, even though they almost lost it, they didn't, for Mac, even whatever you want to describe or use words you want to use to describe what you think's going on with the quarterback position?
I think it's all 4 games.
That was major, right? Well,
yeah, but it's all 4 games.
All right.
I mean,
that hit different though.
Yeah, it was a great
win. They were minus 8.5. Exactly.
So, I think it's been his total kind of portfolio since he's been here.
Jim Molay says nobody's cooking with this O-line.
Yeah, let's go to Orlando and San Bruno. What's going on, Orlando? How you doing?
Good. Thank you, guys. Thank you for taking the call. I just want to quickly say, just like the resume that really helped Purdy in the NFL was being a starter for 4 years. On that note, Mac comes from a Division III NFL conference. That's why Mac showed what he did versus the Rams. And then the last thing is, Mac does have a better arm. They're both true leaders, and I just hope that everything goes well with no more serious injuries. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, they can't get any worse right now, right, Steiny? I mean,
what can?
The Mount Rushmore of losing your important players?
It sure can.
Your best defensive lineman,
Mac
your
Jones
best
could get hurt on the first play.
Well,
Christian McCaffrey could get hurt. Yeah. You never know. I mean, I expect him to get healthier. Let's get into.
It came out. Yeah, you are right.
Let's get into this kind of the draft thing back in the day. When you say Mac was better than Brock Purdy, I know this is who I am, and it's what drives people crazy, but I would have to say I don't know that's true. He was evaluated much more highly by anyone who matters. However,
he was worthy of a top 5 pick. Maybe,
Well, was he? The way I look at it is Mac Jones, to make a basketball comparison, Mac Jones played at Duke.
Yes.
And he played with 4 other starting NBA players who would be future NBA players, and he did his job. Brock Purdy went to Iowa State where they were undermanned, had to probably quarterback in a more risky way, put up numbers, but it's he went to a mid-major. So did Steph Curry.
Right.
You could say, Johnny Flynn. Yeah. Johnny Flynn was drafted before Steph Curry. People thought he was better. Johnny Flynn went to Syracuse. Curry went to Davidson. But Curry's better. But they one guy, at least in that case, evaluated it wrong, or a couple guys, because I think Curry, who was the number 1 pick when Curry came out? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Blake Griffin?
But the point is, it doesn't matter. Curry would have gone 1 if everybody knew he was going to be who he was.
Right.
But he went 7 because, I don't know, some guys had more pedigree and all that other stuff.
But I think about – go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, but I don't think it matters
Grant
now.
Hill went to Duke and played with studs, and Chris Webber played with studs.
Right, and Jay Billis went to Duke, and he never played in the NBA. And Mark Allery was one of the best players in Duke history, and he never was a good pro. And Gene Banks was terrific at, like –
I guess what I'm telling you is, just from a Mac Jones standpoint, isn't he starting to change the narrative? And he's done it for me already. And what this season's been about in the NFL and last season with Darnold, now Daniel Jones in Indy, and Baker Mayfield. Aren't you getting that feel to Mac Jones? And maybe he'll go somewhere else and ball out and get paid. But the bottom line, Steiny, is I know what I saw on a national collegiate level on big-time Saturday nights, national championship games with Mac Jones. That was no fluke. So he had an
all-star team around him.
Okay.
Just like Brock had with the Niners 5 years or 3 or 4 years ago.
Under the jail in regard to how, Mac was about people were ready to throw him away. And now all of a sudden he's resurrected and got a life preserver from Kyle. And all of a sudden, Steiny, as much as we think, there's nothing fluke about him being in a good situation now, Mac Jones. Now we're seeing the Mac that we were supposed to be, we're supposed to see when he got drafted is all.
I'm not even close to there after 4 games of seeing Mac Jones.
But it's not preposterous, right?
What?
You could you're like, Guru, give me 11, give me 7 more games of this. Then I can be there. Like,
what if I told you no? I'd need to see a year or 2 of it almost, because I saw a couple years of it with Brock, and I get it. He's 3-1, and Mac looks good, and he looks so good. We're talking about what we're talking about, and Evan used the phrase too.
What did he say?
You have to allow for the fact that Mac Jones is going to regress from his first 4 games. You have to allow for that, don't you?
Yeah, and I'm not mad at that, but I look at it on the flip side. He regressed in regard to his career and where he was at and what was so stinky. Pepe Le Pew in Carolina and New England with Matt Patricia. That was the regression.
Okay, but I got to just tell you, you're sounding like a guy who thinks Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy.
And I thought that.
And that's fine. Okay. I'm just not there
now.
yet.
Yep, he hadn't done it. Brock Purdy took this team to a Super Bowl, Steiny. I got to and then on the fly took over and took him to the NFC Championship game. My question is, and I hate to do this, do you think Mac Jones could have did it with that Niner team or those Niner teams?
I don't know.
Could Baker Mayfield have done it under Kyle?
Well, Baker now
No, I'm just saying Sam Darnold. This dude is flexing.
Something about Baker, I don't think Shanahan would want to coach. But that's another aspect of this. All these quarterbacks that Shanahan has gotten something out of, Garoppolo, Mac Jones, and Brock Purdy.
They're not exactly.
To me, they're all the same. They're all the same. They were quarterbacks who weren't highly thought of when they came to the 49ers, and they look like damn good quarterbacks when they play for the San Francisco 49ers. That's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
It has to be, because these are just average names that we're looking at.
There's no doubt.
They're average names. I'm not saying they're average quarterbacks. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's how the day started. The day started with the boss and I and Guru and Evan talking about why there isn't a clamor for Brock Purdy to get back. The boss, me, and we're talking about it, and it just doesn't feel like anybody's saying, we got to get Brock back and start rolling. Like a lot of starting quarterbacks are talked about. And the question is that because Mac Jones been good enough to allow you to be conservative with Brock Purdy, which makes sense, or are you starting to think that Mac Jones might be better than Brock Purdy? But that's not the craziest question in the world.
But and people are gonna say, Guru, have you heard yourself the last hour? Yes, I have. The bottom line is I jumped out my seat like I had the Holy Ghost in the meeting in the green room, because I felt like the clamoring is silent because of what happened when Jacksonville. And I told you on this show during the crossover with Willie and Dibby, I told you, Steiny, I would sit him put him on the IR.
Right.
But now,
again,
I want to ask you real quick.
But that's different. That's different. You can be a 49er fan and say, I'm really worried about his turf toe. Let's just give him 4 weeks.
So with that, there's no clamoring for 4 weeks. You see what I'm saying? If that's my mindset.
But we don't know we don't know if he's out for 4 weeks. My point is that nobody seems to be saying we need Brock Purdy to win.
Because I feel like the message is take your time with that toe. You
and
guys
I'm just
rushed
saying
it back last time.
And I'm saying that most teams would want their franchise quarterback back ASAP.
Okay.
As soon as he were ready. Not let's let this guy quarterback Mac Jones till he loses a game. Not let's give Brock an extra week and then we'll give him 1 more week.
All right.
I mean, it sounds to me that if Brock said, you know what, I'm 99%. I'm ready to go. Some fans would be like, no. Wait till he's 100. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's 100 though. I hear you.
But 99. But if everybody's hurt right now and everybody's playing at 90% and Purdy's at 80, but he gets up to 90, and most guys are playing at 90, he's got to get back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then he's healthy enough as his as healthy as his teammates. So I think they would. Would they? How about this? Would and maybe physically he couldn't, but would Brock Purdy have played with all the? Would they have let Brock Purdy play if he were banged up like Juwan Jennings? Probably not, because I think that's because of Mac Jones.
And okay, I'll give you that. But my question to you. And I don't know if Brock has a brother or not, but let's just say you're his best friend. Put all this into perspective for us, Steiny, and you could have a real conversation with Brock Purdy right now. And if the Niners were to win the next 2 to 3 games quarterback, let's just say 2 games quarterback by Mac Jones,
all right,
would you be and Brock's best friend say, hey, pal, you might want to get back sooner than later because of this avalanche, shout out Colorado, that's coming with the Mac train in regard to wins? Or would Brock say, I got the bag, I'm the dude, when I'm healthy, they're going to put me right back in?
If Mac Jones wins the next 2 games.
And looks serviceable.
And Brock Purdy announces he's healthy.
Yeah.
What would you do?
I believe they're going to say, Brock, you're our quarterback.
Right. They're not, right. Exactly. They're not going to say, well, let's let Mac roll a little longer.
Because you said it last week, Steiny. It was called, we're up against it, ride the hot hand, like Dallas did with Dak.
Yeah, I don't think there's any definitive answer here.
I think his resume supersedes 5 or 6 good.
Here's what I think. I think everybody is smart enough that watches the NFL to know that a backup quarterback is everyone's best friend until he becomes the starter. This guy's become the starter. He's been doing a nice job as a backup. But now there's more talk maybe than there should be about maybe you don't need Brock
But he
back.
came into the league as a starter, Steiny, 50 games.
We got Brian Finneran, former Atlanta Hawks wide receiver, coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll get into some nuts and bolts about the Falcons. They've won 2 impressive games recently, and they're coming into Santa Clara on Sunday. Hey, head on over to YouTube and Twitch to see Steiny and Guru by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all of our great content right here at 95.7 The Game.
Hey, y'all, it's Willard Dibs. Today at 5, it is back.
Yep.
Not quite yet Warrior basketball, but Steve Kerr.
Which is awesome. It's the precursor to actual basketball and a great interview, the best in the Bay.
No one's better at talking it out. Maybe he'll be cooking. Maybe he'll be out about town. Maybe his dog will appear. Dogs are barking.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Tired of the same old night out? Hantago's Wood Kitchen, your neighborhood spot for an incredible time. They take pride in their huge selection of in-house craft beer, innovative craft cocktails made with fresh ingredients and full menu of delicious scratch-made food, from their smash burgers to their unique appetizers. Don't miss their special entertainment nights featuring Wednesday night trivia. On Friday and Saturday night, Ghost Hour is 50% off all drinks, 9 p.m. to close, and featuring a live DJ on Fridays. Find your vibe at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City, and at ghostwood.com.
At the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, we serve our communities with purpose. From patrol to forensics, dispatch to corrections, we offer career paths for those ready to strengthen our communities. Chase the challenge. Find your calling. Apply now at join.alamedasheriff.gov.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Steph Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Sunny skies this afternoon for San Francisco, going up to 65.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Don't miss comedian Matt Rife at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View on October 19th. The show is almost sold out. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
For me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
He deserved it. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's all I'm saying. This is all I'm saying. Go Green Wave! That too. All I'm saying is, if Chance the Rapper were truly one of the greatest rappers, he wouldn't need to say he's a rapper in his name.
But it's a play on words.
No, if he were truly great, it would just be Chance. And he would be so great, everybody knew he rapped. You see what I'm saying? For example, and this guy's name's come up a lot lately because he's been compared to me, Larry Bird. He doesn't go by Larry Bird, the basketball player, because everybody knows he was great at basketball. Hey, I'm Steph Curry, the basketball player. Yes, Steph, you're so great. We know you play basketball. But Chance, apparently,
I like it.
Is so peripheral.
They're missing the boat, though. We're talking about it because Evan's going to see him at the Masonic tonight.
You know what? Hey. If he's so good, change his name to just Chance.
Well, there's a lot of guys that you just say one name and you know who I'm talking about. For example, during your soliloquy right there, you mentioned Chance. That's it. And everyone knew who you were talking about.
I don't think so.
If I say
I didn't.
Kanye,
nope.
You don't have to say Kanye West. You
Guru?
just know Yay. Yeah, Guru. You know who that is.
You said it.
You don't give the whole government.
I got to believe a lot of people are with me on that one.
No, they're not.
You don't say Bob Dylan. You just say Dylan, and people know you're talking about.
He gets creative with words, rapper, so Chance the Rapper to me is a play.
I got you, Guru radio host. I got you.
That's different.
No, I appreciate what you're saying, Evan, the producer.
It's like Ichiro Suzuki. You don't call him Ichiro Suzuki. You just call him Ichiro.
Oh, boy.
Well, we got
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Chance is not even a rapper. Now, I can't speak to that.
He's much more.
Anyway, you're going to see Chance.
What time it starting?
Tonight. Chase Center?
8 o'clock.
No, Masonic.
Oh, better. Yeah, nice venue.
It is a nice venue.
Masonic's one of the best venues in the city.
Who have you seen there?
I've seen a lot of people there. Van Morrison, obviously.
You didn't like that. Remember, you're down on his.
No, but this is when he was. This is when he was actually functional.
I'm uncovered.
In fact, the night I saw him at the Masonic, it was an inspiring performance. He was really sick, and the Masonic's kind of in the round or in that, like, you can get.
Yeah.
They come down right to the stage, and we had great seats. And after every song, he would go back to this little bar stool where he had water, tissues, and stuff, and he would just and come back and do another song. He gutted it out.
Literally.
Exactly. All right, well, have fun tonight at Chance's.
I won't ask if you're going with a date. I won't even do that. Exactly. I got killed last time. But...
Not tonight.
Okay. Single, ready to mingle.
We're talking about Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. Let's start out with City Boy, get us into the conversation, and then I want to switch it a little bit to Jawan Jennings, because he's a guy who's been impacted he'll be impacted and has been impacted by who's quarterback in this team. City Boy, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, I'm great, fellas. How you doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Really good. Hey, I just wanted to say two quick things. One, shout out to Bay Area legend, Filmo legend, Rappin' Forte. So you talk about Chance the Rapper. One of the OGs of the game from the Bay is Rappin' Forte.
Yes, sir.
So that's kind of a similar thing. Anyway, and then that Kyrie rejoin with the Mac Mall, that's fire. Y'all got to keep that. That's a great.
Steiny don't know what you're talking about, but I do.
By the way, if you don't know who's on the phone right now, it's City Boy, the P1. City Boy, the P1.
Yes, I am.
What's up, buddy?
Yes, I am. Nothing. And I just wanted to say about Purdy, you know, it's funny. And Matt, you alluded to it with the backup quarterback being everybody's best friend, right? Everybody loves the backup. And Mac has done a great job, so I don't want to denigrate him or take away from what he's done because he has kind of saved the season, right? When Purdy went down, I think there was this kind of consternation in the fan base thinking, here we go with the injuries. Kittle goes down, Purdy goes down. We went 6-10 or 6-11 last year. Here we go again, right? And Mac really did save the day, so I'm not going to really come down too hard on him, but I do want to point out that it's funny. Everyone was on Purdy about this Jacksonville game when he came in. You know, he tried to come injured and play. He throws for 300 yards, but he throws 2 picks, gets strip sack, and we lose a 1-score game. You know, then Mac Jones puts up 6 points in the second half against the Rams. Comes out the next week and loses the game. He throws for 300 yards, throws 2 picks, and gives up a strip sack late in the game, and we lose by 2 scores, right? I mean, it's pretty similar, right? I mean, like, isn't good, and I'm not saying, like, he's pretty – him and Purdy are pretty close, but the idea that he's just played out of his mind is
wow.
Or even incredibly is just ludicrous. Like, he's played okay.
Wow.
He hasn't messed it up. He's played pretty decent football. You know, he has a good chemistry with Kendrick Bourne. That's been fun to watch. And I like Mac Jones, but the idea that he's going to supplant Purdy with these, you know, pretty mediocre performances that have ended up in wins. I mean, who did he beat? He beat, Arizona and New Orleans?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, 2 pretty bad teams. I mean, you know, but
and
I'm
the
grateful
Rams.
to him for that.
Yeah, I got you.
And the Rams, where he put up 6 points in the second half, and he didn't look good, but we won the game. You know, the defense won it on that punch-out, right? I mean, you know, let's give the defense a shout-out there. And, you know, the defense kind of won that game, in my opinion. But Mac hasn't screwed it up either. Like, I like Mac, and I'm happy he's our backup. And I'm, you know, if he needs to play as a starter, if he needs to start a handful of games, I feel very confident in that, you know. But, I mean, the idea that he's going to supplant Purdy to me is ludicrous. Now, if Purdy has a stretch where he looks terrible, he comes back and he's just playing badly. But, you know, and this team is in disarray, too. Let's be honest. I mean, how many players are – I mean, we were missing our starting wide receiver, Ayuk, right, our number 1. We were missing our number 2 in Pearsall. We were missing the number 3 in Jennings, and we were missing Kittle. I mean, and the team hasn't scored a rushing touchdown in a year and a half. You know, I mean, it's crazy. So, and I'm exaggerating a little there, but it is ridiculous. The injuries have been ridiculous. You know,
Yeah.
And I mean, if I'm this team, you know, they got to go out. I mean, use a couple of draft picks and go get a real deal offensive lineman. Go get, you know, like I remember when Tua was having all those injury troubles or they went out and got, I think it was Laramie Tunsil. But you got to go out and get, like when we went and got Trent, right? I mean, you got to go get yourself not just a body, right? You got to go get a real deal offensive lineman to solidify that line. Then everyone can settle down, and I feel like the other guys would get better, you know, if you put in sort of an anchor into that O-line. So I think, you know, that's my take, because I think we got to go get an O-lineman. I would be calling every team in the league right now, you know. I mean, at least the bad teams that would be willing to trade. Obviously, a good team isn't going to trade their best offensive lineman, but anyway.
Appreciate you, City Boy. If I could summarize what City Boy, what his sentiments are, it feels like it would be like this.
Oh, I got him. Go ahead.
If you say, you know, Mac's been great. Mac has been great. What I'm hearing from City Boy is, yeah, he's been great for a backup quarterback. Great. But if you view him as a starter, yeah, he's been okay. Like, he's been okay. He's been pretty good as a starter. But
he talked about the Ram game.
The fact that he's a backup, we're giving him far more grace than we would give Purdy as the starter. That's
but there's
another
something
dynamic.
Different, though, Steiny, of what Mac is doing, because he's putting out the stats, and that's just not all on Mac, right? The fact that they had 17 points in the first half against the Rams and then got 9 thereafter, 3 in overtime. But the bottom line is, then what do you call what he's doing? Because Niner fans had to live through the Brandon Allen experience. Just think about that game last year in Green Bay where they had no chance. Imagine him being behind center when Brock was missing these games. So there's something, I don't know what to put my finger on, but like I told you, at the end of the day right now, if business were to close and we were to stop talking about this, all it takes to me to end this is Brock saying I can go, And I feel like that can still include 2 more victories by Mac Jones. And because he's been paid and they proposed to him and he accepted, this is his show, man. I just really, truly believe that.
Yeah, I mean, 2 more wins gets Mac to 5-1 as a starter. I don't know. I do think there's at some point during the season, I mean, if Brock comes back next week, he comes back next week. But as we go game by game, the more Mac Jones wins, if he does, then it's not a matter of do you like Purdy, do you not like Purdy? It's a matter of how late in the season does it have to get for you to make a quarterback change if Mac Jones has quarterbacked 7 games and is 5-2.
Yeah,
that's something that Kyle Shanahan's going to have to figure out.
Hey, not to throw you a curveball, Steiny, but I was going to jump in and ask City Boy. But I'm telling you, man, I fell in love with what I was seeing from Ricky Pearsall. How concerned about you? He didn't practice yesterday. Moving forward about this youngster that's about to miss his 3rd game, possibly. Man, I'm just asking, Steiny, when you see him make these the one-handed catch against Arizona, the big catch against 4th and 4 against New Orleans, and then he's on the ground, I'm just like, I want to see him play, but is he on your radar at all of,
He's not on my radar. There are players, professional players, who play for 8-10 years, and they have trouble playing full seasons. They just do. Like, for example, look at Steph Curry's first 3 years.
I mean, that was
seriously.
Yeah. The 4 for 40 contract or whatever it was for. I was like, but yeah, I hear you.
So I mean,
but how many times do athletes overcome that?
Well, Kevon Looney did. I think a lot. Blake Griffin missed his entire first year with an injury. So, I think there's a lot of players that have overcome. Some of it might be just getting used to the NFL.
Yeah. And he was playing like a one, Steiny. He was playing like a one.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Just not for nothing, but this on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line is Mac Jones is also playing hurt right now.
But with positive returns.
Mac Jones, the backup.
Yeah. Oh, God, you won't let that go.
But, I ain't letting that go.
Steiny, he's doing that, and he's playing positive. Brock came in hurt or hampered, and we got Jacksonville. That's why I'm eager to see Brock again, just to see. I'm not going to say it's the toe. If he says he can go, we've seen Brock had bad games, and you brought up, what was it? How many games did you guys go back? And a lot of people are typing it, he's this and such since 23. Even Christmas of the Raven game.
Here's what I don't understand. Is I don't understand why you consider that cooking the books. It's an indication
that all his fault, though.
I don't care if it is or not. It's an indication.
Well, see, that's unfair.
No, but it's an indication that they have not gotten the production from the Baltimore Ravens game till now. Brock Purdy has not been the quarterback he was before that. And you know what? I ain't saying it. Steve Young said it. Steve Young points to that game as something
I'll never
going
forget
on.
it. Yeah.
So
he was MVP candidate at that point with Lamar.
Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
Our man.
The listener. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Grandpa, hold on. Let's go to Richie.
In Queens.
Richie.
Yep.
The next caller.
That's right.
What's up, Richie?
Yes, sir. Okay. Not a whole lot. Sitting over here, I wasn't going to do it, but the last dude started in on it, so I got to go in on it. I got to tell you why Chance the Rapper is such a dope name. I'm a guru on this one. It's like Chance the Rapper. Get it? Like Chance the Rapper. Take a chance at the rapper.
I love it.
Defense. Chance Jordan. Chance Steph Curry in his prime. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
And Chance him. Not only Chance him, but Chance the Rapper. What rapper? Any rapper. You see what I'm saying? Now he's holding it down for the profession. He's holding it down for the profession, right?
Hell,
you're almost like a rapper. What do you sell? What is your product? Who crafts words for a living? Who sells words for a living?
Wow.
Okay. Now, then you get into the professions. Now you got to hold it down for the profession. What's the oldest profession? The oldest profession is profession. It's to profess. It's to speak. to have something so great that people pay you to speak for the knowledge you can give them. That's called game. 95.7 the game. And I'm out, man. Richie, gotta go.
I love it. Yeah.
That was Richie, the Chance defender.
Yeah.
So, Steiny, apparently Chance's real name is Chancellor.
Why didn't he stick with that?
Because
that would have been money.
However, he adopted the full name Chance the Rapper because no one believed that there could be a rapper named Chancellor.
I love it.
I think there could.
No, you don't.
And take it from a middle-aged white guy.
Nah.
I think that would have resonated in the young black urban community.
Hey, this is where you need to be careful. I like that. And he did it with a pimp feel. He broke that down. Like, he was pimping that last caller, the way he broke it all down. Chance the Rapper. Evan just gave it to you, Steiny. Chancellor, that wasn't working, buddy. That's not
the oldest profession.
Well,
it's not what they refer to as the oldest profession. All right, let's go to...
Would that be sports writing?
Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
GPD.
The middle-aged father. Hey, Grandpa. How you doing?
Back here. No, I'm just Grandpa Daddy. I'm not Grandpa Daddy the contractor. Grandpa Daddy the OG. I'm Grandpa Daddy.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what they know. When I went to the summit, everybody was like, "Oh, you Grandpa Daddy." That's all.
See, that's the thing. You don't have to say. You don't have to say Grandpa Daddy the something, because that's what you are, baby. All right, I got you.
Steiny. Goo, I'm sorry. I got to agree with him. Now, Chancellor, he should have said the Chancellor. That would have been a bomb.
Come on, GPD, the Chancellor.
The Chancellor is a rapper. The Chancellor. That would have been tight. But anyway, listen. Hey, by the way, last night we went to Steph's restaurant.
Oh,
how
nice.
was it?
Not Steph the basketball player. Oh, bourbon steak. Oh man, it was sweet. Of course, we dropped the G.
Oh my God,
my man getting it. Yeah.
Four people. It was my homeboy's birthday, so
wow.
My homeboy. Yeah, David Ball. I call him David Baller, but he underground plumber. He made big, But anyway, he got reservations for us, and it was nice. It was really nice, man. I had the lamb chops, mashed potatoes, and Brussels sprouts, screaming with the crab tartare.
Oh, you got me hungry and thirsty. Look at him.
Nice.
You got to check it out. Hey, but listen, Goo, you guys. Now, Purdy, there is no controversy.
Okay.
All the talk is in the media. The media's talking about it. I can guarantee you. Matt Jonesy did a good job as a backup. You're right, Steiny. But when Brock's healthy, sure, he ain't got a whip up an arm like Matt, but he got the legs. He can get you out of trouble. And in this day and age, and this NFL, you got to scramble, bro. You got to make plays with your legs. Mac Jones can't do it, bro. But you good backup.
Yeah.
So, Purdy, you get healthy. Look, he brought us to the promised land and almost took us all the way to the hilltop.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Hey, GPD, hold on, Steiny. Right. Before you go, is he gone?
No, I think he's still there. No, he's there.
No?
He's still there.
GPD, what beverage did you sip on last night? How are the beverages?
Bourbon.
Did he say it?
The international.
Okay.
Everything.
All right.
The international.
Okay.
I got you.
We got to get there, Steiny.
What does that
Thanks.
mean, international? Is that a bourbon?
I guess it's a drink. You would think you would know. Like they're saying Matt Steinmetz, the Larry Bird of media. Is that how
That's
you
too long.
I
was wrong. It would be like, welcome back. I'm Matt, the host, and Guru, the beach chair.
Or the contest winner.
Yeah, sure. Contest winner. You're better.
No, but you're not good at swag. That's all. That's why you don't get it.
Oh, but what about that Price Waterhouse jacket I had on the other day?
It was.
But what?
The what?
My Price Waterhouse jacket that got PWC.
Oh, yeah.
It got a lot of positive feedback.
I
got as much positive feedback on that whatever it is, pullover, than I got negative feedback about the Birkenstocks.
But Steiny, I didn't want to say this to you. That was kind of overdoing it. That was a New York coat.
That jacket looked like it could stop a bullet.
Like, you're not in the snow, but
it was freezing yesterday. It was really cold yesterday in the morning.
I'm like, my boy making me hot. Jesus Christ.
Please don't tell me it looked like George Costanza's big jacket.
You just look like you're ready for Reading winter.
Like, man, somebody make
Let me ask you a serious question. If you had to estimate how many jokes were made behind my back in the last 2 days wearing that, what would you estimate that at?
I've said it before. Oh, don't ask Braun. Oh, man. Yep.
All right.
Man, a G for 4 people. That's when you're winning.
What, when you're getting a G for 4 people or when you're giving a G for 4 people?
When you ain't tripping on going out like that. Wow. We got to get there, man.
You know what's weird is, like, fine dining.
I love it.
I don't need it.
Are you kidding me?
No. Give me a burger and a beer. I'm a burger and a beer guy.
I was going to ask him the ambiance. Was it kind of dark where the tables got the candlelight? You know, they're lit with the lamps with the light. I love that stuff, man.
Like Grandpa and Eddie might not be balling every day, but he's stopping by a Michelin every once in a while never hurt nobody.
No doubt. Man. No, and I don't mean I'll never go to a fine. But you know, a lot of people, they eat out at nice places a lot.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of money, but even if I did, I'm more of a Matt, the regular guy. That's who I'm more like. Oh man, this is a question that we've been dancing around too from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line with the current injuries, and I did kind of want to get into this a little. If Brock Purdy was a healthy quarterback, do you have to take into account like kind of where the offensive line is, or that's a bridge too far? Like we can't our offensive line hasn't been good, but it's not really going to change.
Yeah.
So
it'll be what it was in Seattle,
I can't not bring him back because I don't think my O-line's
and that's not good. We know Kyle. He don't – come on, Steiny. Just look at the touches McCaffrey has. He doesn't proceed with caution.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Where's she at?
I don't even know who that was.
She checked.
It wasn't Lord. Oh, she
and you called her Toots.
Oh, she checked me.
That's the one you called Toots.
Oh, boy, she checked me. Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
You can't say that.
Of course I can.
Not in the 2020s.
Listen, I heard a guy refer to a woman the other day as darling.
Well, I'm okay with that.
Well, that's the same thing.
No, it's not. Toots is like bimbo. You can't say that.
A harlot.
Bottom line is, there's no way you can get fired for I'm going to be listening Toots.
Well, obviously.
Especially when 5 years ago you had the worst take of all time about that one.
Yeah, on bar.
Yeah.
I got a little nervous.
You shouldn't have. You're allowed to.
Kept looking over at the phone on the bed for it to go off. I got to talk to you.
All right, coming up at 1 o'clock, we got Brian Finneran. He's a host at 680 The Fan. It's a sister station in Atlanta. He played in the NFL 10 years, played 9 years with the Atlanta Falcons. On the other side, I want to get into the Juwan Jennings situation and how the quarterback situation in the 49ers decision there is impacting him. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This Sunday night, the kickoff show, Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. It starts at 3 o'clock. They'll have the early games on, beer garden open, DJ and bartenders. They'll be serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. Go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, and sign up now.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. After the match, enjoy Ruby Red and fireworks. Get tickets at OaklandRootsSC.com or watch live on ESPN Plus and KTVU Plus. Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Anthony from San Leandro. Lupe and Daniel were the greatest. They tested my fire door. Everything is working great. I'll refer them to anybody. Thanks, R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
The world would be my lab.
Oh, I'm Steph Curry. Don't interrupt me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, so I stumbled upon this in the studio today. Apparently, they're going to be giving these out tomorrow at the Warriors games.
It's radio, so let the people know what you're talking about.
I'm going to hold it up for the YouTube people. It's a bobblehead of Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield. It's the Butler Hield bobblehead.
I'm Batman.
And as I'm looking at it,
they did pretty good.
A serious thought crossed my mind. There's no way Jimmy Butler likes that. There's no way he likes that bobblehead.
Come on.
He doesn't want to be associated with Buddy.
Wow.
Like,
You're on your own.
I know, but I'll bet you there's some in Butler's mind. By the way, keep in mind he's different. Nobody tells Jimmy Butler how to play or what to do.
Big face coffee.
He's probably like 5 times the player Buddy Hield is. Why the hell would they put me up there with him?
Well, I mean, Buddy's one of the best shooters to do it, so. Why do you got to be so? And you're going to the game tomorrow.
I think I'm going to, yeah.
The last preseason game, right?
Yeah, why not?
Tuesday, baby.
Why not?
You going to see Hansen?
That's the opener, right?
No, but who are you going to see?
That's the home opener next Wednesday, I believe. Tonight's the Clippers? Tomorrow's the Clips. Last preseason game.
What are they going to do? I mean, they were damn good last year, man. Lost to Denver, had a lead.
I don't know, but they'll be better than the Warriors. There's no doubt about that.
You like Beal?
Bradley?
They have Bradley Beal. They lost Norman Powell.
Evan asked, did you like Beal?
I like him coming off the bench.
I think he's going to start for them.
Clippers.
He's not near the contract's awful, but he's not useless.
No doubt.
He's still all right. Okay, this is what I want to get into, and I'm just kidding. Shut up, Uncle Looney.
What'd he say? Looney's been on fire this whole week.
Don't worry about it.
I can go look.
Yeah, go ahead, and then blurt it out. I set up a scene.
I told you about that word, blurt.
Blurt it out.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
So, okay, let me set this up. A couple days ago, we had Mark Schlereth on, and it was in the wake of Juwan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan's sideline dust-up, if you will. And Mark Schlereth gave his opinion on wide receivers, and he's really not a fan of certain types of wide receivers, but it started a conversation, and I want to get into it, but here's how it started.
Receivers are like children. You know, a lot of them, not all of them, but most of them are like the diva ones are like children. One, you're completely dependent. 10 other guys have to do their job exceptionally well for you to sniff a ball. And 2, you guys whine and piss and moan if you're not fed. You're just like toddlers. And it's incredible. And like I've said this many times, if you're going to whine and piss and moan, what I would like to do is take you down to one-on-one offensive line versus defensive line and let some defensive tackles put you in at guard and let defensive tackles beat the living piss out of you so that you understand what everybody else has to do for you to sniff a football. It is the ultimate team sport. And that position, to me, is the ultimate dependent in that team sport. We're all dependent on one another doing our jobs, but there's no position that's more dependent on everybody else doing their job than wide receiver. And the fact that you guys don't understand that blows me away. It just absolutely befuddles me.
I don't know. That rubs me the wrong way. Guys, would you say that to Michael Irvin or Jerry Rice or T.O. like that?
No.
And you probably would. But
no, I don't think he would.
I just don't
But
like
he's saying
you
it to a guy like Jawan Jennings.
But receivers, they're divas. Throw me the damn ball, Keyshawn Johnson.
Right, but it's okay if Jerry Rice is a diva. It's okay if Randy Moss is a diva.
I don't know.
It's not okay if Jawan Jennings is a diva.
I wasn't feeling that.
It's also not okay if Ricky Pearsall is a diva right now at this point in his career.
But the good ones want the rock.
Oh, they all want the rock, even the ones who stink. It's a fact. Okay, this is TJ Houshmandzadeh. He is a former wide receiver, played for the Cincinnati Bengals, and I had what's his name, Ochocinco one year, and this guy took a lot of his catches in fantasy. I'll tell you that right now. But anyway, he was asked to react to what Schlereth said, but it's going to get us into a deeper conversation about Jennings and the quarterbacks.
I'll say this. He's right, but Schlereth was a guard. He depended on a center to help him. But please believe it. Everybody on the football field needs the guy next to him playing well in order for him to do his job the best way that he possibly can. If the offensive line doesn't block, the quarterback can't do anything. The running back can't do anything. The receiver can't do anything. If the offensive line blocks and the running back misses his protection, it doesn't matter that you did a great job blocking. If the protection is great, the quarterback throws a great ball and the receiver drops it, doesn't matter. And so football is the ultimate team game. I've played with some offensive linemen that were toddlers, but nobody talks about that. And the guys that I played with, they know who I'm talking about. I played with old linemen that were toddlers. They're crybabies, but nobody talks about it.
All right, I feel so they played that sound for TJ. That's awesome. What do you got to say about that? There's toddlers everywhere.
Yeah, he wouldn't say it to him, though. See, Schlereth would tell a receiver they're a toddler. Houshmandzadeh wouldn't tell a lineman that he...
Hey, Jerry, you're a toddler. Boy, how would that go over?
So anyway, now we're talking about Jawan Jennings. Where are you at with Jawan Jennings? Because...
Go ahead, Sonny.
I'm not sure where I'm at with Jawan Jennings. But I think, I'm not saying he's a big issue, but it is more than a coincidence. And Evan brought this up.
It was
that he was the one guy who didn't have a great offseason because of his contract stuff. He was the one guy who had the contract stuff, didn't participate in a lot of training camp. Now he's hurt. Now he's playing through being hurt. Maybe in part because he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. But could you make a connection between what happened this summer and why Jawan Jennings now has become an issue with this team?
You could.
And I will.
But Evan also, and this is why I gave him the gold, the Nobel Peace Prize, Steiny, is I don't know if you're aware, and if you guys listening are aware, your boy's getting paid as he goes. I'm talking about Jawan. Third and Jawan style. He's got incentives to meet. And you know what happens when you hit those incentives? You get money. And now I think he's watching Kendrick Bourne run his routes before Kendrick was a Niner. You know, just think about it. And all of a sudden, I'm out here with 5 broken ribs. I took a contract with incentives, and now I'm not getting nothing? Steiny, I think I would snap.
I don't want to get bogged down into the incentives.
But
I don't think he has any. That's the point. He only has a games played incentive. Isn't that what John Lynch was talking about?
He said that was last year.
Right. Right.
Wow.
So I think now I may be wrong. I don't think I am, but whatever. it's still a matter of clearly he needs to have a good year to maximize his value in free agency.
But is he frustrated?
So that's probably what it is too.
But would you be frustrated if you're out there with 5 broken ribs and some form of an ankle sprain and you're not getting a rock? Now you could say, Steiny, I
just don't have a lot of sympathy for those kind of guys.
So he comes off selfish?
He just comes off like a typical receiver. Now
I do not like the way you guys say that.
But now, that's why if I just said what I said, somebody could say to me, well, why is it a big deal, Steiny, if every receiver acts like this? Yeah. That's a good point. I just feel like
he ain't good enough to do that?
Kind of, yeah. Yes, I do. He's a really good player. He's tough as hell, no doubt. But you can't tell me that the team, as you would put it, isn't feeling a certain kind of way about Jennings right now.
Well, that's interesting.
So
would you agree or disagree
the
there?
way his incentives are set up is half of the $3 million added to his year is based on playing 50% of the snaps.
Okay, he's going to do that.
You would hope.
Right.
The other half is based on receptions, yards, and touchdowns.
Oh, my gosh. That's 0, 0, 0.
1.5 effectively is tied up in that.
$1.5 million. Gotcha.
For a guy that's not making
Evan.
a lot.
Appreciate
So
it.
then that's back on the table. Would you allow that as evidence, Steiny, as far as maybe he's thinking about all of it and I'm not feeling good and I'm 1.5 going out the window? I'm just saying.
Well, you're
assuming.
No. No, my feeling, I have a general feeling on incentives.
Okay.
And unfortunately, Jawan, they control those incentives. Like every team controls the incentives for the most part. And we've heard about this a lot. Guys not playing or guys being held out because they're going to hit a bonus or something like that. Remember when and like Brady threw to Gronk to get him a bonus or something like that? All I'm saying is if you sign an incentive-based deal, you've got to realize that you may not hit them because of the way you're being used. Like you have to know that.
But I don't think now.
He can get mad because of that.
They're not throwing him the ball. You didn't practice. You haven't practiced. I mean, when are you getting that rapport with your quarterback with Mac Jones?
Well, that's the thing. That's good point. I mean,
But New Orleans, he caught some passes. The Saints game.
Yeah, and Bourne wasn't really a factor in that game. Bourne's better than Jennings when Mac Jones is quarterbacking. And, to me, that's where I'd be, and I know it's not, but I'd be like, that's a fact. I mean, that's just a fact. Mac Jones and Kendrick Bourne have a history. Wow. Mac Jones and Juwan Jennings have no history.
I got you. And
Brock Purdy and Juwan Jennings have a great connection.
And somebody coming down my road, Steiny and Guru's vacation tracker on the YouTube chat, and Goo believing he actually has 5 broken ribs. I mean, the man said, "You smart." I got to take him at his word.
I said, "Show me the X-ray." So I'm not.
But
I'm right in the middle.
What's that say though? You're looking at him like
These
you
guys
don't have
do that all the
5.
time. They do that all the time. Actually, they don't do it all the time.
And that's why it was peculiar when I'm like, he's supposed to be saying that. Because if I'm Atlanta,
the issue isn't
I'm
whether
my man's got some 5. Just hit him on the side.
Exactly. The issue to me isn't whether he does or doesn't have 5 broken ribs.
I got you.
Apparently the team wants him to keep his mouth shut about it.
You give him the
or is that
intel.
too strong?
Yeah.
Is that too strong?
But what if I told you this? He's the least of the Niners' problems right now. Because Bourne's holding it down.
Who's the least?
Juwan.
Well, I don't know.
You got to get open. Yeah, no, I'm not saying he can, but you got to get open. And Kyle said it was a nothing burger, but the bottom line is how do we dial up pressure? What's life without Fred? And can we find our run game?
The bottom line also with Juwan Jennings, whether he likes it or not, he ain't a part of the future. They owe him nothing. And this is going to, you want a prediction?
Yeah.
This is going to get worse for Juwan Jennings rather than better because they're just, you would think, going to get healthier. And when Pearsall comes back, if Mac Jones is quarterbacking with Pearsall and with Bourne,
And Kittle's coming back.
There's a good chance by week 12 he could be expendable, Juwan Jennings. So, I think he's in trouble. I just think, he's a short-timer here.
Man, through 6 games, Steiny, and I'm stealing from Jim Mollay, but I won't give you his answer. What's the best story on the Niners through 6 games?
The best?
Yeah.
The most positive?
Yeah. I got –
it's Jim, Mac Jones.
Eddie Pinero. You ain't mad at that?
I have to disagree.
Okay.
I have to disagree.
Tell me why, though. This dude's been a guy.
Because Moody stunk, and they're competent kickers laying around all over the place. See, he's come in, and he's hot early.
Early and often, the dude's making everything, man.
No, he's been great, but he hasn't. Mac Jones is the story of the year. What would you say? Because everyone goes injuries, and then we'd be like, well, injuries were the story of the year in 20, 22, 24, 25. So, injuries are a big story.
What if I said
But he
Kyle,
said best story.
What if I said Kyle's the best story in regard to, you could, and look, Robert Saleh's incredible, but the bottom line, man, this team's 4-2. It starts and ends with the head coach, and this dude's putting out fires left and right, trying to do what have you. I got to give him his credit. And if you're going to say Mac Jones, and I'm with you, that's another. Come on, man. He's the captain of the ship.
Go.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, no matter who quarterbacks on Sunday, no matter if Kittle's back or not, if the 49ers lose Sunday, all that goes out the window with Shanahan. You're 4-3.
But you're still over 500, still in it.
It's not the greatest coaching job of all. They're 4-3. Well,
we're asking the question while they're 4-2.
Right, and all I'm saying is just like with Mac Jones, they lose on Sunday. We're not going to be talking about if they lose on Sunday. Nobody's going to call in here and say Kyle Shanahan has had a great year.
No, but what we're doing now is just saying we're passing the exit and we're reading it. And right now it says through 6 games, dude's got his team in position. Now that can go the other way south real fast. But right now, Steiny, today as we talk on this Thursday before Friday, I got to tell you, man, how can you not just look at this? Even Romo and Nance were saying it.
Because it's too early to say that. But
the injuries are happening so fast and rapidly that you kind of if they were 2-4, you'd be like, they just.
Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. I can't if they're 4-2. He's doing the greatest coaching job ever, and then acknowledge that Steiny, they could be 2-4. Well, if they could, if that's how close 2-4 is from 4-2, he's having a great year because he made 3 great decisions during 2 wins or something like that. He's coaching, and his strengths are appearing like they always do, and I don't know what people think his weaknesses are.
And nobody's going to blame him for the injuries, right? We talked about it.
Some people do. Absolutely.
That is amazing. I don't even know where to start, what's fair and what's foul.
Well,
Ricky Pierce.
This is where I don't want to be a jerk, but you thought he got Trey Lance hurt.
That was a play. He didn't treat him like fine china up the gut, but Ricky Pearsall, and you're going to laugh, he showed up to OTAs with a hammy. All I'm saying, that's not what ails him now is. That's not Kyle's fault. That was the offseason before the offseason. What? How are you so young and dealing? What were you doing? So that's not on Kyle.
Right, you're picking one injury. Listen, I'm not here to say Kyle Shanahan's the reason the 49ers get hurt. I'm just saying there's a lot of people out there that think there's something going on with Kyle Shanahan's system where he can't keep players healthy for long enough period of time.
It's incredible, man.
I think there's probably dozens of reasons why these guys have gotten hurt over the years, and one of them may be the way Kyle Shanahan coaches or runs practice, but I don't think that's what it's all about.
All right, we're in the fast lane now. I'm just letting it all hang out. Steiny, do you really believe Kyle wanted Mac in that draft?
Nope.
48 hours before the draft?
Nope.
I don't either. Because I don't believe there was anybody, owner included, that would have vetoed whatever he wanted to do. He runs the show.
Well, I think it more is I
really, truly believe that.
Kyle Shanahan doesn't seem like the kind of guy who gets talked into something if he truly believes what he believes. And if he, this is how I think of Shanahan. If he thought Mac Jones was better, he would have picked Mac Jones. Period. Now, that can still be talked about today. I believe if Kyle Shanahan comes to the conclusion that Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy, he's going to play Mac Jones. He will. That's what I believe Shanahan. And listen,
then we're talking about what sample size do you need for Kyle to be like, okay, I made my decision.
No, it's about if Mac Jones goes a couple more games and
they win,
and Kyle Shanahan's telling his staff, Mac lets us do so many more things, then he's going to go with Mac Jones. And you know what he'll say though? Brock's, we're just being cautious. He's still not there. But then what'll happen is it'll get too late in the season, and he'll say, now it's a little too late in the season, so I'm going to keep going with Mac. Like, he'll rationalize it without saying, I think he's better. But, and here's the other thing. If this is the way I always think of a coach. If Kyle Shanahan thinks Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy, then he has to play him. I don't care about the money. Like, he has to play him.
Well, what about?
And if he doesn't, then why is he why would you hire a coach with convictions that you like and you trust him to be your head coach, and then you're asking him to not trust his gut on which players he thinks are the best on the team?
I got something for you. What about what we heard a couple years ago in camp? Trent Williams and Fred Warner coming off the football field talking about Brock Purdy walking in front of them. That kid's got something. And then Kyle mentioned into somebody in the organization to where this dude might be our best quarterback. But yet they didn't come out in week one trying to scratch that itch. It was still Jimmy.
I put no credence.
You don't think that would –
they like Brock. They like Mac. Like, I think they like them both. Like, I'm talking about the team. I think the team likes Brock Purdy. I think the team likes Mac Jones.
I agree.
So it's up to Kyle Shanahan to make the right decision for the team. And I don't believe the team saying we believe in Mac Jones, we don't believe in Brock Purdy. I think they're saying, you know what, this guy Mac Jones has done a nice job. He's tough as nails. Brock's not healthy. When the time comes, coach will make the decision on who goes, and we're good with either.
Yeah, it's just, nobody wants to hear this, but in the Guru computer, Steiny, it just seems like we're headed some way to the ROI, return on investment with Mac Jones is through the roof at $3.5 million. And then you have that question, will Brock ever live up to the contract he got?
Yeah, and it's funny.
That's what's crazy about, but yet you're still getting the same football to a degree.
No, I get the contract is a factor, but contracts cannot. This is my feeling. They can't determine your playing time. Contracts. I don't care if it's a quarterback, a lineman.
Didn't Jake Moody's draft position give him
for a while, but you can't. I'm
just saying it
you
kept him in town a little.
You get the benefit of the doubt.
That's all I'm looking for.
But if a guy can't, and after, Moody had a year. He was all right. Moody had another year. He wasn't that great. Moody had another year. He still wasn't that. You're gone. You're gone. You're not. We got to get a kicker in here who's better than you because you've stunk for us.
But I think the politics of the money matter.
I think the politics may matter, but if Kyle Shanahan said, yes, I make some decisions based on a guy's contract, he would never say that. I don't think a coach can be successful coaching like that. Now, coach may have to make an unpopular decision. Who we can talk to about this next segment is Brian Finneran, 10-year NFL wide receiver, played 9 years with the Falcons. He now works for our sister station in Atlanta, 680 The Fan. We're going to talk to him at 1 o'clock. We'll take your calls. In the meantime, head on over to YouTube and Twitch. See Steiny and Goo by searching 957. And while you're there, download and subscribe for all of our great content right here at the game.
Sports, man.
Hey, y'all, it's Willard and Dibs. Today at 5, it is back.
Yep.
Not quite yet Warrior basketball, but Steve Kerr.
Which is awesome. It's the precursor to actual basketball and a great interview, the best in the Bay.
No one's better at talking it out. Maybe he'll be cooking. Maybe he'll be out about town. Maybe his dog will appear. Dogs are barking.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
Hey, Bay Area, slam dunk and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during October, and you'll be automatically entered to win tickets to the Golden State Warriors game on Christmas Day. Every time you donate, you could help up to 3 people, bringing strength and support to individuals and families when they need it most. This is our way of saying thank you for being a hero in your community. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to learn more and schedule your donation today. That's StanfordBloodCenter.org.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
We finally switched to T-Mobile, because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
We're not a championship level team right now.
Everything.
I made it up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I go on and on.
Yes, you do. I'll tell you what, I got to look up this guy real quick because you may have action.
I used to play with him with Madden when I used Michael Vick on the Falcons, Steiny.
You're talking about Brian Finneran, our guest in 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Wide receiver for the Falcons, played there 9 years,
Tall
played in the
cat.
NFL 10 years.
6'5".
And he's joining us at 1 o'clock. He's a sports radio talk show host in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And he's on our sister station, so he's going to be joining us at 1 o'clock. Let me see. Is this guy still in the league? Let me look.
What you mean in the league?
Hold on.
No.
No, not Finneran.
Okay, I was like,
goodness gracious, he's 49.
Kid is
I was going to give Guru an opening here. Ben Simmons still in the NBA? Is he on the Clippers still?
I don't know. Tell me.
Because you still got a shot at winning that bet.
Because Lonzo's back. I saw him yesterday in Cleveland, Steiny.
No, he's under contract. Oh, no, he isn't. It doesn't look like he's in the league right now.
A high rise in L.A. downtown. We both lost that. How about that?
You know what? Let's agree.
Now, real quick, the boss, like, get back to the Niners. But
hell, the boss.
Evan has me so fired up because he's living. And he's going to this concert tonight to see Chance the Rapper. And I asked you during the break, and I asked Evan, the best concert, real quick here, that you've been to in your life, Steiny, and I'll share with you two mine. Evan, yours first, the best concert.
The best concert I think I've seen in person was Anderson .Paak and the Free Nationals.
What a compliment.
Is that the other night?
No, that was a different concert. It was at the Shoreline.
Anderson .Paak. Who would have known? And how about yours?
It's really not even close. Bruce Springsteen.
Where at?
Oh, I've seen him everywhere. Not everywhere. I've seen him back east and here. Probably seen him 6 times.
But
he was
incredible.
Untouchable.
Look at Elliot Ness. Now mine is
more energy than any concert and longer than any concert. He used to play for 3.5, 4 hours. I swear to God. He used to have a big bucket of ice water on stage with him, and after every few songs, he would just duck his head into the ice water,
boss.
Shake it off, and. So anyway.
Those are hell of awards that you guys are giving out. Mine is, and I'm going to catch hell, but I don't live my life this way because this dude's in jail. It's R. Kelly, the performer, Steiny. I've seen him, my wife and I, like 8 times. I'm just telling you.
I'm just not in this
on
one.
his craft, the feeling.
Risotto gritting his teeth as we speak. Evan looking away.
No, Evan,
the boss on his way.
Just call him Robert so people don't know who you're talking about.
I don't want to live in a world that we can't. Anyway, R. Kelly for me, Steiny. It was incredible.
I want to live in a world where people like that are never spoken of again.
Oh, man.
Period.
All right, back.
That's me. Back to the Niners. Yeah. Brian Finneran coming up in about 5 minutes. Former wide receiver for the Falcons. Now works on our sister station, The Fan, in Atlanta. Looking forward to talking to him. See if he thinks the Falcons have staying power.
Man, 3-2.
Let's go to Damon in his dump trunk. Wants to talk about how Kyle Shanahan or coaches should coach. What's up, Damon? How you doing?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I was listening to you. I was listening to you and Guru. And first off, I'm a Niner fan, not a Mac fan, not a Purdy fan, just a Niner fan.
Okay.
And I want the best guy out there to give us the best chance to win. And I remember when Purdy first hit the scene back in 22, 23, and everybody was, talking about Purdy, and they're like, oh, well, he's a 7th round, and, should we, whatever. But it didn't matter where he was picked. The draft status didn't matter. You play the best guy, and at that time it was Purdy. And I feel like now we're kind of in a similar place where it is now Mac, and Mac has been playing better than Purdy played last year and pretty much any game Purdy played this year. And the conversation is a little similar in the fact that it's like, it doesn't matter who just got the check. You play the best guy that's going to give you the best chance to win. You play the guy that's going to give you the best chance to win. And that's just my thoughts on that. I'm just hearing a lot of people, push Purdy, but Purdy hasn't pushed us on the field.
Wow.
Not in a year.
Wow.
Maybe he can at some point, but he hasn't. And we're just kind of expecting that he's automatically going to come back and be the Purdy from 22 and 23. I haven't seen that yet. So,
I appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it, D.
Yeah.
See, I think Kyle Shanahan. I think Kyle Shanahan also is the kind of coach, and cutthroat might be too strong a word, but he's also the kind of coach that looks at it like, I don't think he looks at it as though, what am I going to do? Like, I think he's so confident in himself that he looks at it and he goes, well, we have Brock Purdy under contract for 5 more years, and we've got Mac Jones under contract for another year and a half. And right now, Purdy's hurt. And so I'm going to go with Mac Jones. And if when Brock comes back and he's healthy, I'll put him in and we'll evaluate him. And if I don't like what I see, I'll go back to Mac Jones. And then you know what? If we make the playoffs and Mac and we think Brock's not healthy enough and Mac Jones takes it to the playoffs, okay, we'll ride it out. And then what happens? Then what? Well, then we come back next year to training camp and we've got Brock Purdy under contract and Mac Jones under contract, and we'll figure out whether we want to try to do something or not. That's.
But what about the perception?
He doesn't care. He doesn't care about that. I don't think.
Man.
Because he's not, like, they're not doing anything right now to Brock Purdy that's saying we don't like him.
Well, they're giving him $181 million.
They're not going to put him on the field unless he's healthy. Man.
I don't. Hey, you could be right, Steiny. You could truly be right.
And also, from a logical standpoint, all these injuries, not just to the quarterback, to everybody, you've seen it. Why wouldn't you want to have 2 quarterbacks if you can? Like, they're right now.
You're not. Brock, somebody's coming for Mac. If you don't do something,
first of all, he's under contract next year.
I got you.
So fine, then trade him. Trade him.
I got you.
That's fine.
I got you. But what if he ended up going on to have a better career than Brock?
Oh,
I hear you can't live your life that way. But
and
I'm
who's to
just
say they
wondering
couldn't trade Brock?
All right, let me ask you this: do you think John and Kyle are impressed at what they've seen through 4 games from Mac Jones?
I think they signed him feeling like that's who he could be.
Right.
I really do. And I think they signed Garoppolo because they thought he could turn into the quarterback that they kind of turned him into.
Yeah.
Now he got hurt, and then some of his limitations showed up, and they were like, yeah, you know what? He ain't really it. But it took 3 or 4 years to come to that conclusion. It's certainly possible that Brock Purdy, I'm sure you could find 1 million quarterbacks that had a couple great seasons early in their career and just never really got back to it for whatever reason. Maybe the league catches up. Maybe,
a lot of film out there.
Maybe too much, just too many injuries to overcome. I don't know.
But I'll say this, just for my liking, I know we'll be joined here with Brian Finnerman here shortly. Now, why would you laugh? Why would you laugh?
It is funny.
Evan, what'd I do?
Finneran. It's okay.
But it is funny. You gotta laugh at yourself.
It's funny now. It wouldn't have been funny if you were wrong.
That's right. I'm going to stay on my
look
lane.
at that. You know what?
Thank you.
Glad we did it now.
I just helped you avoid a Casey Johnson moment.
I got you.
Anyway, we're going to have Brian Finneran in at 1 o'clock, host at 680 The Fan, sister station in Atlanta. So we'll go to him.
I'm going to call him Brian.
A lot of people saying Prince on the
I seen
Boxer
Prince.
and Gerson work attorney injuries. Oh, God.
You saw Prince?
Yeah.
Thanks, Evan.
Where?
Bailing me out.
Coliseum. 1990-ish, around there. When I was hitting it hard.
Oh, my God, a long time ago.
Yeah.
But he played at, he played at, was it Chase or the Oakland Arena?
I want to say Chase. I missed that.
Pretty soon after he passed.
Yeah, Evan, I went and saw Prince.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I saw New Edition. Nobody asked, but yeah. I've seen some goats, but that Kelly dude, man.
Surprised Steiny didn't say Dylan.
Or Rick James. What did Rick do when you went? That was your first concert.
Rick James was great. Problem with the Rick James concert.
That. Okay.
Problem with the Rick, and the concert was great. Problem with it. Oh, that's why I liked it. Kind of fit in. No, it was an all-day. It was an all-day concert, and it rained for a big chunk of it, which kind of put a damper on things. But now that was a great one, and it put a damper on that too. The rain. No, that was the Rick James, Kool and the Gang.
Look at my man, Black Mets,
Atlantic Star.
Boy,
it was a good concert.
My man got that card. Yeah,
I got to tell you, Rick James,
Black Mets. He had some. Yeah. He has some struggles.
Rick James did some stuff on that stage that my little 10th grade suburban eyes weren't really aware of.
Right. He was before his time, though, Steiny. He was incredible.
No, he had some great.
It's just something about actors, actresses, or actors, you call them actors now, musicians that they have these demons. They're good in one thing, but then.
See, I'm a believer that everyone has demons.
But
I believe every person on earth has a dark side.
But for the average bear that doesn't have a skill set like the famous people, you think that skill set would keep you away from the demons? Like we're just average Joe.
No, a lot of times it accentuates the demons.
But why is what I want to know.
Money and fame.
Damn.
You know what Van Morrison said? Fame will eat your soul down in Hollywood town.
Steiny said money and fame.
Yeah. Money and fame. Fame and money.
LeBron has it. Curry has
seduced. You're among the most likely people that I know who would get seduced by money and fame.
I'm on record as telling you. I didn't make the NBA. I had 10 baby
See, isn't
mamas.
honesty great?
I can tell
it's
you
just
right
like
now.
when you said, Steiny, would you be in my foxhole? And I'd be like, I'd be lousy in your foxhole. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that bothered me.
What bothers me? What you just said. But it was honest, right? You can never be upset at honesty, can you?
Money and fame, that hit me.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
I have either.
Hey, they had Greg Cosell on yesterday, and they did ask him about the Mac Jones game and the offensive line. How did Mac play? I always like to hear Greg Cosell's voice.
I think the O-line has been struggling. I don't think that's a profound, I mean, in some ways it's a Captain Obvious statement. I don't think I'm telling you guys anything that fans watching don't know. I think the interior three are struggling in particular. Pooney did not have a good game this week. I don't think Brendel's played as well as he's had in the past. So I think ultimately it's a concern. But going a step further, I came away from watching the offensive tape. I felt Mac Jones played a great game. Given the situation, given that he was under pressure quite a bit, I thought he played at a really, really high level in this game.
You know what? Man, that's our guy, Steiny. Kyle was asked kind of the same question and said, outside of the interception, he thought Mac had an okay game too. And he did. He almost threw for 400, but it's not just about the yardage.
I thought Mac Jones was good.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But
you gave the ball away.
And I love Cosell, but he did. Remember how we ended the show Friday? I was a little annoyed. And you said I
missed
should have
you
been
at the
annoyed.
cafeteria. I wanted to put my arm around you, man.
Yeah, we're just. I thought we were just having fun.
Yeah, I got you.
It got a little serious.
I came back Monday and brought it back up.
And I just said, I was kidding around a little bit about how the East Coast was blaming Harper and Schwarber, not the dude Kirkering, who threw the ball away. And I just said, yeah, we have a tendency to do that. And we never, we got sacred cows that we can't criticize. Damn. And one of them, clearly, is Trent Williams. No, Trent's not a problem.
Play it again.
No, it's just been the interior.
Well,
just the interior.
He could be keeping it real, Steiny.
I think the O-line has been struggling. I don't think that's a profound, in some ways it's a Captain Obvious statement. I don't think I'm telling you guys anything that fans watching don't know. I think the interior three are struggling in particular. Pooney did not have a good game this week. I don't think Brendel's played as well as he's had in the past. So I think ultimately it's a concern. But going a step further, I came away from watching the offensive tape. I felt Mac Jones played a great game. Given the situation, given that he was under pressure quite a bit, I thought he played at a really, really high level in this game.
Now,
see what I mean?
Yeah. Let's keep it real. There's no agendas there.
Second-year player,
interior,
and then the center, that nobody knows.
He said interior. That's the meat. That's that's the middle.
Trent gave up 4 pressures on Sunday, second most on the team.
We're all going through something.
I'm just saying.
But for him to leave Trent out, Steiny, he was talking about come on, man.
See, here's the thing, and
you just got to throw him in there.
You think I'm kidding, but I'm not. If Trent Williams in his prime is 100, okay, he's the best ever.
One of them.
Okay, and now he's down to an 80. Okay, he's down to an 80. He's dropped 20%. Okay, Dominic Pooney last year had a good year.
A great one.
He was an 80. Well, now he's struggling to a 60. They both dropped 25%. Why doesn't Trent Williams get lumped in there?
Because
I thought the offensive line was a unit.
Yeah.
Nothing harmful.
I wish you were on that. You could bring that up with the guys. But he was talking about the interior.
Right.
So that
making it sound like Trent's been doing his job. He's not in this one.
But wouldn't one who knows, just Cosell, if he doesn't, and I don't believe he does, Donnie, let's just be real here and human. If he doesn't have an agenda and he gives you that take, that to me would be or go against ones that saying Trent's, I'm not saying he's having an all-pro year, but you might need to step off the gas of lumping Trent in with the rest of the game because Cosell said, I watched the tape, and in this game,
the point
I saw the interior do bad.
The point is this. Certain personalities, fans, pundits can have, they just don't go after the big boys. They just don't.
You're into that.
It's because it's a fact. It's just like we over talk about Kuminga and his role.
But we understand why.
No, I don't.
He could, if everything went well, he could be part of the future. He was a number 7 pick in the draft.
But that's 5 years ago. What I'm saying is we talked so much about Kuminga for somebody who's such a small factor on this team. And it's just like, everybody knows Brendel's mediocre. Well, of course Brendel's not playing well. But what about Trent?
Okay.
Oh, Trent's been great. No, he hasn't.
Let's do this. Let me, Evan, this might be another, one of my bad analogies, but it feels good. So would you say, Steiny, between the three of us on our show, 10 to 2, Steiny, Evan, and Guru, would you say you talk the most?
No.
You do with your role, that the stuff, the ins and outs and the reads, I would say you talk the most.
No, I think you still, I'm being serious.
No, I think you talk the most. Come on. Okay. All right. Traditionally, a one chair talks more than anybody, right?
Okay, fine.
It's your job.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Okay. And sometimes I'm lazy butt over here. I'm like, boy, I think I ain't got to do that. Of us three to have a successful show, I think it's fair to say you need to be on your A game more than either of us.
Okay, I'll go along with that.
Then that's how it works for sports. The better players.
Right. So if we have a bad show, I should get most of the blame. If the 49ers have a bad offensive line performance, Trent Williams should get most of the blame.
But not if there's 4 other spots on the O-line that are not doing their job.
But
and
he's supposed to be. But he's the highest paid. He's supposed to be the best. He has now slipped everybody else.
But can't he be immune?
No,
from an
why is he immune?
Because Cosell's telling you he watched all 5.
Well, that's one guy. I'm talking about a general thought. We've got a lot of fans that treat certain people like.
I'm just telling you, I took that as Trent didn't have the worst
I took that as
game.
he's afraid of him. He's afraid of him. How about that?
But you know that's not the case.
I don't know.
Well, what if he's playing well?
And that
how come he didn't say right? How come he didn't say the interior lineman is killing a great season by Trent Williams? Trent.
Well, that's a different story.
I'm an offensive line expert.
That would be a lie.
And this is one of Trent's better years.
That would be a lie.
Well, I don't know
we're
that.
About just this past
but nobody
Sunday,
knows anything about line play.
I don't think Cosell does, and I don't think he saw it on display as Trent had that bad of a game. That's all. Not season, but you want to throw him in.
No, he's having a great year.
No, see, hey, I didn't say that.
Well, apparently, is he having a good year?
I'll say he's having an average year. Below his standards.
Thank you.
Okay, no
That's
doubt.
all I'm saying.
This run offense is on. This run, yeah, it's on everybody.
Hold on a second.
I think a lot of times the best players don't get that much blame because generally they're playing well.
That's correct.
Like they're responsible for their team being in the game even if they lose.
It's not Evan. It's not him. San Jose Jazz fan, my guy, our guy, goose skating on thin ice, playing with fire with that question.
And Steiny just threw you under the bus in the YouTube chat.
No, and I said it on the air. I think you talk more than me.
I think you talk more than me.
I said it on the chat. I said I think Guru talks more than me.
Evan,
it's fine.
There's no wrong answer from the Guru, Evan. He talks more. It's his job description.
I think word count would probably be slightly in favor of Steinmetz.
No doubt.
But that's the job,
He says
though.
slightly.
But I get it.
I can disagree, and you don't have the facts.
But it's not like I'm up 81 and I'm saying we're tied.
Well, first of all, if you get credit for when you blurt out, it's not even close.
Evan, thank you, man. Steiny, I'm here every day. You got to do a lot more stuff. Sometimes I feel guilty.
You also got to set things up and ask questions.
I know all that, and I
names.
still think he comes around and laps me a little bit.
Chris A. Guru interrupts more, no doubt. Well, sometimes I got to get in.
Can I be honest with you? The number 2 guy should talk more than the number 1 guy.
That's
honestly.
not natural. You got more stuff to do. Reads.
Right, but in a
We're
perfect
being
world,
joined by. Then your takes. All I do is takes.
Sounds like you're a little sensitive. Let me
I
guess.
love the analogy.
You need more touches. Now you're Jawan Jennings.
I'm the host that would let you know if my touch distribution was not where it should be. I'll let you know.
Oh boy.
Well, I got you. The boss will tell us in our
Guru
meeting.
definitely doesn't talk more than Steinmetz on Thursdays.
That thing's a myth.
Yeah, it's getting there.
No, seriously, you put my third.
No,
it's always been a myth. You always had fun with it.
Guru.
Come on.
You got to go 2 years without missing a Thursday before that goes all the way away.
Yeah.
A year.
Yeah, please.
A year.
Oh, man.
All right. That's fun. Having fun.
Willard's coming in hot, I believe.
Thanks to, like to thank Brian Finneran for nothing.
He still may come.
You know what? I don't want him. I don't want him. 1 o'clock is 1 o'clock. I want him. If you can get him, you can get him.
Is he in
it's
there?
just a stick. Don't worry. I'll take Finneran if we need him.
Oh, man.
And I actually do want to talk to him about Atlanta. Find out if he thinks it's a different kind of Atlanta team than they've been in the past.
The fact is, many people think I talk more than you is just incredible. BJ Kemp by far, Goo. Stop. Now I'm louder.
It's like there was something.
You start the show and go 3 minutes before I get it.
I never go 3 minutes. Ever. And you know what I do a lot of times? I come out and I go, what do you think? And then, at 10:09, I say, all right, 888-957.
Real quick, before the break, you know what the boss said?
What did he say?
Probably Steiny, but boy, Guru gives him a run for his money.
That's bothersome to me.
I want you to talk more than me.
The ins and outs, it shouldn't even be close. Oh, boy.
All right. What's coming up on a game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Hey, this Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk at Sunnyvale. Starting at 3 p.m., they'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden, Oh, man, it's going to be open. And not only is it going to be open, it's going to be rocking. There's going to be a DJ there. Bartender's going to be serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. And if you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. You drive to Laughing Monk, park your car, shuttle to the game, watch the game, shuttle back to Laughing Monk, get your car and get out of there. Free. That's what the shuttle costs. First come, first served. Go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, to sign up now.
And that's what life's about.
Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Oakland Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. Stick around for the final whistle for a special post-game performance by Ruby Red and fireworks to close out the season. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it? Watch live on ESPN Plus or KTVU Plus. OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit GoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
I joined the military for my kid and his mom. I miss my son a lot. One of the things with the military is tobacco, but I saw a lot of people try to deal with mental issues. Everyone's vaping constantly. After my first hit of a vape, I was hooked like that. Once I got back home from my deployment, I caught my son trying to hit my vape. That was it. I had to quit.
Isaiah started vaping to try to deal with stress and quit because of his son. Learn how he and other Californians are rising above big tobacco at undo.org.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax relief.
Shop top brand tires at Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through October 19th, get up to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Nexen, or Toyo brand tires. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Greg Nemitz from the Autism Society. The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
You know, we're all going through something.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. All right. Before we introduce our next guest, I'm going to tell him he has fallen big time on my Villanova former athlete power rankings. I now have Brian Westbrook, Howie Long, Jalen Brunson, Ed Pickney, and then Brian Finneran, the host at 680 The Fan, Villanova grad, because he was late. And my boss is hot.
What's up, B?
What's up, man? How you doing? Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, my pleasure. Listen, we need to fix that phone number for God's sakes. It looks like a marketing telemarketer call or something. 888, no city, no nothing, no idea what was going on. So I apologize. That was my fault.
No apology needed. Thank you so much for joining us. And my first question to you, Brian, would be, you know, is this Falcons team different than what a lot of people think their reputation is and has been?
I think so. It is. It's all kind of come to a head this year. We weren't sure exactly what we were getting into. I think we knew what we had with Bijan Robinson, but Michael Penix starting at quarterback was kind of a question mark. He only had 3 games last year. Drake London came into his own last year, 1,000-yard season. A couple of rookies we knew we were going to have to show up and make some plays. But, yeah, I really do. I think this is the year where I think we finally turn the corner and figure out how to win games. Now, I don't know what the hell happened 3 weeks ago against the Carolina Panthers. Sometimes you just have a game like that where nothing works, and that was that game. But to bounce back from what was probably the worst game I've seen in a couple years, to bounce back and beat the Commanders and then take care of the Bills on Monday Night Football is pretty sweet.
Brian, I got to tell you, this last Monday night, as you guys hosted the Buffalo Bills, I get my dinner ready, and I think I know what I'm about to see. And I was shocked and told my partner, like, that defensive line for the Atlanta Falcons got after Josh Allen all night. So I don't want to use the word underrated, but I underrated him. Just talk to us about that unit and how impactful they need to be to make it difficult, this Sunday night for what looks like to be Mac Jones.
Yeah, it's a group that's been led by Grady Jarrett for the last decade. And they had some good seasons and some bad ones as well. But David Onyemata, we got in free agency from the New Orleans Saints a few years ago, and he has taken over an ownership and leadership role as the defensive tackle on that defense, leading from the interior. And then you can throw in a bunch of 2- and 3-year guys and rookies that are all performing somehow, some way. And I think you got to go back and look at Jeff Ulbrich and the hiring. Raheem Morris, our head coach, hired Jeff Ulbrich as the new defensive coordinator. You guys are familiar with him. He played, I think, probably a decade for San Francisco. And the dude can get guys to play for him. So it's Zach Harrison, I think a kid out of Ohio State that's in his 3rd or 4th year. It's Arnold Ebiketie that's been around for 3 or 4 years, showing up finally. Aruka Rororo, Brandon Dorless. Nobody knows these names,
right?
But they are flat out playing some good football. And then you throw in a couple rookies, and James Pierce Jr. and my man Jalen Walker from Georgia, and it's all just working. For whatever reason, it's just working this year.
You're listening to Brian Finneran. He's the host at 680 The Fan, our sister station in Atlanta. 10 years in the NFL, 9 with the Falcons as a wide receiver. When people out here talk about Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the 49ers, they say, great play caller, great schemer, noted for pre-snap motion, an offensive, genius, if you will, or really innovative. If I asked you, what does Raheem Morris hang his hat on as a head coach, how would you answer that?
What a great question. Holy moly. Raheem Morris is, I think, first and foremost, a player's coach. He doesn't seem like there's a lot going on for him on the sideline in game. I have to believe that during the week he gets with his defensive staff and gets his input in there, and then lets them kind of cook, gives them some stuff, and lets Jeff Ulbrich do his thing and kind of stays out of the way, I guess. But we, as a Falcon franchise and a Falcon fan base, have kind of been trying to figure out what exactly Raheem is doing most of the game. I'm sure there's some motivational stuff. I'm sure there's some stuff he talks to Ulbrich about. But there have been some issues like timeouts, situational 2-minute drill type stuff where it just kind of looks like something else needs to happen and he's not pulling the trigger. So all those things you said about Kyle Shanahan, I would agree with. And on the flip side, Raheem seems to be just like almost like a what do you call those dogs you take on the airplanes? Like a comfort
animal?
Yeah, something like that. But, I mean, whatever it's doing so far, it's working for the most part this year. So I like the guy a lot. I played against him in college. So he played safety and corner and did some things. And he's the second time around as a head coach. And I think he's getting better every single week. But it's a great question because I don't know exactly what he does on the sideline all game long.
Wow. Hey, Brian, I got to ask you, the Niners just lost to Baker Mayfield, and, people are clamoring and yelling MVP. I know it's early, but, man, he's turned his career around. But you got a guy in the backfield, Bijan Robinson, and not only is he in the backfield, you guys are lining him up wide. You played in the league. Does he remind you of anybody, and what is it like watching him on a weekly basis, man, because he looks special?
He's as special as it gets, brother. I mean, I'm talking about the shiftiness, the cuts. I've never seen him get up from a big hit from a linebacker or safety and even flinch or limp or shake it off. He's like a RoboCop, dude. He can't seem to be – there's no weakness to his game. I have yet to see – even when he's in the backfield chip blocking and helping pick up blitzing linebackers and defensive linemen circling around and kind of stunting, TE and ETs, he will knock their ass in the dirt, too, with big chip blocks and everything else. I haven't figured it out yet. I hope we don't figure it out, and you guys don't figure it out on Sunday Night Football because the dude is an absolute monster.
Brian Finneran joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a host at 680 The Fan. That's our sister station in Atlanta. Played in the NFL 10 years, 9 with the Falcons. All right, so real quick out here in San Francisco, the backup Mac Jones is playing. Brock Purdy's on the shelf. The 49ers acquired Kendrick Bourne, who Mac Jones played with in New England, developed an immediate rapport. Jawan Jennings is a receiver who's not getting the ball. He's not happy. You, I got to believe, as a receiver, have been involved in a lot of situations where there's quarterback uncertainty. What's the wide receiver's role with the coaching staff influencing, if you will, what the team and the receivers prefer?
I think to answer the question, I think you mean like, what do they have to do or be willing to do when you got a backup quarterback in the game? We've had it happen a couple of times. I was able to build a rapport with a lot of our backup quarterbacks because I only had about 1 or 2 years where I was an actual starter. Other than that, I was like a third down special teams guy. So during scout time or when I needed help going against a defense, I would jump in there and work with Matt Schaub or some of our backups that were over there at the time. And you develop a relationship with those guys, and you just try to help them as much as you can, whether that's blocking for Christian McCaffrey and trying to get him loose in the run game or just being as positive as possible. Because as a backup quarterback, I know Mac Jones has done it before, but you cannot have like his head swimming about who he's trying to get the football to or who's bitching or whining the most in the huddle or on the after you come off the sideline and nobody's getting the ball and everybody's frustrated. You just try to put the selfish stuff behind you and do whatever you can to help the quarterback be his best and win a game, which should be the case all the time. But, for some of us receivers, that's just not the case.
Man, Brian, when I found out we were having you on, I got to go here, and it's not fair, man, but I'm just random, #random. Last week, the Hall of Famer Michael Irvin was very passionate about some young guys saying that the receivers nowadays are way better and faster. And I know it's hard, Brian, comparing eras, but I just want to get your thoughts on, with the way that the game is called, is in some type of way it easier to be an NFL receiver now compared to back then during your day and Michael Irvin's?
Yeah, especially Michael Irvin. They were trying to rip his head off. And I went against guys like Ed Reed and John Lynch and guys like that definitely tried to take our heads off and didn't feel bad about it at all. It's probably an easier time to play football with the contact rules and the lack of big hits over the middle, because at times there was a fear factor for some people. I never really had it. I always attacked the football and tried to avoid those big hits the best I can. Plus I was a bigger bodied receiver at 215 where I could take some of those hits. But and listen, Michael Irvin, I'm not sure speed was ever part of his game, and it sure as hell wasn't part of my game. But we used great route running, big hands, long reach, big catch radius, and you tried to. We were Moss and dudes before Moss was Moss and dudes, so we were trying to do that kind of stuff and make it happen. So we had speed guys, and Randy Moss was the guy who could turn it on at any point and run 4.2. So I think at every era of football, there's always going to be different types of players. It's about how the rules change and then what it means for the quarterback. I mean, they want quarterbacks to be upright and delivering passes down the field and making exciting plays, and the rules have changed. And I think it's for the better for the players. Hopefully they play longer careers and stay healthier and it moves forward. But, yeah, I tended to agree with Michael Irvin. He was super passionate about it. That's for sure.
Hey, so what are you seeing from your receiver, the young man, Mr. London?
Dude, he's great. And listen, I see a little bit of myself in him, and it's just a small piece, but he is so physical to that football. He's not afraid of anything. He attacks the ball every time it's in the air. He's more athletic than I was and is faster, but that dude is 6'4", 215 pounds, athletic, played volleyball, I think, in college a little bit. He can jump and get on top of people. He's just been a kind of like, he's almost like a little bit of a throwback receiver because there's not a ton of style and swag to him, but he's a grinder and he's a sick athlete and he can make some serious plays.
Brian Finneran joining us on 95.7 The Game. 10 years as an NFL wide receiver, 9 with the Atlanta Falcons. Jawan Jennings got into a little sideline altercation with Kyle Shanahan late in the second quarter of Sunday's game, and he's a good receiver. He's a good receiver. I'm looking at your numbers. I mean, you had a long career in this league. You had some real nice years. How did you confront the coach if you wanted a more expanded role?
I was a company man, my friend. As Roddy White called me years ago. I was trying to get him to pull his head out of his rear end. He said, "I'm a company man," and that was true too. I tried to stick around the league, fellas, as long as I possibly could. And you guys, you got it right. I played 10 years, but I got paid for 12 because I was on IR for 2 years. You and Roddy both try to tell me I only played 10 years, but when I got paid for 12, I tell everybody I played for 12. So that's what I did. I think it's probably frustrating for Juwan Jennings because of the year he had last year and then a slow start going into this season. You just start feeling yourself a little bit when you have big seasons like that. And I guess you expect the ball to come your way. So hopefully he can kind of figure it out, be more of a team player, and realize that this is bigger than him, especially when, like you guys talked about, like especially when you have a backup quarterback in there. Everybody's got to be on the same page. You're going to be in big trouble trying to find a way to win football games.
Brian, we saw Jimmy Garoppolo get to the heights of a Super Bowl under the tutelage of Kyle. Brock Purdy come out of nowhere, mystery relevant in the draft, and here comes Mac Jones, who I thought was done or didn't have the goods. Can you speak just to, as a former player, how shocked you are, or are you shocked at all on what you're seeing with Mac Jones under the tutelage of Kyle?
Kyle Shanahan, as much as I have a problem with what took place in the Super Bowl years ago, I try to not talk about it, but for whatever reason, it keeps happening. So Kyle, for those of the listeners out there that don't remember, he was our offensive coordinator when we went to the Super Bowl and took an L to the Patriots. But to that point, Kyle Shanahan is a brilliant offensive mind. He does a great job using players to the best of their ability, and even gets more out of them than a lot of guys. So I have no doubt in my mind that Kyle can help Mac Jones be a great quarterback. If he listens and studies and understands what they're trying to do, they can make it work. So that's my point. I'm just like, if the offense buys into what Kyle's trying to do with those guys, even though they're all banged up on the defensive side of the ball, they're losing star players left and right, quarterbacks out, Kittle's been out for 4 weeks, whatever it is. It's just you got to trust in the process and trust in Kyle, and hopefully it'll work out for them.
Hey, real quick before we let you go, Brian, can I assume you weren't heavily recruited out of high school? I just noticed you're from California and you ended up at Villanova.
Yeah, I have an identical twin brother, Brad, and I don't know if they gave out half stars, but if they did, I probably got a half a star way back when. And Villanova, I got some lukewarm looks from Oregon and Oregon State back in 1994, but at the end of the day, we had one football scholarship offer, and it was to Villanova, and it was for both my twin brother Brad and I, and we jumped at the opportunity to go to a great school and do that. And my number one goal at the time was to get a good education from a great university and go find a job when I was done having fun playing some football.
Oh, that's a great story. How's your brother doing now, if I can ask you?
And what position was he?
We both played wide receiver. My junior and senior year, we were really good. We were number one in the country my senior year, 11-0 in the regular season, and lost in the semis to Youngstown State. But anyway, he's in California. His daughter is a senior at Santa Margarita Cadillac High School, and he coaches the girls' flag football team over there, along with Carson Palmer, coaches the boys' varsity over there now.
All right, so he's coaching at the high school he went to.
That's exactly right.
That's cool. Hey, yeah. Brian, man, thank you so much for joining us. You were worth the wait, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry about that. Again, enjoyed talking to you guys.
No problem. That's Brian Finneran, played 10 years in the NFL, 9 with the Falcons. He's now a host on 680 The Fan, our sister station in Atlanta.
He's got something in common with you. He said it. The company man. I love it, man. Said I knew what I was. Wow. Dude, he was great, man.
Not a big Raheem Morris fan.
What was that? Evan got in my ear on that
I believe the term was service animal.
You know what?
Wow.
As he was saying that, I thought, comfort. I should have just not said anything, because he was like, what are they called? Comfort?
Yeah, right.
Anyway.
As the president of the black coaching delegation, I wanted to jump in like, damn, they're 3-2, but.
Sounded like he's still trying to figure it out.
Man.
He also kept himself from going in on Kyle.
Man, he did.
Yeah, he did.
There was something there for sure.
Finneran.
Yeah. Bijan Robinson, Steiny. Right behind Baker. I'm just saying. MVP. The dude's special, man. 98 yards a game. That's second in the NFL.
I'm looking forward to watching him. I've seen the numbers. They look pretty good.
Is Atlanta better than you thought after the Monday night game?
What are they, 3-2?
Yeah,
yes.
but they beat Buffalo.
Yeah, and they beat somebody good before them that we couldn't remember last week. By the way, you made a mistake
bad against
earlier.
Carolina. Tell me.
It's the Bengals tonight, not the Browns on Thursday Night Football.
No, it's the Brown. Yeah, that's what I said. What did I say?
You said Browns.
And you know why?
Yeah, because Flacco was on the Browns. It's fine.
They're showing the Browns-Steeler game, but you're right. It's Joe Flacco.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
Let's go to Filmo Mike.
Mike!
The hell? Got nothing else to do. What's up, Filmo?
What's poppin'?
Hey.
No, I'm just chilling, and I've just been laying back, and I've been listening, and the most preposterous thing was said. Guru said that he talks less than Steiny.
That's true, Mike.
But you gotta incorporate when you cut him off sometimes.
Oh wow! All right, Mike. Wow. Okay.
But but if I talk, my point is, if I talked as good as you, in the way that you talk, and you're very spontaneous, and your gift of gab is second to none. So if I talked as well as you, I probably would talk as much as you. But the way you explain things, you break it down, you put a metaphor on top of a analogy, on top of a paragraph, bro. It's genius.
Hey, Mike.
Right on, Mike.
Hey, Mike. You sound a little subdued.
Where you at?
I'm at the house, man. I'm having a little.
Let's leave it there.
Oh, okay.
Let's leave it there.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
You're the man, bro.
Just know that 10-2 loves you.
Yeah.
We love you, buddy.
Oh man, I love y'all back, man, and I like how y'all incorporate Evan. I won't be able to make the thing this weekend because y'all start too late. But the next time y'all play in the morning on the East Coast, I'm there.
Yeah, laughing Mike.
Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. That's Filmo Mike.
Yeah.
Bay
He
Area
said he was
legend.
420 and he sounded different. Yeah, he was in
140.
the lab. Hey, get it in.
Something was
I know
up there.
people that wake and bake. I could never do it. Like you gotta know who you are. I just get stupid. I quit.
I mean, on vacation?
That's,
you know.
Yeah. Wake and bake.
Never at work. Never at work.
Dude, he was good, Brian.
Yeah, he was great.
What do you think it is about Kyle?
He blew it.
He
said, "Don't get me started."
Hey, he did say that. Wow.
Incredible. We got a guy wants to get in here. G Money in San Jose wants to. I don't know what he would want, and why I would need to get to him so quickly. But hey, G Money, how you doing?
Hey, yo, what's up, Steiny? How you doing? What's up, Goo? Hey, I got some breaking news for y'all.
Uh-oh.
Right? I got some breaking news, okay? Hey, so I got you guys on the YouTube. I got y'all on the YouTube while I'm working on the work computer, and I'm watching some TV. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with First Things First.
It's one of our shows.
With your boy. Okay, so I heard y'all talking about Steiny's skills earlier, and it just so happened they were talking about how the media gets together playing ball and whatnot, and they were saying, oh yeah, how's Stephen A. Smith? They say, oh yeah, Stephen A. Smith can shoot, he can play. Wow. They go, okay, Broussard, who's the best player of all the media? Who's the best player? And he goes, you know what? I got to give a shout out to my guy, Matt Steinmetz. He's a real baller. He's Larry Bird. He's unstoppable. I said, whoa, okay. You know what? You made me proud, Steiny. So
This was on their show? This was on their show?
Check it out.
I got it taped at the house. I'm sick and jealous. Oh,
this could be big. This could be really big, G Money.
Oh, my goodness.
Steiny is not selling wolf tickets. It's official. He's a baller. They called you Larry Bird, my guy.
We had Broussard on this morning, right at the start of the show. Man.
See? Hey, man. Check that out when you get home, Goo.
I will. I'll send him the vote. Yeah, I'm gonna send him the recording.
Thanks, G Money. Appreciate it. You're gonna send me.
It's going. I'm gonna send. I'll tape the TV and send it to you.
I should almost skip the crossover. Ensure that I get out of here in a good mood after G Money.
Evan, what is going on?
Dude, that was on TV?
Yeah.
FS1.
Dude, I got it. It's set to record.
Racket.
Yeah. Well, you're having a good week, man.
Brew. Those aren't boos.
Come out of retirement.
They're saying brew, as in Broussard. My man.
There's a part of this that's bothering me.
I know there is, and I love it.
Now, what bothers you, Gil?
That I'm not, I'm still hooping, and it's for nothing. Evan, it's on TV now in New York.
Well, it's all over the country.
It's actually still going on right now.
Dude, that's great, man. I'll send you the clip. I'll videotape it on TV.
Yeah, sure you will.
No, I will.
You said you're mad.
I just wish you mentioned Steiny Guru. Hopefully you mentioned the show. But
all right. All right, crossover next. That segment sponsored by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, y'all, it's Willard and Dibs. Today at 5, it is back.
Yep.
Not quite yet Warrior basketball, but Steve Kerr.
Which is awesome. It's the precursor to actual basketball and a great interview, the best in the Bay.
No one's better at talking it out. Maybe he'll be cooking. Maybe he'll be out about town. Maybe his dog will appear. Dogs are barking.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full lineup is only at the one place pros rely on. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery. Or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers, exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Warriors basketball is back. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your Doves at Chase Center as they make another run for the postseason. And be sure to listen to the Morning Roast all this week for your chance to score a Best Buddies bobblehead. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Matt Steinmetz. I call him the Larry Bird of the media.
I wonder why.
Very good. He's white, but he can ball. He can ball. He's like slow, can't jump, but man, you can't stop him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That bothers me, Willard and Grandy. It's getting worse.
And can't jump.
That's awesome, Steiny.
That's
on
on
TV.
Let's welcome in Mark Grandy and Mark Willard. It's the crossover.
Don't act like this makes you uncomfortable.
Dude, no, this
makes your day.
I think these are the first accolades I've received. I know how to handle them. You handle them with humility.
That's on TV.
White, slow, and can't jump.
Yeah.
I know a thing or two about that.
But you can't stop him.
And that makes it more impressive.
Got to be able to shoot the rock.
You got to be able to do a lot of different
You're a
things.
crafty little player there, huh, Steiny?
Could you defend?
Great team defender. Okay. Not great. Okay. Not great on point of attack.
Like
team
pods.
help, though.
Like pods, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude,
not great at point of attack.
You take some charges?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did you do what the coach asked you to do?
Yes, I did.
You
I'm
did?
a company man.
Yeah, we had Brian Brian
exactly. Yeah, we just talked to Brian Finneran. He's a former wide receiver, played 9 years with the Falcons, 10 years in the NFL.
I remember Finneran, yeah.
And I said to him, hey, Kyle Shanahan's a coach out here. He's known as a great play caller. He's offensive schemer, a lot of pre-snap, motion. If I were to ask you, what does Raheem Morris hang his hat on,
dude,
what would you say?
Oh, what did he say?
Well, first of all, there was like a 2-second thing, and he goes,
wait till you hear this.
That's a good question. And then he said he's kind of like a...
He goes, what are the dogs you take on the airplane?
Oh, he said, you comfort? I said,
service animal?
I said, comfort animal? And he goes, yeah, that's what I think.
Wait, a service animal or a comfort animal?
Comfort.
Remember during COVID, people were bringing their their animals to the stadium with them?
Yeah.
Like the anxiety bunny or whatever the hell they were called?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a compliment.
It sounded to me like the one thing he was sure of was that Raheem he's a motivator.
Okay.
He's very encouraging. players coach, but he ran out of.
Yeah. Then I asked him about Kyle. Steiny, how did he answer that one?
What did he say?
He was like, well, first of all.
No pause either. Just got right into it.
You know, I'm still mad about the Super Bowl. And, I can't even talk about it because I get so
But he gave him his
pissed off.
flowers.
But this guy's a great da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
You know, he said.
But was he pissed just because of the way the Super Bowl went, or he was saying because of how Kyle called it?
I think both.
Oh,
we didn't get into the specifics.
Okay.
Just clearly he blames
You could tell
Kyle
it was a sore spot.
for what happened. But he was very complimentary.
Yeah. I mean,
That's weird.
Matt Ryan didn't Kyle didn't tell Matt Ryan to take a sack
or fumble.
I know that he called a passing play. He couldn't run it.
You run it, then
He
maybe you know.
like it wasn't like Matt. Make sure you take a sack, knock us out of field goal range.
I mean, Raheem Morris is a pretty well-respected defensive mind in the NFL.
Well,
That's weird.
Okay, so but then if
Now he's a head coach though, Grandy.
Yeah.
and certain organizations
Apparently not, right?
Right? certain organizations need a certain type of coach at a certain time. Nobody is going to look at Dan Campbell and be like, master play caller.
No, at all.
I don't even know what the hell Dan does.
He's out of control.
But some think actually when it does get down to on-field decision-making that he's completely out of pocket.
He says go for it on fourth down. Someone else bring up the play call.
But boy, did Detroit need him or what? Right. Like an organization that hadn't ever been to the Super Bowl, they needed somebody to show up and just be like, will you guys stop feeling sorry for yourselves? And it's been great.
Well, I know it's a little bit of a sore subject here, even all these years later, but it's kind of similar to Mark Jackson as head coach of the Warriors. Mm-hmm. Kind of a similar idea.
But as the president of the black coaching delegation, I saw Mark, who I'm a big fan of, and root for him. His offense at the end of games was horrible. Dribbled. I've seen Clay instead. And Steve just came in and just. I can see clearly now the rain is like, it's incredible. So,
yeah, but culture changer. Culture changer.
And some of the offense.
And then sometimes.
So apparently that's who Raheem Morris is.
My gosh.
Sometimes it's kind of like a girlfriend instead of a wife. Like they come in, change the culture, and then you need somebody else to take that new culture and actually refine it.
You've been a talk of the show in the chat and with the. Who? We thought you were coming in hot, you.
Oh.
Because we talked about the lack of clamoring for Brock Purdy to. Why aren't we taking calls? I put the flag on. It's got to be because he came back, re-aggravated, and he looked bad. Nobody wants that again. But then we kept going down the road deeper of why is there not – we need him back ASAP. Or we thought that would set you on fire.
Oh, I've been ready all day.
Go ahead, unload.
Yeah, you ready? Who wants to fight me on the idea that Brock Purdy played better last year than Mac Jones is this year? How much do you believe in numbers when it comes to quarterbacks?
There's a lot of it.
Or do we only look at wins and losses?
No, because Mac hadn't been lighting it up. If you look at this week.
Here's what I'll do. I will answer the question with a question. Can someone explain to me, and you're allowed to dismiss this if you want, because everybody gets to use their markers. Can someone explain to me why Brock Purdy's quarterback rating last year is higher than Mac Jones' quarterback rating this year?
No, Steiny, I can't.
No, I can't. But I'm not saying Mac Jones is better.
No, well, yeah, he's not. He's not. And this isn't wrong, but just like anything in life, Mac Jones arrives to the party with a completely different perspective and expectation. And so we see Mac do one thing when he is under the umbrella of being a backup quarterback who we've seen be disappointing in the NFL, and then he is outplaying expectations.
I mean,
and
just killing them.
He's balling. He's balling. But Brock Purdy is coming back from a year of back-to-back trips deep into the playoffs, and all the talk is you're about to get a massive life-changing contract. And so then when he goes out and does the exact same thing, we go, dude, what happened to you? You suck. But
the bars are high.
And wins and losses, I will forever argue, are partially the quarterback and partially many, many other things.
Unless you're Jimmy Garoppolo, because they hated on him when it went his way.
So when Mac Jones wins a game against Arizona 16-15.
But they should have lost.
But Brock Purdy loses a game in L.A., whatever the hell the final score was, 31-28, and Ronnie Bell drops a perfect pass. We go, Brock Purdy went 0-1. And Mac Jones went 1-0. And Mac Jones, without stars, is balling out. Brock Purdy last year, same thing, no stars. So I heard your caller today say, man, Brock needs all the stars. But Mac, look what he's doing without the stars.
Right.
Well,
I remember the call.
if you like quarterback rating, your answer is he's doing actually worse. He's doing worse than what Brock Purdy did last year.
Well, much like
And
you,
that's only one stat.
much like
Numbers
you
are
look
numbers.
past wins and losses as a quarterback statistic.
I'll look past it.
Well, but it's
just
not the end all be all.
It's not Sharpie.
And I would say that quarterback rating is also not the end all be all in terms of how a quarterback is playing. So much of that
you
is
said you could disagree.
situational. And you're down because your defense can't get a stop, so you got to force the ball. You're throwing it into harm's way. It's a 4th and 5. Mac's got to throw the ball. Might as well throw it into a tough spot because if you don't complete it, it's a turnover on downs anyway. Like, so much of this is situational. And to me, I feel like Mac Jones has played. One, it's better than expectation for Mac, but it's also, in my mind, I don't care what QBR says, better than Brock has played in his most recent starts. And it's as simple as that for me.
That's probably fair.
Because people are going back to 24, Will. And what was your nugget you had, Steiny, from the Christmas game?
If you take it from the Baltimore game 2 years ago, it doesn't look good.
No.
Almost like a 1-to-1 touchdown to turnover ratio.
I'm not big on that, though, because that's such a – that's a huge sample. And I would argue there's all kinds of twists and turns there. So the Baltimore
First of all,
game,
if you go the game before, he had 4 touchdowns, no pick.
Right. And the Baltimore game was truly bad. And then what happened after that is pretty much you're going into the playoffs.
Correct.
You're going into games that are not needed in the regular season. Then you're going into the playoffs. This is the absolute best competition. And I don't remember Brock being awful in those playoffs. I remember 2 fourth-quarter come-from-behind wins. Green Bay, Detroit. And then I remember a Super Bowl where he was not great, but he was solid and not certainly what I would point to as to why they lost the football game in overtime against the Chiefs. I didn't think there's anything embarrassing about that playoff run. And then last year, we hang 6-11 around him, which is funny because he wouldn't even play in 2 of the losses. But also, again, that's where I go to the wins and losses thing. If Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes play a game that's 41-38, we give one of them a loss. That's stupid. That's great quarterback play. And vice versa. If you win a game like Bo Nix in London, I don't know if y'all slept through it.
No, I was up.
The New York Jets played high school football for
10 yards
for an hour
and almost won.
And Bo Nix won 13-11, and Bo Nix won. He won the game. So that's all. That's all I'm saying. Of course there's context to all of this. And has Brock struggled more in his last whatever handful of starts than he did his first 2 years? Sure. And is that contextual with injuries around him and injuries to himself? Sure, that's part of it. Same thing Mac's dealing with, though. Injuries around him, injuries to self. Mac's been awesome. Mac's been awesome.
Imagine where you guys would be without him.
Exactly.
And that's it.
Mac's been awesome, but if this were going to be the rest of the year and Brock were going to miss the rest of the year, I mean,
because he got sacked 6 times.
That'd be a huge
He's not
problem.
mobile.
That'd be a huge problem.
They got the fake Dan Dibley in the chat. It says Mac Jones, Willard, with a higher QBR this year than Brock last year.
Incorrect. That is factually incorrect. Brock Purdy's QBR last year, and this is quarterback rating.
Okay.
By the way, but QBR, which is a different stat, Brock is also in Brock's favor. Quarterback rating last year for Brock Purdy, 96.1. Quarterback rating for Mac Jones this year is 93.7.
I got it.
Mac Jones is ranked 20th in the league this year. So if Brock Purdy were 20th in the league, we'd be like, he balling. No, we would not.
So do you feel there's something or momentum for for Mac? Or is it just like what we talked about and all the people got their opinion, Grandy, that there's nothing going on here, but when Brock is ready to come back, here go the keys?
I think so. Yeah. You think there's a controversy?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. And I believe because they put a ring on his finger, even if you wanted to have one, it's shut down because you married him.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. Absolutely. I mean, I think he needs to come back now. Like, I know
what if he aggravates something?
What you guys threw out to begin the show, I think is an interesting question because there isn't a lot of clamoring for Brock to come back ASAP. But with the way the offensive line is, I don't think Mac can survive it. You need a guy that's mobile. And I'm not. I don't want Brock to go around playing hero ball because I think that's what's gotten him into trouble. But you need someone that can extend the play a little bit, and Mac can't do that.
But what if we see another Jacksonville Willard and Steiny of, he had a bad performance. It happens. Oh, it's because of the toe. Then where do you go as far as how long do you sit him?
Yeah, that's
why I like what they're keep them out so at least you know we kept him out 4 weeks.
I mean, but you could say that forever. Like I don't know what the day is.
That
but
is, man.
It's on all of them to figure out when he's going to come back to not get re-hurt again.
Or can you avoid that? You know what? That's possibility.
Never for sure.
Yeah.
I sort of mean that in terms of re-injury. Like if it's the same injury. Any injury could happen at any time. But if you come back and immediately aggravate it just because of running, then they made a mistake.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studio.
Damn, Will, you would call it a mistake? Because they can't look into the toe and tell Purdy can do what he did before Jacksonville.
Well, right, but
guys, I feel like I can go, and then you go out there and it's like, oh, hell. But you would call it a mistake?
Probably. Because, again, so does that mean then that he misses 5 more games if he comes back for a game?
That man.
I think this is a pivot point this weekend, I think.
How so?
John Lynch has already publicly changed his stance on the trade deadline from last week to this week, which is not surprising to me. Fred Warner's hurt, and they, in my opinion, they would be
fools.
Mismanagement for them to go sacrifice draft assets to chase this year. But if you're 5-2, you're kind of pushing toward, it's just like the baseball. The baseball trade deadline. You have to earn your trades.
And
the
Buster
Niners
went the other way.
Right, because they lost the right to
You think he regrets it, though?
Buster?
Yeah.
No. I don't. You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah. I don't think that they would have gotten over the top necessarily if they hadn't made the moves or whatever. But anyway, I think the Niners need to re-earn the idea of an addition. And this week is this is the last time you're home until literally moments before the deadline.
When you say re-earn an addition, do you mean like a big addition, a rental addition, or you just mean any kind of addition? Because even if say they win 2 of their next 3 and they go into the trade deadline and they're like, all right, we're going to give up an early draft pick for a rental of Trey Hendrickson. That to me still doesn't feel like they're suddenly a Super Bowl contender.
I think that's off the table 100%.
So when you talk about an addition, you just mean a lower scale or maybe one that has a couple years on their deal
There's
still.
2 things that I would eliminate already with the Fred Warner injury. Number 1, rentals. So this year only. Number 2, first and second round draft picks.
Makes sense.
No.
But you got to ride this out.
Off the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are they even earning? They're not earning a whole lot then.
Well, no, most trades aren't first and second. You know what I mean? Deadline deals for first and second rounders, that's very rare to begin with. But so
what was the McCaffrey? I know it wasn't a first round pick, but it was a bunch
I think it was 2, 3, 4, 5.
So
and that's for Christian flipping McCaffrey.
Yeah, Trey Hendrickson is on the same plane in terms of quality of player around the league.
Except for that Christian obviously came within a contract extension. I don't think that would be on the table for Trey.
But if you get someone of McCaffrey's caliber, would you be willing to part with a second, third, fourth, whatever it was?
If I was going to get him long term?
Yeah.
In theory I would, but I don't think the Niners are interested in more big long-term contracts right now. Don't you think?
I'm just trying to suss out what it is that they can still earn because it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot out there for them to do if they're not going to be fishing in the deep end.
Well, what's it going to take to want to get one of those guys out of Miami? What's it going to take to get Jalen Phillips or Bradley Chubb?
I have no idea.
4th rounder?
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head.
I do that.
Miami might not, though, but you could be right.
Miami.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
To apologize, Steiny.
So anyway, how you doing, Larry?
Fake apology.
Larry.
Now,
that's his name.
I'm 5 minutes away from getting out of here.
I can tell.
I'm in a really good mood.
Okay.
7 minutes.
We won't mess with that.
Maybe 5 because we have a meeting
I'm not going to mess with your mood.
But where's he going
Although
with this?
your mood is your responsibility.
Your point is well taken.
Okay.
It's very well taken. But my numbers have Purdy's quarterback rating last year at 64.8.
So that's QBR. That's different than quarterback rating.
No, QBR is quarterback rating.
No, passer rating is quarterback rating. QBR is the ESPN analytic.
Doesn't QBR stand for quarterback rating?
There are two different stats. If you go to the stat page, you'll see rating, and then you'll see QBR.
Yeah, both.
They're two different things. Passer rating
News to me.
is the thing that's been around for years and years and years. QBR is something that ESPN developed
and you're
using
it.
Within the last decade. You could use either one. Either one.
Well, I just went to Pro Football Reference.
Okay.
And whatever their QBR has Jones at 66.9 through 4 games this year, and Purdy at 64.8 last year.
I've got Jones QBR at 52.7 this year. I'll check my...
I'm pretty sure the two numbers are passer rating and QBR, which is the same as quarterback rating.
They're not the same. Just trust me. QBR is something that ESPN developed within the last decade or so, decade plus. Trust me, if you go to ESPN.com right now, you'll see two different columns.
Rating, they got them both there.
Rating, it'll just say RTG, and then the next one over is going to say QBR. And Mac Jones' adjusted QBR this year is 52.9.
What you have, Steiny?
I'm just looking. See, I'm not looking at the same place. I'm looking at Football Reference.
Numbers are numbers.
And here's what it says for Q. Although, okay.
Yeah.
It says QBR, ESPN's total quarterback rating calculated since 2006.
Okay, so yeah.
So
sorry, I said 10 years. It's been about 20.
That one, Mac Jones is slightly higher.
Then what?
Than Purdy.
No. Mac Jones, QBR this year, 52.9. Brock Purdy last year, 64.8. I'm on ESPN, and they're the ones who developed But QBR is ESPN's stat. And I'm on ESPN.
Who's on
Here, no, show me your computer. Here, give me your computer again. No, I know. I want to look.
No, we got it.
Where are you looking?
Oh, my God.
Right
there.
But they do have the two columns, Grandy.
66.9 Yeah.
Numbers are numbers.
Okay.
Well, apparently they're not.
One of the websites is wrong, and one of them's right.
Willard,
you get to the bottom of it.
Willard, you're on the ESPN NFL player passing stats 2025. That's the page you're on?
Correct.
Okay. If you hover over the far right column, rating, RTG, that's passer rating.
Correct. The one next to it is ESPN's adjusted analytic QBR.
Which is quarterback rating.
No, they're not the same thing. It is a further adjustment.
Yes, they are.
Now, why would the number be completely different?
Because RTG rating is passer rating, which just is statistics, just is passing yards, completion percentage, touchdowns, and interceptions.
It is an algorithm. Yes.
QBR takes into account that plus.
Do whichever one you want. They both come to the same conclusion.
I'm just telling you that QBR
Mark's point is well taken.
rating is this. Shut up, Steiny.
Well, you want to call it passer rating? I've been alive pretty long. It's always been quarterback rating. Then ESPN 19 years ago came in and went, we'll call it QBR. Yeah,
but yours is not showing any. Steiny's is showing something different.
Yeah, now that's a whole issue.
But you're at Football Reference.
Right. He's at Pro Football Reference. I'm on ESPN.com. The numbers don't match. So
I got you.
We're gonna
Grandy,
have to,
I hear what you're putting down.
We're gonna have to go. Yeah,
Mark, your point is well
Thank you,
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Willard, didn't you have a gripe with Steiny today?
No, he doesn't. He does not have a gripe with me today. And if he does, I did.
Steiny trying to get to the
Save
TV,
it for tomorrow.
man.
Well,
Larry's trying to get to the TV.
You took credit for our interviews, but it's fine. You always
Which
do.
one?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You did the whole Mark Schlereth, TJ Hushman's out of thing. And you're like, we had Mark Schlereth on this week. We had TJ Hushman.
That's not a
all right.
Oh, boy.
I'm just saying.
Wow.
Petty King.
I can live with that
Petty
one.
King. Of course you can. I wouldn't have said it out loud if you couldn't.
That's not going to.
Why do you think Jimmy Butler doesn't like this bobble?
I was kidding.
I think Jimmy loves Buddy.
Yeah, you talk for 4 hours. Some people misconstrue, and sometimes,
you need a nickname for these two. Butler healed.
They got something.
We need a nickname for these two. We got to work on that.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to work on that. between now and the next time I come into 95.7 again.
That's an early departure. I'm disappointed.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, feeling the love on a Thursday. Oh, yeah. There's nothing better. Let's see. This is just a little quick perusing of the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
What are they saying?
Well, let's see. Willard, you suck, dude. 408, love you. 510, who cares, Willard? Do you always have to be right? Geez, get over yourself. Then there's a 650 that says Willard is right. 650, cooking the books for Purdy. 510, the lengths Willard goes to defend Brock Purdy is unbelievable. And then we've got another 650 that says, butt buddies. I'm sorry to trigger you all. I'm sorry to trigger you all with what was actually a question.
Repeat the question
Does anybody want to try? Can you explain to me why Brock Purdy's quarterback rating, passer rating, QBR, whatever letter you want, can you explain to me why his rating last year is better than Mac Jones this year? And I'm sorry for posing a question that bothers people. I really am. I apologize. I think Mac Jones is really good. He's done wonderful. I apologize for my take week one. He's not been good in the NFL, but he's been good here. I was wrong about that. He has been wonderful for the role he was hired to do. I am so thankful he's here. He's not as good as Brock Purdy. My opinion. And I can't wait until the 49ers get their guys back. Included in that is Brock Purdy. And in this entire conversation, it made a question pop into my head that I would love to hear some people try to answer. If Mac is, quote, balling with less than a full deck of Niner weapons, and last year Brock, quote unquote, sucked because his weapons were gone, then can somebody explain to me why the number one quarterback overall stat that we tend to use, it is only one number. You're absolutely right. But can someone explain to me why Brock's number last year is better than Mac's this year? That's all. I'm pants me. Make me wrong. I'm wide open in here. Let's talk about it. Open up the phones, guys. Hit it. 888-957-9570. Dibs is not here. Grandy is. You can have first crack if you want. Explain it to me. Can you?
I think it's as simple as expectations and the money that these guys make. Mm-hmm. Brock Purdy entered this season, and you could also go as far as last season, coming off of an MVP caliber type season, and suddenly the expectation gets set. Okay, that's who you are, Brock. That is who you are. And anything less than that feels like a failure because you set the bar really high for yourself, like what Steiny and Guru were talking about yesterday. Steph Curry at some point is going to disappoint us because he can't continue to be as great as he's been for so long. Obviously not the same situation with Brock, but it's a similar kind of idea. And then you enter this season where you're Brock, where you come off of a rough year, his standards, based on what he's set, you get paid QB1 type money, major money, and the expectation is, all right, you got to be one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL. And only 2 games that he's played so far, he has not been that. He has not been that. And Mac comes in, a guy that you picked up off the scrap heap, who nobody wanted, who bounced around a little bit early in his career, had some success, and then got phased out in New England, and was the backup to Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. Actually played kind of good when he was called upon, but still was a free agent. His team didn't want him back. and didn't have a ton of suitors in the offseason. The Niners signed him to a 2-year deal. He's willing to sign multiple years of his prime away to be a backup to Brock Purdy, not knowing if he's ever going to get a chance to play. And then he plays, and at least you have to admit that it's comparable to what Brock Purdy had done. At least.
Now,
so this is expectations-based and money-based, based on what Brock Purdy is making.
Now, if I were on Family Feud right now, this is what I would do. Good answer.
Thanks.
Good answer.
I worked really hard on it.
Good answer. Good answer.
What did the board say?
Also,
is it up there on the board?
Ding! It's
Yes.
the number one answer. It's actually the number one answer on the board.
Expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, please hear me, y'all. It was a question. Let's talk this out. I don't.
There it is.
That's a ding. That is a big part of it. And all I want to say is I'd like to bring that to the party, because that is an admission that part of what we see is based on our own perspective and entry point. And that's fine. I think what you just said is completely fair. Brock Purdy, based on money and based on where these guys have been, should be markedly better than Mac Jones, right?
Yes.
Like way, way better. Okay, I think that's completely fair. I don't think it necessarily changes the long-term calculus, because as I answered to you when we talked about this last week, if it comes down to money, and you'll say, well, do you want Brock for 200? Is he, how much more is he making per year? Is he $45 million per year better than Mac? Of course not. But I would answer that by saying, even if he's $1 million better than Mac, then that's who I would want as my quarterback. And I'm willing to pay for that, because that's the going rate in the NFL. And if you did sit with Mac and he played well for another year to finish out his backup contract, he's going to ask for a big old heap and raise too. That's what it costs to keep a quarterback. So to me, the only question is Brock this much better than Mac? And I know that may feel unfair, but I think from a long-term answer, that's how I would answer it. So I'm not too worried about how much better Brock is. I would love for this conversation to enter into it the admission that we're seeing these two players through a different set of glasses. That's my point. So when you say Mac is balling this year, and he's doing it without all of his stars, and look what happened to Brock last year when he didn't have his stars, he sucked. Different set of glasses. That's my only point that I'm starting with today.
Well,
and that's fair. If
welcome to being a high-paid quarterback in the NFL, Brock.
Except for he wasn't last year.
Yeah, but we all knew he was going to be.
Well, we thought there was a healthy debate for the whole year, right?
We knew they were paying him in the offseason. We didn't know what the money was going to end up being.
Yeah, he had to be awful.
Honestly, I expected them to pay him more than they ended up paying him.
Well, he had to be awful to lose the contract.
And he wasn't awful.
He was
nowhere near as good as he was the year prior, but he was not awful.
Agreed.
So, I mean, you could call it unfair. You could say that we're holding Brock to a standard that we don't hold Mac to. Yeah, that is all 100% accurate. But it's not unfair, Brock. That's what you sign up for when you put your name on the dotted line.
I am not. Fairness. What the hell is fairness? Especially in pro sports. What are we doing here? You're 100% right. I don't take fairness into account. Nothing's fair. Did you see Jalen Waddle last week get a pass that was thrown literally between his 1 and his 7?
Yeah.
And he shuttled it to a defender, and the box score's like, nice pick, Tua. Like, nothing is fair. So I don't think Brock is asking, or no one's asking for fairness. I just think that if you're allowing this to spill down the road of, boy, there's no difference between the two, or Mac has shown something that Brock hasn't because he's able to go out there missing receivers and he's able to go win football games. Like, the larger point is, A, we're using a different set of glasses, and you can say that that's fair. The other larger point is, I think we affix wins and losses too much to the quarterback. We fix the win like that because Mac has won the majority of his starts. We go, he's balling. And I don't.
He's 3-1.
Yes, but I don't think when a quarterback wins a game 16-15, I don't use that word. Like, you won. You did well enough. You had a nice drive at the right time. Great. You didn't turn the ball over, at least not too much. He had a really bad pick in that game, but he won. So pat on the back. But I don't come out of it and be like, dude, balling. He wasn't balling. They won 16-15. He was good enough. He was fine.
What do you think of his performance against the Rams on Thursday
In the first half, that was balling. In the first half, that was
the
balling.
second half bad by Mac?
Not bad, but not balling. They scored 9 points. Yeah. They won that game because of the defense at the end. Twice stood up inside the red zone. That's what I would point to first. But Mac gets a lot of credit, but not all of the credit. It's not a one-person win or a loss game. That's all.
I hear what you're saying in terms of wins and losses. Like wins and losses are a team stat. It's not a quarterback stat. It's not a head coach stat. It's everything. But also situation, circumstance impacts a quarterback's statistics.
Sure.
And you're down big because your defense can't get a stop. You got to throw the ball more, and you got to take more chances. You're going to likely throw more interceptions. If you're up big, you're not going to, you think back to Jimmy Garoppolo, NFC Championship game against the Green Bay Packers at the end of the 2019 season when they threw the ball, 9 times in that game?
Yep. Eight or 9.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And I don't know off the top of my head what Jimmy Garoppolo's quarterback rating or passer rating was in that game. I can't imagine it was all that impressive because you hardly had to throw the ball at all. We shouldn't hold that against Jimmy because you didn't need to do anything to win. You do what your head coach asks you to do, which is based on what he thinks is necessary to win a football game. And the way that I grade a quarterback is how well are you executing what your head coach is asking you to do.
100%.
So much of what a quarterback's statistics are is going to be based on what Kyle Shanahan wants him or her to do, and I think of late, this works for every sport, and I think of late,
that was great.
What Mac Jones has done has done a better job of executing what Kyle Shanahan has asked of him more so than Brock Purdy.
Yes, and I don't agree with that point. But it's a fair point, but I don't agree with it. I don't think it comes down to Mac Jones right now being a better executor than Brock Purdy of what Kyle Shanahan has asked. I simply see it as, again, to me, that's the other perspective glasses, and those glasses are fair based on how we see these two quarterbacks, one being a backup, one being a highly paid starter. But here's the other thing that no one brings up when we look at Mac this year, Brock last year. We go, okay, injured, like Brock didn't have Christian McCaffrey.
Yep.
Half of Mac's completions are to Christian McCaffrey. But
Mac doesn't have George Kittle.
Mac doesn't have George Kittle. Brock had George Kittle for the most part.
Doesn't really have Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, didn't have Ricky Pearsall for majority of last year either.
Doesn't really have Juwan either.
Juwan Jennings, he had Juwan
played,
Jennings.
but not really.
But he had his buddy Kendrick Bourne, who he played with, blah, blah, blah. We could go back and forth on this, but there's one thing that is a constant, at least to this point. We'll see where it goes from here. But this year, if you want advanced metrics or even just the eye performance of the 49ers defense, while not great, has been a passable defense. And early in the year was doing some really good things. Yeah. I don't know where it's going to go now with no Fred Warner.
Specifically in Mac's first 3 starts compared to this last one.
Brock Purdy's defense last year stunk up out loud, period. Well, absolutely one of the worst run defenses in all of football. So Brock was not being asked to win a game with 20 points. Brock was asked to be winning a game with 30 points. And again, $265 million, you want that to be fair, fine, it's fair. But that is a very big piece of winning a football game. What does the defense do? How many points do you need me to go get in order to win a game? So for instance, you said Brock's taken too many chances. Well, I agree, but I'd argue last year I understand why he felt he had to.
Some of them,
they sort of felt like they needed to score constantly when they had the ball. Can't play the field position game with that defense last year.
Yeah,
and that might be the case now with this defense too.
Probably will be.
And Mac is 0-1 in the non-Fred Warner era.
And whenever Brock comes back, he'll be dealing with the same exact thing. Whether it's this week, seems unlikely. Next week, 2 weeks from now, who the hell knows? But that's a big part of it. you can't, over the course of an entire football season, paint with a broad brush and say, all of his bad decisions were because of the defense. There's certainly, you go back and you watch the tape, there's a chunk of them where you will say, okay, he felt like he had to, because you're down by 14 points in the fourth quarter with 6 minutes left. You got to take a chance.
I'd give that to Mac on the fourth down interception last week.
Exactly.
I would absolutely give him that grace.
But then there are others. You go back and you watch the tape and you're like, Brock, I mean, there's a guy wide open right here, man. What are you doing pushing that down the field into double coverage?
No doubt. No doubt. They're both.
It even happened against Jacksonville.
They both have performed as pretty good quarterbacks. But hit us up. Am I being unfair? Like, Mac's balling now. Brock's been bad for a year and a half. Brock's rating is higher. Just pointing it out over here. 888-957-9570.
Rating.
Numbers are numbers.
And they are your numbers.
Ain't that the freaking fact? Grandy's in for Dibs, y'all. Let's talk it out. Tim Kawakami in 45 minutes. Steve Kerr's at 5. It's Willard and Dibs.
Don't miss comedian Matt Rife at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View on October 19th. The show is almost sold out. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 52%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, it's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Shop top brand tires at Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through October 19th, get up to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Nexen, or Toyo brand tires. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. Now, the full lineup is only at the one place pros rely on. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers, exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 five-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8182. 800-390-8182. That's 800-390-8182. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Third and 4 for San Francisco. Pass picked. Gets on his feet. He might score. Vildor with the interception. 4th and 5. Throwing for it and intercepted. That's Dean. Jamel Dean with the interception. There is a flag back at the 44-yard line.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable concern.
All right. On 95.7 The Game.
On CBS, Mac Jones, he just turns the ball over too much.
You blame him for both those picks?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Kendrick Bourne said the first one was his fault.
It was.
And the second one was a 4th and 5.
Right,
complete it as a turnover rundowns anyway.
It doesn't fully excuse it, but yeah, like I certainly anything in the fourth quarter when you're trailing, to me, I look at an interception differently because you have to force it. You have to take a chance. And so sure. I don't get all that, like I don't lose my mind over quarterbacks throwing picks. Patrick Mahomes threw a pick 6 in the red zone against Jacksonville a week and a half ago that half the quarterbacks around the league, if they threw it, their teams would all cut them. At least the fan bases would.
No wonder you love Brock Purdy so much, huh?
Yeah.
Well, all he does is throw interceptions lately.
I will tell you, here's the one that I don't love. And it's actually, it sort of came up on the crossover, and one of our listeners on the YouTube chat, which is active today, y'all came to play, didn't you? Who was it that brought this up? Oh, D-Lou22, who hates Brock Purdy. Therefore, by extension, kind of hates me whenever we talk about this. He writes, no, what we should be discussing is the 29 TDs and 24 turnovers. Do you want to know, flash forward to tomorrow, want to know what my what's bugging you is?
What?
People who grab a random spot on a schedule and decide that that's the spot where we want to start keeping stats. Right there, right? We're going to start right there. Like, if you want to start right there, then why can't I move it all the way back to when he kept running through the playoffs? Why am I not allowed to do that?
The numbers that I go off of, I think it's simple because it's a season's worth of games. He missed 2 games last year. He's played 2 games this year. His last 17 starts.
Okay.
A season's worth of football games. He's thrown for 24 touchdowns.
I bet you I could already tell you what the number is. It 14?
16 interceptions.
16.
Yes.
Yeah, 24 and 16. Okay.
So 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, a 3-to-2 ratio.
Not the ratio you're looking for by any stretch. Yeah.
And I don't have the fumble numbers right here off the top of my head. But there's a handful of fumbles too.
Like I'm not sitting here trying to sell snake oil to any of you. I'm not. Have you heard me say Brock Purdy has played as good lately as he did 3 years ago? Did I say that? No. What fascinates me in this conversation are the words that I hear people use with regard to what Mac is doing this year and with regard to what Brock is doing last year. And could I not argue that even if you think that they're like the exact same thing, that's not what we're hearing. Mac is balling and someone's going to try to trade for him. And last year, Brock went 6-11, was a turnover machine, and sucked. And my argument is none of those things are true.
Well, you know why Mac Jones is a potential trade target.
I don't think that he is.
Compared to Mac.
I don't think that he is.
Because Mac Jones makes no money.
Yes, but I don't look at football
And if you're a quarterback-hungry team, if you're the Cleveland Browns who figure out this year that Dylan Gabriel, go Ducks, sucks, and Shedeur Sanders sucks, then what might they do in the offseason? Call up John Lynch and say, hey, what would it take for us to get Mac Jones?
And Mac Jones will call John Lynch next and say, please don't send me there because I'll suck there.
But my point is why Mac Jones is getting the praise as a potential target for other teams is because no one wants to trade for Brock Purdy's contract, and they would much rather trade for Mac Jones's.
I don't know about that. I mean, in this moment, that's not true if you did what many suggested last offseason. Play it out. Play some hardball with Brock Purdy. No contract. You play on the last year of your deal. Then he holds out, and the 49ers do exactly what they did with Brandon Ayuk and entertain trade conversations. Wow. You don't think anybody would have called? You don't?
No, people would have called.
Exactly. So I'm not saying...
But then they could have just started Mac Jones from week 1.
Without knowing how that was going to go? And by the way, like, do any of you look... Here's another question. Let me ask you this. This will further the conversation. Do you look at what you've seen right now with Mac Jones and go, yeah, that's sustainable. The Niners could win a Super Bowl with this?
You're talking about Mac Jones with this roster as it currently is right now?
No, just however it is.
Is the Niners roster fully healthy, or are they going into this game, Sunday Night Football, with that roster?
Would you want to sign Mac for a 5-year deal and make him your guy?
It depends how much money that is per year.
Name your price.
I mean, can I get him for $10 million a year?
Probably not, but what if I could give him to you for $25 a year?
I'd have to think about it.
You would? Do you think you can win a Super Bowl?
You would need everything to go right for you, but you also need everything to go right with you with this Mac or this Brock Purdy contract to win a Super Bowl, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think everything ever goes right. That's not a thing. Everything doesn't ever go right.
You need a lot to go your way.
I think any team needs relative health. That's all.
You
don't need like balls to bounce your way and stuff like that.
In order for Brock or Mac to win a Super Bowl, because neither of those guys are the elite of the elite quarterbacks in the NFL, you need to be better around the margins than those other teams.
What are those other teams?
The teams that are competing for Super Bowls.
Well, but
the Josh Allens and the Patrick Mahomeses of the world.
Josh Allen has never competed for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's gotten to multiple AFC championship games. That's competing for a Super Bowl.
But my point, like as I will point out, there have been just as many of those non-quarterbacks who compete for Super Bowls than those who have.
And generally, the ones that win it are the ones that have the better quarterbacks.
I don't know. Patrick Mahomes has lost multiple Super Bowls, has he not? Like, is Jalen Hurts better than Patrick Mahomes?
Generally the better quarterback. The other Super Bowl he lost was to Tom freaking Brady.
Right, although it was at the very end of his career, I would argue at that point Patrick was a better quarterback than Tom Brady in a vacuum in that moment.
Yeah, in a vacuum, probably, yeah.
Because teams win Super Bowls. That's who competes for a Super Bowl. Teams that have relative health and a good quarterback. I don't believe Mac Jones can win a Super Bowl under any circumstances, even with perfection, which doesn't exist. But fully health, all of that, Mac Jones, could he get you to the playoffs? Sure. You got a great coach team. If Kyle Shanahan's coaching your team, if you've got relative health, yes. Do I think he could maneuver through the playoffs and win the whole thing? No, I don't. Do I believe Brock could? Probably. Haven't seen it yet. Came as close as you can come without getting there. But that's like, I think Brock is better than Mac.
So do I.
Okay. That's all.
And I also, considering what this current Niners team is, that's what I said in the crossover, I think the Niners need Brock Purdy back as soon as freaking possible.
Absolutely.
Because with this offensive line, Mac will die behind this offensive line. His leg might fall off. Like, he cannot move. And you're putting him behind one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL for teams that are actually like considered good. Yep. Like, this is one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL if you take away all of the terrible teams in the league. This is one of the worst offensive lines. What I need Brock Purdy to do, Willard, is to get healthy as soon as possible and just be a mobile Mac Jones. That is all I need Brock Purdy to do. And for me, what he has done of late, we look at his last 17 games started, he has not been a mobile Mac Jones, which means he's pushing the ball down the field too much, he's taking too many unnecessary risks, and he's turning the ball over too much.
Wait a minute,
need him.
What's the timeline again? He has
last 17 games played. 15 games last year and the 2 games this year.
I'll buy that this year. I'll buy that for these 2 games. I don't buy that last year. And again, that's the basis of my point today. I don't think Brock Purdy last year has looked really all that different at all than what Mac Jones has looked like this year. I don't think that and if they did look different at all, Brock has looked better. And the numbers prove it based on the overall analytic that we use to measure quarterback play. Is that unfair? I guess you could make that case, but I'm not going to look at touchdown interception ratio and make that the gospel because of the conversation you and I just had. Not all interceptions are built the same.
True.
They're not. They're not all built the same. And we sat here kind of at this point last year, and we were so frustrated that all of the losses the 49ers had because we all believed they should have won those games. They should have won them. And not one of them did we come out of those. Remember the early losses.
The Rams game in LA, I remember that one.
None of them did we come out of it and go, Brock screwed that up. Not one of them. It was the special teams. It was the defense. It was the Bears kicker. It was all of those things.
It was Jordan Mason fumbling against the Cardinals.
And it was Ronnie Bell. It was all of those things that made us mad. We all believed the Niners should win. We all believed Brock Purdy did everything he could do to win. And now at the same point this year, the Niners have not made some of those disastrous mistakes, and we've decided that Mac Jones is a franchise QB again. I think that's funny. I just do. You can hate me for it. I think that's funny.
Can I read something to you?
Please.
This comes from Albert Breer, who wrote this in Sports Illustrated, August 25th, 2025. So we're talking about almost 2 months ago, just before the season began.
Okay.
It's a conversation he had with Brock Purdy. This is a direct quote from Brock, thinking back on what last year was for him.
I remember. I read this. Yes, this is correct.
He said,
Go
quote,
ahead.
I would say I was frustrated about losing the Super Bowl, and it was like, all right, we got to get back. That's all I saw was getting back. And because some of those guys are out, I have to go make plays to get us back. And for me, I was losing sight of, bro, keep every play as simple as possible and don't complicate it. And you will get back if you do your job the right way every single drive for 4 quarters and you win the game. At times, I lost sight of that. I was trying to do too much.
Love it. I agree with him.
And through 2 games that I've seen him play this year, I have not seen him fix that, is my point.
That's fair. That's fair. Although, boy, that's such a small sample. It's such a small sample. And if we're going to give both quarterbacks the grace of when we've largely seen them this year, they've not been healthy. Don't forget that even in the Seattle game, if we're going to give any grace at all to this toe injury, that happened, at halftime or right around the middle of the Seattle game.
At least the game-winning drive was on the injured toe.
The 6 of the 8 quarters we've watched Brock, he's not been healthy. Mac has not been healthy for largely about 3 or at least 2.5 of the 4 games he's played. And you can run that all through whatever algorithm you want to use. I'll buy that point, and that's Brock with an assessment of self. And I think any player does a good job when they come out of a win or a loss. And right, just like Mac Jones last week was not going to throw Kendrick Bourne under the bus. I got to be better. How many times do you hear both these guys say that? I got to be better. It's like, sure, that's how you should come out of a football game. But all of these points, to me, don't necessarily change the context of what we're watching right now. That's kind of what I'm interested in. The context of what we're watching. Brock did not have a great year last year. There were many, many reasons for that. But Brock did not suck last year. He did not, despite what the internet would love to have you believe. He did not suck. He did not. He just didn't. He wasn't the player that we watched the 2 years before that.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Can I read more from this?
Go ahead. Does he say I sucked last year?
No, not exactly. But you might take that away from it. This is Albert Breer writing, and then we're going to hear another quote from Brock. Albert writes, as he describes it, in his rookie year, he just wanted to play the way he was being coached. And looking back at the tape, says he was really ripping the ball with that approach. His second year, he was coming back off the elbow injury, which led him to play, quote, by the book, allowing him to build off what he'd done in 2023. Last year was different in that he had a full offseason, the pressure, and the chance to build momentum. And then the quote from Brock. I felt this pressure on myself that I need to be the Superman type guy and go out and make plays off schedule. There were some moments when I was like, dude, you've got to go back to the basics. It doesn't matter who's out there. The way Kyle calls plays, you run it right, just like your rookie year, and it works. Stick to that and be consistent. Don't go searching because Christian is out of this game and you think you have to go replace him.
No doubt. I agree with that. And by the way, when you hear that, who does it sound like is actually talking?
Kyle Shanahan?
Exactly.
Which was my point.
He's puppeting what Kyle clearly said to him in their exit meetings.
Now, it is easier if you are a backup quarterback like Mac, who is trying to just create another opportunity for yourself in the league to come into this role and just say, I am never straying from what Kyle's asking me to do.
Probably not even really the opportunity to try.
Probably.
Honestly.
At least not early
you don't think about it on any given play. You're like, I'm going to push it. I'm going to rip it. Well, you don't have time. He doesn't have time to rip it, and he doesn't have the receivers getting open downfield to rip it.
And he's new to the system.
Right.
Like Brock's been around for a while.
If I'm Mac Jones, the first time I see anyone open, I'm like, here, dude, you take it. Sure. So I even listen to what Brock's saying and go back to the year prior. Who was his backup quarterback? It was Sam Darnold.
Yes.
Sam Darnold actually said this year that he felt he started to become a good quarterback when he listened to Brock, who told Sam the exact same thing he's telling Albert Breer right there.
And that worked well for him last year. Listen to Kevin O'Connell.
Deliver the ball.
One of the better younger offensive minds in the league.
Yeah.
And is doing good in Seattle, too.
But
Darnold is.
I'm going to give some movement to the way Brock performed last year to exactly what you're bringing up right here, which is, all right, I've been playing for 2 years. This offense largely runs through me getting the ball to Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden last year, everybody is exhausted and messy off of the Super Bowl, and then suddenly Christian's not there, and then George is in and out, and Debo's in and out, and Brandon's not there, and Brock pushed it too much. Absolutely. That's not an excuse, but I think we would all agree, it's kind of understandable, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of understandable.
That feels like the natural instinct.
There you go.
Especially when you're Brock coming off of an MVP level year and you think incredibly highly of yourself.
Right.
You think I'm capable of putting this team on my back and winning football games when we're not at our best.
And you're trying to win.
I get it.
You're trying to win. Your defense is not stopping anyone, and you want to win.
Absolutely. And so I'm I know what this first hour has sounded like. It feels like I think Mac is a better quarterback than Brock. I don't feel that way.
You're getting ripped on the text line.
That's not what I'm saying.
No. Congratulations. No, there was one.
Just one?
Grandy clearly has a bias against Brock. I wanted to give you your stripes.
I just gotta even the playing field here because you're biased in favor of Brock. Am I right?
If you're not getting ripped on the text line, are you even hosting? Come on.
It's a good point.
Go ahead with your point.
But I think one season of Brock, and we have a season's worth of games, 17 games that I like to refer back to. One season's worth of games when things clearly were not great around him is not enough for me to suddenly think, oh my God, I thought Brock was a top 8 quarterback in the NFL for me to completely abandon that mode of thinking. That's not enough evidence for me to be like, okay, I was entirely wrong about this situation. It would have to continue for the majority of this year for me to really begin to think about changing my opinion. But whenever Brock comes back, I need to see him put these words that I just read to you to practice a little bit more often.
I agree with that.
And if it doesn't happen,
I agree.
Then we got a problem.
Yeah, I agree, which is why I think he and the 49ers are at least ringing the bell of the idea of, dude, we're not playing you until we're super sure that you're ready to grip it and rip it and be healthy and stay healthy. So that's a big piece of it. And the second part is, yes, then it's on Brock. It's on Brock to turn the ball over less. Sure, I'll buy that. Yeah.
And I think the Thursday night game in LA versus the Rams proved, I know the second half wasn't nearly as good offensively, but it proved on the road on a short week without like all of your offensive weapons against a really good team and quite a good defense that you can win a football game if Kyle Shanahan has a great game plan and the quarterback just simply does what Kyle wants.
And the defense makes some real plays.
Yes, true.
Real plays. Like we are watching a season that has been really short on defensive playmaking. And now, how the hell are they going to do that?
Even shorter
going
on defensive
forward.
play.
Right. That's the actual concern because we can go to that Ram game. I'm super thankful for it. I'll never forget that night.
Awesome
we all
game.
had a great time. Awesome game, and Mac deserves a ton of credit for it. In the second half, I'm sorry, they should have lost the game. They should have lost.
I think all of us felt they were going to lose that
Rams,
game in multiple cases.
The Rams definitely went to bed with we let one get away. That was stupid what we did. And I get that.
They let one get away back-to-back weeks.
Right, and the Cardinals said the same thing.
They should be 6-0, the Rams.
What should the Niners be?
You could go anywhere from 0-6 to 5-1.
What do you think they should be?
They should probably be 3-3.
They definitely beat the Saints.
Yeah.
They win in the other three? Like, did they outplay the Rams? Did they outplay the Cardinals? Did they outplay the Seahawks?
I mean, the loss to Jacksonville was also a coin flip one.
Yeah.
So they could have easily won that game.
You could say they should have won that. Yeah.
The coin flip games are Seattle, Arizona,
all of them,
Jacksonville, and the Rams.
Everything but New Orleans.
4 coin flip, not Tampa.
Yeah, okay.
4 coin flip games. Just split them 2-2.
So they're 1-1 with 4 coin flip games?
Yeah, so they should be 3-3.
Yeah.
If the coin is friendly to them, or at least not bad to them.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Would really love to talk this out with all of you. And Tim Kawakami is going to join us in 20 minutes. Both quarterbacks practiced again today. I've not seen if either or both got the limited tag again.
I also don't know if who's going to be speaking today. Because Thursdays is when quarterbacks talk.
QB Talk Day, exactly. Ricky Pearsall again did not practice.
I'm worried.
Well, let's talk about that because I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you're thinking there. Kickoff show with Lo Neal and Evan Giddings, live Laughing Monk Sunnyvale starting at 3. The early games, the late games, the games. The games are going to be on the beer garden with a DJ and bartenders standing by with Gold Bar whiskey specials. This sounds like a good time. If I were you, I would go. And if you are going, then you should sign up for the free shuttle, especially if you do all that Gold Bar whiskey stuff. So go to our Eventbrite page on our website right now, 957thegame.com. Sign up now. These spots do go fast, so please sign up now. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly. It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. We'll test your old battery for free and recommend the right battery for your vehicle. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Spend less time shopping and more time on the job site with bulk savings on select pro-trusted drywall and concrete mixes from Lowe's. You save big, and you're always ready for the next job.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is it, your last call clearance event at Lazy Boy. Save up to 50% off store-wide on sofas, sectionals, recliners, and more. Don't miss unbeatable savings on an American icon. The last call clearance event happening now at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Pants me. Make me wrong. I'm wide open in here. Pants me.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
He sure does.
5 o'clock.
And I promise to be fully clothed.
Please.
No problem. I promise. Tim Kawakami in 15 minutes. I want to show this to our YouTube audience. Apologies to the radio audience, but just hear what I'm saying and you can take my word for it.
YouTube.com/957 The Game.
This is one of the best bobbleheads I've ever seen in my life. And I'm not saying that because we have it, or are we giving some of these away? Or are we
the morning show is this
the morning
week.
show is, right?
But you can get them at, is it the preseason game? Is it Friday's game? They're giving them away. I think
Lucas, you're supposed to know this stuff. Grandy's a fancy host today. You have to you got to know stuff for him. You got to back him up. You got to back that thing up. Anyway,
I half expect Nahigian to run in here in 20 seconds and tell us.
Look, they're giving them away at Thrive City. No, the reason I'm saying, okay, this is the Jimmy Butler, Buddy Hield, side-by-side press conference bobble. Yes, Lucas? Yes?
Friday's home preseason game. The preseason finale, they're giving those out.
Clippers, right? Clippers tomorrow night? All right.
10,000 fans, the first
10,000 fans. Okay. It's not just because it's Jimmy and Buddy. My name is Buddy, okay?
Buttered.
That's not why I'm saying it, although I like that part of it. But you know how sometimes a bobble will come out, and you're like, ooh, I'm going to get that Steph Curry bobblehead, and then you get the bobble, and you're like, why does Steph Curry look like...
Not like Steph.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, whatever. Why does Steph look like Clay? This is one of the best facial renditions I have ever seen.
The Jimmy one looks amazing.
Jimmy is a dead ringer, and Buddy is only a tick behind.
You can tell.
Audacity.
You can tell it's Buddy.
This is Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler.
At the podium together.
Like, that is so good.
My name is Buddy.
Yeah, I know. That's what we said. Anyway.
I saved the day.
That's Batman and Robin right there.
I'm nice.
So I'm so excited for their press conferences, and this bobble is awesome, and so y'all should go to the game tomorrow night and get one of these, because this thing is top notch.
And I think your last chance to win, because they've been giving them out on the morning roast all week.
I'm sure tomorrow
morning, last chance.
Yeah, I'm told tomorrow's Friday. So, okay.
So that means today's the best day of the week, in your opinion.
It is. It absolutely. Oh, and I want to pass along. I don't want to act like everybody is at every show for the whole time, although I never understand why sometimes y'all leave and do other stuff. Like, hello, just be here for the whole day. But anyway, some of you might be wondering, what the hell is Dibs' pick?
It's a great question.
Thank you. Dibs' pick yesterday, because he knew he wouldn't be here today, is the Bengals plus 5.5. Dibs is 19-8 on the year. That is a sparkly record.
Lost 3 in a row.
He has also lost 3 in a row. Do with that what you will.
3-5 in his last 8.
I believe that this is the right side tonight. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win tonight. Bengals plus 5.5. I love it.
So you're not fading the Dibbers.
I am not fading the Dibbers.
Right.
You? You just fade the Dibbers just for the sake of fading the Dibbers.
Yeah, this is a real tough one for me because I also think Cincinnati plus 5.5 is the side, but I also really like to fade the Dibs.
Yeah.
So I have 2 hours to decide.
You've got a conundrum then. Yeah. We're live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. All right, let's talk to the people. Let's go to Diehard Niner in. Does he want me to say Sacramento? Okay. That wasn't me, Sacramento. You're adorable. Sacramento, Diehard Niner. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Yeah, that was a great article that Grandy just read. Yep. That's what I've been thinking the whole time. If Brock listens to those words, I'm sure he'll do well. And the other thing is, I think the play calling or the way they line up, I hate that shotgun gun run offense because you're not fooling the defense. They can see when you're handing it off, and they can see when you're passing it. If you remember the Jacksonville game and when Mac was playing, every time they go under center, they drive right down the field and get to the red zone. I mean, Brock did it the first game against Jacksonville. He lined up under center the whole time. That first drive, they scored, I think. And when they did it with Mac, same thing. But then when they go to the gun run or whatever, defense already know. And since our line can't block for more than I don't know, when they stand up, they're already back there. I mean, remember the old Niners where we didn't have big, huge offensive linemen during the West Coast offense. I think Steve mentioned it in the call that you had with him the other day, Willard, where he said that you just named the West Coast offense where the run extends the pass, where you just short, quick passes. The defense doesn't have time to react or doesn't know when you're either faking the handoff or getting up 3 steps and boom, it's out. And I know Brock can do that. It's just we don't do it often enough. And all the games I've watched with him, when he does that, he's pretty successful at it himself. And his one plus over Mac, and I think Grandy's mentioned this, is when all else fails, when absolutely everything falls apart, he can get out of there and make a play. But the offense is structured where someone's going to be open pretty much all the time. And I think Grandy mentioned in his other call, like a couple of those passes where Mac went off schedule, there was someone running free and he tried to force it in. It's when they force it in is when they get killed, right? Because the defense has more time and they're in there. And the offense, of course, can't block worth the whatever you want to call it, which is very frustrating to watch, right? And I'm sure everybody watches. Even running, like you guys are saying, MC runs into a brick wall when he gets the ball. Usually there's a big gaping hole, and he'll get at least 5 yards with his burst, but he's not even getting a hole that big.
That's because our offensive line can't block for
bleep.
Right. You've had everybody's fingers on the trigger for the dump button, Diehard Niner. You've set yourself up to cuss, but you haven't done it. Nice job.
Well done.
Yeah, but I agree with all your points, guys. I mean, I too, when Mac was playing well, it's like, he's better than Brock. But then you look at a whole, totality. It's like, one, our offensive line can't block. And as I was telling a friend, no matter who's back there, they're going to get killed, right? And they're not going to play well. And also, the play calling, we're switch it up, where just fast developing plays instead of if you drop back 7 steps. If our line can't block, the defensive line nowadays are even faster than LT in his day, and they get back there fast.
Well,
so there's no way you can even set up, look up.
Yeah, Diehard Niner, thanks so much for the call. I think that might be part of why you're seeing them go into the shotgun at times, because in theory that does allow the quarterback to get rid of the ball quicker. Also, I don't know, if you've got an injured toe, 7-step drop and then fall back on the right foot sounds pretty painful to me. But I haven't noticed what he's talking about. I'd have to go back over the tape to see if the Niners are having a lot more success under center than they are in shotgun. A lot of the play calling, obviously, at all times in the NFL is dependent on what's going on in the football game. If you're down by 8 points in the fourth quarter against Tampa, you're going to play that a little bit differently than if you're up 14-0 on the Rams in the second quarter. That's going to be a different scenario.
Yeah, I also think a lot of what has worked for Mac and what I think the Niners need to see out of Brock going forward, it also falls, obviously, it's on the quarterback and the decisions that they make, but it's also on Kyle Shanahan and the plays that he calls and how he sets those guys up. Because I think you would agree, you're a big Brock fan, a big Shanahan fan, you would agree that it was a down year for both of them last year.
Absolutely.
They both had major struggles.
Absolutely.
And we talked about this a lot last year. One, it was Brock taking some unnecessary risks. And yeah, some of it probably is situational based on the time and the score and the situation and all that. We get it. But it also, I think, was Kyle Shanahan going away from what has largely been successful for him as an offense. What makes it difficult this year is now you can't run the ball, and your defense is at a point where they really struggle. So how the hell are you going to be able to do the normal Shanahan offense, which is shorten the game, run the ball, and when you need to pass. Because right now it's just been pass.
Which is why 4-2 is a miracle.
Yeah.
Like, he's literally had to step away from what I know he wants to do. Can't do it. He's found a way to do some other stuff and win 4 of the 6 games. That all said, when you sort of package it the way you just did, I'm not going to disagree with any of what you said. But if I asked you what was Kyle Shanahan's biggest struggle or biggest mistake last year, what would you say?
I mean, there's like individual decisions on certain calls that I'd have to like look at each individual game. I think it's just in general the plan of attack offensively and what they asked the quarterback to do. But then it's also maybe he hired the wrong defensive coordinator.
That's my answer. There you go. That's my answer. And so that
was a big mistake, but it's not like he was great everywhere else.
Not at all. Not at all. But I still think that when people think back to last year, they don't get to the lead story until the 6th or 7th thing on their list. If you're thinking back to last year and you're mad at Brock, I really think you're skipping the lead and its next 2 stories as well. Because they're all on the other side of the ball.
Can I add another mistake?
Fire away.
He didn't fire the special teams coordinator.
That too.
Going into last year.
There you go.
Yeah.
So that's on that wing of the ball. We still, in my opinion, we haven't gotten to the offense, and we have his 2 biggest mistakes, in my opinion.
See, he still was not.
No,
much like Brock, and we were talking earlier about Steph, Shanahan has also set an incredibly high bar for himself in terms of his offensive play calling.
No, it doesn't.
And he had one of his worst years.
It was not good. It was not good. It just was the best of the 3 areas, like the 3 phases of the game. Their offense was the best of the 3 last year.
Yeah, basically by default.
Not even, yes, but not even close.
They could have been a whole lot worse, and they still would have been the best unit.
Right, but that said, and again, here we go to numbers are numbers. The offensive DVOA last year, they actually were. They were. I don't remember their number, but they were top third of the league. They were top third of the league in offense. But boy, special teams and defense, stink job last year. This Sunday, the kickoff show, O'Neill, Evan Giddings live, Laughing Monk, Sunnyvale at 3. All the games, the beer garden, the DJ, the bartenders with Gold Bar whiskey specials. And if you're going to the game, sign up for the free shuttle at 957thegame.com. Spots will go fast. Find the Eventbrite page on 957thegame.com. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. What's happening with the QBs? Are they going to make a move at the deadline? And how is the Kuminga camp and other things going for the Warriors? We're going to get to all of that with TK next. Grandy in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. Hey, y'all, it's Willard and Dibs. Today at 5, it is back.
Yep.
Not quite yet Warrior basketball, but Steve Kerr.
Which is awesome. It's the precursor to actual basketball and a great interview, the best in the Bay.
No one's better at talking it out. Maybe he'll be cooking. Maybe he'll be out about town. Maybe his dog will appear. Dogs are barking.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just 1 branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country, and that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
McDonald's has classics, but then there's the classic. 2 beef patties, sesame seed bun, made perfect with iconic Big Mac sauce. And now I can snag one with fries and a soft drink with a $9 Big Mac Extra Value Meal. That's a Big Mac, medium fries, and an ice-cold Coke, all for $9. Score the classics at Mickey D's. They're classics for a reason. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
And today at 5. For the first time this year.
Season debut, Steve.
So intimidating that Dibs was like, I'm out. I can't handle it. That's too heavy. So Steve Kerr at 5, but we got a hell of a ramp up to it, and that is Tim Kawakami, who is joining us at right now on the River Islands guest line. And before he jumps on, I want to mention that we just got the practice report. Mac Jones and Brock Purdy were both limited yesterday. Today, Mac Jones, full participation. Brock Purdy, still limited. Still limited, which to me, I think we're now probably at somewhere north of 95% probability that Mac Jones gets Sunday Night Football, but we'll ask Tim that here in a second. George Kittle, limited again as well. Ricky Pearsall, again, did not participate.
Not really many surprises there.
No,
honestly.
No, not at all. All right, TK, SF Standard, tapped in like no one else, joins us now. Are we reading this right, Tim? Mac Jones again Sunday night?
Yeah, I think we're all getting pretty used to the 49ers patterns here with the quarterbacks and all the injuries because there's been so many, practice reports, injury reports, who's practicing, who's not. But we know what the signals are. This is what's happened. If the quarterback who takes most of the practice snaps, takes the first practice snaps on Wednesday, is usually the guy that was Mac Jones. And then if it leads into Thursday, it's almost guaranteed that that's the starting quarterback. Mac Jones is certainly not 100% healthy either, but they don't mess around with the practice stuff. Like the guy who's taking the first team snaps Wednesday and Thursday is going to start. And if you're the regular starter and you're not taking those snaps, you're probably not going to play on Sunday. So barring something changing dramatically, but this has just been the way it's been over the last 5 weeks, basically, is the guy who takes most of the snaps on Wednesday and Thursday is the guy who's going to play on Sunday, and the other guy likely is not going to play just because they've been both dinged up. They've been both missing games. Certainly Purdy's been missing games. This is the way it is, and I think it makes some sense. Make sure this toe thing isn't going to linger, right? Maybe it's taking a little bit longer than some people expected, but you keep playing on a wounded toe, like he kind of jumped back in for that Jacksonville game. It's only going to get worse. And you're not getting the best of the player. So take some time. Obviously they're, and I don't know this is exactly the way they're thinking, but you don't have Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. You may not be on a Super Bowl march here. You're not basically playing for the number 1 seed in October. So kind of, the wisdom is don't push Brock Purdy if you're going to make it worse. Mac Jones is playing fine. If he's fine, you just go with Mac Jones starting until Brock Purdy's really ready to go, and that's probably not this week.
Tim, you talk about the injuries to Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. I'm curious specifically the Fred Warner injury, if that changes the mindset of the front office at all. I know you had asked Kyle Shanahan, I believe it was last week down in Santa Clara, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, I can't recall exactly, if this trade deadline kind of reminded him of 2019 when they felt they were a piece away and they got Emmanuel Sanders. He kind of quickly answered you saying, no, this does not feel like that. So maybe the messaging has already been out there in terms of the trade deadline, but does the Fred Warner injury make it even less likely that they go out there and try to make a big swing at the deadline?
Yeah, I think the big swing is the key part of it. They may be looking to acquire people, but it's going to be for people who can play this year and next year and the year after. It's not going to just be a rental. I don't think they were in the rental mode anyway. And, there's some things that we may not know. And Trey Hendrickson's obviously I've been writing about. Certainly Warner's fans have been very interested in for good reason. He's a guy they've liked for a long time. He would be a cut and paste for Nick Bosa. There are not many people in the world that you can say that for who would be available. But maybe they've already decided they couldn't be able to sign him anyway. So this would be a rental. I also don't think they were interested in rentals even last week. That's when I asked Shanahan about it. And definitely not now. You trade your second round pick for Trey Hendrickson, and that gets you what? From 9 wins to 10 wins, and then what does that mean in the playoffs? It's a sliding scale. It's always going to help you to get a great player, but does it really push you into that Super Bowl contention? I think that's kind of out the window with a Fred Warner. With Bosa out, you could just kind of put another pass rusher in there. They seem to be more gettable than, they're super valuable, but they seem to be more gettable than somebody could replace Fred Warner. Let's put it that way. Maybe the most irreplaceable player on the 49ers. McCaffrey, too. Like, I've compared the two. Like, McCaffrey goes out last year. The offense cannot do anything. This year, they lose a ton of people on offense. McCaffrey's still there, and they're not bad. And I think there might be a similar thing with Fred Warner on defense. They lose a bunch of people, but they still have 54 out there. They look the same. They're not dominant. They look the same. They take 54 off the map. Things look very, very different. And it's just the reality of it. You have to be practical. You can't just pretend. And I think they could have convinced themselves, if it was just Bosa out, maybe, that it was worth it, and that maybe they can get somebody who vaults them back into Super Bowl contention. I think without Bosa and Warner, very hard to make that realistic kind of conclusion. Again, I think they might add some people. I don't think they're trading any 1, 2, 3, or 4. I don't think that's happening. It'd be kind of back-end draft picks. Guys are available to trade deadline, but I just don't think they're – and I think it's smart. I would have been pushing them. I certainly was last few weeks to go make a move, and maybe you can re-sign the guy if it's Trey Hendrickson. I think they've already kind of decided they probably can't, and also that it wouldn't make the big enough difference for them to give up, a second and a fourth, or whatever it would take to get them. And I understand. I think their kind of mentality was already kind of there last week. You add Fred Warner to it, pretty solid conviction of that. Unless they think that they can trade for Trey Hendrickson and then re-sign him because he will be a free agent. I don't know that they're in that. I think they're not in the give a guy $30 million a year mode. It would be really good for the team. I don't think they're in that mode, though.
Tim Kawakami is with us, SF Standard. Also, always check out the TK Show. His podcast, part of the larger Odyssey Network, and Joe Lacob on the show in the latest edition, and we're going to have a little bit on that coming up here in just a sec. But Tim, I think I know how you're going to answer this. I think I know how the 49ers view this. But what do you think is their internal take on everything that is happening at the quarterback position, and how will they play this with Mac Jones going forward this year and beyond?
He's a great backup, and he's proving that. And you need to. Brock Purdy has not played, every single game of his career. He's played in a lot of them, but Mac Jones is a really good backup, and possibly an NFL quality starter at some, on the back end of the 32 teams. But he's not better than Brock Purdy. What I wrote about, and I was thinking about it, and I just was looking at the numbers in this, supposedly, landscape-changing season for Mac Jones. His stats are about the same, maybe a little better in some passing areas, and worse in the overall picture. Stats, just pure stats, than Brock Purdy's in 2 games that everyone wants to, certainly can judge have not been Purdy's best. So Purdy not at his best, Mac Jones at by far his best, and the stats are similar, or you could lean it towards Purdy. So that's the bigger picture of Purdy's their quarterback. They've invested all this money in, but it's not just money. That's their guy. That's the guy who fits Kyle Shanahan, what he wants out of the quarterback. Mac Jones is a very good backup, and maybe he's so good as a backup you can trade him next year. He's under contract for 2 years. I don't know if they want to do that, because you missed Brock Purdy. You kind of like to go 3-1 in the starts where he's hurt, which is what has happened. We'll see what happens on Sunday if he doesn't play. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. When you're switching from quarterbacks that you've paid this amount of money to, usually that guy's terrible, right? It's Russell Wilson at the end of his time, with Denver and even Seattle, or Carson Wentz and at the end of some of his times. It's been terrible. Brock Purdy, even when he's been not great, has been pretty good. You just level out those stats. You level up the games. You talk about the big games he's won. It's just not in the same conversation. So, and I know this is what Kyle Shanahan believes in about Brock Purdy. Not saying specific to this moment, to this situation, but that's the quarterback they've bet on. And they didn't just bet on it with playing time. They're betting on it with $265 million. And he's young. It's just good to have 2 of them. That's, I think, the general thought. It's good to have somebody who isn't what they had last year, what they had in previous years, like Nick Mullins when he was replacing Jimmy Garoppolo. This is way better than that. That's a good thing. It's not a controversy. It's just a time when they can go to a backup and feel good about it. They can throw 40 times. It's amazing that Shanahan keeps calling 40 pass plays, but you can't run the ball. You kind of got to throw the ball a lot. It's just a very, very calm situation for them. They got the quarterback for the long term, and when he's hurt, they got a quarterback that they feel comfortable playing. It's not anything other than that.
Tim, you talked about the inability to run the ball, and we can disagree with the Niners' philosophy on the offensive line. The reality is the offensive line currently is what it is. And my worry, and I think worry of Niner fans, is whoever is at quarterback is going to have a hard time staying upright with this offensive line. What can they do, if anything, to neutralize the major weakness that is the offensive line mid-season?
Yeah, I do think Kittle coming back is going to be a significant upgrade. We're going to see a difference. They don't have other offensive linemen they can start pulling out. They don't have these young second-rounders who they've been sending, right? They don't draft them. And you and I agree on that. I think they should have been drafting them, but they don't do it. They have a firm belief that they can figure out somebody in the fifth round or even undrafted free agents, and they plug them in. They think they've gotten solid offensive line play throughout. I understand that. The stats are good. Sometimes it just looks like they get beat, man to man, and it's hard to make up for that. They just don't believe that. They have a track record of winning a lot of games without investing a ton on offensive line, and that's not going to change. Now, maybe they use a first-round pick on an offensive lineman next season. I think there might be some direction on that, but they're not changing it now. Obviously, they're not getting anybody now. I mean, Jalen Moore. Kansas City paying him $15 million a year to be a backup, and then their rookie left tackle can't play, and he just plops right in and looks really good. That would look really nice on the 49ers. They do not do that. They just will not pay $15 million for any other offensive lineman other than Trent Williams. I do think Kittle there will be an effect. I think they're going to run the ball, and if they can run the ball, they can take the heat off the quarterback. That's been they've been one-dimensional, which Shanahan hates being, which allows the defense to tee off, but they can't just keep running the ball, throwing it for 2.9 yards, 3.0 yards, 3.1 yards. They can't just keep running it. They're not going to be that stubborn. So let's see if Kittle opens up the running game. Let's see if Kittle, that run-pass duality, which they haven't had. They got to play the run, so then Kittle can loosen out and get himself a 20-yard reception. Let's see if that changes some things. I think it will look a little different. I don't think the Atlanta defense is that great. But other than that, they don't have a lot of other options because they just don't have the bodies. I just think they're going to have to be able to run the ball. And they have a conviction that they can. They have a conviction that they have the offensive line that can do that. Obviously, they got the running back that can do that. This might just be a small sample size. It's just the one that we're all looking at, obviously. It's not been good. But they are going to have to run the ball in order to keep the heat off the quarterback. The other thing is when Mac Jones is not starting and it's Brock Purdy, he can move around, right? We've seen Mac Jones be a sitting duck. He's also hurt too, but he is just generally not going to be a guy who's going to do well under that kind of pressure. We saw that in New England. Purdy's better at it than that, right? Purdy's very mobile and pretty good throwing on the run, pretty good running for first down. That could help things a lot. Those two things, I don't think it's going to fix everything. I don't think, they're going to look like they did in 2019 or 2023, but Kittle back, assuming he stays healthy, if McCaffrey stays healthy, I think they can manage to get a more decent running game. I think they can be a little bit more of a two-way offense than just a strictly passing team, and then they'll start to look more like some of the 49er offenses we've seen. I don't think it's gotten all the way there, but I think they can definitely move in that direction.
Tim Kawakami is with us, SF Standard, and we mentioned the TK show, which most recently had Joe Lacob. Tim, I want to play for our audience. There was one particular clip where you were talking to Joe about the Steve Kerr situation going into the final year of his contract, what he had said recently about it. I want to play this for everybody and then get a response from you. This is from the TK show, Tim asking questions of Warriors owner Joe Lacob.
Yeah, if it was up to, I know it's a hypothetical, if it's up to you, he came to you, let's do this for another year, you would be all on board for that, another 2 years, another 3 years?
I mean, I'm not going to commit to anything like that. I the only thing I want to know is that he wants to do it and he has the energy and drive and enthusiasm for it. That is a requirement I do need from him. I need it from our GM. I need it from everyone in the organization, and including me.
Mm-hmm.
I need to be motivated. I need to be enthusiastic. I need to be working my ass off every day. And if I can get that out of them, then I want them to be here.
Okay, so this is kind of a quirky answer, Tim. And what I want to know from you is, I get that everybody's chill. They've been together for a long time. But right now, Steve Kerr and the Warriors and his future, the ball's in whose court?
Good question. I think there's some byplay here, and maybe some of it is via podcast. I'm not sure they're saying these words exactly to each other. I think Mike Dunleavy's been very clear. He wants Steve back. So it's up to him, and it largely is up to him. I think that's one thing that sometimes gets clouded. And, Joe, I love the fact that Joe likes to talk to me and various people, and he's very open about things. But he's also open that Mike Dunleavy makes the practical decisions, the day-to-day decisions. Clearly, it's up to Joe for the money and the big picture stuff. But I think Joe and Steve are kind of communicating through different signals. And I think, if Steve's going to be like, I'm not sure, and then Joe's going to be, okay, I'm not 100% sure, right? It's a little negotiation. It's a little bit of, and maybe not financial negotiation, more like positional negotiation. Like, oh, if you don't think you really need to do this, then maybe, we need to hear you to say, I need to do this, right? It's possibly a little passive aggressive on both sides, which is fine. This is the way this goes. But I don't think this is headed towards a breakup right now. I think Steph Curry would be very important in figuring this.
Right.
So I'm not sure you can go to Steph Curry and say, we got a new coach for you at age 38. But these things will play out. But you're right. It was a notable it's like, again, he doesn't want to negotiate on my podcast. I get it. Like if he says absolutely anything for Steve Kerr, maybe Steve comes in and says, okay, that's $25 million a year, right? I mean, unlikely, but you understand the way this business works. But it was interesting. I certainly took note of it. Others have taken note of it. Steve is not making a little bit of money either, right? He's making like $17 million a year. So he's worth it, obviously. I don't have any idea how they could ever replace him, but it doesn't mean that Joe Lacob has to say, no matter what, blank check, you got it, how many years, right? It doesn't hurt him to say it differently than he did to me, but he said it the way he did. And, I just think there's a little bit of a conversation going on via other platforms than them just saying it to each other, which is fine. What makes it interesting, it makes my podcast more interesting. So
Yes,
I have no
it does.
problem with it. But it was not exactly like, no matter what, yeah, Steve, we want him, we need him, that's it. Like that's Dunleavy saying basically that, but Joe isn't. Okay, you know what? It's certainly his right. We'll see. And Steve could say, listen, I'm just going to put my asking price up a couple $1 million a year because you said that. Like this all could happen. But I'm saying you're right to flag it. Absolutely. You're right to flag it. And, if there is a time when Steve says, I'm not sure and I'm tired, but maybe we'll talk about it. And Joe could say, listen, if you're tired, then maybe maybe the time to go somewhere else. I don't know. No, listen, Steve's not coaching another team, right? That's not that. This is not like, oh my God, Kerr's going to use the Warriors and go try to get another job. This is the job he wants. Why would you ever want a job that doesn't include Steph Curry if you're coaching Steph Curry, right? That's not happening, and they should not want another coach, right? That's the logic of this. That if he's coaching next year, it will be the Warriors. If the Warriors have a chance to have Steve Kerr as their coach, it should be Steve Kerr. It's just kind of filling out the margins of how that works, how they all feel about each other. When Steph comes in there and says, what are you doing? Which might happen, frankly, or the Warriors know it's going to happen. It would be really, really weird for them to go, hey, Steph, we got a new coach for you. Right? It just doesn't seem, Mike Brown would have been the one, and Mike Brown is unavailable. So I think it's just interesting stuff, right? They've been together a long time. They've won a lot of things. There's been a little push-pull on the Kuminga stuff and the Wiseman stuff. Not saying that, it's real stuff. It happens, and they've won. And as long as they keep winning, as long as Steve feels good about it, he will be the coach of the Warriors if he wants to continue to be the coach of the Warriors. It's not a fill in the blank, right? It's not a blank check situation. And I think Joe does not mind reminding people about that. And Steve Kerr is probably one of the people who doesn't remind them, but that's okay. It's not a blank check for the Warriors with Steve either. This is Steve showing them that. He can go off and do a lot of other things. How much would he be making as a TV commentator right now with all the, Amazon and NBC and everybody looking for, he would name his price, he would name his position. And he's got a lot of other interests. So it's two sides. Dunleavy's sort of in the middle of this, but I figure Mike Dunleavy, if it all is working out, if everybody's feeling good, Mike Dunleavy and Steph Curry are going to make sure Steve Kerr is the coach next year. Those things must happen first, though. There are some things that have to develop for everyone to feel great about it. By far the likeliest scenario is that everything works out, and Mike Dunleavy and Steph Curry certainly have the respect and the credibility to say, we're doing this again. That is definitely the likeliest way. There's just some wiggle room. That's what you're hearing. You're hearing some wiggle room.
Well, we're going to run all those comments you just made by Steve here in about an hour and a half. So we'll see what he has to say.
Here's what Kawakami's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll love that.
Believe this TK guy, Steve. What do you think about this? Hey, Tim, thanks as always. We appreciate you so much.
All right. You tell him Steph's not going to allow it to happen. You go ahead and tell him that.
I will. I'll put your name on it. I'm doing it.
All good.
All right, Tim. See you soon. There he goes. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard.
Interesting.
Dialed in.
Yep.
Locked in.
They're playing a game.
Well, and he's
Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr. I feel that.
Okay. Tim brings up to me, and you we were all sitting around talking about this over there in the green room before the show started, and Steve's coming up in just over an hour. And that was kind of my thought. I'm like, you guys can play this game all you want. You honestly believe Steph Curry at age 38 is playing for some new coach? What does that look like? What are we talking about? So anyway, we can get into that. We got the Brock and Mac stuff, the development that Brock was limited. Mac was not. And oh, by the way, you asked earlier who was the QB that was going to talk today. The answer is...
I would guess Mac.
Well, I'll confirm it for you here in a sec. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs.
Oakland, it's the final home game of the season. The Oakland Roots take on Lexington SC Saturday, October 25th at the Coliseum. Stick around for the final whistle for a special post-game performance by Ruby Red and fireworks to close out the season. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it? Watch live on ESPN Plus or KTVU Plus. OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's movement.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your community's backyard. It's the good life, come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours. In-home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
When back to the office means back in
We
traffic.
have a number of emergency vehicles.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Is still blocking the 3 left lanes.
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. It's time to trade up to the best, get more for your trade, and into a new Honda CR-V at your NorCal Honda dealers.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
McDonald's has classics, but then there's the classic 2 beef patties, sesame seed bun, made perfect with iconic Big Mac sauce. And now I can snag one with fries and a soft drink with a $9 Big Mac Extra Value Meal. That's a Big Mac, medium fries, and an ice cold Coke, all for $9. Score the classics at Mickey D's. They're classics for a reason. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
I get that everybody's chill. They've been together for a long time. But right now, Steve Kerr and the Warriors and his future, the ball's in whose court?
Good question.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks for noticing, Lucas.
Good question. Not great question.
Not great, but it's Tim. I don't know if Tim hands out great questions. He's not that kind of guy. You know what I mean?
It's also a lower number of questions when Tim is on. So we have fewer opportunities.
Wow, Grandy.
It's not a bad thing.
Wow.
He has a lot to say.
Okay, Grandy.
So getting a good question from Tim is worth more than from others.
I'll take it.
I don't want to side with Grandy.
Then don't. Dibs is out today. I'll be back tomorrow. Bengals plus 5.5. Let's just
lock it up.
Let's pass along what Dibs' contribution to today's show would have been.
Trey Hendrickson out, though.
Trey Hendrickson is
have
out.
to do it without their best defensive player.
Damaged goods. Huh. No, Trey Hendrickson's off the table, man. It's like Tim said it. John Lynch basically said it.
Yeah.
You're not doing a rental for a second-round draft pick when Nick Bosa and Fred Warner are hurt.
Probably was going to be the case even before Fred Warner went down.
I don't even think the Bengals are trading him to anybody. But it makes less than 0 sense for the San Francisco 49ers, in my opinion. By the way, I mentioned going to the break that one of the quarterbacks has taken the podium to speak, and his name is McCorkle Jones.
Oh. Surprise!
Wee! Wank, wank. That's right. It's Mac Jones, everybody. So, yeah, you heard, we talked about it with Tim. The signs are everywhere. Sunday Night Football is coming to your building, and we are all but assured that it is going to be yet another Mac Jones experience. Brock Purdy practiced again today, but in limited participation.
They were both limited yesterday, but Shanahan said Brock was more limited than Mac. Mac has since graduated to full participation, while Brock is still stuck in limited participation. Ricky Pearsall did not participate.
Do the Kittle thing, though.
Yeah, so
say what you
I'm gonna
just
get
said. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, George Kittle, stand by.
So coming up in just a sec. But Pearsall did not participate. Seems like he's not going to play once again, which is scary in and of itself. Jawan, again, a limited participant. So maybe he doesn't play come Sunday again as well. The good news for the Niners is that tight end George Kittle was a limited participant, but he has said in the locker room, speaking to media, that he fully plans on playing Sunday night. He says it will ultimately be up to Kyle Shanahan, but that's his expectation. This comes courtesy of Niners insider Nick Wagoner, who covers the team for ESPN. This nugget, though, from George Kittle via Nick. Kittle says he had a fully torn hamstring. That was the initial tweet that Nick Wagoner sent out. He has since edited it.
Okay, to say.
And said, adding this, Kittle says it did not tear off the bone, and because of where the tear was, it wasn't the long recovery that goes with such an injury. Says he was lucky with where the injury was, but still a fully torn hamstring.
Okay, I'm glad that George said that, because I have already exchanged text messages
Doc Pandya?
with Dr. Nirav Pandya.
And did he just say the same thing?
A faction of, yes.
Okay.
All I said to him was, and I love that Doc, like, I don't even need to be like, hey, Doc, how you doing? Like, I'm just like, what's the normal recovery for a torn hamstring?
And get back to me ASAP.
Seriously. I don't care are you operating on someone? Then put it down and come outside and text me back. And he does. It's incredible. Doc, we love you. He goes, it's usually 8 to 12 weeks post-injury.
And Kittle got hurt week 1. We're about to get to week 7.
6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But some athletes, especially if it is lower down on the leg, can be back in 6 weeks.
Okay.
And so combine that with George saying, I'm lucky with where it was on the leg.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that means lower on the leg. And where are we? 6 weeks. So
he basically got back as soon as humanly possible.
ASAP.
Just about.
Yeah. And
considering what the injury was.
And Shanahan did say, was it earlier this week? Yeah, the George thing actually was a pretty bad one.
Yeah.
It was a bad
bigger
one.
deal than we initially thought.
It was a bad hamstring.
Yeah.
Damn. He was just
full tear. Did we ever find out?
He was just moving down the field.
Yeah,
like,
did we know what play it happened on specifically?
No. All I remember was the camera panning to him, and he kind of had a look on his face that was somewhere between what just happened and oh Schmidt, and he just kind of like looks bummed and heads over to the sideline. Like, and that's how the muscle stuff is, right? It's not because you got hit there. It just
a full tear.
Just twisted the wrong way. Damn.
I don't remember a lot of specifics from that Seattle game. That feels like it was 3 ages ago.
All I remember is it was a miracle. Yeah.
The Jake Tonjes leaping touchdown over Tariq Woolen. And then I remember the George Kittle touchdown on the first drive.
See,
the end of the first
I
drive.
remember that he scored one, but if you told me, like, picture it, I'm like, I can't picture it. That was 2 years ago. And when you mentioned Jake Tonjes, what I remember about Tonjes is two things. First of all, the "what are you doing" that came out of my mouth when Brock threw the ball. And
it's a pick, Brock.
And the second thing that I thought was, who's Jake Tonjes? Like, what was that just had somebody who's not even on the team grabbed a jersey and caught a ball out of the
Jake
air?
Tongue?
Is that Jake from State Farm? Who's in the end zone right now with the football? And then the Niners won the football game because Nick Bosa strip sack.
We've been through a lot since then.
Yes, absolutely.
Now Kittle's finally back.
The Niners beat the Seahawks, and what's happened since then? Nick Bosa out for the year.
We found out that Brock got hurt in that game too.
Brock got hurt
and
in
then
that
he came
game.
back, and then he's out again, and he's still going to be out
again. Fred Warner out for the year. Juwan Jennings has yelled at Kyle Shanahan. Kyle yelled back.
The Ayuk return to play keeps getting pushed further down the line.
Right. I mean, George Kittle. George Kittle limped off and has not come back until supposedly this weekend. We've discovered that Mac Jones is a high-quality backup.
Yeah. Ben Barch also got hurt in that Week 1 game and hasn't played since. Starting left guard.
We went from camp reports suggesting that Alfred Collins was going to be a disappointment to him making the play of the year at the goal line in L.A.
True. Malik Mustafa's back.
Malik Mustafa returned.
That's one of the positives.
We learned that Ricky Pearsall's really good when he plays.
We also got confirmation that he just doesn't play all that often.
Well, I mean, he's struggled with injuries, but Ricky is a high-level wide receiver when healthy.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else did we learn? Kendrick Bourne returned.
And he's awesome.
And it became a fantasy football waiver wire superstar.
And by the way, start him again this week because no Ricky Pearsall, maybe no Juwan Jennings, and Mac Jones is starting again.
And Marquez Valdez-Scantling is out or has not practiced.
Get ready for George Kittle and Kendrick Bourne and Christian McCaffrey.
The Kittle thing's a big deal. What happens if the Niners just average 5.5 a carry Sunday night?
George Kittle, MVP.
Right? You're just like, oh.
Well, it's what John Feliciano told you guys this on Tuesday, right? You guys asked about the offensive line on the run game, and he said, honestly, I think the bigger issue is on the outside. Kittle and Juwan isn't playing up to his normal level. Ayuk, a great blocker. Even Debo was a blocker. You're down all those guys the last handful of months.
Yep.
A handful of weeks.
Yeah. I mean, we can, and we do this. We judge wide receivers by it's like the catches. But, yeah, who's blocking down? Is Kendrick Bourne a great downfield blocker? Marquez Valdez-Scantling, great downfield blocker.
I don't have the numbers. I could probably find them. I do think the eye test tells me Niners runs between the tackles have been better than running to the outside.
Oh, the outside. I can't even think of a good one.
Specifically in the Tampa Bay game, any stretch play, left or right, doesn't matter if you're running behind Trent or not, those Tampa linebackers just absolutely killed every tight end, every left tackle, right tackle that were blocking them, and they would get to McCaffrey in the backfield.
Yep.
And Kittle obviously will be blocking on the sides.
B-Rob had some good outside runs early in the year. First couple games.
I think he still has the longest run of the year, a 19-yard. I don't think they have a 20-yard rush. I'll confirm that.
Oh, thank you, text line. The kicker.
Oh, that's the biggest one.
The biggest story since Seattle. Jake Moody was the kicker in Seattle. Jake Moody. Dong. Remember that? 35 yards out.
Oh, my God.
Boing. Oh,
that was his first kick of the year, right?
I think so. Was it? This is his first try of the year.
I think it was.
Yeah, remember Greg Olson? Do you have that, Luke? Greg Olson, the whole buildup. Like, well, here, Niners are going to kick a field goal. Jake Moody's really been struggling, and, but now he was hurt last year, so fresh start, and they're hoping that he can kind of get back to the bong.
Oh, no.
For crying out loud.
By the way, yes, longest run of the year for the Niners. Brian Robinson, 19 yards.
19 yards.
They don't have a single 20-yard run this year. And they're 4-2.
That's a whole lot of stuff that's happened since whatever that was, September, what was it? 9th, 10th?
I was going to say
September
7th, something like that.
Something. My goodness. All right.
The 7th. September 7th.
Okay. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Home of the Golden State Warriors, and Valkyrie is always live on the free Odyssey app. And coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Steve Kerr in exactly an hour. His initial Willie and Dibby voyage is today. The season is, man, it's 5 days away.
I'm so excited.
They got a basketball game in 5 days. I'm very excited as well. And cautiously optimistic. Like, I get the whole age and injury thing and yada, 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 whatever. Half the people who are hurt for the Niners aren't old. So, like, I don't know what the hell the age thing guarantees you. But we could talk that out a little bit for sure as we get ready for Steve in exactly 1 hour. But let's see. Let's go to Depeche in Danville. Hi, Depeche. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Always enjoy your show. I have an observation about Kittle's injury. I'm a fan, not a doctor, but if Kittle had a partial tear or a full tear, top of the bone, middle of the bone.
And,
call us back.
Yeah, Depeche, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We got you. Start over.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, but now we don't have time to sit here and play that game. So call back, and once we're confident that we can hear you, then we will have a conversation about George Kittle. And I don't want to put words in Depeche's mouth, but Steve, you screened the call. Let me guess. He does not want George Kittle to play this weekend, is my guess. And I get it. But here's one thing. This is just off the cuff here. Let me say this, Niner fans. We've got to stop with the PTSD. And I don't know that that's possible. I totally understand it. Believe me. We sat here on Monday and I talked about how I didn't even watch the game in Tampa the same way that I normally watch a game because I couldn't. I could not get through sort of the emotional gut punch of the Fred Warner thing to watch the game the same way. It sort of felt like I was in a haze. You ever been in a haze where you know what I mean? You take a test in college after an all-nighter and you get home and you got a B and you're like, I don't even remember taking the test. Like the whole thing was just kind of in a haze.
You just block it out.
Totally. And that's
a defense mechanism.
Right. That's what watching the Bucs game, I'm like, hey, you remember that play in the third quarter? No, I don't. I was there. I watched it, but I don't. It was different. And so we all have Niner injury, PTSD. And I get it because Brock came back and re-injured, and Bosa and Fred, and the list goes on and on and on. So I fully understand the idea of, oh boy, don't run George back out there. He could get hurt again. Well, the truth of the matter is that's going to be true next week and the week after that and the week after that and the week after that. And so I think that's the way football coaches look at it. I'm not saying they're irresponsible, but at a certain point, you got to go play. You got to go play the game and see what happens.
And I think like most 4-2 teams would probably think like, all right, we're not in a spot where we have to rush somebody back. Otherwise our season's over. Like you're 4-2. You've bought yourself a little leeway, but the Niners are such a unique 4-2 where I don't think they have that leeway. This is a really important game. It's a home game in conference against not a great team, but a good team, but a team that you can beat. Like, what's the spread? Niners by 1.5 points?
1.5 right now.
Like, this is a game that you can win. Like, without a ton of things having to break your... This is a big game.
It's a huge
Doesn't mean you
game.
rush Kittle back if he's not ready, but...
No.
You know, you get ready and you play him, no questions asked. Yeah, same thing with Brock. Like, it doesn't seem like Brock's going to play this week. But if Brock is like ready to play, you play. There's no waiting around.
Look,
you don't have time to dilly it out. You're 4-2, yeah, but you really you should be like 2-4 or 3-3. And this is not a 4-2 team considering the roster that they have available to them now.
It is wildly impressive that the 49ers have been in all 6 of their games. They're not a very good football team right now. They just aren't. I don't care what their record is. And by the way, yes, I'm putting into it that for 5 1/3 of those first 6 games, they played with Fred Warner. They don't have him anymore.
Yeah.
This is not a very good football team. It can become one it can overachieve. These things are all allowed. I think they could, like you said, they could win Sunday night.
Absolutely.
But the urgency to build on the 4-2 is there. I don't think that has anything to do with rushing George back. They are fully aware, as are we, that they're going to get criticized from here to the end of time if George Kittle comes back, runs down the field, and pulls up lame. They're going to get absolutely torched.
Too bad.
But this is football.
What happens in football.
Hey, you send your people out there.
And like
when they are medically cleared to do so.
And you can take what offensive lineman John Feliciano said about the importance of Kittle in the run game, which maybe goes a little bit counter to logic because he's a pass catcher. And even though we know that Kittle is an amazing blocker and probably the best blocking tight end in the NFL, he's definitely the best like dual threat tight end in the NFL, no doubt about that.
Yep.
Probably the best singular blocker as well, and one of the best receiving tight ends in the NFL. Feliciano feels that way about it. I don't know if you heard Baldy on Tuesday with the morning roast was asked, do the Niners miss Kittle more in the pass game or in the run game? And Baldy said run game.
Run game, 100%.
And obviously those opinions carry heavy weight because they were both offensive linemen in the NFL. But just last hour, I asked Tim Kawakami, how can they make the offensive line better in season? And he said, I think Kittle coming back will help that too.
Yep.
Like, this is a really, really important player. And Kawakami, I think, also said something that you have said as well. Maybe Fred Warner is the most irreplaceable player on the Niners roster, him and Christian McCaffrey. George Kittle might be third on that list.
He's right there. Yeah, he's right there. 408 says, here's, and this is kind of what I'm getting. This is, I find, you want to know the worst part about the whole Niner injury thing?
What?
It's impossible to discuss. And I don't mean because I don't like what other people are saying. It's just the whole thing is clouded in mystery. And many of us act like we know what's going on. And we know that the Niners are pushing it or they're not pushing it, or it should take this long or it shouldn't take that long, or here's what's going to happen next. You don't know. I mean, what did Dibs say yesterday? Oh, it's Ricky Pearsall, this is going to be Christmas. What? I mean, maybe, but like, where does that come from? You know, oh, this turf toe thing's going to dog Brock. I've heard everything from this might dog him all year to now his career arc is changed. It also might never come up again after tomorrow.
It's also, and I'm glad you brought this up yesterday too, because do you remember when Kyle Shanahan was asked if it's turf toe? And he said, I can call it that if you want. It's not really.
I mean,
I don't even know what it is still.
It's a turf toe variant.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know. But 408 says disagree about Kittle. Almost healed, but not fully healed will lead to another tear. Who the hell said he's only almost healed? I don't think they're putting him out there almost healed. I could be wrong.
He said he fully plans on playing Sunday night.
I think the Niners think he's healed. When Doc Pandia texted me, he did not say that if it's on the lower part of the leg, that some return to play in 6 weeks, ... Those people are pushing it. They're not actually all the way healed, but they're Supermen. He didn't say that. That means that in 6 weeks, some lower leg hamstring tears are fully healed. It's been 6 weeks. But cue the hate at the Niners if something happens next, for sure.
Also, the safest take anybody could ever have as a sports fan is X football player is going to get hurt. Because it's going to happen.
Of course it is.
At some point.
Of course
you're
it is.
guaranteed to be right if you say that.
I get it. As the Niner fans, we're super scarred.
Oh, absolutely.
We're super scarred.
I feel like the Niners have been cursed from an injury perspective going back to Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, God. It's like being on a dating app after a bad relationship. We're just showing up to the restaurant. We're like, just don't be mean to me. Like, please just say some nice stuff. Like, that's totally what we're like. And I get it. I'm not coming down anyone's road for that. It is really hard to root for these guys every week, almost knowing that your heart is going to get broken most of the time. And even when you end up in the Super Bowl, stars bust Achilles just trying to walk on the field. It's too much sometimes. Let's go to Gio in the city. Hi, Gio. Thanks for calling.
Hello. Good evening. Good afternoon, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to call about not the concern of the injuries, because we all are concerned about the injuries, but it's regarding the Falcons, because if memory serves me right, was the last time we've beaten the Falcons literally the last game against or at the Candlestick, or have we beaten them since then? Because I feel like the last few times we played them, we've gotten not like stomped, but lost by a lot.
Well, Kaepernick in the NFC title game was post-Candlestick, wasn't it? Trying to remember.
Yeah, that was where,
that was Candlestick.
That was still Candlestick?
That was in Atlanta, but
I know it was in Atlanta.
That was Candlestick era.
That was Is that the game you're talking about, Gio?
Negative. I was thinking of when Navarro Bowman had that last pick to win the game again. Yeah.
That was the pick. That was the last ever game at Candlestick.
The
last regular season.
Yeah, Gio. No, I'd have to look it up. I don't remember another win over the Falcons. I remember some very disappointing losses. I remember Mariota carving up Garoppolo's team. I remember the upset loss to the Falcons
at the end of the 2019 season.
At the end of the 2019 season.
The Niners beat the Falcons 31-13, December 19th, 2021.
Yeah, there you go, Gio. We got this.
Thank you, all. I appreciate it. Hopes are up. Hopes are up. Let's go, Niners. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Bang, bang. There you go, Gio. Thanks.
Can you guess who the Niners' leading rusher was in that game?
Say it again. What year?
It was December 19th, 2021.
2021.
31-13 Niner win.
2021.
Niner receiving leader was George Kittle.
2021, was that the year that Jimmy lost to the Rams in the NFC title game?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Was that season? Is that
Pretty
right?
Sure. Let me double check that for you.
I mean, just for fun, leading rusher, Debo.
No.
Okay, who was it?
Jeff Wilson Jr.
Jeff Wilson.
If I gave you enough guesses, you would have got it, because there's not that many to choose from.
I know. You're like Mostert, Breida, Wilson.
That was the 2021 year where they snuck into the playoffs and lost to the Rams in the NFC title game.
Yeah, the what's his name? The dropped interception game.
Tart.
Jaquaski. Poor Jaquaski.
I'll never forget that.
Good Niner, too. He's a good Niner, and nobody remembers him for anything else. He had some good moments as a 49er. Grandy, somebody just kicked you right in the gut. I know.
2019, lose the Super Bowl. 2021, lose in the NFC Championship game. 2022, lose in the NFC Championship game. 2023, lose in the Super Bowl. All in heartbreaking fashion.
You can, and don't forget the Beyonce Bowl either, which was also heartbreaking.
And which was sandwiched by heartbreaking NFC Championship game losses.
Yeah. I get
Let's go to break.
You can tell when a Niner fan has been around for the 80s and which ones haven't. You can just tell because it hurts so bad. You know what, though, bud? It's going to be so good when it happens.
If
your Niner experience is my San Francisco Giants experience. And I guess, therefore, everybody's San Francisco Giants experience.
Never happened in San Francisco.
But the heartbreak of 2002 and being in the building all 7 times for that whole series, to carry that around for 8 years, dude, the tears flowed in 2010. And it'll happen. You're not going to die without a bowl.
I seriously hope so.
It's coming. Just like Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll tell you more about what the weekend has in store. Looking like another Mac Jones experience. We'll kind of reboot what we were talking about earlier on the Brock and Mac thing. But Steve Kerr at 5. Grandy is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Shop top brand tires at Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through October 19th, get up to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Nexen, or Toyo brand tires. Installation required, disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
San Francisco will be clear and cool tonight with a low in the lower 50s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Don't miss comedian Matt Rife at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View on October 19th. The show is almost sold out. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And you're about to be listening to Steve Kerr. Grandy in for Dibs. Dibs couldn't handle the smoke. Steve Kerr at 5.
Yeah, Steve really sticks it to Dibs.
Well, I get it. A day after Cosell,
he's feeling a little sore today.
That's a little much.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Yeah, it's Thursday Night Football. Greg Cosell told him to work on his material.
Forgot about that.
Steve Kerr is coming on. It's a lot. I don't blame the guy. You know what I mean? So we told Dibs, you get back to 100%.
And don't come back a moment too early.
Yeah, until you do, we're going to take a cautious approach. So anyway, Steve Kerr at 5.
Does that make me Mac Jones? Or Jake Tonjes?
Didn't somebody say earlier this year that you guys kind of look alike?
Did somebody say that?
I don't know. You do have a similar, you don't look alike, but you have a similar sort of a way.
What is that supposed to mean?
You do. You have similar energy. It's actually a compliment.
Mac Jones, everyone says he's got a lot of swag.
Yes, I have never seen you wear a red and black suit without socks.
I probably couldn't afford it.
But
nothing describes Grandy like a lot of swag.
Do you know, right? I mean, you should see him around the office, man. He looked at that iced coffee bar today, and he was just like, he almost flipped the spread. But no, you guys smile a lot. You seem to, right? They're just kind of I don't know, you got a happy vibe.
I like Mac. I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah. All right. You want to hear from him?
Yes.
Mac Jones spoke today because that's what the starting quarterback does on Thursday.
Let's go, Mac.
And then we are contractually obligated to challenge the way that many of you are thinking about Mac Jones. I'm sorry. It's just
we.
Anyway, but first, Mac. First, here's the health update.
Just being out there at practice and working through it and taking it day by day. But definitely felt like I needed to practice regardless of how it felt and get the timing and everything down so we feel good about it during the game.
Okay, here's more Mac, and I think this sort of is this confirmation that he's okay. Check this out.
I think I started 18 games as a rookie or whatever and played every game, played every snap. So I'm going to be out there if I can, and I know my team needs me. So I put a lot into it in the off season, and it's really just mental toughness. So yeah, I definitely want to move around a little better, and I've been working on that, and I've had a chance to practice this week. So definitely feel like that'll help.
Okay, there it is. Taking a shot at Brock Purdy. Mac's ready for his team. Where's Brocky Poo?
It's a great question. He's coming for your job, Brock. Did you know that Mac Jones gets a bonus of $100,000 for every win he plays at least 25% of the snaps in?
For every win,
yeah.
$100,000.
So he's going for that win.
$300,000
right now. $300,000 extra.
Yeah,
for Mac Jones. He's trying to make that $400,000.
By the way, I love that in the world of NFL quarterbacks, you're like $400,000. Most of them make that per snap. But what I think Mac's financial eyes are much more on what each one of those wins could mean for his future.
Yeah, the next contract.
As opposed to what they mean for the right now. But I get it. Mac is excited that hey, diddle, diddle, Kittle down the middle is back.
George is awesome. Obviously, haven't gotten a lot of reps with him, but we have in a way too, just for me watching, being a fan from afar, and he's just great energy in the huddle, and he's just George. I mean, you guys know him really well. He's not going to change whether it's practice or game day, so you know what you're going to get. I'm excited to see where he's at.
And then there's one more from Mac where apparently was Guru at the press conference because Mac Jones has challenged a reporter to a race.
By the end of these last two games, you've not been moving wonderfully.
Thank you. Do you want to race?
Okay, that was the end of that. Who was that?
I think that's Eric Branch.
Was that Branch? Was it Vic?
I'm pretty sure that's not Vic.
It's not Vic?
I'm pretty sure that's Eric Branch.
Okay. At the end of the last couple games, you haven't been moving too well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You want to race?
Do you want to race? All right. There's a little bit of that swag, I guess. But done with a big kind of rosy cheeks.
Yeah, and a laugh.
Grin. Yeah. It's kind of like you.
I like it.
Yeah.
Let's
like
go,
you.
Mac. Get your 100,000 this week on Sunday Night Football. Beat the Falcons.
I love it. It's such a us out in the real world take. Get your 100,000 again.
In addition to your normal game check.
Well, how long starting next year? Let's do the math real quick. How often will Brock Purdy make $100,000? So let's see.
Oh God, he's making $53 million a year on average,
right? 53. Hang on, 53 mil divided by. Let's say he played all 17 games. Divided by 17 games means that he'll be making $3.117 million per game. So that means he's making just shy of $1 million a quarter. Just shy.
If the Niners, on average, as they have this year, throw the ball 40 times a game, he's making about $78,000 per pass attempt.
Throw. So you're like, yeah, Matt, get that $100,000. Brock's like, all I have to do is snap the ball on first down and throw it to Christian
and
to make $100,000.
And that's if they throw 40 per game, which I would imagine it's not going to stay that high all year.
They don't want to. I love that.
It's probably going to be more like 30 per game, which is 104,000 per pass attempt.
So Mac makes 100 per start. Brock makes 100 per throw. That's perfect.
If Mac wins.
Well, that's right. It's only if he wins.
But that's a bonus. He also has his game check, which is larger.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah. He's also the number 15 pick in the draft a few years ago. I don't remember what that contract was, but
more than Brock's rookie year.
Mac can get a home. Probably not here.
But who
he
can
get one? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't buy a home if I was only on a 2-year deal. You know, a little apartment in Santa Clara or something. Anyway, so here's the deal: Mac Jones is going to be the starting quarterback again this week.
It is good news that he was a full participant because, I mean, he's not healthy either.
100%.
I felt there was a chance going into this game that both of them would be majorly compromised.
If Adrian Martinez, for as much of this is the backup quarterback syndrome is so in full effect with our fan base right now. Not only is Mac apparently balling like no other QB in the league, but Adrian Martinez is an interesting prospect. Based on what? He's never played in the NFL.
It's a mystery box, Willard. You don't know what you're going to get. He could be the greatest quarterback of all time.
And I'm never one of the people to buy into those mystery boxes. Do you know that? What? Go ahead.
I think that's a Family Guy skit. Do you want a boat or do you want the mystery box?
People will do the mystery box.
It might even be a boat.
Right. It could be a yacht. It could also be a wrench. It could
be a pair of socks.
Yeah, exactly. I'm much more of a let's take what we know kind of a thing. They do that mystery, but I forget. I think it's Bass Pro Shops or something out there. My son loves to fish, and he wanted this one year for his birthday or whatever. They just do like a big mystery box. It's all kinds of fishing equipment, but you don't know what's going to be in there.
I've seen this for soccer kits, like soccer jerseys. They'll just put a bunch of jerseys into a box, and they'll ship them to you, and it's like, I don't want jerseys of like teams that I don't like.
Right. Plus, how do you know if I'm double XL or medium?
Well, I think you can order the size.
Okay. Are they all the same size?
I think.
I mean, there's such a philosophical problem with it for me because I keep thinking to myself, all right, if I'm the company, what am I putting in the mystery box? It's all the crap I don't want. It's the same thing that we put into those boxes that are in the Walgreens parking lot little clothes and shoes box. That's what you put in there, the stuff that we don't want. So I'm like, I'm not paying top dollar because you put stuff that you didn't want into a box and went, mystery. So I am not interested in seeing Adrian Martinez play football this year, period. Nothing against him. I don't want him playing for the 49ers this year.
Well, I mean, we would have never known what Brock Purdy was unless Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt.
And how often does that happen?
Well, it's kind of rare that you get to the third string quarterback in the first place.
Exactly. And
so who knows? There might be a bunch of good quarterbacks that we just never found out about.
It's rare that you get there, and it's even rarer that they're good when you do. So, no, I have no interest in watching him play. I'm sure he's a nice kid from a great family, and I hope he has a wonderful career, and I hope it's not here. That's my thought on Adrian Martinez. As far as Mac Jones is concerned, and we talked about this right off the top, And I am just like, I know the YouTube chat all day was like, oh, you're trolling. I'm really not trolling. What I am trying to do is I would like to request all of us collectively think about this and ask ourselves, what's the perspective we're using to watch football right now? Because there is a series of takes I have heard for a number of weeks now, and I say this with two things already in your hip pocket. Number one, Brock Purdy, both last year and this year, has not been as good as Brock Purdy before that. So I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also give you Mac Jones has been really good this year, and I've complimented him after every game. Every one of Grandy's grades, Mac Jones has had a pretty good grade, even in his loss. Pretty good grade. Yeah. I think I gave him the highest grade of the group last week because, I mean, both interceptions are understandable to me. One of them not even his fault. He ripped some great throws. He's hurt. The offensive line up the middle was awful. Like, these are not good circumstances. I think Mac Jones has played really well. Now, with that said, the number of times I've heard someone call this radio station over the last month with a take about how Mac is balling and how the league is going to be banging down John Lynch's door at the end of this year to come get that man because, mama, there goes that man, as opposed to the fact that Brock over the last year and a half has been bad, objectively bad. 6-11, gross, lots of interceptions, too many turnovers. All right, what do you do with this information? Brock's quarterback rating last year is better than Mac's this year. What do you, that's all, it's just a question. What do you do with that? Does that say anything to you or anyone else about how we're looking at these guys?
I don't care what the quarterback rating is.
Okay, that's fine.
It doesn't mean a whole lot to me.
What does mean a lot to you?
On a play-by-play basis, how a quarterback is managing what is asked of him and what is in front of him. And I know that's like this nebulous thing because it's an impossible thing to just attach like a number to. I try to do my best on my grades. That's kind of what that is supposed to reflect. Generally, overall, how I feel about a performance, and it takes into account what was asked of that player. It takes into account what was happening in the game, what was happening around him in terms of injuries and players that he had. Was he asked to do something easy, and did he excel at that? Did he struggle with something that was hard? It takes all of that into account. So I hear you. I'll speak for the people, and I'll speak for the fans, and you can weigh in, 888-957-9570. I would imagine most people would say the eye test suggests that Mac is performing a little bit better than Brock, but maybe the eye test is a little bit biased because we have such high expectations for Brock Purdy, and the expectations for a backup quarterback are generally just don't mess things up.
Total. Now, let me take it one step further. Not my words. Tim Kawakami's words, small samples, both of them, his analytics saying Brock Purdy is playing better than Mac
this year.
This year.
I have a harder time believing that. The Jacksonville game was ugly. Ugly. And he saved the day at the end against the Seahawks, but I don't think he was particularly good versus the Seahawks either.
Yeah, drive to drive. Some of his drives were really good.
The first drive was awesome.
Yeah, first drive was great. And look, both Mac against Arizona, Brock against Seattle. To me, if you get the ball in your hands with 2 minutes to go and you go down the other end of the field and you get a score, then you get a cookie. So Brock gets a cookie.
But Mark, he threw the touchdown that should have been an interception.
Well, see, now here's where context comes into play on all of it. Greg Cosell said something to us 2 weeks ago that I want to re-highlight. Now, we don't have the clip in front of us, but it doesn't matter. Greg brought up, unprompted, did you see, this is against the Rams, did you see the one that Mac got away with, which was a dead-to-rights interception for the Rams?
I don't remember which play this was.
But the safety is waiting for the ball, and a linebacker jumps in front of him and tips it, and it ends up hitting the ground. And he goes, Mac totally got away with one. Bad decision, bad throw. And these are the things that don't show up, quite frankly, in your numbers or mine. This doesn't show up in quarterback rating. It just goes as a simple incomplete pass. But the nature of what we've said about Mac Jones, think about this. Let's say, and in a game like that, I think we can fairly assume, if that ball over the middle of the field in the Rams game gets picked off, the Niners are losing that football game.
Was that in the second half?
I don't even remember. I think so. I think it was in the third quarter. But with how nip-tuck and how close that thing was.
Went to overtime.
If you throw a bad pick in the middle of the field, I think it was on a drive where the Niners either got a field goal or they pinned the Rams deep in their own territory. If that turns into a field flipper and the Rams, whatever, turn that into points, I got to think it's probably going to lead to a loss. So let's say that linebacker doesn't tip that pass and the Rams pick it off and the Niners lose the game. And right now, instead of being 3-1, Mac is 2-2. Instead of being 4-2, the Niners are 3-3. Instead of being 3-0 in the division, the Niners are 2-1. They're sitting right now in third place, looking up at the Rams and the Seahawks. And oh, by the way, the Rams would be 5-1, not 4-2.
Yep.
If that one pass gets picked, what are we saying right now about Mac Jones?
Might be different. Different feeling in general.
Anybody want him to start?
But I think you're also making the case against the numbers that you throw out because the numbers are so reliant on all those individual moments, which is completely out of the control of the quarterback at times. Not that one in particular, but a lot of other things.
I would love to throw the numbers out, but the numbers, at least for me, for my argument, what I get from listeners thrown at me constantly is the numbers actually against Brock Purdy. But what I hear coming out of last week's game, honestly, for the first time in 4 years, is people explaining interceptions away. I've never heard anyone do this for Brock. Not once. Not once have I heard, oh, did you hear what Kendrick Bourne said? And then the other one was on fourth down. Like, I remember Brock Purdy, who had allegedly been concussed, throwing a late interception in Minnesota. They're 5-0. They're 5-0.
5-1. Minnesota or Cleveland?
Well, I guess it was Minnesota. So 5-1.
Yeah.
They're 5-1. This is the Steve Wilkes game.
Yeah.
The zero blitz game.
At the end of the first half.
Down. No, this is in the fourth quarter.
Well, the Steve Wilkes blitz was at the end of the first half.
Correct. But Brock Purdy, fourth quarter, they're down in Minnesota. He is potentially concussed.
Monday Night Football, I think.
He is on basically a 2-minute desperation drive. He throws a pick. He got torched for 2 weeks for that throw. But this week, well, Mac, it was 4th and 5, so you got to force it, and it's all good. Again, I'm not even disagreeing with either of the takes. What I'm trying to illustrate for people, and this is fair, I think, but I just want us to know it about ourselves. You called it the eye test. We've got a different set of glasses on.
Okay.
When it comes to Mac Jones. And he's a backup, and he's not making $1 bajillion, so that's fine. But if you want to compare the two, just know we're watching them through totally different lenses.
As you should. One is a quarterback who is a finalist for MVP and is making $53 million a year, or was signed to a $53 million a year contract.
That's
and
fine,
the other's a backup.
But only if your takeaway then is to bring that point up, as opposed to saying one should start now, not the other.
And I've told you, I'm starting Brock whenever Brock's ready to go.
Absolutely.
They need him. They need his mobility. I don't know how Mac is going to be able to survive behind this offensive line. Okay, let me ask it to you this way. I think I know what your answer is. Consider your expectations of entering the season, what you expected Brock to play at, the level you expected Brock to play at, and whenever Mac Jones was going to play, or if it ever was going to play, what level you expected him to play at. Mac has met or exceeded his expectations, and Brock has not met his.
Correct. Agreed.
I think that's where a lot of people are coming from.
Agreed. And it still adds up to Brock being better than Mac.
Which is what Tim Kawakami was saying as well.
There you go.
But it's Mac has filled up his meter all the way, and Brock hasn't. Brock's meter is like twice as high.
Well, see, but maybe for some of you, I don't get so freaked out about the money. And it's okay if you do.
No, this isn't even money based. I mean, that comes into mind like there's probably monetary bias at play here because we know how expensive one player is.
That's a
but just
long-term.
based on who they've been in their NFL careers.
Sure. That's fair.
Expectations exponentially higher for Brock than Mac.
Absolutely. But as long as we start the conversation and admit there are two totally different bars, then we're fine. What I have a hard time with is you watch these 4 games and we've got a parade of 49er fans saying, A, Mac might be as good or better than Brock, and B, Mac is out here doing it with a carcass around him. But Brock last year, when he had a carcass, he sucked. But he didn't. He had a 10 times worse defense. He had close games that didn't go his way that were not his fault.
Compared to league average, did he suck? No. Compared to what he was the year prior, did he suck? Yes.
Suck is still a strong word. It's still a strong word.
He was nowhere near as good. And there's a number of reasons why.
Yes, he did not.
And some of it is out of his control.
He did not have as good of a year as he had the first
year. A lot of it
is
is under his control. And to say otherwise, I don't think is fair. But it's not all because not all because he wasn't as good. There's the defense factor, there's the Shanahan factor, there's the McCaffrey being out factor. That all factors in.
I don't argue with any of that. I mean, we say all this, at least I do, to get to the point of, and I think here's where you and I do meet. I can't wait for him to get back.
Yes, they need him.
They need him back.
And that says nothing about Mac.
Not
That's
at all.
just Brock.
Not at all.
Brock has a higher floor and a higher ceiling than Mac.
Yes.
Just based purely for me because of his mobility.
And that's
specifically with this offensive line.
And that's worth the price, in my opinion. That's worth the price of a quarterback, a good franchise starting quarterback in the NFL. And yes, super thankful that as long as he's out, the Niners have someone who's got a shot to win a game.
We could debate about the money. We could debate about that for as long as...
And I have no doubt that we will. Like, that's going to play out once the contract starts.
I have absolutely zero issue saying that Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than Mac Jones and will help the Niners more than Mac. But I think there's a fair question to ask, is it worth the money versus the money that Mac is making? I think that's fair.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is our number. Steve Kerr in 20 minutes with his first weekly appearance on Willard and Dibs. We cannot wait for this. It's our favorite discussion of the week. You all know why. And for the first time with the season 5 days away, Steve Kerr will join us in 18 minutes. Grandy is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds for just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you gotta say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and Term Provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you. 800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta. 800-555-2085.
Write it down.
800-555-2085.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
And Steve Kerr is going to be here in 10 minutes. And I would suggest that if you are in a spot where an internet window is accessible, Steve Kerr will also be on YouTube.
He will.
Steve Kerr will be on YouTube. So get over to the tube, youtube.com/957 the game, and you will see the resemblance between Mac Jones and Mark Grandy. And you will also see Steve Kerr. In 10 minutes, Steve Kerr with his maiden voyage for the 2025-26 season every single week here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game starts in exactly 10 minutes.
First of how many appearances? It's every week for the course of 8 months?
A lot more than he wants is the answer.
So we're talking upwards of 30.
Yeah, more than half of the calendar year. He joins us more weeks than he doesn't in a calendar year, for sure.
Man, that sucks for him.
Yeah, sure does.
Great for us.
Boy, we hold his feet to the fire, too, and I've had it.
What have you had it?
Well,
with what?
Because.
With what? What are you frustrated by?
We need to know why the contract hasn't been signed, Steve.
Oh, God.
We need to know why all of us talked about Jonathan Kuminga all offseason long while you were golfing. We need to know. No, we're gonna hang out with Steve, and there'll be a lot of Warrior questions, and there'll be a lot of fun questions because there aren't even any games to react to yet.
Steve, can you explain to me that substitution you made up in Portland in the second quarter of that preseason game? What were you thinking there?
You started Will Richards. He's only a rookie. Why are you kicking games already?
Oh, he likes Will Richard.
Yeah.
Will Richard is going to play regular season minutes.
I mean,
especially because I think there's a pretty good chance Moses Moody does not play to begin the regular season.
We'll see.
I think you're going to see a good amount of Will Richard. And I know if Dibs is somewhere listening, he's like doing victory laps right now.
Well, Will can play at least. I mean, the billing is he can play on both sides.
Yeah,
and
he's not going to mess things up.
Yeah, if you play hard defense, then coaches tend to want to put you on the basketball court. We'll see.
I do agree with Dibs. I do like Will Richard.
Yeah,
Will Richard's going to be a good player.
I hope so. I reserve judgment until things happen that count, because all preseasons are, they're just that. They're preseasons, and so people are doing different things and trying different things and checking out different lineups. And so anyway, cannot wait to talk to Steve Kerr here in 8 minutes, and he will be on both 95.7 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game. So get over to YouTube now, and you can take a look at Steve Kerr and our expansive discussion. When we first started talking about the Warriors about an hour ago, you could not contain your excitement, which I want to dig into because I think that of all the people I know and I talk Warrior basketball with, you might be the most optimistic one out there, which is kind of my thing, so stop stealing my thing. But why? Why are you so excited about this year?
I think they're going to be really, really good.
Really good.
Really good.
Why?
I think they're going to be a top 4 seed in the West. And the West is stacked, which that's not going to be an easy thing to do. But if they just get just a little bit of injury luck to break their way, I think they're going to be a really, really good basketball team. They have everything other than youth all over the place that you want out of a good basketball team.
Well, they don't have that big, huge rim protector center, dude.
Al Horford's a good defender.
Yeah, he is.
On the interior.
Yeah.
They missed that last year. They could be bigger still, yes.
Yeah, and Al is not going to be
he makes them bigger.
Not a 33-minute-a-night guy.
No, and he's not going to play back-to-backs most likely. We could ask Steve and all that. So, there will be nights still where there are holes there. They were a terrible shooting team last year, other than Steph Curry. Al Horford can space the floor. D'Anthony Melton can space the floor, and he's likely going to be back as soon as November. Seth Curry's not going to play major minutes, but he can space the floor. Now you can have 3 shooters on the floor, basically with every lineup you trot out there, and that was not something they could do last year. Not at all, especially once Jimmy Butler got into town. And they ran off that streak of wins and that stretch of play once Jimmy Butler got into town without shooting. It was Steph, and it was maybe Pajemski here and there, and it was Moses Moody who would make a few, and then he hurt his hand, and in the playoffs couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Like, it was Steph Curry, and then you just fingers crossed for everybody else. Now you have a legitimate floor spacing big in Al Horford, which they have been dying for forever, honestly, since like Murray Spates. And he's more of a floor spacer than a big, never really played big. He played like a 6'9" guard. Like, that's who Murray Spates was. I think you just give them a little bit of health, a little bit of luck on health. I think they're going to win. The minimum is 50 wins for this Warrior team, in my mind. And I think they could go as high as like 57, 58 wins. I really do think that's how good that this team is. They got point of attack defenders.
They have a lot of
and
answers.
Anthony Melton and Moses Moody.
They got answers.
You have so many great defenders that you can put on the floor at any time. Steph Curry's not an amazing defender, but in the overall view of team defense, he's good there. GP2. Yep. Moses Moody's a plus defender. D'Anthony Melton's a plus defender. We know what Draymond is. We know what Jimmy Butler is. Al Horford is a really good defender. You have good defenders all over the place, and you have good shooters all over the place, and you have a lot of players that look to pass the ball to those shooters. I don't know. I think if their group, their veteran group, just stays healthy, which I know is a big if, I think they're going to be really, really good.
I mean, it's interesting to me that, let's take Al Horford, for example, who has publicly stated that the reason he didn't stay in Boston is because Boston does not offer them a shot at a championship. And the reason for that is Jason Tatum and that injury. I mean, the Eastern Conference right now was totally taken over at the end of last year by Achilles injuries.
Yep.
From Dame Lillard to being sort of exiled off the team, to Jason Tatum, to Tyrese Halliburton in the final game of the year, all of these things. And oh, by the way, what do Tatum and Halliburton have in common? They ain't 35. Those are dudes that are in their mid-20s, in their prime. And so I agree with you. Is it more likely that a 35-year-old struggles with injury than a 25-year-old?
Yes, of course.
Obviously.
And it's not like I'm saying they got to play 80 games for them to win 50 plus. No, if you just get 65 out of those guys.
I don't think, this is how I'd answer it, it's not an automatic that they're all going to get hurt. I hear that from a lot of people as if it's just an automatic that these guys are all going to suffer major injury. Are they all going to suffer minor injury? I would bet on it.
Yeah.
I would bet on that for almost all players throughout an entire 82-game schedule.
The grind.
But they've got to manage that. And the question isn't really about being healthy for the whole year. The question is about being healthy at the right time, as we've learned. Steph Curry wasn't healthy leading into the playoffs 3 years ago. Then he was. Then they won the whole thing. And so that's what you're really looking for. And there's no way to control that. There's no way to, you're right. We're just hoping against hope. But I'm with you that if they get a break here or there in terms of health and the timing of the health, from a personnel standpoint, they got a lot of answers to a lot of questions.
I think, and this is one thing that I want to ask Steve coming up here in a few minutes, I think this is the best that the Warriors organization can feel about their opening night roster since they won a championship.
That's an interesting way to put it.
2021 opening night, when you trotted out there Otto Porter and Nemanja Bjelica as your additions and the unknowns.
Remind me of what the issues were the year after that and the year after that. Like, I remember last year. Last year, the opening night roster was in such a state of flux that Steve was literally with us.
Playing everybody.
Yeah, it was like we're just play everybody.
Including guys like Lindy Waters.
We're just going to we're in exploration mode. And then Melton got hurt not too far into the season.
That jacked everything up.
Totally. And there was a major acquisition to come in the name of Jimmy Butler. And I think that's a big piece of the puzzle this time around, is that, like, the Warriors know in this moment essentially who their team is going to be, even at the second half of the season. The only question is the obvious one. Is Jonathan Kuminga still on the team in February or not? I don't know.
Yeah.
But you know what your core and bread and butter is now all the way through the season. You didn't know that last year.
2 years ago, the major question was, how does Chris Paul fit in?
All right.
And that felt like an awkward thing from the beginning. There was the whole you coaching
in
the preseason.
Yeah.
And then the year prior to that was fresh off the championship, but then there was the whole, obviously, chaos of the Draymond Jordan Poole stuff.
Right.
And that obviously hung over the team the whole year. Now, the year prior was when they won the championship, and I remember it was the season opener in LA versus the Lakers, much like this year, and they debuted Otto Porter and Nemanja Bjelica, and we're like, oh, they got something.
Yeah.
They got something. They probably already knew that, but us as fans didn't know it yet. And then we figured it out pretty quickly. And I think if they're relatively healthy, this might feel somewhat similar.
All right. You ready to do it?
I'm ready.
He's ready to do it. So let's do this thing. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Out to the River Islands guest line we go for Steve Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Let's do it. Let's debut the Warriors season. Let's welcome in the coach, Steve Kerr. Hey, Coach, how are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
We're doing fantastic, man. It's great to see you and hear you. And let's just catch up a little bit, man. What'd you spend the off season doing? I assume it wasn't like what we did, which was just yell about Kuminga for 4 months. What did you do all summer long?
Well, we go down to San Diego, which is kind of our home base where we raised our family, and it's become our getaway. So July and August, I was on the beach quite a bit and just hanging out and not coaching USA basketball. So it was a good chance to recharge and refresh.
Do you have some memories that stood out? Like, what's the coolest thing you did this summer?
Well, my wife and I turned 60. We're a day apart.
Whoa.
And so, so we turned 60. We took the whole family to Europe, and that was definitely the highlight of the summer. We went to England, France, and Spain, and took everybody, the grandkids, the spouses of our kids, and we had an absolute blast. It was an incredible trip.
That's fantastic. I want to reiterate to everybody, you can see Steve live on YouTube now if you want to check that out, youtube.com/957 The Game. You strike me as someone like last year, Steve, earlier this year, I turned 50, and we did a trip with a bunch of friends as well. You strike me as the type that doesn't have numbers like that kind of affect your view of self, or did 60 hit you in some sort of a way?
Not really. I've felt 60 for the last 10 years, to be honest with you. It's just a number, and I don't really think much of it. It hit Margot, my wife. The number mattered to her, and it bothered her a little bit, but she's doing better now. I think. Yeah, but we're lucky we get to celebrate every year together, and it was so fun having the whole family. We did a lot of cool stuff. We went to Normandy, saw the War Memorial.
Wow,
just incredible being there, and then had some time in London and Paris, and it was an amazing trip.
Steve, I'm sure you have more free time in the off season, of course, than during the season. You a big reader? You watch movies, shows? Maybe what's the best book or show or movie that you read or watched over the off season?
I read a great book called A Gentleman in Moscow, which was a best-selling novel, I think maybe a couple of years ago, and I loved it. It was fantastic. As far as movies, what are we watching right now? We're watching Task. Have you watched Task? I think it's maybe Apple TV.
I don't think I have, no.
No, we're watching that, and then Slow Horses as well.
Oh, I'm a big Slow Horses fan. Yeah.
Yeah, really good show.
Right.
Yeah.
Love that. Steve Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibs, and Grandy in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game, his first weekly visit of the season, which starts obviously in 5 days. There's also this, Steve, now that you're back stateside, but you're 60. So, Steph's new bar, the 8th Rule, do they allow people your age into that place? Have you been over there yet?
If not, I'm going to sue him.
Right?
For age discrimination.
I like it. I think you should.
He's got He's got some amazing stuff, Steph. I happened to watch his Breaking 50 with Bryson DeChambeau last night.
I was just going to ask you about it. My boys made me watch that with them last night, too. I don't want to say made me, but they were so excited that it got released. We probably shouldn't let people know what happened, but was that incredible or what?
It was so cool. So, 3 weeks ago when it happened, I knew about it, and I asked Steph how it went. He just went on and on about how fun it was and how awesome it was and how great Bryson was, and just that he had a great day. What he didn't tell me was that he played one of the best rounds of golf of his life.
Dude.
I mean, every shot, like you wouldn't have known if you didn't know anything about professional golf. You wouldn't have known that Bryson DeChambeau was better than Steph. That's how well he played and how long he hit it. And it was an incredible performance. I mean, but this is who Steph is. It's just the guy's fearless. He rises to the occasion, even on the golf course. Man, that was impressive.
Steve, you've coached Steph forever. He never, ever, ever stops amazing us. But hold on. He's out driving Bryson DeChambeau, who is swinging his driver. That didn't even make sense to me. What was that?
Well, I think in Bryson's defense, the one hole where Steph was celebrating out driving him, I think he cut the corner a little bit. I don't know that he hit it further per se, but look, the fact that we're even having this discussion, I mean, Bryson bombs it. He's the longest hitter on the tour, I believe. So you could tell, though, there was just immense respect between the two of them. Bryson's awesome. What a great guy. What the energy and the connection they had, the love for golf, the interest that Bryson had in Steph's life and in our sport. What a great show and what a great concept for Bryson to do that with different celebrities. It was the first one I've seen, but it was really fun to watch.
Steve, speaking of Steph, I'm sure he stays busy in the offseason, no matter if it's an Olympic summer or not. But last year, just like you, out in Paris, winning the gold medal, a lot of basketball being played. I'm sure that was a challenge for him getting ready for the season last year. Didn't have as much basketball on his schedule this offseason. Have you noticed a fresher Steph at all coming into this training camp?
I mean, he just always looked great, honestly. And by the way, here's my dog Lulu, in case you were wondering.
Lulu.
But Steph has. I thought the other night in Portland. Did you guys get a chance to see the game?
Yes. He was amazing.
I mean, he looked like Steph Curry always has. So he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games. And it just gets harder and harder. And at some point, everybody runs into father time. And I think the important thing this year is for us to really navigate the season well, not only for Steph, but for Al, for Draymond, for Jimmy. These guys are all incredible players, but they got a lot of mileage on them, and we've got to collaborate with them and the performance staff and make sure we put them in the best possible position to maintain that level.
Yeah, Steve, I wonder if you'd expand on that a little bit for the fans in terms of what they should expect with everyone who's had their 35th birthday and what that kind of means for back-to-backs and games played and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a little tricky because we have to comply with the league and the rules they have with with the stars and the back-to-back rules, the national TV rules. But there's no question. I mean, those guys are all going to miss games, whether it's because of injury or because they really need the rest because they're banged up. And so we will, as always, we'll work with the league and make sure we're complying by the rules. But that means at times not practicing. It means, sitting out a game occasionally, hopefully not too many, but there are certain stretches of the schedule that get more difficult, whether it's, because the player is banged up or because of the travel and the travel back and forth. Sometimes we'll have like a 4-game trip back east, come home, play 1 game, and then go back out on the road. And our performance team, they tell me, like, our players are way more vulnerable based on the schedule. And so we have people all over that, and that's how we're navigating everything.
Steve, you mentioned Father Time being undefeated, and Steph has already, I think, surpassed all of our possible expectations given the way that he's playing at his age. Do you ever just sit around and think that, this ride that you've been on with Steph is going to come to an end invariably at some point? I imagine that's not an easy thing to think about, considering the things that you guys have done together, knowing that at some point, relatively soon, that's got to come to an end.
Yeah, well, it's all gravy at this point. I mean, I never could have imagined, 11 years here, and this is year 12, and I never could have imagined, winning 4 titles and going to the finals 6 times. I mean, it's just been an amazing run, and my main focus now is just enjoying every second of this while it lasts, because we don't know when it's going to end.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Steve, I want to ask you a couple of Jimmy Butler questions, and the first is this. I wonder if you'd take us all back to last year and his arrival. I can remember you telling us that, you'd never even met the guy, and there were some things you didn't know in terms of what to expect. I've got to think entering a major contributor into any team midseason probably comes with some challenges that all of us out here don't really realize. Can you speak to what that was like and what challenges were associated?
Honestly, most players, you're exactly right. There's a big challenge, especially most great players, because the whole team has to adapt, and the coach has to adapt, and the player himself has to get used to his new surroundings. I can honestly say there was like zero adaptation or adjustment that came. We started winning immediately. Jimmy is such a great player. He was also the perfect fit for us because, he doesn't turn it over, and he takes the ball to the rim. He gets fouled. These were all areas that we struggled in, right? We've been a high turnover team. Steph and Draymond take a lot of chances. So we've always thrived with high IQ players around Steph and Draymond, guys like Andre Iguodala and Sean Livingston and David West and all these guys who could, really feel the game and understand what we needed. So all of a sudden we get Jimmy. Not only are we taking care of the ball, but we're getting fouled. And when you get fouled, you get your defense set up and you get free points, easy points. Jimmy arrived, and it was like an instant fit, and we hardly had to do anything as a coaching staff to make it happen. The puzzle just immediately fit.
So with that said, many of you have also said that having him for a full camp and a full year is just a huge attribute for all of you now. I mean, it may have been seamless then, but can you detail why it's so important to you guys now to have this time and to start a season with him?
Well, mostly relationships and chemistry, continuity. We have great confidence now. When he got here, we weren't sure what was going to happen. And then he arrives, and we go 23-7, and we upset the number 2 seed in the playoffs. Like, we're going into this year like we're good. We proved it last year. We were top 5 in both offense and defense. So we have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with. And then we all just know each other better than we did before. So there's a comfort level.
Steve, your GM, Mike Dunleavy, was on this station last week and talked about how last year at this time going into the season, he felt like the roster was incomplete and that you guys needed a move. That move ended up being the big move, at least, ended up being Jimmy Butler. And then he went on to say, I don't feel that way at all about this year. He goes into this season feeling like the roster's complete, like it's set. There isn't a major move that needs to be made. Do you agree? And if you do, when was the last time you felt as good about your opening night roster as you will with this one?
I do agree. I think we are set. We love our roster. We love the mix of our young guys with our vets. We think our young guys have made huge strides the last couple of years and are ready to take another step forward, and that they'll be able to help us win games when some of the older guys are missing games due to injury or rest or whatever it is. So love the roster. And, to be honest, over my 12 years, I've been incredibly blessed with great rosters year in and year out. So it's not always, a picture perfect fit. I think the last few years, the fit has been a little tricky at times, but this feels really good. The puzzle definitely fits well this year, and we have a lot of guys who can really contribute.
You mentioned 12 years on the job. Steve, what's the best part of it? What's the worst part of it? And you're not allowed to say that talking to us is the worst part of it.
The best part is that I look forward every day to getting to the gym. And when you can roll out of bed and be excited about your day every day, then you're winning. And so I'm winning on that front. The worst part, honestly, is the travel, the flights, getting home or getting somewhere at 2:00 in the morning. I didn't mind it when I was a player. When you're young, it doesn't affect you as much. You get a little older, and those long flights catch up to you a little bit. You got to spend the next day recovering. That part's not that much fun, but small price to pay for an incredible job and a wonderful life that I get to live.
Yeah, 60 years old, I'm told, although you don't look like it, Steve.
How old do I look?
Not a day over 55, that's for sure.
Fair. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Well, speaking of the job, though, Steve, I thought you were very, very forthcoming last week when asked about going into this, the last year of your current contract, and sort of expressing there's no stress around this, that everybody's on the same page, and it just is where it is right now. But I want to play for our audience something that owner Joe Lacob said on the TK show recently, because there was sort of a specific way that he packaged the conversation that you guys might have. So here it is when TK asked Joe Lacob about your future and your contract.
Yeah, if it was up to, I know it's a hypothetical, if it was up to you, he came to you, let's do this for another year, you would be all on board for that, another 2 years, another 3 years?
I mean, I'm not going to commit to anything like that. I think the only thing I want to know is that he wants to do it, and he has the energy and drive and enthusiasm for it. That is a requirement I do need from him. I need it from our GM. I need it from everyone in the organization, and including me. Mm-hmm. I need to be motivated. I need to be enthusiastic. I need to be working my ass off every day. And if I can get that out of them, then I want them to be here.
I thought that was an interesting choice of words there. The energy, drive, and enthusiasm. Is that part of the thought process on your end? A question in your mind?
No, it's, I think I'm not worried about that part of it. And I think Joe is exactly right. I love that he said that. I think we all need to be enthused and energized to do a great job. I think I've just gotten to the point here with this run where I can take my time, and I have a partnership with Joe and with Mike where they understand. I want to just see where everything is at the end of the year. And I think it benefits them too. You see a lot of cases where things don't end well with a coach, and maybe it's time to move on, and, they have to pay the coach, and there can be some acrimony. I really want this to end perfectly, just the way it's supposed to end. This has been such an amazing run. And so whether that is at the end of this year or the end of next year or the year after, it's going to end really well. And we have a partnership here that allows us to do that, where we can just say, look, let's just take it year by year. And I'm not doing this for leverage. I'm just doing it because I want to see where our organization is at the end of the year, where I am and where the players are. And then I kind of assume that it's going to go well and I'll be back, to be honest with you. But I just think it makes sense to just, at this stage, just take it year by year and see where everyone is.
Steve, in your mind, this ending perfectly, does that mean, when you imagine it, does that mean, you and Steph riding off in the sunset together? Like, can you imagine not finishing this out with Steph as a Warrior?
No, I can't imagine that. But, things change dramatically in sports and in so many ways. You never know how anything plays out. And again, this allows everybody to just not worry about it. And we get on the same page at the end of the year once we see, how the hand is laid out. And like I said, I'm not sitting here saying, using this for leverage, like I'm going to go somewhere else. And, this is just about, I'm 60 years old. I will have been here 12 years. There's going to be a next era to this thing. And at that point, I'm very sure that they're going to, Joe and Mike should bring somebody new in and get it, get a new face, new blood, all of that. But if, hopefully that's not for 2 or 3 years and I'm here during that whole run. And that's kind of what I expect, but like I said, this allows us to just play it out and see what happens.
Steve Kerr with us every single week here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Grandy in for Dibs today. Okay, Coach, here comes the contractually obligated Jonathan Kuminga question of the day. Now, I actually wanted to ask you this because I remember late last season when we knew he was headed for restricted free agency, you had mentioned that if he were going to be back on the team, you were really looking forward to camp with him to see if you guys could all get into the lab and figure out that fit. And so here as camp is coming to a close, I'd love to know, how'd it go?
Well, it's gone really well. Jonathan's had a heck of a camp. He's brought really good energy. You saw in the Portland game the other night, 6 rebounds. It's one thing we're really adamant about is just, being active off the ball and getting in the mix to use that great athleticism that he has and his size. And when he plays like he did the other night, where he's in the mix, in the paint, getting to the rim on plays in transition or in the half court, you see the way he's passing. It's the best he's passed the ball and in his time here. So he's had a really good camp and he's going to be a big part of things for sure. And the other factor here is, we've added Al Horford, and we didn't know that, at the end of last year. And so now we've got another front court space 5. Last year we had Quentin Post, the second half of the year, but, not really ready to commit, a huge role to Quentin. But I would imagine Al Horford can help Jonathan quite a bit because of the floor spacing when the two of them are out there together. So I'm excited. I think that we're going to have a lot of different combinations, a lot of different looks, and JK is going to play a big part in all that.
Steve, I'm glad you brought up Al Horford. I want to ask you something that he was quoted saying recently. He essentially said part of the reason, or maybe the reason, why he left Boston was after Tatum's injury and what their offseason was, he felt like they didn't give him a good enough chance to win a championship. And he says that about Boston and signs here. What does that say about his confidence in you, in this group, and what your expectations are this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think every player in the league would love to play with Steph Curry, honestly. And I think Al, having faced us in the finals in 22 and having played against Steph for the last 15 years, I mean, he recognizes that. Remember, Al played against Jimmy Butler in the Eastern Conference Finals a couple times too. So he recognizes how good these guys are. How potent they are, and playing with Draymond, the two of them defensively can be really dynamic. So I think it's a perfect fit for Al and a perfect fit for us. And we were thrilled that he felt that way and wanted to come here.
All right, Coach, how do you stop Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield from leaving basketball and taking their comedy show on the road this year?
Well, they're going to do both, and that's what I'm excited about. Great chemistry between those guys. Buddy brings great chemistry to any locker room. He's just a joy to be around and hilarious. And every day is a good day with Buddy. And Jimmy has played right into that. And, it's an underrated factor on great teams when you have dynamics like that, friendships like that, where guys are giving each other stuff and in the locker room. And there's a lot of laughter, a lot of joy. We have a lot of that, and we're excited.
Have you seen this bobblehead that's being given away at the preseason finale tomorrow night? Dead ringer for both players, and they've got their bobblehead together. And beautiful motif there at your home. I think this might be nice displayed on the shelf there, Steve.
I look forward to seeing it. I have not seen it yet, and I'm bringing one home for sure.
All right, love it. Steve, we're looking forward to the year. Obviously, we thank you for your time as always. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a great rest of your week.
You too.
Thanks, Steve.
Beat the Lakers. All right, there's Steve Kerr joining us right here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game.
Good to have him back on the airwaves.
Very good to have him back. What'd you think?
I was excited going into this interview. I am even more excited coming out of it for the season ahead.
What'd you hear that makes you even more excited?
He said, and this isn't a surprise, but he said, the last few years, the roster just didn't quite ever fit together, but the puzzle is fitting easily this year, which I think, you understand the kind of basketball the Warriors like to play. I think you could have figured that out on your own, but it means a little extra coming from the head coach of the team.
No doubt. By the way, sitting here chatting about the Warriors and talking with Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Yeah, I think that's probably the number one takeaway, or it's certainly among the number one takeaways, is that it sounded very, very genuine, his excitement of the way this whole puzzle sort of fits together. I think for those of you who have done a deep dive this offseason into the Jonathan Kuminga conversation, you can only be pleased with the answer he gave there. He said Jonathan's had a great camp. He pointed to some specifics in certain preseason games where he sees Jonathan really trying.
He was really good in the first half in Portland.
He really was.
He got ejected, but he was really good.
That's okay. The refs missed something.
And Steve Kerr said he liked him getting ejected, honestly.
Listen, I think that when things don't fit, you know what I mean? All you can do is, try, man. Let's see everybody trying to get on the same page.
Yeah.
And I thought we saw that from JK. Obviously, it's very limited time that we've seen these guys. It's the preseason. Take from it what you will. But Steve pointed to really getting after the rebounding and really trying to get in the paint and man that area. And then the Al Horford part, additional floor spacers are going to help Jonathan. I think you have to be optimistic about that answer. And then obviously the stuff about his job situation and his contract. I think if you're a Warrior fan, that's what you want to hear, which is there some sort of posturing or negotiating going on here? Maybe. I don't know. But the bottom line is, can you imagine someone else coaching the end of Steph Curry's career? And I can't. And it sounds like he can't.
He said
either.
no, flatly. Yeah. I asked him, and he said, no, I can't imagine that.
Right. That's crazy.
He said he wants this to end in the perfect way. And Steve, what's the perfect way for this to end? I mean, there's no way it can't be you and Steph riding out together, right? And he's like, yeah, that's right. So now, how many times did he say, this isn't me, using this as leverage? I mean, maybe there's a little bit of negotiating going on. Who knows how it's working behind the scenes? But that is a guy that seems pretty laid back and comfortable in the position that he's in.
I don't even know. It's funny. I mean, there's always room to negotiate. But it's funny because sometimes you look at situations and you also, sort of where this is all going to land. Like, what are we doing? Is Joe going to be like, we'd like to move you down to being the 7th highest paid coach in the game? Right? It's kind of like with Jonathan. I don't know how many years it's going to be. I don't know who's going to be mad, but he's going to make low 20s for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or whatever he chose for it to be. It's kind of the same thing here. So what's the pushback? I don't know. I have no choice, I think, in this moment to sort of take both sides at their word. Steve was really stressing the idea that in this particular case, it just makes sense to wait and see what happens. And at the end of the year, the next move will be clear. I mean, if the Warriors win 22 games, that's one conversation. If they win 52 games, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, and Steve is like, I mean, is he current NBA coaches? Don't include Popovich anymore because he's not the coach of the Spurs. But it's Kerr, it's maybe Rick Carlisle, it's definitely Spoelstra.
It's all the top guys in the game.
Like unique situations, and I think Kerr is at a level by himself. But if you are those kinds of coaches, not that you kind of run the way things happen, but like Steve Kerr feels so much more comfortable going into quote unquote a lame duck year than like any other coach in the NBA.
I don't think
any other coach in the NBA.
Any stress at all. None.
Like if Jason Kidd just got an extension from the Mavericks, I think. Like I'm sure that I imagine he was going into a lame duck year. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I would imagine that's why they got the contract extension done, because they felt awkward and uncomfortable with Jason Kidd going into a lame duck year. Steve Kerr does not feel that. And it's not because Steve Kerr is a unique human. It's because Steve Kerr is Steve Kerr, 4-time champion head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and the only player that he's ever coached. I mean, of course, other players, but Steph Curry has been on the team every year that he's coached. Like, there's no question that they could do this in the offseason. They could do this tomorrow. They could do this in January if both sides want to get it done, and I can't imagine why both sides wouldn't want to get it done.
I think sometimes we forget because we're sports fans, and so what we do is we always think about things kind of through the same lens, because if you're a fan like we are, your lens never changes. You can be 20 years old or 70 years old. The only thing that changes is that you chill out a little bit with the result of every game on every night. But I think it's good to try to put ourselves in the position of the people that we're talking about and who they are and where they are in the arc of their life. Like, what did he talk about? We're like, how's the summaries? Like, well, me and my wife turned 60. And what's the best part of the job? What's the worst part of the job? Well,
the travel sucks.
Being on plane flights 3 times a week,
especially when you're this old,
does not feel so good anymore.
Yeah.
And your legacy is secure. You've made $1 bajillion. The guy needs a bobblehead, but outside of that,
he'll get one tomorrow. Don't worry.
Right? He needs nothing. He needs no one to say anything about him. He doesn't need to do this or anything else. If he wants to sit on the beach and golf in San Diego for the rest of his days, he can do that. If he wants to broadcast, he could do that. If he did want to coach somewhere else, I don't think he does, he can do that.
Oh, there's like 15 teams that would fire their coach just to hire Steve.
And if he wants to be Steph Curry's coach for the rest of his career, which I think he does, and I think Steph wants, then he will do that. But we're the ones who are like, well, you're going into the last year of your contract. And he's like, feet up, shoes off. We're fine.
I also think you played for him what Joe Lacob said to Tim Kawakami on the TK show, which essentially was Lacob. You want to play it one more time?
Yeah, sure.
What Joe Lacob told TK?
Yeah, here it is from the TK show.
Yeah, if it was up to, I know it's a hypothetical, if it's up to you, would he came to you, let's do this for another year, you would be all on board for that, another 2 years, another 3 years?
I mean, I'm not going to commit to anything like that. I think the only thing I want to know is that he wants to do it and he has the energy and drive and enthusiasm for it. That is a requirement I do need from him. I need it from my GM. I need it from everyone in the organization, and including me. Mm-hmm. I need to be motivated. I need to be enthusiastic. I need to be working my ass off every day. And if I can get that out of them, then I want them to be here.
I'm just going to be straight. This is a weird answer.
It is weird.
It's a weird answer.
But Steve Kerr,
it's fine, but it's a weird answer.
And who knows if he's telling us the complete truth, but his answer was, I'm glad Joe said that, because I feel the same way. If I'm not 100% up,
right?
He did say that. He said, I'm glad Joe said that.
I know, but it's an answer that you would give when you're like recruiting kids who have just gotten out of college. You know what I mean? It's like a win one for the Gipper type of this is what we expect around here. It's like, I'm pretty sure Steve knows what you expect around here. Y'all been together for years and years, over a decade. So when he says that, and he's like, they need to be activated, and I need to be activated, and it's like, no one asked you about that. So that's fine. You get to answer it the way you want, But I don't know that anybody's mind was like, is that a question mark? Is that like, is there the thought that we might get to the end of the year and people might not be activated for this? I guess maybe like if everybody gets hurt and the whole thing sucks, right? Are people going to be like, I just don't have the energy for that? Maybe.
I mean,
that doesn't seem like a likely scenario where people are like, I'm just out of gas.
I wouldn't put my money on it, but I mean, on same token, like Steve Kerr did say, like the travel sucks. Like, who knows how much longer he wants to do the travel for? Like, I don't know.
Right, but like outside of
he has been through a lot as the head coach of the Warriors, a lot.
Outside of the scenario that is not, I will not use words and put this out into the public, but outside of that scenario where in effect at the end of this year, we're not like Steph Curry is not going to play basketball anymore.
God, don't,
you know what I mean?
Don't go there.
No, but outside of that, what scenario is there? Where just at minimum, those two guys, forget everyone else, forget Joe, forget Dunleavy, whatever. How on earth, what scenario where we arrive at the end of the year are Steph Curry and Steve Kerr going to be like, yeah, not feeling doing this together anymore? That doesn't seem possible.
Seems very unlikely.
Yeah.
He says, in a perfect world, and Steve Kerr has a lot of control over this, he's the head coach of the Warriors as long as Steph Curry is on the Warriors. And last time I checked, Steph Curry's under contract for this year and next.
Exactly.
So as far as I am thinking about this, Steve Kerr will be the coach of the Warriors for at least this year and next. And that end of the story for me at this point, honestly.
We got time if some of you want to weigh in on what stood out from the Steve Kerr conversation. 888-957-9570. Go ahead.
I also think how he answered your question about Jonathan Kuminga was, if you are a Kuminga fan or you're of the belief that the Warriors need Kuminga to be good this year, and I think there's plenty reasons to believe that has to work in order for the Warriors to really reach their potential. He seemed very confident that there's going to be a more direct path to consistent Kuminga contributions this year.
I mean, look, I think the two things to take from it, because at no point was Steve going to start the year by going, I don't know if he's going to play.
Well, not that, but he did say after one of the preseason games, essentially, man, the Kuminga, Draymond, Jimmy combo still doesn't really work.
And it may still not. All he said now is that it really works with Al Horford, and that helps. And is Al going to start? I mean, I think all of us are assuming so, but I don't know. And what kind of minutes is Al going to play? Like, they're all the combinations that you got to figure out. And so I still don't think we're in any way, not that he would have answered this, and I don't even want to know at this point, because this is all going to evolve. But I don't think Jonathan's going to start. I don't think Jonathan's going north of 30 minutes on most nights. But the way a coach looks at it is twofold. A, are you a piece of this puzzle? The answer was yes. And B, are we seeing Jonathan do the things that the organization has been asking him to do? And he said yes. Like that, if you're a JK fan, then that's, I think
two best answers you could have gotten.
Those are the two things you wanted to hear. He's part of this, and we're seeing what we want to see. Yeah. What else could you want him to say at this point?
No. Now you're just waiting for what it looks like come opening night and beyond. And we're 5 days away. 5 days away.
Lakers,
5 days from right now, we'll be 23 minutes away from Warriors Live for the first time.
We're going to be at Splash.
You guys are going to be at Splash.
We're going to be at Splash. Whew. You should come down to Splash as soon as you finish up. Come watch it. I'm not going home.
Yeah.
I'm almost stay to the end.
The best spot in the city to watch a Warriors game.
Nachos,
not at Chase.
I'm counting down to the chicken nachos already. Ooh. So good.
Smash burger.
Also good.
Yep.
Haven't had a bad dish there. And
it's all good.
We've had almost everything. And my gosh, for that, I got to think that the place is going to be jammed.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean that in a good way. Like, the atmosphere is going to be all turned up. Warriors and Lakers, no LeBron. Next Tuesday night, the opener will be there from 2 to 6.
Oh, LeBron, I forgot about that.
And then, come watch the game with us.
And then Thursday, who are they hosting to begin the season?
Denver, right?
That's Jokic in town?
No Westbrook, though.
No Westbrook.
I was like, I'll stay for that because I don't have to look at Westbrook.
And then they got a back-to-back. They play in Portland on Friday. So Thursday at home, Portland on Friday.
Coming at you fast. Here we go.
Yeah.
This is exactly this is what Steve was talking about. He's like, yeah, the whole.
They have 5 back-to-backs, I think, the first 30 days of the year.
Like 60-year-old guy. So Monday we fly to L.A., then you play a basketball game.
Tuesday.
Do you fly back right after the game?
I think they probably would fly back Wednesday.
Maybe they fly back Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
Thursday morning. All right, shoot around, play Denver, get right back to the airport.
Fly to Portland. Sleep for a few hours.
That's all before the weekend even gets you. Man.
Over under 2.5 wins in those first 3 games.
Under. I'm not going to give them 3-0. That feels hard.
Oh, you're right. I meant to set it at 1.5.
Oh, I go over.
2-1?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I like 2-1. I love 3-0, but that's a lot. That's a lot to ask.
I think Portland's going to be decent this year.
Yeah, Portland is an interesting young athletic team. Could the Warriors be tired coming off? I hope you're not tired on the 3rd game, but
it's a back-to-back.
Oh, 3 games.
Probably no Al Horford.
3 games in 4 nights.
Yeah.
A lot of whole national TV going on. A lot of, banging up against Jokic down in the post, all that stuff. And, like you just said, maybe no Al Horford. I don't know. So we'll see. This Sunday, though, back to Niners kickoff show. Low Neal, Evan Giddings, live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, starting at 3. All the early games and the midday games, and the beer garden, and the DJ, and the bartenders, and the Gold Bar whiskey specials. You should go. This sounds like fun. And if you're going to go to the game, you sign up for the free shuttle that'll take you from Laughing Monk to the stadium. To do that, you go to our website and find the Eventbrite page and sign up with spots going fast. 957thegame.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. Grandy is in for Dibs. This is Willard and Dibs. And I got this message for you. When life hits you hard, it can be an accident, an injury. You got to hit back even harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. And that team is Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. I trust them for over 40 years. Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice. And Habas Law does not get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
Don't miss comedian Matt Rife at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View on October 19th. The show is almost sold out. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
McDonald's has classics, but then there's the classic. 2 beef patties, sesame seed bun, made perfect with iconic Big Mac sauce. And now I can snag one with fries and a soft drink with a $9 Big Mac Extra Value Meal. That's a Big Mac, medium fries, and an ice-cold Coke, all for $9. Score the classics at Mickey D's. They're classics for a reason. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS4KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're 60, so, Steph's new bar, the 8th rule, do they allow people your age into that place? Have you been over there yet?
If not, I'm going to sue him.
Right?
For age discrimination.
I like it. I think you should.
He just always looked great, honestly. And by the way, here's my dog Lulu, in case you were wondering.
Lulu.
Yeah.
Now back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch forward. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Now, there might be multiple dogs. I don't know if Lulu was the dog we met last year and started barking in the middle of the show.
One of them, I think, is his daughter's dog,
Correct.
right?
But all I can say is that Lulu tonight, and we saw Lulu on YouTube.
Yeah, made an appearance.
Pretty chill.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like a 5 o'clock barker to me. But who knows? Dogs have multiple moods, just like people.
Yeah, Lulu was just chilling on the couch with Steve during the interview. We also learned that Steve is a dog owner that lets the dog on the couch, which I think is normal.
Yeah, you gotta do that.
You can't do it yet.
You have, don't get a dog if you're gonna, you know what I mean? Gonna be like the people who don't take the plastic off of the couch. What, you know what I mean? Like I try to close my door when I leave for work in my bedroom because Penny loves being on my bed, and she also knows how to dig her way under the covers. No joke. The dog goes over there and paws like a little spot so she can sort of half be under the covers. So I make the bed every day, and I get home to looking like I'm a slob. Walk into my bedroom, and the sheets are just all over, and she's just looking at me like, what?
Does she know how to open the door?
So no, if I close the door, but she is learning how to open doors. Like I have those doorknobs that are ones that you just kind of pull down.
Yeah, so she can get her paws on there. And
Yeah, they learn how to do that. But no, she's usually more of a, what I have to be careful of is not to accidentally, because I have the habit of closing the door when I leave, I got to make sure that she's not in there when I do that, because that's when you can really come home to some bad stuff.
Yes. No doubt.
Anyway.
Lulu on YouTube. Steve Kerr's dog.
Dog's got to be on the couch, right?
Yes.
I mean, what are we doing here? Unless the dog is one of them 100-pound dogs, then that's like...
Yeah, if your dog just uncontrollably is like drooling, like more than slobber, but just like the relentless drool.
Well, but some of the big dogs don't realize that they're big.
Oh, and they'll just sit on your lap like they're a 15-pound dog.
Chihuahuas, and they'll jump on the couch, and you're like, there's a horse on me while I'm trying to watch a show. So you got to be careful of that, too.
We also learned Steve Kerr watches Task and Slow Horses.
So
Slow Horses is a great show.
This is always the part of the Steve Kerr interview where everything just flies over my head. Because if I watch it, it's a sporting event. And if it's not a sporting event, I'm asleep. Like, I don't speak shows.
Task is a couple of texts came in on the Boxer and Gershon work injury attorneys text line, the 669 and the 415, saying Task is on HBO Max with Mark Ruffalo.
Oh, okay.
I did not know about Task.
Yeah, I don't know about it either. And
Slow Horses is a British crime drama.
Well, that sounds fun.
On Apple TV.
On Apple TV.
Yes, very good. New season is currently coming out right now, every Tuesday.
Wait, is that on the Plus, Apple TV Plus, or just Apple TV?
Apple TV Plus. I don't know.
It's Plus?
I think so. You pay for a subscription.
Because I have, we watch through the Apple TV, but I don't know that we have the Plus.
I don't know what the difference is, honestly. I think it's the Plus.
Usually when a platform puts a Plus next to it, I'm like, I'm out. Like, I could watch ESPN, but you do ESPN Plus, I think I'm out.
Stars Gary Oldman.
Okay. I mean, it sounds great.
It's very good.
I don't not like shows. I just don't have any room for them. I don't know how y'all have time to do these things. There's 3 kids, there's a dog, there's multiple jobs, and then there's sleep. And there's
that
food.
Takes up your whole day.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you. Yeah. All those things. They all happen every day.
I don't have kids. I don't have a dog. And I have one show one job.
I would love to watch a show. There are times where my whole night is based on let's get everything done so you can watch a show. I rarely execute, but when I do, I'll lay down or sit down and turn on the show. Gone.
Have you heard of a show called The Pit?
I've heard of it.
It won the Emmy for, I think, the best drama this year.
Usually when I see Pitt, I'm like, who are they playing? Like, that's all, you know what I mean?
It's an ER emergency room in Pittsburgh.
Oh, that's new.
And it's a 15-episode first season, and each episode is an hour, and the whole season is a full 15-hour shift in the ER.
Okay, so it's one of those real-time things.
It's really good.
Yeah,
really good.
I like that idea. That's pretty cool. By the way, though, speaking of shows, and this came up with Steve, y'all, I don't want to ruin this. If you're a Warrior fan and you don't go check out Bryson DeChambeau's latest episode of Break 50,
I'm going to have to watch that tonight.
You're doing yourself a disservice.
How long is it?
An hour.
Okay.
50 minutes to an hour. And they went and played Lake Merced.
Oh.
So this was done here. And you heard Steve reference that this was just 3 weeks ago. So Bryson, and here's the concept when they say Break 50, because we didn't get this far into it so that those of you who haven't watched understand what Break 50 is. This is a series by Bryson DeChambeau where another celeb or someone in the community or whatever who plays golf will come join him for a round at a course called Break 50. They will play from the upmost forward tees. So imagine Bryson and Steph from the Reds, basically.
Yeah.
And then they're scrambling. So it's 2 shots, pick the best shot, go from there.
So they both hit a drive, and
Correct.
whichever shot's closer to the tee. Or
And
to the hole.
so they play the whole 18 holes and see if they can break 50.
That's crazy.
And in order to break 50, meaning in other words a 49, that's 23 under par. So what you're essentially asking of yourself is at least 5 eagles and
birdies everywhere else.
And what does that leave? 13 birdies. Is that right? Yeah. 13 birdies and 5 eagles. And no pars. You get a par, add another eagle.
Yeah, that's incredibly hard to do. Even on a scramble.
And